Chapter 1. If you want to renew the contract, you have to pay more. Kyoto. Inside the luxurious villa. Bang! Xiaofeng angrily slammed the divorce agreement on the table. Su Feifei. Do you know how I have been living these past 2 years? Oh? Tell me about it? Su Feifei leaned gracefully on the sofa, her semi-transparent silk pajamas hanging loosely on her fair shoulders, highlighting her hot figure. I do the laundry, cooking, mopping the floor, cleaning the toilet. I do everything except wiping your butt. And I have to be on standby 24 hours a day. She said calmly, Xiaofeng, isn't this what you should do? Now the situation has changed, and our engagement has to be renewed for another year. Fuck. Su Feifei, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are pretty. I quit. Our contract has ended. Sign quickly and transfer the money. Xiaofeng took out a bank card from his pocket and slapped it on the table. Bite. When Xiaofeng heard the voice, he happily took out his cell phone and read the text message. 3,000 has been received. His face darkened. Are you kidding me? This is your living expenses for this month. I'll say it again. Our 2-year contract is about to expire. Where is the 2 million yuan you promised to pay me? Xiaofeng tried his best to control his emotions. Reward? Xiaofeng, don't think I don't know. When I wasn't home, you secretly smelled my underwear and slept in my bed. This was all recorded on video. Su Feifei, you've gone too far. You actually installed a camera in the room? When you came back drunk in the middle of the night, who stayed up to help you clean up the vomit? When you were hungry in the middle of the night, who cooked noodles for you? When you had a stomachache in the middle of the night, who bought medicine for you? Xiaofeng. Don't think that I won't dare to sue you for sexual harassment just because you're handsome. You'd better do your job honestly for a full year, then we'll be even. Otherwise. Su Feifei had the leverage over Xiaofeng in her hand, and she had him under control. Xiaofeng's face turned red, veins bulged with anger, and he clenched his fists. This was the first time someone threatened him like this. He put his face in front of Su Feifei and glared at her. Su Feifei was so frightened by his expression that she crossed her arms and shrank back. What do you want to do? You have to pay more. Okay. Su Feifei's tense nerves relaxed and she was almost scared by him. Then Su Feifei stretched out 3 fingers. Xiaofeng took a look and said, Bah, just play by yourself. Su Feifei held up 4 fingers. Xiaofeng said, Fuck, who do you take me for? Su Feifei held out 5 fingers. Xiaofeng said, Let me think about it. 800. Su Feifei said calmly. Is it 10,000 or $1? 10,000. You are really good at judging people. Xiaofeng smiled instantly. Then Xiaofeng knelt down on one knee towards Su Feifei. You will be my queen from now on. But I have a condition. What conditions? Su Feifei took out a contract and threw it to Xiaofeng. This is an additional contract. If you want to get the full remuneration, you must fulfill the requirements of the contract. After saying that, Su Feifei stood up and walked towards the room with a seductive figure. Halfway through, she suddenly turned around and blinked. I still like your unruly look. Xiaofeng rolled his eyes at her, staring at her big buttocks swaying from side to side, swallowed his saliva and said to himself, watching her like this every day is really a living hell. Xiaofeng picked up the contract, lay down on the sofa and flipped through it casually. After a while, his eyes widened. The supplementary contract contains the following provisions. Breakfast should be ready before 7:30 every morning. Mop the floor before 11:30 noon. Prepare dinner by 7 p.m., according to her taste. Wash and hang the clothes before midnight, mop the floor, clean the stairs, tables, chairs, windows, toilets. 24-hour standby. Do not crumple your underwear when hanging clothes. You are not allowed to do any indecent actions in front of her. Don't pick your nose in front of her. You are not allowed to smack your lips while eating in front of her. Do not squat on the edge of the toilet when using the toilet. You are not allowed to snore while sleeping. Get rid of all bad habits within a month. Keep smiling when you see her. Keep a safe distance of 1 meter from her. Call her the queen at home. Call him Mr. Su when you are outside. I'll add more later if I think of anything else. Xiaofeng threw the contract to the ground and angrily pointed his middle finger towards Su Feifei's room. Fuck you. Think about it, just bear with it for the sake of 8 million, get paid in a year and kick her out. Xiao Feng is 28 years old this year. Height 180 centimeters, 180 millimeters, those who understand will understand. Weight, 75 kilograms. I didn't study at a 985 university, but I worked as a bar dancer. He doesn't even have a bachelor's degree, he graduated from a fake art school. After graduation, I wandered around Kyoto for a few years without a fixed place to live. I worked as a delivery man, courier, security guard, salesperson, model, extra, live streamer, and did all kinds of jobs. His dream is very pure. He doesn't want to work or worry about money. He just wants to make a lot of money and live the life he wants. In order to achieve the goal better, you need to save more money to achieve financial freedom. Then find a third or fourth tier city and lie down. Although Xiao Feng is only half enthusiastic in everything he does. But he has special skills. And he is handsome. With these 2 points, everything becomes much simpler, and he is still very confident in himself. But no matter what method he uses to make money, being a gigolo is his final bottom line. Just when Xiao Feng was at a loss, he met Su Feifei, a female devil who changed his destiny. He met Su Feifei by chance in a bar 2 years ago. She was drunk at the time. By chance, Xiao Feng took care of her for a whole night and did not do anything out of line with her. When he woke up the next day, Su Feifei kicked him again. A few days later, Su Feifei found Xiao Feng with a contract, 2 million for 2 years, and a fake marriage to deal with her family. Of course, for the sake of his dream, Xiao Feng reluctantly agreed to her request. In Su Feifei's opinion, Xiao Feng is very sincere and unpretentious, he doesn't take advantage of others, he looks good, and it is pleasing to watch to eat face to face with him, so she chose him from the crowd to take the blame. Su Feifei, 26 years old, height 166 centimeters, weight 98 kilograms, with a curvy figure, see the cover. She is the eldest princess of the Su Group, one of the world's top 500 companies with a market value of over 10 billion. Su Feifei also did not rely on her family and started her own business, a media company, Feifei Media, which mainly incubates online celebrities to sell goods through live streaming. In Xiao Feng's opinion, he didn't care about Su Feifei's family background, no matter how much money she had, it was not his. He originally wanted to take 2 million and go back home, but now the contract was renewed for another year, and the salary became 8 million. He was a little excited just thinking about it. The next day, at 7:30 in the morning, Xiao Feng had already placed a heart-shaped poached egg, a cup of milk, a bowl of red date glutinous rice porridge, and other breakfast items on the dining table. Su Feifei walked into the living room yawning, glanced at the sumptuous breakfast on the dining table, and saw the heart-shaped poached eggs. She sighed, Xiao Feng is a pretty good boy. Xiao Feng was holding a mop and wearing the pink apron with 2 little bears printed on it that Su Feifei had carefully selected last night. She looked extremely cute. She smiled, Xiao Feng is quite suitable for you. Fuck, can't you just buy some decent aprons? I look like a gay when I wear them. Su Feifei covered her mouth and smiled, it looks very cute. Su Feifei, you have a bad taste, do you know that? What's your name? Your Majesty. Xiao Feng immediately changed his words, forced a smile, and made a gesture of greeting with both hands. You reacted quickly, back off. Twitter. Chapter 2 I cooperated with your performance, but you cheated. Slap, I just said it so easily? Xiao Feng shook his head. If he continued like this, he would be tamed by Su Feifei sooner or later. After breakfast, Su Feifei went into the room, took out a set of Valentino casual clothes and threw it to Xiao Feng, put it on and drive me to the company. Hey, Su Feifei, you're arranging my schedule without my consent, right? What's your name? Your Majesty. Aha, are you busy? Something important to do? Yes, it's very important. What's up? Mop the floor. Go to hell, come back and put it off, change it quickly. Su Feifei was speechless. This cheap husband was 1.2. She suddenly regretted her decision just now. Xiao Feng took off his teddy bear apron and shirt, revealing his 8-pack abs and mermaid line. Su Feifei was slightly stunned by Xiao Feng's tall body, fair skin, and perfect muscle lines. Seeing Su Feifei's silly look, Xiao Feng said proudly, what do you think? Are you a little aroused by my perfect body? After saying that, Xiao Feng posed to show off his muscles. It would be a pity if I didn't become a duck. Su Feifei came back to her senses. Fuck, I'm selling my art but not my body. Xiao Feng changed into a full set of casual clothes. Su Feifei took a closer look and said, it looks really good when put on. Nonsense, my brother was the most handsome boy in the school. He can wear any type of clothes perfectly. Okay, stop talking nonsense and go drive. Su Feifei threw the car keys to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng took the key and walked to the garage to drive the Mercedes-Benz S600 to the door of the villa. Xiaofeng put on a pair of sunglasses and nodded to Su Feifei, "Get in the car." "Xiaofeng, why are you pretending to be so cool? Come down and open the car door for me." "Yes, yes." Xiaofeng took off his sunglasses, got out of the car and walked to the passenger door, opened the door, put his hands on Su Feifei's head and helped her get in the car. Su Feifei said calmly, "Next time, we need to prioritize, understand?" Xiaofeng muttered quietly, "That's long-winded." Half an hour later, Xiaofeng drove to the building of Feifei Media Company. As soon as she got off the car, Su Feifei shook her long black and shiny hair. Today, Su Feifei wore a slim-fitting wine red velvet dress with a slit to the middle of her thighs. Her snow-white long legs were faintly visible as she walked. The deep V neckline showed off her cleavage, and the smooth and fitting cut perfectly showed her waist and hip curves. Her every frown and smile was full of calm charm. "Why are you still sitting in there? Get out of the car." Su Feifei's face turned stern. After getting out of the car, Xiaofeng pointed at himself and said, "Su Feifei, you're not going to drag me along on your way to work, are you? Call me President Su." Su Feifei said without question. "Boss Su." Xiaofeng quickly changed his words and said that before getting paid, he still had to show some professionalism. "The company has something going on today, so I brought you here to socialize." Just as Su Feifei and Xiaofeng were talking, a black Bentley drove up to the side. A handsome, upright young man in a shirt and holding flowers got out of the car. Su Feifei frowned and immediately pulled Xiaofeng over and held his arm. Seeing this, Xiaofeng immediately wanted to pull his hand out. "This is not in the contract, right?" Su Feifei held him tightly and whispered, "Cooperate, 2,000. 8,000. 5,000. Deal." Xiaofeng smiled instantly. He hugged Su Feifei with one hand and reached down dishonestly. "I twisted it hard and found that the melon was really big." "Ah?" Su Feifei spoke coquettishly and immediately gave Xiaofeng a look. The young man walked up to Su Feifei holding flowers, looking displeased. "Feifei, who is he?" Su Feifei smiled and said, "Long time no see, Lin Haoyu, let me introduce you, he is my husband Xiaofeng." "Hello." Xiaofeng stretched out his hand. Lin Haoyu was startled and glanced at Xiaofeng, who looked similar to him. He did not extend his hand. "Su Feifei, when did you get married? How come I don't know?" Xiaofeng withdrew his hand awkwardly and thought to himself, "This guy is so shameless." Su Feifei said calmly, "Last year, when you were still abroad. Why didn't I see you invite me? There was no wedding. This is not like your character, Su Feifei. Does your family know about this?" "Now we know. We will formally inform the parents today." "Su Feifei, am I not good to you? We were engaged since birth, but you just found a random man to marry instead of marrying me." Lin Haoyu spoke a little excitedly at this moment. Lin Haoyu couldn't understand why. They had been childhood sweethearts, but she suddenly got married after she had been abroad for a few years without telling him. The first thing he did when he returned to China was to look for her, and he even wanted to propose to her. "Lin Haoyu, I always treat you as a friend. You know I don't like being arranged by others. If you respect me, please be polite to my husband in the future." Xiaofeng was watching the show on the side. It would be best if they started arguing right there. It would be a rare opportunity for someone to come and teach Su Feifei a lesson. Lin Haoyu's face turned pale and his hands trembled. The flowers in his hands slipped off. He didn't expect Su Feifei to be so heartless. "Feifei, you'd better explain to your family, otherwise it will be embarrassing for both sides." "Don't worry, I will." Xiaofeng saw such beautiful flowers falling to the ground, so he walked over to pick them up and said in a frivolous way, "Brother, you were so thoughtful. It would be a waste to throw away such beautiful flowers. I will accept them for Feifei." Lin Haoyu's face darkened. Where did Su Feifei find this weirdo to deliberately provoke him? Su Feifei's face flushed red. She felt embarrassed to see Xiaofeng behaving like this. "Ahem. Xiaofeng. Stop picking up things, let's go back to the company." After saying that, he went over and pulled Xiaofeng away. Lin Haoyu looked at Su Feifei's departing back and fell into deep thought. "Please don't embarrass me, okay? We've finally reached the stage, can't you pretend a little longer?" Su Feifei said, pulling Xiaofeng's hand. Transfer money. No. Who told you to embarrass me? I almost forgot, something was left in the car. Wait for me for a moment, I'll go get it. After saying that, Xiaofeng shook off Su Feifei and walked back. If you dare to play tricks on me, I won't serve you anymore. Su Feifei stamped her feet, come back. Just as Lin Haoyu was about to get in the car, Xiaofeng chased after him from behind. Brother, wait a minute. What's up? Lin Haoyu said impatiently. He was unhappy when he saw Xiaofeng. He stole the woman he liked and still had the nerve to greet him. Xiaofeng didn't care what Lin Haoyu was feeling. He had just broken up with Su Feifei. He put his hand on Lin Haoyu's shoulder and said, I know you like Su Feifei. Do you have 8 million? No, what do you want to do? I see your car is quite expensive, your family must be rich. If you don't have money, you can ask your dad to give you some. Why would I ask my dad to give it to me? Are you trying to blackmail me? No, don't misunderstand me. Give me 8 million as a parting fee and I will disappear from Su Feifei's side immediately. I have no money. Do you think you are worthy of Su Feifei? Mr. Lin, I'll give you 3 months to get the money together. Otherwise, I'll be with Su Feifei for the rest of my life and you won't get anything. Please think about it. After saying that, Xiaofeng patted his shoulder with a smile, then turned and left. After a moment, Lin Haoyu shouted angrily, You scumbag, what on earth does Su Feifei like about you? I'm so sexy. Xiaofeng turned around and blinked. Chapter 3 Be honest. Lin Haoyu had never seen such a shameless person. He was filled with regret. Su Feifei was snatched away by someone after only 3 years of going abroad. If the other person was an outstanding person, he would feel better. He didn't expect that he was such a scoundrel. Lin Haoyu began to consider Xiaofeng's conditions. Although 8 million was nothing to his family was strict and would not give him that much at one time without a legitimate reason. No, I must get Su Feifei back. She must be angry with me. I didn't tell her that I was going abroad for further studies. Otherwise, why would she find such a thing to annoy me? Lin Haoyu made up his mind. Xiaofeng drove back to the villa, changed his clothes and took them up. He felt overwhelmed when he looked at the spacious living room. The workload was a bit heavy, and the money was hard to earn. Su Feifei, stinky Feifei. Xiaofeng hummed rhythmically while dragging the floor tiles hard. Thinking of the torture he had endured in the past 2 years, Su Feifei used even more force. She would call him from time to time, either to buy her food or to get documents. Sometimes she would even run over when she was taking a shit. Now a bunch of messy restrictions have been created. This female devil is always thinking of ways to torture people. It seems that the 8 million is not so easy to get. I have to think of other ways to get the money and run away. Su Feifei waited in the company for a long time but didn't see Xiaofeng coming. She was very angry. Does this kid want to go on strike? He dared to take advantage of me just now, and now he is gone. How should I explain it to my parents when they come? Su Feifei picked up the phone and called Xiaofeng. Beep. When Xiaofeng heard the ringing sound, he thought something was wrong and that he would definitely get angry again soon. He put down the work at hand and picked up the phone. Hello? Xiaofeng. Where did you go, you bastard? You said you wanted to get something, but now you're gone? Su Feifei's angry voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiaofeng had to hold the phone away. I'm going home to mop the floor. Do you have anything important to do today? Why are you mopping the floor? You keep thinking about mopping the floor all day. I don't know what's in your head. Come here quickly. My parents will come to see you soon. Got it. Xiaofeng hung up the phone directly. He didn't want to hear her voice again. Beep. Humph. This bastard is so bold that he dared to hang up on me. Su Feifei hadn't finished speaking. Su Feifei thought that she had to add a clause to the contract that he couldn't hang up on her. An hour later, Xiaofeng took the elevator to the 15th floor. Under the surprised gaze of a group of employees, he swaggered through the long and narrow office area, came to the door of Su Feifei's office, raised his hand and started knocking. The female secretary sitting next to him stopped him and said, Who are you? Do you have an appointment? Why don't you just come over and knock on Mr. Su's door? Do you believe me if I tell you he's her husband? Xiaofeng looked servile. The female secretary looked at him with disdain. I don't believe it. I don't know how many people have said this to me. Just as Xiaofeng was about to retort, he heard Su Feifei's voice. Come in. Xiaofeng sneered, see? I was right. After saying that, he pushed the door open and walked in. The female secretary rolled her eyes at Xiaofeng, thinking to herself, I don't know where this little internet celebrity came from, but he really takes himself seriously. Xiaofeng walked to the tea table nearby and sat down on it, crossed his legs, and picked up the teapot. Su Feifei saw that Xiaofeng was not serious at all. Hey, can't you sit on the stool next to him? Boss Su, do you have anything to order? Xiaofeng took out tea leaves from under the table and started to brew them. Xiaofeng, my parents will be here soon. You have to say that you graduated from a prestigious overseas university with 2 master's degrees, okay? Boss Su, it's not good to lie to your family like this. I'm just a graduate from a fake college. How can I deceive your parents? Don't worry about it. Just do as I say. I've got your diploma ready for you. Transfer the money to me first. Xiaofeng. What are you thinking about? Are you obsessed with money? Boss Su, you can't say that. You only give me 3,000 yuan a month, and I serve you every day. Even if I don't have any credit, I have worked hard. Su Feifei was helpless. Okay, I'll turn around right away. Xiaofeng looked at his phone and saw that 5,000 had been deposited into his account. This should have been done a long time ago. If you want me to cooperate with your performance, just be quick. Is it okay now? Xiaofeng chuckled, we have settled the previous account, now let's start with this one thing at a time. What? Xiaofeng, don't go too far. Then I'll leave? Stop. How much do you want? Double. Xiaofeng stretched out a finger. 10,000? That's what you said. You are so shameless. Su Feifei was a little angry. She didn't expect Xiaofeng to take advantage of her. She thought about it and said, okay, I'll give it to you as soon as I get past my parents. Su Feifei, I don't believe your lies. You just fooled me. Transfer the 3,000 deposit first. Okay, turn around now. Su Feifei tried hard to control the anger in her heart. Xiaofeng glanced at his phone again, then showed his 8 teeth, love you. Put away your cheap love. Su Feifei left her office chair, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window behind her and looked at the scenery outside. She thought of her parents increasing pressure on her marriage. The reason she agreed to marry Xiaofeng was because she didn't want her parents to arrange a family marriage for her. Su Feifei just wants to take her destiny into her own hands. Even if she wants to get married, it will be her own choice. After this storm is over and the marriage agreement is concluded, she can regain her freedom and no one will be able to control her at that time. Xiaofeng looked at Su Feifei's sexy and seductive back and felt that it would be nice if she was not so strong. But it doesn't matter to him. If he endures for another year, he can go back to his hometown and no longer have to depend on others for anything. Xiaofeng knew very well that if he got too deeply involved with these wealthy families, the end would be miserable. Either he would be shattered or become a scapegoat, and then be ruthlessly abandoned when he was no longer of any use. Therefore, the best choice is to make some money and leave quickly while you are still of some use. Dong dong. Hearing the sound outside the door, Su Feifei came back to her senses and turned around and said, Xiaofeng, go open the door. Oh. Xiaofeng put down the teacup in his hand, straightened his clothes, and went to open the door. The door opened, and a noble lady dressed in luxurious attire, who looked 80% like Su Feifei, stood at the door. Mother Su looked at the handsome man in front of her with a serious expression. Are you our son-in-law? Xiaofeng felt uncomfortable being questioned. He nodded. Yes, yes. Xiaofeng was about to continue speaking. You don't have to say anything, I understand your situation. Su's mother stretched out her hand to interrupt Xiaofeng from speaking. Please step out for a moment. I want to talk to my daughter. Xiaofeng was stunned for a moment. Su Feifei's mother had a very strong aura. It was true that people who made big business were different. Xiaofeng forced himself to calm down. Okay, then I'll wait outside the door. Well, you are very sensible. After saying that, Su's mother walked straight back. Chapter 4 I have money but I don't run away. I'm waiting for you to come and take me. Su's mother walked straight up to Su Feifei. Mom! Su Feifei's momentum instantly weakened when she saw her mother coming. Mother Su said coldly, you still have the nerve to call me mom. Am I still your mom? You didn't even inform us of your marriage. How long do you want to keep it a secret from us? Fei, what on earth are you trying to do? Mom, didn't I tell you now? Where's Dad? Why didn't he come with you? Your dad doesn't want to see you for the time being. Your dad is so angry with you that he is too embarrassed to see other people. The man outside the door just now is your marriage partner? Yes, what's the matter? Where did this little internet celebrity come from? Why is Fei so willful about getting married? Do you know how your father and I can face the Lin family if you act like this? Mom, please stop talking. Lin Haoyu and I are just friends. I have only considered him a friend since I was a child. My marriage is my decision. I don't want it to be arranged by you. Haoyu is so outstanding, his family is comparable to ours, and he is good looking, has a good personality, and studied abroad. Now that Haoyu has returned to China, he came to visit me and your father as soon as possible and said he wanted to propose to us. Mom, you don't need to interfere in my affairs. Besides, I'm married now, so you don't have to worry too much. You can get divorced after marriage. If you are tired of that little internet celebrity, just divorce him quickly. Haoyu is willing to wait for you, don't miss him. Besides, their family has a deep connection with our family. Sue's mother said sternly. Then why don't you divorce Dad? Bang! Mother Sue slapped him. Asshole, what are you talking about? Su Fei covered her face with her hands, her eyes red. Mom, you've never hit me since I was a child. Why? I can't decide my own marriage. I just want freedom. What did I do wrong? You actually defended Lin Haoyu like this. Mother Su looked at her burning palms and said tremblingly, Fei, this is all for your own good. I won't listen. If you really want this for my own good, then stop interfering in my life. I started my own business because I don't want to rely on you. I am the master of my own life, and no one can influence my decision. You. Fei, why don't you listen to your mother? Mom, he's not a little internet celebrity. He has a real name. His name is Xiaofeng. If you still respect me, please don't interfere too much in my private affairs in the future. Su Fei, don't regret it. Sue's mother walked out of the office with a serious face. I will never regret it. Su Fei said stubbornly. After Sue's mother left, Su Fei sighed. This was the result she least wanted to see. She didn't know if her decision was really correct, but she knew that even if she was wrong, it was her own choice, and that was enough. Xiaofeng heard their quarrel outside the door, and was secretly happy in his heart. Su Fei, you have come to this day. He knew that Su Fei was just using him as a shield temporarily. Mother Su walked to the door, her expression softened, and she glanced at Xiaofeng standing beside her. Your name is Xiaofeng? Yes, what's the matter, Aunt? Shall we go out and talk? Sure. Sue's mother and Xiaofeng came to a high-end restaurant. Sue's mother ordered 2 servings of French foie gras and caviar, as well as some other desserts. It was a rare opportunity for Xiaofeng to eat something good, so he just ate it without thinking about anything else. When Sue's mother saw Xiaofeng's starving look, she looked disgusted and asked, why would Fei choose this thing? She wanted to use some tricks to scare Xiaofeng away, so that he would be more sensible and prepare to leave in advance. Mother Su thought for a moment and said, Xiaofeng, how does my Fei treat you? Xiaofeng stuffed the goose liver into his mouth, wondering how he could ever feel full with such a small portion. He said with a mouthful of oil, Aunt, what do you think? Just look at me now and you will know. Mother Su frowned. No matter how overbearing my daughter is, she wouldn't let you starve like this. She said calmly, Fei has been spoiled since she was a child, so you have to take care of her more. Yeah, I understand that. Sue's mother was slightly angry. Even if my daughter is a bit stronger, you shouldn't comment on her so bluntly and not give her any face at all. His image at this moment reached the freezing point in Sue's mother's heart. Xiaofeng didn't care what her mother thought. He took out a bank card from his trouser pocket and slapped it on the dining table. Aunt, I know what you are thinking. Oh? Then tell me about it. Sue's mother asked with interest. Xiaofeng didn't want to waste time talking to her. Give me 5 million and I will disappear immediately. I will book a flight back home tonight and delete everything about Su Fei. What if you come back to play tricks again? It's a one-time deal. I won't run away if I have the money. Am I waiting for you to come and collect me? Okay, it's a deal. Sue's mother had originally wanted to do some ideological work and spend more money to solve the problem. She didn't expect Xiaofeng to be so tactful. She couldn't help but begin to admire Xiao Feng's understanding. After all, he who knows the times is a hero. When Xiao Feng heard Su Feifei's mother agree to him so readily, he suddenly felt a little regretful why he didn't say a little more. But on second thought, it's better to put the money in your pocket and not be too greedy. Bite. When Xiao Feng saw the text message on his mobile phone that 5 million yuan had arrived in his account, he couldn't help but feel excited. Mother Su smiled and said, "Xiao Feng, fulfill your promise." Xiao Feng took out his phone and booked a first-class flight back to Yuhai City. Then he deleted and blocked Su Feifei's WeChat and phone number in front of her. Su's mother nodded with satisfaction. It was really beyond her expectation that this matter could be resolved so easily. Xiao Feng stood up and wiped his mouth. "Aunt, I hope you won't let your daughter harass me again. We are even now. Never see each other again." After saying that, he turned and left. "I will advise her, because you don't deserve her to do this." Xiao Feng walked out of the restaurant and jumped up excitedly. "Yeah, cool. This money came so quickly. I can finally get rid of this female devil. While Su Feifei is not at home, go back quickly, pack up your things, and leave immediately." 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Kyoto Airport. Before coming to the airport, Xiao Feng went to Tony to have his bangs cut into a chestnut-shaped head. Without the cover of long hair, his facial features looked more three-dimensional and his contours became clearer. Xiao Feng dragged his suitcase to the exclusive waiting area. "There is only 1 hour left before I get on the plane and leave this dangerous place soon." Xiao Feng recalled the scene in which his mother fell seriously ill because of his and his sister's studies and work, but had no money for treatment. He begged the doctor in the hospital to save his mother. The scene is still vivid in his mind. Now, he and his sister are left to depend on each other. Su Feifei gave him 3,000 yuan every month, 2,000 of which she sent to her sister. Her sister was still in high school, and he hoped that her sister would live a happier life. Now that he has money, he can go back to his hometown to take better care of his sister. He plans to divide the money into 2 parts, leaving 1 part for his sister, and then pass it on to her after she finishes her studies and starts working. An hour later, Xiao Feng boarded the plane. It was his first time sitting in first class. He was a little excited just thinking about it. There were spacious seats and the stewardess provided attentive service. "I am now a high-quality male." Xiao Feng walked to his seat and sat down. He quickly glanced at the woman next to him. She was wearing a loose white t-shirt, a baseball cap and a mask. She was concentrating on looking at her phone and had not noticed his arrival at all. Chapter 5 Big Star by Nguyen. After the plane takes off. Xiao Feng muttered in a low voice, wrapped up like a dumpling in broad daylight, and still thinks he is a big star. Bai Nguyen slowly raised her head and was stunned. "Excuse me, what's your name?" Xiao Feng said calmly, "I don't deal with masked people." Bai Nguyen was about to take off her mask, but then she thought about the possibility of being recognized and causing a commotion. "Excuse me, can I not take off my mask?" "Okay, but 100 questions." Xiao Feng was a little unhappy and just wanted to get rid of her. Why was she pretending to be mysterious? Bai Nguyen smiled, then took out a stack of cash from her bag. She pulled out a bill and said, "Answer my question just now." Xiao Feng didn't expect to encounter such a good thing. He instantly became excited and took the card. "My name is Xiao Feng, beautiful lady, what can I do for you?" "Oh, it's nothing, you just look like someone." "Who?" "Ex-boyfriend." "Ha, many sisters told me this." "I'm not lying to you, seriously." Bai Nguyen took out a photo from her bag, who looked 80% like Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng took a glance and said, "They really look alike." "You hid the photo so well. Why did you break up?" "He's dead." Bai Nguyen's eyes flashed with a hint of loneliness. "Ahem, from now on, I will answer each of your questions for $200. Xiao Feng was depressed. He should have known better than to say more, as it would bring bad luck. Bai Nguyen took out 2 cards and handed them to Xiao Feng. "How old are you this year?" 28. Xiao Feng took the money and answered without hesitation. Bai Nguyen gave 2 more. "Where did you graduate from?" "Peking University." Xiao Feng thought that he had met a silly girl today, so he should ask more questions because he was short of money. "Peking University? I also graduated from there. Why have I never seen you there before?" Bai Nguyen asked curiously. Xiao Feng thought, "How could you have seen me? I am a student at Kyoto Vocational College of Arts." But Xiao Feng would definitely not tell her, so she had to continue pretending. Anyway, they would go their separate ways after getting off the plane and no one would know each other. He smiled and said, I haven't seen you either. Maybe I love studying too much and stay in the library every day. How about this, since I have you on with you today, you don't have to give me one by one. I'll give you 20% off, 1888, and then give you another 88. You only need to give me 1800, and you can ask me anything later. Bai Muan smiled and then handed him the wad of cash. Here, all for you. Xiaofeng saw that the stack was worth at least 3,000. He immediately took it and said with a smile, Boss, you are so generous. Do you have a girlfriend? No. Sudden. Boom boom. The fuselage of the aircraft shook violently. Bai Muan lost her balance and fell into Xiaofeng's arms in an instant. Xiaofeng was quick to grab the handrail in front of him and held on. Xiaofeng's heart trembled. Damn, it's not going to end like this, is it? I haven't even started to enjoy it yet. In an instant, Bai Muan's face turned pale and her eyes were full of fear. She strangled Xiaofeng's neck tightly and curled up in his arms. He clearly felt the impact of Bai Muan's flesh bomb, pain and pleasure coexisting. I didn't expect this chick to be so attractive. At this moment, the plane broadcast voice, Ladies and gentlemen, our plane is stuck during descent. The impact has been released and there will be continuous turbulence, which will be extreme turbulence. Please take your seats and make sure your seat belts are buckled and fastened again. Ah. The passengers on the plane began to riot. Please hold on to the handrails and pay attention to safety. We will stop all passenger services. After more than 10 minutes of turbulence, the plane gradually stabilized. After the passengers recovered from their shock, they all felt lucky to have survived death. Hey, let go, I am almost dying. Xiaofeng said with a red face. Bai Muan recovered from her panic and immediately released her hands from around Xiaofeng's neck. I'm sorry. Call. Xiaofeng touched his neck and panted, I almost went to see your ex-boyfriend. He was in a plane accident. Xiaofeng's pupils shrank. Is it such a coincidence? Fortunately, his spirit in heaven protects us and keeps us safe. Xiaofeng clasped his hands together and shook them up and down. Bai Muan didn't want to continue talking about this topic, so she changed the subject. Thank you, if you hadn't been by my side just now, I would have fallen to the ground. Because of the mask, Xiaofeng couldn't see the expression on her face. No need, it just happened to be stuck in that position. Xiaofeng regretted taking this plane, he almost met Tai Nai. Bai Muan recalled lying on Xiaofeng and touching his strong muscles. Her face turned red. Where is your home? Yuhai City, now it's time to go home. Xiaofeng felt a little sleepy, so he lay back and closed his eyes. Bai Muan was about to continue asking, but when she saw Xiaofeng had closed his eyes, she stopped talking. When Xiaofeng opened his eyes, the plane had already landed in Yuhai City. Bai Muan smiled slightly. Are you awake? Arrive? Yes, we are ready to get off the plane. Sorry, I just fell asleep. Why didn't you wake me up? Since you were sleeping soundly, I didn't disturb you. Then you really lost a lot. You didn't even ask. It's okay, that's enough. After Bai Muan got off the plane with Xiaofeng, she saw her agent Chen Ling waiting anxiously not far away. Bai Muan took out a specially made business card and handed it to Xiaofeng. If you have any difficulties in the future, call me. After taking the business card, I took a closer look and found that Bai Muan was about the same height as Su Feifei, and her figure was also quite amazing. After she left, Xiaofeng looked at the business card in his hand. Bai Muan? Why does it sound so familiar? Xiaofeng then crumpled up the business card and threw it into a trash can. It's none of my business. He walked out of the airport passage with his luggage in a leisurely manner. Many people were crowding in the airport hall, holding up signs in their hands with the 3 words Bai Muan clearly displayed on them. Xiaofeng didn't look carefully and walked out of the airport. Chen Ling drove to pick up Bai Muan and said, Hey, Muan, you scared me to death. Why did you suddenly change the flight? Why didn't you tell us? Bai Muan took off her mask, revealing her beautiful face, her lively eyes twinkling. Aren't you afraid that the paparazzi will recognize you and take random photos? Chen Ling sighed, Big star, don't be so willful next time, okay? How can I explain to my family if something happens to you? Bai Muan smiled and said, Don't worry, cousin, nothing will happen. Next time, don't act on your own. Got it? You have another announcement soon. Go back to the hotel and get ready. I know. Bai Muan's thoughts drifted back to the thrilling scene of the plane accident just now, and she murmured to herself, Xiaofeng. Su Feifei returned to the villa after get off work. In the huge living room, she didn't see Xiaofeng, and dinner was not ready. She angrily called Xiaofeng, but the call was automatically hung up. Did he block me? Then he logged into WeChat and sent a message. Bastard, where did you go? Xiaofeng turns on friend verification. If you are not his friend, you should send a friend verification request first. You can chat only after the other party passes the request. Su Feifei had a bad feeling in her heart. She ran to Xiaofeng's room and saw that it was empty. Chapter 6 Su Feifei's Methods. Su Feifei's face darkened. Xiaofeng, where did you go? Did my mother say something to Xiaofeng? He ran away without even wanting to make money? Su Feifei suppressed her anger and drove back to her parents' home. An hour later, in a manor villa in the suburbs of Kyoto. Su Feifei pushed the door open directly. When the housekeeper saw her, he quickly called out, Hello, Mississippi. She ignored him and walked straight into the living room. At this time, Su's mother was sitting on the sofa watching the news. Su Feifei threw her bag aside and sat aside to ask, Mom, what did you say to Xiaofeng today? Mother Su smiled and said, Feifei, it's rare for you to come home. I'll ask the servants to prepare dinner for you. Mom, I'm not going home for dinner. I asked you and you haven't answered me yet. What did you say to Xiaofeng? Feifei, is that little internet celebrity the only thing you have eyes for? Do you not care about your family anymore? Su Feifei explained, Mom, no. Then let's talk about it after dinner. I don't care. Xiaofeng can no longer be contacted. He ran away and deleted me from his WeChat and phone calls. Really? Then he is really a beast. This will save you from suffering a great loss in the future. Mom, tell me, what did you say to him? Why did he suddenly disappear? This is so abnormal, isn't it? The smile on Su's mother's face gradually disappeared. Xiaofeng is Xiaofeng again, is he the only one in your eyes? He has already run away, and you are still thinking about him. Ahem. Su Yuanyi, with white hair on his temples and a capable look, walked down from upstairs. Dad, you're not busy? Su Yuanyi said, Well, Feifei, since you are home, stay home and have dinner before leaving. Dad, I don't want to eat. Mom, if you don't tell me, I won't eat. Su's mother asked, Is he important to you? Su Feifei looked unwilling. Yes, I worked so hard to find him, how could I let him go so easily? But he betrayed you, do you think it still matters? Su Feifei was puzzled. Why did he betray me? I did talk to him today, but before we could even talk for a few words, he took out his bank card and said he would transfer 5 million to him and then disappear. What? Mom, you transferred money to him? Su Feifei's face darkened. Yes, I've transferred it, Feifei. This kind of scumbag is not worth your protection. Why did you transfer it to him? Why? Su Feifei was shocked. She didn't expect her mother to be so impulsive without even asking for details. Xiaofeng also told me not to look for him anymore. What? He actually said such a thing. If anyone wants to dump someone, I should dump him. He has no right to dump me. Su Feifei didn't expect that Xiaofeng had grown so powerful. Feifei, I think you should just forget it. He is a bad person and doesn't want to see you get hurt, so considering the long term, it is better to use money to settle the matter. This small amount of money is nothing and he is not very greedy. Su's mother advised. She didn't want her daughter to continue to be entangled with Xiaofeng. Mom, please don't interfere in my affairs anymore. Also, don't listen to Xiaofeng's nonsense when you see him next time. After saying that, Su Feifei stood up, picked up her bag, and walked out the door angrily. Su Yuanyi hurriedly called out, Feifei, you don't want to eat? No, I don't have time. An hour later, Su Feifei drove to the city center, found a high-end restaurant, and ordered a steak, French foie gras, and bird's nest. Then she picked up her phone and called her cousin. Hello, is this my cousin? Feifei? Long time no see, what's up? My mother was scammed in northern Myanmar. Please help me freeze that person's bank account. What? Who is so bold? Is that person in the country? I will arrange for someone to arrest him immediately. An angry voice came from the other end of the phone. Uncle, you have some power in the bureau. My mother transferred a large sum of money to him. You just need to freeze his bank account. Don't worry about the rest. Leave it to me. The person on the other end of the phone hesitated for a moment and said, Fei Fei, is this person your friend? Uncle, can you help me? Help, you say. Okay, thanks, his bank account number is. Su Feifei reported Xiaofang's bank card number to her uncle, and then hung up the phone. You want to escape from my hand? I'll see where you can go without my consent. Su Feifei felt much better instantly. In her opinion, as long as Xiaofeng ran out of money, he would come back to her obediently. After Su Feifei finished her meal. After returning to the villa and looking at the empty room, she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. She walked to the wine cabinet and took out a bottle of 1982 Lafite, then sat on the sofa with the red wine glass. Like at this time in the past, Xiaofeng had already filled the glass with red wine and poured foot washing water and was waiting for her to come over. Su Feifei suddenly felt a little uncomfortable with Xiaofeng not being at home. She poured half a glass of red wine, shook the glass gently with her hand, took a sip, and looked at Xiaofeng's room with a lonely face. Am I being too harsh on him? After a moment, she immediately dismissed the idea. We are just contractual couples, and he is just fulfilling his contractual obligations. Why should I think about him? In another year, when the company is on track and things are settled, he will no longer be needed and no one will be able to control me anymore. But during this period, Xiaofeng must not be allowed to run away, as he was the person he had finally found to face his parents. Su Feifei murmured to herself, Xiaofeng, can't you serve me well for another year? You choose to run away at this critical moment. Yuhai City is a second-tier city. Xiaofeng found a high-end hotel and paid for a week's accommodation. He was tired after a day and it was late now, so he took a rest first. He planned to give his sister a surprise tomorrow. The next morning, Xiaofeng stretched comfortably. He picked up his mobile phone and planned to transfer some money to buy gifts. Your bank card status is abnormal. Damn it, it worked last night, but it doesn't work today? Xiaofeng didn't give up. After washing up, he went to a nearby bank ATM and tried it again, but it didn't work either. Then he found a bank staff, who told him that his bank card had been frozen by the Kyoto Public Security Bureau and that if he wanted to unfreeze it, he could only return to Kyoto. It must be Su Feifei's doing. If I had known earlier, I would have withdrawn some of the money. I only have about 3,000 cash given by Nyuan. Now it really is not worth it. Xiaofeng shouted angrily, Su Feifei. I'm not done with you. After calming down, he took out his cell phone and removed Su Feifei from the blacklist. Then he called Su Feifei. Beep. Su Feifei saw Xiaofeng calling and snorted coldly, You dare to fight me? Then she picked up the phone and answered the call. Hello, who is it? Su Feifei. Did you order someone to freeze my bank card? Xiaofeng asked angrily. Hey, Xiaofeng, where did you go traveling? Why didn't you tell me? Su Feifei, don't play dumb with me, is this you who did this? Yes, so what? Who told you to cheat my mother of her money? Don't go too far. Your mother gave it to me voluntarily. Xiaofeng, just come back to me and we'll be fine. Su Feifei, you are dreaming. Chapter 7 by Nyuan's invitation. Xiaofeng, don't be so stubborn. You don't have a penny left. You'd better come back to me and fulfill the contract. I will help you to unfreeze the money when the contract ends. I'm starving to death outside, I won't go back. Hubby, stop making trouble and come back. Bah, who is your husband? Find someone else. Xiaofeng, don't be shameless. Come back quickly before I change my mind, or I'll have someone arrest you. You're committing fraud. Come here, Su Feifei, if you have the guts, get someone to tie me back, fuck. Xiaofeng hung up the phone angrily. The meat that was about to reach my mouth was gone. I didn't expect Su Feifei to use such despicable means to force me to go back. Now I have two choices, either go back obediently and live like a grandson for a whole year, or bite the bullet and continue to live outside. The most important point is that if I go back, who knows what trouble Su Feifei will cause me? What if I renew the contract for another year when it expires? If she keeps renewing the contract like this, I will have to provide services but still not get paid. Wouldn't that be a heavy loss for me? How about becoming a male model? As soon as this thought came to mind, Xiaofeng immediately put it out. No, absolutely not. Finally, Xiaofeng decided to spend all the money he had before considering what to do next. Fortunately, the hotel extended his room rate for another week, so he decided not to look for his sister for the time being. The original surprise now turned into a shock. What should I do next? Xiaofeng wandered aimlessly on the street, thinking. At this moment, a black Toyota Alpha passed by him, and Bai Muwen in the car noticed Xiaofeng on the side of the road. Driver, stop at the corner. Yes, miss. Muwen, what do you want to do now? Chenling asked puzzledly. I need to go to the toilet. I can't hold it anymore. Hey, where do you want to go again? Wait for me for a moment, it will be quick, just a few minutes. When they reached the corner, Bai Muwen put on a mask, slung her bag over her shoulder, got out of the car, and hurried to the traffic light opposite Xiaofeng. Bai Muwen bent over and panted, looking at Xiaofeng from afar, then straightened her back and adjusted her breathing. Xiaofeng just walked to the traffic light, and Bai Muwen was right opposite him. The green light flashed, and Xiaofeng walked over from the opposite side. He lowered his head and suddenly heard a sound. Xiaofeng, what a coincidence! Bai Muwen's eyes curved slightly. She was wearing a black suspender miniskirt, with long black hair like a waterfall and long snow-white legs. Although her face could not be seen, her whole body exuded a sense of sophistication. Xiaofeng looked up and was stunned, thinking in his mind, who is this? His brain suddenly short-circuited. Hello, do we know each other? Bai Muwen saw Xiaofeng's confused look and said unhappily, I'm Bai Muwen. I was on the plane yesterday? Do you remember? Oh, it's you, the girl with the mask. You're still wearing a mask. Are you afraid of being recognized by others? Xiaofeng smiled awkwardly, wondering why this person is so weird, wearing a mask all day long. Is she afraid of being seen because she's ugly? She moved closer to Xiaofeng and placed her index finger between her lips. Shu, you're right, I'm afraid of meeting acquaintances. Come on, who's paying attention to you? You act like you're very famous. Xiaofeng rolled his eyes at her. At such a close distance, Muwen's body fragrance drifted into Xiaofeng's nose. Xiaofeng took a deep breath. The smell was quite intoxicating. Ha, you discovered all this. You're so mysterious. I can even find out what you look like. Can't you just let me see what you look like? There are a lot of people here. You can find out if you search online. Are you an internet celebrity? Or a star? I really don't believe I can meet a star. Xiaofeng was puzzled. If she was really a star, how could she not have an assistant with her on the plane that day? You guess. Bai Muwen smiled slightly, then took out a concert ticket from her bag and handed it over. Here, believe it or not, you must come to my concert in 2 days. After that, she hurriedly walked across the street while the light was green. Xiaofeng took the ticket and looked at what was clearly displayed on it. Bai Muwen's Love in the Heart National Tour Concert Yuhai Station. Time, September 1st, 2024, 2000 hours. Location, Yuhai City Sports Center. VIP 1 area, row 1, number 8. Xiaofeng suddenly thought of a very popular female star recently, Bai Muwen. She just won the Best Actress award and her singing is also at the level of a queen. She is simply all-rounder. It can't be such a coincidence? Xiaofeng couldn't believe his eyes. He looked around but couldn't see Bai Muwen anymore. Then he came to his senses and thought, how could such a big star take the civilian route? And what a coincidence that he met him twice, they must have the same name. Xiaofeng decided to attend the concert in 2 days and then he would know the truth. At this time, Bai Muwen had already returned to the car. Chenling said helplessly, Muwen, you are a big star now, don't go out alone all the time. Okay, got it, cousin. I'll make it clear to you next time. There won't be a next time? There won't be a next time. Bai Muwen supported her face with one hand and looked out the window, looking absent-minded. Bai Muwen didn't know why, but she developed a liking for Xiaofeng, whom she had only met twice. Maybe it was because he looked like her ex-boyfriend. Xiaofeng returned to the hotel, lying on the bed with his mobile phone, checking the news about Bai Muwen. In recent years, Bai Muwen's status in the entertainment industry has advanced by leaps and bounds, and her popularity has exploded. Bai Muwen's ex-boyfriend Xiaoran accidentally crashed his plane while on his way to attend her concert 2 years ago. It just so happened that flight was the one he took yesterday, also flying to Yuhai City. Xiaofeng's heart tightened. No wonder she chose to fly alone. It's been 2 years. Is she still blaming herself? She must have been very sad. Xiaofeng seemed to understand Bai Muwen's feelings a little bit. She is such an infatuated person. Is it really such a coincidence that I have to meet him? Xiaofeng fell into deep thought. She has a knot in her heart that has never been untied. Should I help her? I met her by chance, and meeting her is also a kind of destiny. Xiaofeng kept persuading himself because doing so was not in line with his style. Xiaofeng looked at the cash beside him and thought for a while. He thought of his mother and the pain of separation. He finally made up his mind, Bai Muwen will not charge you this time. Xiaofeng was best at imitating, and then he looked up all the activities that Bai Muwen's ex-boyfriend participated in before his death, including performances, singing, dancing. 2 days later, at 7:30 in the evening. Yuhai City Gymnasium can accommodate up to 100,000 spectators. Its interior space is spacious and bright, and its facilities are complete. In recent days, the arrival of the highly anticipated superstar Bai Muwen has caused the economy of Yuhai City to show a rapid growth trend. Whether it is the hotel, catering or tourism industry, they have all ushered in unprecedented prosperity because of her. At this time, the stadium was already crowded with people, and the bustling crowd blocked the road. These people were all loyal fans who had heard of Bai Muwen's name and came all the way just to see their idol. Chapter 8. Sorry to have kept you waiting, I'm back. The stadium was packed with enthusiastic spectators in every seat. Tickets for Bai Muwen's concert were so hard to come by that they were sold out as soon as they went on sale. Those fans who failed to get tickets could only look at the hall and sigh with regret. Even so, it cannot stop everyone's love and support for Bai Muwen. Behind the stage, a group of professional stylists were busy surrounding Bai Muwen. They held all kinds of exquisite cosmetics and tools in their hands, carefully creating makeup for the superstar who was about to take the stage. Bai Muwen sat there quietly, with her eyes slightly closed, but her heart was unsettled. Although she has held many concerts, tonight has a special meaning to her, which makes her feel a little nervous. After everything was ready, Bai Muwen took a deep breath, and then with the help of the staff, she slowly rose from under the stage. When she fully appeared in front of the audience, the spotlight quickly focused on her, illuminating her entire body. At this moment, Bai Muwen appeared in front of everyone in a stunning look with a pink cake skirt and a simple bun. The skirt was layered like a blooming flower, and she looked like a princess who had just walked out of a fairy tale world. She stood there quietly for several minutes. During this time, she glanced at the front row of seats and found an important seat vacant. Bai Muwen looked around, hoping to find that familiar figure Xiaofeng. But Xiaofeng himself was never seen. He didn't come? A trace of loneliness flashed across Bai Muwen's face. At this moment, music suddenly sounded, and fireworks also sprayed and bloomed in the air. The colorful light reflected on Bai Muwen's beautiful face, adding a bit of dreamy charm. Bai Muwen and the dancers behind her began to dance in perfect harmony. Every move was so graceful, moving and full of energy. Her heavenly singing voice also rang out, like the chirping of a nightingale, melodious and graceful. The enthusiasm of the audience and the entire stadium was so great that there were thunderous screams for a moment. Fans waved their glow sticks and held up light signs, cheering crazily for Bai Muwen. Halfway through the performance, Bai Muwen's sweat covered the stage. Just as she finished singing this touching song, something unexpected happened. A mysterious man in a white shirt suddenly descended slowly from the sky. The man was tall and slender, with an elegant temperament, and wore a black butterfly eye mask on his face. Xiaofeng landed steadily in a graceful posture, like an angel descending from heaven to earth. In an instant, all the spotlights in the audience were focused on him. Bai Muwen was stunned and secretly surprised. She had no idea about this extra scene. At this moment, Xiaofeng performed a dance that she would never forget. Every movement and every turn of this dance is so familiar and is deeply imprinted in Bai Muwen's heart. At this moment, the originally noisy and bustling stage suddenly became silent. Bai Muwen's lips trembled slightly at this moment. Such a familiar figure and past memories came to her mind, constantly echoing in her mind. After Xiaofeng jumped, he slid in front of Bai Muwen. Hiss. Oh shit, it hurts. You used too much force and pulled your balls. Xiaofeng's face was distorted. He stood up despite the pain, adjusted himself for a while, then threw away the blindfold and said gently, Muwen, I'm back. Bai Muwen was stunned, her eyes moistened. She could no longer tell whether the person in front of her was Xiaoran or Xiaofeng. She cried, Xiaoran? You're finally here. Yes, sorry to have kept you waiting. Xiaofeng wiped the tears from the corners of Bai Muwen's eyes with his hand, then picked her up and turned around on the spot. Let go and hold her hand. As the lyrical music started, Xiaofeng led her to start dancing, which was their favorite duet dance. Xiaofeng held her soft waist while dancing and whispered in her ear, "You don't have to blame yourself for these years. He also wants you to be happy." Bai Muwen cried with joy and nodded, "Yeah." She was very happy at this moment, and the guilt that had been hidden in her heart for a long time was slowly dissipating. Bai Muwen pressed close to Xiaofeng's chest muscles, raised her head and looked at Xiaofeng with a dazed look in her eyes. "Xiaofeng, thank you. No, it's free this time. Will you be my boyfriend?" "I'm not him, you just mistook me for him." "No, I didn't." But what? But my wife disagrees." "What? You're married?" "Yes, it's a surprise, it's unexpected." "You lied to me. I was almost moved by you." "I didn't lie to you. You asked me if I had a girlfriend, and I really didn't, but you didn't ask me if I had a wife." "Xiaofeng, you. Bai Muwen, I'm glad you can get over it. Our goal has been achieved. We'll see you again in the future." As soon as the song stopped, Xiaofeng let go of Bai Muwen's hand, turned around and bowed to the audience below the stage. At this time, the security guards and staff jumped onto the stage. "Quick, catch that guy, don't let him run away." Xiaofeng turned around and saw, damn, they found it so quickly. He quickly jumped down from the audience seats. Bai Muwen looked at Xiaofeng's disappearing back, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. "Thank you, Xiaofeng." The next day, the entertainment news headlines were all about Xiaofeng's shocking behavior at the concert last night. Bai Muwen's fans were divided into two groups. One group believed that Xiaofeng's behavior hurt Bai Muwen, and the other group thought it was an interesting farce. Bai Muwen was very open-minded about this. She knew that Xiaofeng was actually using a special way to help her resolve her emotional issues. A few days later, Agent Chen Ling threw an anonymous package in front of Bai Muwen. "Big star, this is a gift from a fan." Chen Ling had no idea how this fan found out where they lived. It seemed that they had neglected to keep the secret. They had to be more careful in the future, otherwise it would be troublesome if they were found by paparazzi. Bai Muwen looked confused, took it and opened it. There was a note and a small box inside. The note said, "That night was just a joke, I hope you can really start over." When she opened the small box, there was an exquisite crystal pendant shaped like a star. Bai Muwen was very happy and took the pendant and put it on her neck. Although it was not valuable, it was very precious to her, more precious than anything else. Xiaofeng had someone deliver the gift. That day, he accidentally saw a courier in the trash can behind the stage. The address happened to be where Bai Muwen lived. Xiaofeng felt embarrassed after seeing so many people making such a fuss, so he just went to the mall and spent 100 or 200 to buy a crystal necklace to give to the man as an apology. He didn't know if it would be effective, so who cares? As long as he felt at ease, that was enough. Chapter 9: Shameless Old Classmate. There were only 2 days left for the hotel lease to expire. Xiaofeng lay on the bed helplessly looking at the 200 yuan left in his hand. He sent 2,000 to his sister. Do I really have to go back and serve that devil girl? He turned over and changed his position to lie on the bed, staring at the savings card in his right hand. 5 million, and the money that Su Feifei transferred before, were all deposited into the card. Now I can only look at it but can't withdraw it. I feel heartbroken. A man has gold under his knees, so he cannot go back and surrender. But on second thought, a real man can bend and stretch, so how can he go against money? Just when Xiaofeng was hesitating, a phone call suddenly interrupted his thoughts. He picked up the phone and saw it was Huang Wei. Huang Wei was Xiaofeng's college classmate. Like him, he was rated as one of the top 3 handsome boys in Peking University. Hello. Xiaofeng, where are you? Come and save me. Fuck, Huang Wei, what immoral thing have you done again? The old baby's husband is back. You mean the humanoid snail? You are not allowed to call her that. I still want to inherit her estate. Come here quickly, outside the window on the 5th floor of Oriental Paris Building 2. Xiaofeng hung up the phone, feeling depressed. This guy was always flirting with other girls. He felt unhappy when he thought about how he often helped to clean up his mess when they were in college. If he hadn't often treated him to meals afterwards, Xiaofeng wouldn't have wanted to meddle in so many other people's business. Xiaofeng did a sudden turn, stood up quickly, put on his clothes, packed a set of casual clothes in a bag, then walked out of the hotel and took a taxi. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of the Oriental Paris high-end residential area. He walked to the gate and handed a cigarette to the security guard. After chatting with him for a few minutes, He said he was here to see a friend and the security guard let him in. After all, he had been a security guard before and was very familiar with these things. Xiaofeng came to the back of building 2 and saw the pretty boy Huang Wei standing shirtless and in his underwear at the edge of the window, shivering. He thought to himself that this guy was lucky that no one had noticed him. When Xiaofeng saw that the distance between the upper and lower floors was not very high, he stretched out his hand and signaled Huang Wei to climb down along the security net. Huang Wei took a look at the high ground and felt scared. His legs were shaking and he didn't dare to climb. He was a little afraid of heights. Xiaofeng shouted, "Do you want your legs to be broken? Look at my gestures and crawl along." "Shh, don't scream so loudly, you want to die," Huang Wei reminded in a low voice. He swallowed his saliva, thinking that it would be terrible if he was found out that his legs were broken. He saw Xiaofeng was using gestures to instruct him how to climb, so Huang Wei could only bite the bullet and stretch out his feet to slowly climb down. After a while, Huang Wei climbed to the second floor, but suddenly he lost his grip and slipped. "Nima, save me!" Bang! Before Xiaofeng could react, Huang Wei fell down and hit his head hard, but luckily it was not serious. "It hurts. Why don't you come and catch me?" Huang Wei stood up and patted the dirt on his body. Xiaofeng threw the bag over with a smile. "It was too sudden, I couldn't react." "Are you okay? You are always so lucky. Stop talking. Fortunately, there is no one around at this time. Otherwise, I would be beaten up again if I were discovered." Huang Wei quickly put on his clothes. Xiaofeng, who was standing aside, showed a teasing smile. "Isn't it normal to be beaten? Who told you to be a freeloader?" Huang Wei didn't get angry when he heard this. He approached Xiaofeng with a playful smile, put his arm around his shoulders and said, "Hey, since you saved me today, I'll treat you today, eat whatever you want. Get lost, get out of here." "You're treating me? You're only wearing a pair of underwear, where did you get the money? Don't be so stingy. Help me advance the money first and I'll pay you back in a few days." "Fuck, I don't trust you. I don't have any money. I only have $100 left." "You have no money? Who are you trying to fool? Where did the money you earned from selling your body all these years go?" "Well, it's a long story. Let's go out first and find a place to talk." Xiaofeng and Huang Wei walked out of the community and onto the street. The two handsome guys attracted a lot of attention while shopping. Huang Wei found a coffee shop on Xiaofeng Street, walked in and sat down at a random place. "Madman, cigarettes." Xiaofeng threw the cigarette and lighter directly over. A dog will never change its eating habits. Huang Wei is about the same height as Xiaofeng, with a pretty face, like a trainee who has been training for 2.5 years. Huang Wei held a cigarette and a lighter in his hand. He tilted his head and lit the cigarette with a pop, then began to feel confused. "Hey, look at you, can you please pay attention to your image? TSK, what do you know? I'm called a badass." Xiaofeng looked at the price of the coffee and found it acceptable, so he ordered a cup for each of them. "Huang Wei, can you find me a job? I'm out of money now." "Crazy man, do you really have no money left?" Huang Wei flicked the ash from his cigarette. "Damn it, can't you just trust me for once? Well, I'm familiar with Yuhai City. I've been here for more than 10 years, so I can help you find a job. I think you're as good looking as I am. My friend's bar just needs a male model. Do you want to go? 500 a day. No, that kind of place is too noisy. No, it's cheating, not 857. Just go up there with your bare chest and shake your butt, and you can get 500 a night. If a rich woman takes a fancy to you, she might even give you a tip. Fuck you, don't you have a proper job?" Xiaofeng raised his middle finger to look down on him. Huang Wei has been like this for many years and he is still the same. He is not as shameless as him. He is as yellow and impotent as his name suggests. Oh my, the madman has been in Kyoto for a long time. Has he become a different person? Has he hooked up with a rich woman there? Is he too ambitious and unwilling to make money? He was not like this before. Brother, I'm not like you. If you have money, you can take anything you want. Hey, stop pretending. You're not a good person. Why are you pretending to be innocent in front of me? I slept next to you in college. I don't know exactly what you're thinking. Ahem, I have principles. I won't make money that goes against my conscience. The main reason is that the money is little, and she has to sell her body. Xiaofeng won't do that. How can he do such a thing before reaching a certain price? He might as well kneel in front of Su Feifei and bark like a pug. Come on, I heard from others that you are being kept by someone in Kyoto, is that true? Or you can introduce someone to me, I'm a little short of money lately. Go away, who told you that? Don't you already have a baby? Isn't she paying for your youth? That being said, who would complain about having too much money? Besides, my dear has been a bit stingy lately, and it's still not enough for my daily expenses. After a while, the waiter brought 2 cups of coffee. Xiaofeng took one of the sugar-free ones, stirred it a little, and took a sip. Xiaofeng couldn't help thinking, this Huang Wei is not reliable at all. When I think about my sister who is still studying and needs living expenses, and I have no money now, what should I do next month? Xiaofeng glanced at Huang Wei and said with a smile, Huang Wei, lend me 1 million for turnover and I will return it to you in a while. What, 1 million? Are you crazy? You want me to rob it? 500,000. Dream on. 100,000. No. 5,000. No. 100. No. Banana you blah. Xiaofeng really wanted to punch Huang Wei, but he held back. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang, and it was Su Feifei calling. Chapter 10 Days Without Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng picked up the phone and put it to his ear. Hello, what's going on? Xiaofeng, where are you? Su Feifei tried her best to suppress her anger. What's it to you where it is? You're still being stubborn. You probably don't have any money on you. What if there is none? You. Beep. Bang. Su Feifei threw her phone to the ground and stomped on it a few times, shouting angrily, Are you looking for death? Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you hang up on me? In the past few days, Xiaofeng's departure has instantly made Su Feifei's originally regular and orderly life chaotic. There is no warm breakfast, no appetizing dinner, no warm midnight snack. All of this, Xiaofeng made according to her favorite taste, and every time he did it beyond her expectations. Not only that, when Su Feifei encountered some difficult things at work or in life, Xiaofeng's sly smile would always appear in her mind first. In the past, he would come immediately as long as she made a phone call. Looking at the scene at home, it was even more disturbing. The living room, which used to be clean and tidy, was now covered with a thin layer of dust. The coffee table, which used to be neatly arranged, was now in a mess. The sofa was piled with clothes, and the shoes in the shoe cabinet were placed in all directions. No one had made up the quilt in her room. At first, Su Feifei thought that as time went by, she would gradually adapt to the days without Xiaofeng. At most, she would hire a servant to clean up. However, she was hesitant to do so and still wanted to leave these tasks to Xiaofeng. Even though he has left now, he will always listen to me and come back obediently, just like a homeless dog that will automatically go home after wandering for a few days. After 2 years of getting along, Xiaofeng has already integrated into every corner of her life like air, and has become an indispensable part of her life. Now that she has suddenly lost this dependence and companionship, Su Feifei has realized that she is a little dependent on Xiaofeng's meticulous care, and after leaving him, she cannot take care of herself. Su Feifei walked to the wine cabinet and opened a bottle of expensive red wine. She took the red wine glass and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, where she sat cross-legged, while holding another mobile phone to browse the gossips in the entertainment industry. After a while, her company invited the popular star Bai Muwen to the live broadcast room to cheer and sell products. Isn't this Xiaofeng? How come he appears in Bai Muwen's concert? Su Feifei swiped the screen of her mobile phone with a gloomy face. The entertainment news was all pictures of Bai Muwen and Xiaofeng. How did he get together with Bai Muwen? No wonder he doesn't want to come back. She held the phone tightly in her right hand. She rubbed her temple with her left hand, thinking. Su Feifei is now in a dilemma. She originally wanted to invite Bai Muwen to her company for a live broadcast to boost traffic, but now she is involved with Xiaofeng, and she can't figure out how they know each other. Now that the company is on the right track, it urgently needs traffic stars to bring it to another level, and the most popular one right now is Bai Muwen. If it were replaced by other stars, the effect would be much worse. After thinking for a while, Su Feifei decided to invite Bai Muwen for the sake of the overall situation. If Xiaofeng came back at that time, she would just not let them have contact with him. Besides, how could Xiaofeng have anything to do with a big star? It was just a coincidence. Maybe it was another person who looked similar. In addition, he had been keeping a tight control over his daily routine for the past 2 years. He had barely left the house. I must have been overthinking. How could a big star know this little guy? The ringing of a telephone interrupted Su Feifei's thoughts. She looked and saw it was her best friend, Tang Xiaoyan. Hello. Feifei, what are you doing? At home, what's up? We haven't seen each other for a long time, want to go out and play? Where are you going? Come out for a drink. I'm a little tired, how about another day? Feifei, you're a workaholic. You need to relax sometimes. Come out. Tang Xiaoyan persuaded on the other end of the phone. Su Feifei thought about it and it made sense. It was quite annoying staying at home anyway, so she might as well go out and relax. Okay, where is it? 100 Horse Club. Good. Su Feifei drank the rest of the red wine in one gulp and then changed into an exquisitely cut Chanel white dress, paired with pearl earrings from the same brand, Gucci high heels, and a crossbody Hermes bag, exuding a noble temperament overall. Half an hour later, Su Feifei drove to a secret private club in the suburbs. Tang Xiaoyan and two good friends were sitting in a luxurious box, drinking and singing. After a while, Su Feifei pushed open the door of the box. As soon as Tang Xiaoyan saw Su Feifei coming, she immediately went over to greet her with a smile. Feifei, you look so beautiful today. Come and sit over here. Su Feifei nodded and put her bag on the side of the sofa. Are these two your friends? Yes, don't worry, we all come out to have fun. Tang Xiaoyan pulled Su Feifei to sit next to her. She took out her phone and swiped the screen a few times. Sisters, don't go home until you're drunk today. Order something you like when you see one. Okay, Sister Yan is so generous. The other two girlfriends shouted excitedly. After a while, 2 rows of male models walked in from outside the box. All of them were tall and handsome, with a creamy look, and each had his own characteristics. Tang Xiaoyan's 2 friends' eyes lit up when they saw so many handsome guys. Feifei, order whichever one you like. Su Feifei frowned. No, you guys order, I just come here to drink. Although they all look good, they are far inferior to Xiaofeng and too tacky. Feifei, I heard that you secretly kept a man, is that true? How do you know? Who told you? Lin Haoyu, he recently came to me to get close to me and asked me to persuade you not to be with your pretty boy, saying that he has bad intentions. Humph, it's not his turn to take care of my business. Xiaoyan, if he comes looking for you later, just ignore him. This is not good. I dare not offend the future heir of the Lin Group. Besides, you two are childhood sweethearts, and Lin Haoyu is pretty good looking. Just listen to me. If you like it so much, I'll give it to you. Su Feifei lifted her bangs behind her ears. Really? I dare not. Your two families have such a deep relationship, aren't you afraid that the relationship will become strained? Tang Xiaoyan was delighted when she heard what Su Feifei said. She had already had feelings for Lin Haoyu, and the most important reason was that his family had a strong background. Now that Su Feifei had said openly that she didn't want him, she could pursue him openly in the future. It's not my turn to have my life arranged for me. You, a strong woman, can't you join forces for the strong? You can never make enough money. If you make so much money but don't even have a little freedom, then what's the point of having so much money? That's right, we'll talk about it later. Tang Xiaoyan filled a glass of wine and handed it to Su Feifei. She saw 2 sisters around her, each ordering a handsome guy, hugging each other and singing happily. Tang Xiaoyan also ordered a tall and fair male model wearing a white shirt. She hooked her finger and the male model immediately sat next to her. She suddenly slapped the male model in the face and splashed the wine in the glass on his face. Call me sister. Sister! The male model covered his face and cried out in grievance. Tang Xiaoyan took out a wad of cash from her bag, threw it on his face, and patted his head. Be good, go and have a drink with Sister Fei. She smiled and said, Fei, to these men, as long as they have money, they are just pets without dignity. If you train them well, they won't dare to act rashly. When the male model saw the pile of cash on the ground, he wiped his face, smiled and crawled in front of Su Feifei with a glass of wine in his hand. Sister Fei, I'll drink it, you can do whatever you want. Chapter 11 Relapse of Gastric Disease. Su Feifei snorted coldly, took a sip of wine and splashed it directly on the male model's face. She hated these men who had no self-respect. Bang! She took out a stack of cash and threw it on the table, then took a bottle of white wine and mixed it with foreign liquor to fill 3 large cups. Whoever finishes the drink gets the money on the table. The other 2 handsome boys ran over as soon as they heard it. When they saw that the stack of bills was at least 10,000, they immediately scrambled for the wine on the table. Fuck, don't grab it, this is the wine Sister Faye gave me as a reward. Who stole yours? Didn't I tell you whoever finishes drinking it owns it? You guys can just rob me, why are you hitting me? The scene suddenly became chaotic, and the three people pulled each other. Su Feifei crossed her legs and watched the three men in front of her fighting for a little money, and she felt much better instantly. Tang Xiaoyan couldn't help but clap her hands in admiration. You really know how to play. It's fun when there's competition. Su Feifei thought that Xiaofeng should be as nice to her as they were to her, instead of lowering her status to talk to him with a sullen face. Su Feifei became angry when she thought of Xiaofeng's unruly look. She filled a glass of wine for herself and poured it directly into her mouth. The excess wine flowed from the corners of her mouth to her sexy collarbone. After a few drinks, her face was slightly red. If it were in the past, Xiaofeng would have been waiting for her at the door. After a crazy day with Tang Xiaoyan and the others, at 12 o'clock in the evening, when it was time to leave, Tang Xiaoyan and her other two friends each hugged a male model and returned to the hotel, while Su Feifei looked a little lonely. It would have been great if Xiaofeng was here. Now they could only call for a designated driver. Half an hour later, Su Feifei returned to the villa drunk and exhausted. She collapsed on the cold floor. Looking at the empty living room, she turned over with great effort and lay on her back. Her eyes moved slowly from the ancient European chandelier above her head to the various famous paintings on the wall. At this moment, a sharp pain suddenly attacked her lower abdomen and quickly spread throughout her body. Su Feifei's stomach disease flared up, and the pain made her curl up into a ball, shaking constantly. Su Feifei subconsciously shouted loudly, Xiaofeng, Xiaofeng, give me the medicine quickly. As she shouted, tears burst out uncontrollably and slid down her cheeks. Woo woo. At this moment, she was full of regret, regretting why she did not communicate well with Xiaofeng and let him leave home so easily. After a while, Su Feifei gradually woke up and realized that Xiaofeng was no longer around. She endured the pain in her stomach, gritted her teeth, supported herself with both hands, struggled to get up from the ground, and staggered towards the bedroom. Along the way, Su Feifei's body bumped into furniture or walls from time to time, but she ignored the pain and had only one thought in her mind, to find medicine that could relieve her stomach pain. She vaguely remembered that Xiaofeng had told her about the location of the medicine. Su Feifei came to the dressing room and the bedroom. Relying on her vague memory, she groped for the drawer where the medical kit was placed. She stretched out her trembling hand, grabbed the handle of the drawer and pulled hard, and saw all kinds of medicines and rolls of clean white bandages neatly placed inside. I found a painkiller and took it. After a while, my stomach began to relax and the pain was not as severe anymore. Su Feifei breathed a sigh of relief and fell asleep on the bed. Hey, crazy guy, start dancing. Don't you see that many rich ladies in the audience are flirting with us? Alpaca, Huang Wei has been deceived by you again. If I had not been penniless, I would not have done this with you. Xiaofeng was depressed. He and Huang Wei couldn't even scrape together 50 yuan, so he could only come here with him as a part-time worker for one night. How could this be a normal bar? It was simply a party for single women. Xiaofeng looked at Huang Wei who was posing beside him and felt like vomiting. He was even more shameless than himself. He seemed to be dancing happily. Various middle-aged women in the audience looked excitedly at the two handsome guys on the stage, shirtless and wearing ripped jeans, dancing and twisting their muscular bodies to the music. One of the fat-headed and big-eared guys stared at Huang Wei with green eyes. She wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth, took out a few bills from her bag, walked over and stuffed them into his pants. Huang Wei waved his arms excitedly, looked at the woman in front of him and shouted, "Come on, baby." Xiaofeng, who was standing aside, took a look at the human-shaped snail in front of Huang Wei with a look of admiration. Money is hard to make and shit is hard to eat. You deserve to be the only one who can make this money. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, everything was silent, the whole city was immersed in tranquility. Huang Wei, with a half-burned cigarette in his mouth, half-squatted against a stone pillar beside the bridge, happily counting money, his upper body covered with lip marks. Crazy man, we have to let go when we are out there. Don't be a whore and pretend to be a virtuous woman. Don't be shy. People pay you to make them happy. Huang Wei said with an experienced look. He licked his index finger, took out 5 pieces of paper and handed them to Xiaofeng. Here, these 500 plus are for you. If it weren't for your cooperation, I wouldn't have made that much money tonight. Huang Wei, have you been living like this all these years? Xiaofeng's voice was very soft. However, just such a simple question made Huang Wei, who was originally smiling, stunned instantly. He looked up at the sky with a wry smile on his face. Ah, tonight is still good. If only I could make as much money as tonight every day. What can I do with a person like me who has no power, no influence, and no money? Fortunately, I have a good face, otherwise I can only deliver food. Hearing this, Xiaofeng, who had been facing away from Huang Wei and holding the bridge railing with both hands, turned around. His eyes were a little complicated, staring at the friend in front of him who was once familiar, but now he has become so unfamiliar because of life, and the free and easy feeling in the past has disappeared. Why are you staring at me like that? Continue tomorrow night? Huang Wei stood up and walked over, stuffing the money directly into Xiaofeng's trouser pocket. No, let's end it here tonight. I can't earn this much money. You'll get used to it. Don't be shy. Besides, you don't have any money. Just work for a few nights and make some quick bucks. I can't get used to it. I don't want to get used to it either. Let's meet less often in the future. TSK, why are you pretending? Huang Wei looked at Xiaofeng with contempt. He thought that Xiaofeng's family conditions were not that good, yet he was still acting so pretentious all day long. Next time you walk down the street, don't tell them I know you. Do you dislike me? I hate it very much. Fuck, don't see you again then. No, then no. Go away, go away. Huang Wei threw his clothes on the ground and left alone. Xiaofeng looked at Huang Wei who was walking away. He didn't expect that Huang Wei would take his joke seriously. This was different from him before. He had changed and wanted to gain respect from others more. Hey, you can't stand it after just a few words. Xiaofeng shouted. Huang Wei stopped and said, Who said I was angry? It's not a small matter. I was just thinking that if you don't work with me tomorrow night, you will earn a lot less money. Xiaofeng slapped his forehead, thinking he had overthought. It turned out that Huang Wei was pretending. Huang Wei was so thick-skinned, how could he be angered by just a few words? Thump! Xiaofeng, did you hear the sound? Damn, someone jumped into the river. Xiaofeng saw a figure suddenly falling not far from him. Chapter 12, Good Intentions Are Not Rewarded. Xiaofeng and Huang Wei looked at each other, and without any hesitation, they both ran towards the direction where the man fell into the water. Xiaofeng jumped into the river first. The water was freezing cold, but he didn't care about that and swam desperately towards the sinking figure. Huang Wei shouted for help on the shore and looked around for tools to rescue him. Xiaofeng finally caught the person and found that it was a young girl. He struggled to drag the girl to the shore, and Huang Wei reached out to help and finally pulled the girl up. Lin Ruoxi was unconscious, and Xiaofeng hurriedly pressed her chest for emergency treatment. Just as he was about to give her artificial respiration, Lin Ruoxi spit out a few mouthfuls of water. Lin Ruoxi slowly opened her eyes and saw Xiaofeng's face in front of her. She was frightened and immediately slapped him in the face. Rogue! Fuck, why did you hit me? Good intentions don't go unrewarded. Ha ha. Huang Wei felt very happy when he saw Xiaofeng being slapped in the face. Lin Ruoxi rubbed her eyes. Her whole body was wet. Her black dress was clinging to her body. She had big eyes, fair skin, and an oval face. Who told you to meddle in other people's business? Lin Ruoxi said with her arms folded and her lips pouted. You're crazy. I should have let you die. Xiaofeng covered his face. He didn't expect that he would be criticized for doing a good deed. He was in no mood at all and stood up to leave. Hey, where are you going? Lin Ruoxi took a closer look and found that Xiaofeng was quite handsome. What's it got to do with you? If you want to jump, go ahead. I promise no one will stop you this time. Xiaofeng stopped and turned around and said angrily. He didn't want to have anything to do with this woman, even though she was pretty. Beep, beep. I heard sirens in the distance. Huang Wei? Did you call the police? Yes, I reported it in a hurry just now. Huang Wei felt that the situation was not good and ran away immediately. Xiaofeng, I'll leave the rest to you. Bye. Damn it, wait for me. Xiaofeng was furious. Huang Wei ran so fast and just left him like that. What a bastard. He was about to run, but Lin Ruoxi was quick to stand up and run over to grab his hand. Hey, I'm a gangster, let me go. If you're okay, go home and get some sleep. I won't let you go. Since you saved me, you must be responsible for me. You're crazy, I haven't asked you to compensate for the lost wages yet. Help, help, someone is trying to murder me. Hey, stop shouting. I won't run away, okay? Xiaofeng quickly covered Lin Ruoshi's mouth. He was in bad luck. If the police heard it, he would not be able to explain it even with 100 mouths. Let go. Lin Ruoshi blinked. Don't you dare yell again. Xiaofeng was a little panicked at this time, and he slowly let go of his hand. Soon, a police car drove up to them. Two uniformed police officers got out of the car and saw Xiaofeng and Lin Ruoshi were soaking wet. Who called the police just now? They said someone jumped into the river. The person who called the police ran away. Xiaofeng responded immediately. Lin Ruoshi stared at Xiaofeng blankly without saying anything. The two police officers walked over to check and felt that the matter was not that simple. Please both of you come back with us and cooperate with our investigation, said one of the police officers. Return to the police station. Xiaofeng sat in the interrogation room, staring at the police officer in front of him with wide eyes, looking innocent and wronged. The police officer opposite was taking a statement. Name: Xiaofeng. Gender: male. Age: 28. Profession: unemployed. What's your relationship with that girl? Stranger. Brother police officer, you don't have to treat me as a criminal, right? I was just trying to save people out of bravery. Xiaofeng looked helpless. He couldn't explain himself clearly now. That bastard Huang Wei had run away without a trace and his phone was turned off. The girl with you is currently silent and in a trance. We are not sure what happened yet, and there is no third witness present. So please cooperate. The police explained patiently. Okay. Xiaofeng could only accept the investigation helplessly. Xiaofeng spent a whole night at the police station. In the morning, Lin Ruoshi finally spoke up to explain the whole thing. Xiaofeng breathed a sigh of relief, as he had been cleared of his grievances and learned her name. When he finished cooperating with the police investigation and was about to leave, all the police officers spontaneously applauded for Xiaofeng's courageous act, and sent off this brave and fearless young man with warm applause. Lin Ruoshi was staring at him intently. That look made him feel uncomfortable and Xiaofeng couldn't help but shudder. At this moment, he just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. He didn't want to stay for a second and didn't want to have any contact with Lin Ruoshi again. Xiaofeng walked out of the police station quickly without looking back. Not long after, Lin Haoyu hurriedly walked into the police station lobby holding a coat. Seeing Lin Ruoshi was safe and sound, he hurried forward and asked with concern, "Ruoshi, why would you do such a stupid thing? Are you hurt? Let me take a look." As he said that, he checked once, and after confirming that everything was correct, he draped the clothes he had brought over Lin Ruoshi's shoulders. Facing Lin Haoyu's concern, Lin Ruoshi tried to keep herself calm. "I'm fine now, brother, let's go back." Hearing his sister say this, Lin Haoyu breathed a sigh of relief, but still did not forget to turn around and express his sincere gratitude to the police officers present. After thanking them, he carefully helped Lin Ruoshi leave the police station together. On the plane, in the first-class cabin, Lin Haoyu saw his sister looking absent-minded. He didn't expect Lin Ruoshi's depression to be so serious and her behavior so extreme. He was really negligent in his daily life. After this incident, he decided to arrange for someone to stay by his sister's side at all times when he returned home to ensure that she would not encounter any accidents again. "Ruoshi, what's the name of the person who saved you? You must thank him when you see us next time." His name is Xiaofeng. When Lin Ruoshi thought about how Xiaofeng risked everything to save a stranger like her, she felt that he must be a good person, and a ripple began to form in her heart towards him. What? Xiaofeng? Lin Haoyu's pupils shrank. Could it be that scumbag? It shouldn't be possible. There are many people with the same name. Besides, he is in Kyoto. How could he appear in Yuhai City by chance? What's wrong, brother, do you know him? Lin Ruoshi keenly noticed that Lin Haoyu looked different, and asked quickly. Lin Haoyu's thoughts were pulled back, and he replied calmly. Ahem. I don't know him. How could I possibly know a small-time figure like this? Although he said this, he couldn't calm down in his heart, and secretly wondered whether this incident was really just a coincidence. Ruoshi, don't do stupid things like this again. I'll find you a better psychologist when we get back. I'm not sick. Don't bother me, none of you have the right to control me. You are the ones who killed my mother. Lin Ruoshi became more and more excited as she spoke, her eyes full of bloodshot. Seeing his sister's strong reaction, Lin Haoyu sighed and hesitated to speak. Lin Ruoshi and Lin Haoyu are half-sisters, and he only has this one sister. Her mother accidentally fell into the river and died. Some misunderstandings have never been resolved, which led to Lin Ruoshi hating this family so much over the years. Lin Haoyu didn't have any good solution for the time being, he could only wait and let time slowly heal the scars in her heart. Chapter 13 Xiaofeng's Sister. Ring. Xiaofeng was lying on the bed when he heard the phone ringing and reached out to put it to his ear. Hello? Xiaofeng felt weak and sleepy. He had not woken up yet. After the ordeal at the police station last night, he was exhausted. He fell asleep as soon as he got back to the hotel. He was woken up by a phone call before he had enough sleep. He felt unhappy immediately. Who would call him so early in the morning? Brother, it's already 1 o'clock and you're still sleeping. When did you come back? Why didn't you tell me? Xiaoya's sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiaoya, who told you I was back? Upon hearing his sister's voice, Xiaofeng instantly became much more sober. Brother Huang Wei. That beast still has the nerve to show up? What's wrong? Bro, isn't he your good friend? Xiaoya, I warn you to stay away from him. From now on he is no longer my friend. Brother, you can't be so heartless, he often buys food for me. Don't mention him. Don't you have to go to school? Why do you have time to call me? No, today is Sunday, have you forgotten? I didn't notice. Brother, please treat me to a meal. I don't have to go to school today. What do you want to eat? KFC. Okay then, see you downtown later. Good. Then hang up. Xiaofeng narrowed his eyes. He hadn't seen his sister for a long time since he signed the marriage agreement with Su Feifei. Since his mother passed away, he only had this sister to depend on. She was his only relative, so Xiaofeng would try his best to satisfy whatever she wanted within his ability. Xiaofeng folded the 10 bills beside the bed and stuffed them into his trouser pocket. Fortunately, he made some money with Huang Wei last night, otherwise he would have no money to see his sister. The hotel where Xiaofeng stayed was not far from the pedestrian street in the city center, only about 10 minutes away. After washing up, he put on a white t-shirt and walked out of the hotel. Walking to a small shop on the street, Xiaofeng bought a red envelope and stuffed 800 yuan neatly into it, leaving only about 200 yuan for himself. It doesn't cost much to eat at KFC, Xiaofeng thought to himself. 10 minutes later, I arrived at the pedestrian street and saw Xiaoya waiting at the KFC door from afar. Xiaoya was wearing a simple casual outfit. She had fair skin, beautiful looks, and a slender figure. She looked 50% like Xiaofeng, and 50% like the beauty that could captivate a whole country. When she saw Xiaofeng, she immediately raised her hands, shook them and shouted, "Brother! I saw it, stop shouting, the whole village can hear it." Xiaofeng walked over and pulled Xiaoya into the KFC store, then walked to the second floor and found a seat near the window where no one was. You sit down first, I'll go downstairs and buy some fried chicken. Okay. Xiaofeng went to the front desk and ordered a family bucket. After a while, he took the food and brought it to Xiaoya, eat. Xiaoya's eyes lit up when she saw the food in front of her. Wow, I'm going to eat my fill this time. Xiaofeng felt a little embarrassed when he saw his sister look like she had never seen the world. Hey, Xiaoya, eat slowly, you starving ghost, please pay attention to your image. I know. You're so long-winded. I'm nagging? Who did you learn this from? How come you become so unruly? Improve your image. I, your brother, will have to rely on you for my old age. Come on, brother, you still want to be lazy with me, you should find a rich woman to marry so that I can enjoy a peaceful life sooner. What are you thinking about? Don't you know what kind of person I am? If you want to make money, you have to rely on your own strength. I won't use such despicable means. Ha, that's the funniest thing I've heard today. Xiaoya laughed so hard that she almost spit out the chicken nugget in her mouth. She knew exactly what kind of person her brother was. Honestly, brother, you are so handsome, why don't any of those old ladies like you? Have you been led astray by Huang Wei to say such things? Brother, don't say that about brother Huang Wei. He's very open-minded. Last time, he drove a Ferrari to pick me up to go out for dinner. I don't know which old lady he hooked up with. Why don't you learn something good? Why are you hanging out with him all day? Stay away from him from now on, study hard and make progress every day, otherwise your brother's money will be wasted on your education. Don't worry, my grades are in the top 10 in the grade, and my upper limit is 985 and lower limit is 211. Xiaoya patted her chest and assured. She is a senior high school student this year and just 18 years old. She is still very confident in herself. As long as she performs normally in the college entrance examination, she can get into a prestigious university, and if she performs abnormally, she can get into a key university. Yeah, that's about right. Xiaofeng was quite relieved about this. Xiaoya was very self-conscious and sensible in some aspects, but her attitude always made people feel a little lazy. He didn't know if it had anything to do with him. Xiaofeng saw a friend adding message on WeChat, so he clicked back to take a look. Princess Fei requests to add you as a friend. Ignore, check. Xiaofeng decisively ignored it. Brother, what are you daydreaming about? Don't you want to eat something? Xiaoya saw that he was staring at the phone without moving. No. No, are you full? Xiaofeng took a bite of the fried chicken wing and took a sip of Coke. Yeah, I'm full. You can eat the rest. Xiaoya touched her slightly bulging belly contentedly. After a while, Xiaofeng also swept up the remaining chicken pieces. Xiaoya, when you have nothing to do, go back to school and continue studying. This is your last year and the college entrance examination is coming soon, so hurry up. I know, brother. It's really rare for us to meet. We haven't sat down for long and haven't talked about anything, but you immediately asked me to leave. Is there some rich woman waiting for you? Xiaoya blinked mischievously. Go away, why are you always thinking about these nonsense? Xiaofeng tapped Xiaoya's head, then took out a red envelope from his trouser pocket and handed it to him. Brother, I came in a hurry and didn't bring any gifts for you. Brother, have you made a fortune? You just sent me 2,000 a few days ago, and now you send me another red envelope. Xiaoya accepted it happily. I'm just worried that you won't have enough money. When I get rich, I will take you around the world. Xiaofeng said firmly. When Xiaoya heard the big promise Xiaofeng had made for her, she was suddenly so moved that her eyes reddened. She felt that she was very lucky and happy to have such a good brother. But then again, the situation has changed. Brother, you can actually make it happen now. As long as you are willing to marry down, I will ask brother Huang Wei to help you find an old aunt. Screw you. Xiaofeng was almost pissed off to death by his sister. Next time he saw Huang Wei, he would definitely beat him up. Now Xiaoya's 3 views had been distorted by him. After eating, Xiaofeng sent his sister back to school. Then he walked aimlessly on the street alone. Now he only had 100 yuan left, and the hotel room would expire after one more day. What should he do then? Xiaofeng thought about finding a job and continuing to work like a slave, but that would make his goal a long way off. The reality is that if you want to get rich quickly, you have to take shortcuts, just like Huang Wei. If you want to live a better life, you have to make sacrifices and improve your service awareness. He thought carefully about what Huang Wei had said. Since he had come out to make money, he should not be arrogant. He should not have everything. He should quickly earn the first pot of gold, and then he would have the right to choose independently. As he was walking, the cell phone rang. Xiaofeng glanced and saw that it was a call from Su Feifei. Xiaofeng had already made up his mind. It seemed like it was time to have a good talk with her. He lifted the phone and put it to his ear. Chapter 14. I'm back, but you're sick. Hey, Mr. Su, what's up? Xiaofeng, you don't have any money on you, right? How long can it last? Have you forgotten? The money you transferred to me before. Come back, let's have a good talk. Why? I need you. 1 year. After 1 year, I will help you unfreeze your bank card and I will still pay you your salary. Why should I believe you? Xiaofeng, I'm serious this time. I'm not lying to you. Let's follow the contract process. You can go back, but you have to revise your supplementary contract and delete the unreasonable parts. Okay, as long as you are willing to come back, everything else can be discussed. Su Feifei's originally dull eyes suddenly brightened up. Please help me book a flight ticket. I really have no money. I want first class. Where are you? Yuhai City. I'll text you when it's ready. Fortunately Xiaofeng held back. If he called her first, he would lose the initiative. Su Feifei felt relieved, but she didn't expect Xiao Feng to be at the end of his strength. If she persisted for another day or two, he would come to find her. But she didn't want to delve into it too much, as long as he came back. Because of Xiao Feng's matter, she was in a bad mental state these 2 days. She couldn't eat, felt tired all over, and had no mood to go to the company. She used Xiao Feng's identity information to book a flight online for 3 p.m. tomorrow, and then sent it to his phone. Xiao Feng received a text message from Su Feifei. He packed his luggage. Now there was no way out. He would return to Kyoto tomorrow. He had to endure this year no matter what. He didn't want to give up all his previous efforts. He wanted to get rid of this female devil as soon as possible after getting the money. At 7 o'clock the next evening, Xiao Feng dragged his luggage back to the big villa he once was familiar with. When Xiao Feng approached the door of the villa, he found that it was slightly open with a gap. He stretched out his hand and pushed it, and with a slight creaking sound, the door was pushed open a little. When you step into the house, you will see glass shards all over the floor. On the wall, the originally exquisite murals are no longer intact, and several red wine watermarks are winding down like tear marks. Looking around, the entire living room was covered in a thin layer of dust, which made it look a little gloomy. The sofas that should have been neatly arranged now looked extremely messy, and clothes and shoes were thrown randomly in various corners of the floor. Xiao Feng's eyes fell on the sofa, where Su Feifei was lying lazily in her pink pajamas, with her snow-white neck, charming collarbone, and deep snow grooves looming at the collar of her pajamas. The red wine bottle in her hand seemed to still have some wine left, but she had already fallen asleep. "Boss Su!" Xiao Feng called out. Hearing Xiao Feng's voice, Su Feifei moved slightly, reached out to push away the messy long hair covering her face, slowly opened her eyes, raised the corners of her mouth, and said softly, "You're back." Looking at the mess in front of him, Xiao Feng couldn't help but feel amused. He thought to himself, I was only away for a few days, and Su Feifei had made the house so messy that she was too lazy to even clean it up. Did she stay here on purpose to wait for me to come back and deal with it? Thinking of this, Xiao Feng couldn't help but shook his head, smiled bitterly and said, "Boss Su, look at how messy this house is, it's simply unbearable to look at. After I leave, can't you call someone to clean it up?" Su Feifei disagreed. "I don't need you to teach me how to do anything. Just call me by my name at home from now on. You asked me to call you that. Let's talk about the supplementary contract first." Xiao Feng continued, "I can refuse to execute any unreasonable part. I will keep a certain distance from you at home and do my job well. All is fine. I just have 2 requests. You can deviate from the contract with my permission. Also, you are not allowed to hang up on me in the future." Su Feifei finished her words while enduring the discomfort. Su Feifei covered her head, stood up from the sofa and staggered towards Xiao Feng. Sudden. Her feet suddenly left her and she fell towards Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng was startled and quickly caught her. He felt that her whole body was hot and her face was red. He touched her forehead and found that she had a high fever. "Su Feifei, don't you go to the hospital even though you have a high fever?" Xiao Feng shouted angrily. He didn't want his sponsor to fall ill just after he came back. Su Feifei was already unconscious. Xiao Feng immediately carried her into the room and put her on the bed, then went to look for the medical box. Xiao Feng found a tablet of ibuprofen, a fever-reducing medicine, and poured a cup of warm water. He walked to the bed and helped Su Feifei up. "Open your mouth and take the fever-reducing medicine." Su Feifei opened her mouth slightly, relying on her consciousness. "Don't close your mouth, open it and drink some water." Xiao Feng simply pinched her face with his hands and poured the liquid into her. "Ahem, Xiao Feng, can't you be a little gentler?" Su Feifei had already swallowed the medicine and was mumbling something. "Stop talking. Look how sick you are now." Xiao Feng slowly put Su Feifei's soft body down, then went to the refrigerator to find some ice cubes and wrapped them in a towel. He walked back to her and put the towel wrapped in ice cubes on her forehead. After several hours of careful care, Su Feifei's high fever gradually subsided. Xiao Feng also breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to touch her forehead, which was no longer so hot. Looking at the sleeping Su Feifei, he couldn't help but give her the middle finger. "Hey, you devil, you have come to this day. If it weren't for me, you would have gone to see your grandmother long ago." I saw the room was in a mess, with various items placed haphazardly. It was a complete mess. He really couldn't stand such a messy environment, so he decided to clean it up while Su Feifei was asleep. Xiao Feng did what he said. He first folded the clothes scattered around the room and put them into the closet, and then put the books and magazines scattered on the floor back in place one by one. Then, he began to sweep the floor, leaving no dust in any corner. After finishing the cleaning of the room, he did not stop, but continued to the living room, arranging the pillows on the sofa neatly and wiping the stains on the coffee table. Finally, he went into the bathroom, took out a wet mop, and began to mop the floor carefully. Su Feifei was in a state of half-sleep and half-wakefulness throughout the night. She vaguely felt a figure swaying in front of her eyes, but because she was too weak, she couldn't tell who it was. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Su Feifei woke up and felt her head was still a little heavy. She reached out and touched her forehead and found a towel on it. She frowned and casually pulled off the towel and threw it on the ground. At this time, her high fever had subsided and her body was much better than before. Su Feifei stood up and saw that the room was clean. She walked out of the room in slippers. The floor and windows of the living room were polished to a shine. Various items, tables and chairs were neatly arranged. The dining table was already filled with warm millet porridge, milk, bread, and fruit slices. Xiaofeng was so tired that he lay on the sofa and snored. Su Feifei felt warm at heart when she saw this. She moved her eyes to the sofa and said, "You are snoring so loudly. Since you have taken care of me for a whole night, I will not bother with you this time." Chapter 15 Su Feifei begins to torture people. After a warm breakfast, Su Feifei put on some light makeup, wore a simple professional suit, and drove a Mercedes to the company. She had not been to work these days, and many documents had no one to sign on her behalf. She had to deal with a lot of things, such as the quality of supplier supplies, the selection of live broadcast products, the distribution of interests among anchors, etc., all of which she had to deal with one by one. In this company with hundreds of employees, all major matters must be reviewed and confirmed by her personally. She has not yet found anyone she trusts to help share the burden, so she only trusts herself. The company is now in its growth stage, and before it gets on the right track, it has to work harder. After a busy morning, Su Feifei stretched, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the office, and overlooked the bustling scene of the city. Her fingers tapped the glass lightly, with a hint of impatience in her eyes. Today's work was piled up. Su Feifei was a little tired. She picked up the phone and made a call. "Xiaofeng, put down your work and buy a cup of coffee and bring it to my office," she said coldly without any room for negotiation. Su Feifei was still immersed in her work. On the other end of the phone, Xiaofeng had just woken up and was lying on the sofa, watching TV leisurely. Hearing Su Feifei's order, he frowned. "Boss Su, I just finished work and haven't had time to rest, and I have no money. I thought this female devil was starting to torture people again. Stop talking nonsense, I'll pay you double the price," Su Feifei said without question. Xiaofeng was speechless. He knew Su Feifei's temper. Once she made a decision, no one could change it. He immediately stood up and said, "Okay, Mr. Su, what kind of coffee do you want?" "American style, no sugar, no milk, delivered within half an hour," Su Feifei said and hung up the phone. "Humph, I won't give you the chance to hang up on me." Su Feifei began to feel proud. Who told him to always hang up on her before? Xiaofeng looked at the hung-up call and smiled bitterly. Half an hour? It would take half an hour to get to her company. He quickly picked up the Audi car key and rushed out of the house. Half an hour later, Xiaofeng stood at the door of the office, panting, holding a cup of steaming American coffee in his hand. He knocked on the door, heard it come in from inside, and pushed the door open. Su Feifei was sitting at her desk, concentrating on the computer screen. She said without even looking up, "Put it on the table." Xiaofeng placed the coffee on her desk. "Boss Su, your coffee is here." Su Feifei then raised her head and gave him a cold look. "You are 5 minutes late." Xiaofeng shrugged. "There's a traffic jam on the road, there's nothing I can do." "Excuse." Su Feifei picked up the coffee, took a sip, frowned slightly. "The taste was not right. Where did you buy this? Did you do it on purpose?" "Boss Su, you only give me half an hour. I'm sure the one nearby will come. The one you want to drink is so far away. There's not enough time." Su Feifei put down her coffee cup and stared at him sharply. "Xiaofeng, do you think I'm easy to deal with?" Xiaofeng felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by her, and waved his hands quickly. No, I will do my best to meet your request next time, President Su." Su Feifei snorted coldly. "That's good. If you're late again next time, you know the consequences." Xiaofeng secretly complained in his heart. Yes, Mr. Su, you are right." Su Feifei turned her attention back to the computer screen and waved her hand. "You can go now," etc. Xiaofeng felt relieved and turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, Su Feifei's voice came again. Xiao Feng stopped and turned around to ask, Boss Su, do you have any other instructions? Su Feifei raised her head, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Remember to bring 2 next time, I might want to drink 2 cups. Xiao Feng was stunned for a moment. Let's talk about it next time. Su Feifei raised her eyebrows. You seem so reluctant, are you unwilling? Xiao Feng quickly shook his head. Yes. I will definitely follow Mr. Su's request. That's good. Go ahead. Su Feifei nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Feng walked out of the office and breathed a sigh of relief. This female devil is really hard to serve. Back in the car, Xiao Feng was about to start the engine when his cell phone rang again. He picked it up and saw that it was Su Feifei. Xiao Feng, I suddenly want to drink latte, please bring another cup over. You're going to kill me if you didn't tell me earlier. Why, you don't want to? Xiao Feng gritted his teeth and said, yes, of course. I'll go right away. 1,000 horses were galloping in his heart, but money was hard to earn and shit was hard to eat. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Feng rushed into the coffee shop again. 10 minutes later, he stood at the door of Su Feifei's office again, holding a cup of latte in his hand. Su Feifei took the coffee and took a sip. The temperature is just right this time, and the taste is okay. Xiao Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Boss Su, as long as you are satisfied. Su Feifei glanced at him and suddenly asked, Xiao Feng, have you ever thought about why I always ask you to deliver coffee? And not anyone else? Because I'm handsome? No, because you're easy to bully. Xiao Feng was speechless. Boss Su, your words are really hurtful. Su Feifei stood up, walked in front of him, and looked straight into his eyes. Xiao Feng, do you know? Sometimes, I feel that you are like this cup of coffee. Although it is bitter, it is addictive. Su Feifei enjoys her current state very much. Slowly taming Xiao Feng can give her great satisfaction in her heart. Xiao Feng was a little confused by her sudden words. Boss Su, are you praising me or insulting me? Su Feifei smiled slightly. Think about it yourself. After that, she turned back to her desk and continued working. Xiao Feng stood there, stunned for a long time before coming back to his senses. He shook his head and turned to leave the office. After walking out of the building, Xiao Feng looked up at the sky. The sun was shining brightly, but his mood was a little complicated. The brainless female devil is sometimes really hard to figure out. In the following days, Su Feifei still asked Xiao Feng to bring her coffee from time to time. The reasons were different every time, sometimes because she was too tired from work, sometimes because she was in a bad mood, and sometimes even just because she wanted to see him. Xiao Feng felt a little uncomfortable being tortured by her. Every day he either cleaned the house, did laundry and cooked, or was on standby 24 hours a day waiting for Su Feifei's call. Damn it, when will this kind of life end? Xiao Feng was sitting with his legs crossed, chewing gum, and watching a stupid drama. Now Su Feifei was getting more and more exaggerated, and she might call him anytime and anywhere, so he couldn't even find a side job. At this time, Su Feifei got off work early, pushed the door open and saw Xiao Feng lying on the sofa watching a soap opera leisurely. Hey, are you so free today? Su Feifei joked, took off her high heels, changed into slippers, and walked to sit next to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng didn't say anything, glanced at Su Feifei, and continued watching TV. He didn't want to pay attention to her. Chapter 16 Private Club. Su Feifei has been testing his limit of tolerance these days. What's wrong? You ignore me, and you can't stand it? No, I don't want to talk, is that okay? Do you think my requests are unreasonable sometimes? That's good. You paid for the service, so I must do it well for you. I'm going out for drinks with my friends tonight. I'll go out to do something first. You can go over and wait for me later. I've sent you the address. Good. Xiao Feng didn't know where Su Feifei was taking him tonight. He hated this kind of occasion, but he couldn't refuse. 9 o'clock in the evening. Xiao Feng drove to the door of a private club outside the suburbs according to the address given by Su Feifei. Xiao Feng was wearing a light blue shirt with a slightly open collar, revealing his perfect collarbone, broad shoulders, and narrow waist. His fair face, sharp eyebrows, deep eyes, high nose bridge, and slightly upturned mouth corners with a charming smile. Compared with other pretty boys, he was more resolute. Xiao Feng. Su Feifei's voice came from behind. She was wearing a light red off-shoulder long dress, her skin was as white as snow, her hair was long black, and her makeup was delicate but not ostentatious. She exuded the charm of a mature woman. Xiao Feng turned around. Boss Su. Su Feifei approached him, her high heels making crisp sounds on the ground. Her eyes stayed on Xiaofeng's face for a while, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Don't be so reserved tonight, relax. Xiaofeng did not respond, but just turned sideways and motioned her to go in first. Su Feifei chuckled, took his arm, and led him into the club. The interior decoration of the club is extremely luxurious, the crystal chandeliers cast soft light, and the air is filled with the faint scent of flowers and alcohol. Su Feifei took Xiaofeng through the long corridor and pushed open the door of a private room. Several people were already sitting in the box, with music and laughter intertwined. Tang Xiaoyan was sitting in the middle of the sofa, holding a glass of champagne, surrounded by two fashionable young women. Sitting opposite them were several tall male models, wearing tight shirts, their muscular lines faintly visible. Fei Fei, you're here. Tang Xiaoyan stood up immediately when she saw Su Feifei, smiling brightly. Her eyes swept over Xiaofeng, a flash of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Xiaoyan, you guys had a great time. Su Feifei let go of Xiaofeng's arm and sat next to Tang Xiaoyan. Xiaofeng stood at the door, his eyes swept around the box, and finally fell on Tang Xiaoyan. She was wearing a black suspender skirt, the hem of which was so short that it barely covered her thighs, and her makeup was heavy. Her eyes were somewhat ambiguous, staring straight at Xiaofeng. This is Xiaofeng, the man you always talk about, right? Tang Xiaoyan picked up the wineglass and shook it gently. He is indeed a handsome guy. No wonder Fei Fei is so interested in you. Xiaofeng didn't answer, but just nodded and walked to Su Feifei and sat down. He knew that Su Feifei's friends were all powerful people, so he didn't bother to pay attention to them and just wanted to finish quickly and go back to sleep. Xiaofeng, don't be so cold. Tang Xiaoyan chuckled and handed him a glass of wine. Come, have a drink. Xiaofeng took the wine glass, but did not drink it immediately. His eyes stayed on the wineglass, then he looked up at Tang Xiaoyan. Thank you. Tang Xiaoyan was a little surprised by his reaction. She turned to Su Feifei and said, Fei Fei, your friend has quite a personality. Su Feifei smiled and didn't say anything. She just picked up the wineglass and took a sip. The atmosphere in the box gradually became lively, the music became louder, and several male models began to play dice games with Tang Xiaoyan's sisters. Xiaofeng sat aside, looking away, occasionally taking a sip from his wineglass, with an indifferent expression. Xiaofeng, why don't you play? Tang Xiaoyan suddenly leaned close to his ear, with a hint of teasing in her tone. I'm not very good at these. Xiaofeng didn't want to pay attention to her and made up an excuse to fool her. You can learn if you don't know how to play. Tang Xiaoyan chuckled and put her arm around his shoulders. Come, I'll teach you. Xiaofeng frowned and moved sideways to avoid her hand. No need. Tang Xiaoyan's face changed, and a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. She turned to Su Feifei and said, Fei Fei, isn't your friend too disrespectful? Su Feifei put down her wineglass and glanced between Xiaofeng and Tang Xiaoyan. Xiaofeng doesn't like these, don't force him. Tang Xiaoyan teased, you don't like it? Then why are you here? Are you pretending to be noble? Tang Xiaoyan thought that a gigolo like him who lived off gigolos should be servile to them. Although he was brought by Su Feifei, he was just a plaything. When Su Feifei got tired of playing with him, she could take him over. Xiaofeng's face darkened. He stood up and said lightly, if Miss Tang feels that I am not suitable to stay here, I can leave first. Xiaofeng thought to himself, you really treat me as a gigolo, but after all, you were Su Feifei's friend, so give her some face. Su Feifei immediately grabbed his hand and said softly, Xiaofeng, don't be like this. Seeing this, Tang Xiaoyan's smile deepened. Oh, Feifei, your friend has quite a bad temper. Xiaofeng couldn't stand the slightest bit of sarcasm, so he immediately shook off Su Feifei's hand and said to Tang Xiaoyan with disdain, what does it have to do with you? Tang Xiaoyan's expression suddenly turned ugly. She stood up suddenly, pointed at Xiaofeng and said, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? The atmosphere in the box suddenly became tense, the music stopped abruptly, and everyone looked over here. Su Feifei stood up and tried to ease the atmosphere. Xiaofeng, calm down. Xiaofeng ignored Su Feifei, his eyes were cold. Ms. Tang, stop insulting people here, and keep your mouth shut. Tang Xiaoyan sneered, insult? Are you worthy? You are just a pretty boy, who do you think you are? Xiaofeng clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes, and he turned to Su Feifei and said, Boss Su, I'm leaving first. Su Feifei opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she just nodded. Su Feifei didn't expect Xiaofeng to be so disrespectful, and next to her was her best friend, so she couldn't say anything between the two of them. Xiaofeng walked out of the box without looking back, and the door closed heavily behind him. There was silence in the box, and everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to end it. Su Feifei, your pretty boy has such a bad temper. You haven't disciplined him well enough. Tang Xiaoyan said disdainfully, raising her glass and drinking it all. Come on, let's not talk about him anymore. Su Feifei picked up the wine glass. Tonight was the party organized by Tang Xiaoyan, and she didn't want to ruin the atmosphere. If she had known the result would be like this, she would not have brought him out. Tang Xiaoyan saw that Su Feifei was not angry, so she came over and smiled. Good sister, since we are out tonight, let's have some fun. Su Feifei nodded, then took the opportunity to make a phone call and walked out of the box. Xiao Feng walked out of the door quickly and stopped at the entrance of the club, trying hard to control his inner anger. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, it would explode. They are all cheap bastards. It's nothing special that they have money. I didn't expect that Su Feifei's best friend is not a good person. This roast chicken will make her regret it one day. Chapter 17 Encounter with Bai Muwen. Xiao Feng. Su Feifei's voice came from behind. Xiao Feng didn't turn around, but just said lightly, Boss Su, is there anything else? Su Feifei walked up to him and said, why are you so abnormal tonight? Xiaoyan, she went a little too far. Boss Su, it's okay. I'm just an outsider. There's no need to hurt your harmony because of me. Su Feifei frowned, with a hint of helplessness in her tone. Xiao Feng, don't be like this. I know I was wrong tonight. I shouldn't have brought you to this kind of occasion. Xiao Feng turned his head and looked directly at her. Boss Su, what do you want to do? Did you bring me here just to let me see how you and your friends have fun? Su Feifei's expression changed. Xiao Feng, I just wanted you to relax, I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Xiao Feng was silent for a moment, and finally sighed, Boss Su, I'll go back first. It's better for us to keep a distance. After saying that, he turned and left, his back looking particularly lonely in the night. Su Feifei stood there, looking at his back, with a complex emotion in her heart. She clenched the bag in her hand, her nails almost digging into her palm. Su Feifei walked back to the box without saying a word. If it wasn't for her best friend's sake, she would have exploded. Su Feifei didn't have many friends except Tang Xiaoyan. Even if Tang Xiaoyan did something excessive, she wouldn't say anything. Although she was unhappy, she didn't say it out loud. She just cherished this friendship. After all, Tang Xiaoyan had helped her a lot in the past. As for Xiao Feng, it was just like that. A man should not be so stingy. It would be fine if she went back and gave him a sweet treat. Xiao Feng returned to the villa and fell asleep on the sofa. He turned off his cell phone. No matter who called him tonight, it would be useless. Soon, he fell asleep. The next morning, Xiao Feng woke up from the sofa. Oh no, I forgot to cook breakfast. He immediately got up and walked into Su Feifei's room. It was empty. She had already left. Xiao Feng thought that she would not keep nagging about this in the future. After all, these were his jobs. Xiao Feng patted his forehead and adjusted his mentality. No matter what happens in the future, there are some things he should do that he must do well. Otherwise, when a year has passed, Su Feifei will find fault with it, which would be a waste of time. Su Feifei came to the company early. She was very busy recently and didn't have time to care about so many things. She sat behind her desk, her fingers tapping quickly on the keyboard. She stared at the computer screen intently, obviously processing an urgent document. Suddenly, there was a light knock on the office door. Come in. Su Feifei said without raising her head. The door was pushed open, and Xiao Feng walked in as usual, holding a cup of steaming coffee in his hand. Ms. Su, your coffee. Xiao Feng placed the coffee on her desk with a calm tone. Su Feifei raised her head and glanced at it. Leave it there. Okay, I'll go out first. Xiao Feng turned around and prepared to leave. Etc. Su Feifei suddenly called him. Xiao Feng stopped and turned back. Anything else? Su Feifei stood up and walked in front of him, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Why did you take the initiative to come to the company today? I just happened to pass by and brought you a cup of coffee. In fact, Xiao Feng wanted to test her attitude. Su Feifei snorted coldly, with a hint of ridicule in her tone. Just by the way? Xiao Feng did not respond and avoided her gaze. Seeing this, Su Feifei stopped asking questions and took a sip of coffee. It tastes good. You really understand my taste. Xiao Feng smiled awkwardly. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Su Feifei nodded and watched him leave the office. Xiao Feng walked out of the office and was about to leave the company when he suddenly heard a noise coming from the end of the corridor. He followed the sound and found a group of people gathered at the door of the media department, seemingly watching something exciting. He walked closer and found a tall woman standing in the crowd. She was wearing a white dress, with delicate features, fair skin, long black hair scattered on her shoulders, and she exuded an elegant temperament. "Bai Muan!" someone in the crowd exclaimed. "Everyone, please don't push, please make way." Agent Shen Ling was by her side protecting Bai Muan. Xiao Feng was slightly startled. He didn't expect to meet her here. Seeing Bai Muan wearing the fake crystal necklace he gave her, he felt mixed emotions. Bai Muan seemed to notice Xiao Feng's gaze, turned her head and looked at him, and was delighted. It was Xiao Feng. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile. Xiao Feng did not avoid her gaze, but just nodded as a greeting. Shen Ling noticed Bai Muan's strange look and followed her gaze to look at Xiao Feng. She suddenly felt something was wrong. "Isn't this the brat who forced his way onto the stage last time?" Unexpectedly, Bai Muan walked straight towards Xiao Feng in full view of everyone. "Hello, I'm Bai Muan." She stretched out her hand and spoke gently. "Hello." Xiao Feng was stunned, but he didn't reach out his hand. After all, the other person was a big star, and he didn't want to be entangled in any gossip. When Shen Ling saw that this brat was so ungrateful, Bai Muan offered to shake hands with him, but he refused. If she hadn't been trying to stop the people around them from getting closer, she really wanted to curse at him. "Are you an employee here?" Bai Muan withdrew her hand and suppressed her inner excitement. She could only pretend that she didn't know him. Xiao Feng shook his head. "No, I'm just here to deliver coffee." Bai Muan chuckled. "Sending coffee? It seems that Mr. Xiao is very considerate." "Miss Bai, why are you here?" "Oh, I'm here to discuss cooperation." Bai Muan blinked, with a hint of playfulness in her tone. "However, it is a pleasant surprise to meet Mr. Xiao here." Xiao Feng frowned and was about to say something when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. "Xiao Feng!" Su Feifei's voice came from behind, with a hint of displeasure in her tone. Xiao Feng turned around and saw Su Feifei walking towards him quickly with a gloomy look on her face. "Mr. Su." Xiao Feng greeted him. Su Feifei walked up to him, her eyes swept over Bai Muan, a hint of hostility flashed in her eyes. "Bai Muan, why didn't you notify us in advance when you came today?" Bai Muan smiled, her tone still gentle. "Mr. Su, I'm here to discuss cooperation." "I didn't expect to meet Mr. Xiao here, it's really fate." After saying that, she turned her gaze to Xiao Feng. Su Feifei's face became even uglier. She turned to look at Xiao Feng, with a questioning tone in her voice. "Xiao Feng, do you know each other?" Su Feifei didn't expect that Bai Muan would suddenly come to the company and bump into Xiao Feng. She had originally planned not to let them meet. Xiao Feng smiled awkwardly. "I met him once before." Su Feifei sneered. "Meet by chance? What a coincidence." Bai Muan looked at Su Feifei with a hint of displeasure in her tone. "Boss Su, is Mr. Xiao your employee?" "No." Bai Muan nodded, her eyes fell on Xiao Feng again. "That's great. Mr. Xiao, I wonder if you are interested in working with me to shoot an MV. I think you are very suitable for the male lead in the MV." The people around were in an uproar. They didn't expect that this handsome boy was favored by the famous star Bai Muan. People from various departments started taking pictures with their mobile phones. This was explosive news. Chapter 18. We are not from the same world. Xiao Feng was stunned and was about to refuse, but Su Feifei took the lead and said, "Ms. Bai, Xiao Feng is my personal assistant. He doesn't have time to shoot the MV with you." Su Feifei really wanted to tell Bai Muan that Xiao Feng was her husband so that she would give up, but she didn't want so many people to know. Bai Muan's face sank. "Personal assistant? President Su, you are so lucky." Bai Muan didn't expect that someone would dare to stop her. She instantly didn't want to cooperate with Su Feifei. "Cousin, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go back." "Okay." Chen Ling was stunned and responded casually. Su Feifei's face turned ugly and she clenched her fists. She clearly felt that Bai Muan was unhappy. The contract had ended before it even started. Su Feifei didn't want to offend the big star. This would not do her company any good. Xiao Feng didn't want to continue to get entangled with the two of them. "Miss Bai, if there is nothing else, I will leave first." "Okay, Mr. Xiao. I hope we can meet again in the future." Xiao Feng did not respond and turned to leave. Su Feifei immediately followed him. After walking out of the company gate, Su Feifei finally couldn't help but ask, Xiao Feng, why are you talking to Bai Muwen? Xiao Feng stopped and looked back at her with a calm look. Boss Su, I'm just saying hello. Su Feifei sneered, say hello? The way she looks at you doesn't seem like she's just saying hello. Xiao Feng frowned, with a bit of displeasure in his tone. Boss Su, are you being unreasonable? Su Feifei's face turned pale. She took a deep breath and tried to calm down her anger. Xiao Feng, do you know that our company is discussing cooperation with Bai Muwen? She is an important guest for our live broadcast this time. Xiao Feng said indifferently, I don't know, you didn't tell me. Su Feifei gritted her teeth, her tone pleading, Xiao Feng, can you help me this time? Bai Muwen seems very interested in you. If you are here, she may be more willing to cooperate. Xiao Feng was silent for a moment. This is none of my business, right? I'm not very familiar with her. How is that possible? If you are not familiar with her, she would not take the initiative to come and talk to you. Su Feifei would never believe it. They were not familiar with each other. When she saw Bai Muwen just now, her eyes began to become wrinkled. A woman's sixth sense knew that she liked Xiao Feng. Well, whatever you think, if it can really help you, I don't care, you can arrange it as you like. Xiao Feng found that Su Feifei's desire for control was getting stronger and stronger, and the days from now on would become more and more difficult. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. How can you spend this year in peace? Su Feifei finally showed a smile on her face. Xiao Feng, thank you. No, Mr. Su, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Su Feifei did not continue to pester him. She regretted that she was too impulsive just now. She was afraid that someone else would snatch Xiao Feng away from her. She got carried away and did not consider the overall situation. Now she was begging him humbly. Xiao Feng walked out of the company building and looked up at the sky. The sunlight made him squint slightly. Bai Muwen's smile emerged in his mind, and an inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. He knew that this cooperation would not be so simple, and the relationship between him and Su Feifei seemed to become more complicated. Just as he was about to get in the car and leave, a sweet voice called out from behind him, Xiao Feng. He turned around and saw Bai Muwen wearing a mask, standing behind him with a smile in her eyes. What are you daydreaming about? Get in the car. She smiled gently and walked straight to the passenger seat. Xiao Feng was stunned for a moment, then sat in the driver's seat and asked, Where are you going? Wherever you go, I will go. Bai Muwen blinked. Aren't you afraid of being recognized? Xiao Feng was a little helpless. Don't be afraid. Bai Muwen smiled, and then changed the subject. That woman just now, is she your wife? Are you talking about Su Feifei? Xiao Feng frowned. Right. I guess so. What do you mean by it counts as such? You don't like her? Or are you having a conflict? Bai Muwen wanted to know the reason. You have so many questions. I'm curious. What's there to be curious about? I always feel that the relationship between you two is not simple. Bai Muwen held her chin and looked straight at him. If you ask any more questions, you'll be charged. Xiao Feng said half-jokingly. That's the feeling. Bai Muwen suddenly moved closer and lowered her voice. Are you being kept by her? Ahem, stop talking nonsense. Xiao Feng was choked and looked a little embarrassed. Haha, I knew it. I guessed it right? Bai Muwen smiled proudly. This is none of your business. Xiao Feng said lightly. Bai Muwen wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Xiao Feng. I'm not your ex-boyfriend, I just look like him. Don't mistake me for him. I haven't even said anything yet, and you're already refusing? Bai Muwen's tone contained a hint of grievance. Stop, Bai Muwen. Xiao Feng sighed, there is a huge gap between our statuses, so we can only be friends. Can we only be friends? Bai Muwen lowered her voice, with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. You are a good person and you deserve someone better. Xiao Feng nodded. Also, I hope you will carefully consider your cooperation with Feifei Media. I'll consider it. Bai Muwen said softly, her eyes slightly red. She subconsciously touched the crystal necklace around her neck. Xiao Feng glanced at it and said, Are you still keeping this fake thing? This is a gift from you. Bai Muwen's voice was a little choked. Lost it? No. Bai Muwen suddenly became excited. Stop the car. I want to go back. Xiaofeng parked the car on the side of the road. Bai Muan opened the door and left without looking back. He looked at her back and smiled bitterly. Some emotions are better to end early. He knew very well that they were not from the same world. After all, they were just passers-by, and forcing each other would only make each other more painful. Bai Muan choked up all the way, raising her hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes from time to time. She walked a long way before returning to the company. Chen Ling was about to call the driver to find Bai Muan, but Bai Muan opened the car door and sat directly next to Chen Ling. Seeing Bai Muan wiping her eyes, Chen Ling asked, "Muan, what's wrong with you?" "It's okay, there's sand in my eyes." Bai Muan kept choking and her emotions suddenly broke down. She buried her head in Chen Ling's clothes and sobbed. It's okay, don't cry. How come you become like this after just a short while outside? Who bullied you? Tell your cousin quickly." Chen Ling comforted Bai Muan with a gloomy face. She didn't know which bastard hurt Bai Muan's heart. If she knew, she would tear that guy's mouth apart. Bai Muan's life has been filled with various announcements, commercial performances, acting, and singing, and there is not much private space left. What Xiaofeng said is right, but she is thinking too much and thinking too beautifully. Bai Muan felt much better after crying, releasing all the negative emotions in her heart at once. She raised her head, her eyes clear. "Cousin, we will renegotiate the contract with Feifei Media tomorrow. I only have one request, which is to borrow her personal assistant Xiaofeng to help me complete the MV creation of my latest song." Chen Ling hesitated to speak. She vaguely guessed what was going on, Muan, but it's decided. If Su Feifei agrees, you can discuss the other details of the contract with her. It was the first time that Chen Ling saw Bai Muan's determined eyes. For a moment, she didn't know whether she should be happy or worried. "Okay, I'll talk to her tomorrow. Driver, drive, go home." Chapter 19. You're drunk. 7 p.m. The villa was filled with an alluring aroma. Xiaofeng had already prepared a sumptuous dinner: steamed sea bass, white-cut pork trotters, seaweed egg soup, and Su Feifei's favorite sweet and sour spare ribs. The table was set with exquisite tableware, and the candlelight was swaying slightly. The atmosphere should have been warm, but it was faintly depressed. Su Feifei pushed the door open, kicked her high heels aside, and walked barefoot to the dining table following the aroma and sat down. She took a deep breath and smiled. "It smells so good, it's all my favorite food." "Xiaofeng, your cooking skills are getting better and better." Xiaofeng didn't say anything, but silently served a bowl of rice and placed it in front of her. Then he took off his teddy bear apron and threw it on the back of the chair. He turned and walked to the refrigerator, took out a can of Wusa beer, pulled the ring, tilted his head back and took a big gulp. The cold liquid slid down his throat but failed to quench the irritability in his heart. "Don't you want to eat?" Su Feifei looked up at him with a hint of doubt in her tone. "No appetite." Xiaofeng replied indifferently, sat on the sofa with a beer, and lowered his head to browse his phone. Su Feifei frowned, with a hint of teasing in her tone. "I noticed that you have been getting more and more polite to me recently, which is not like you." Xiaofeng didn't even raise his head. "We are just a fake couple, shouldn't we be polite? Otherwise, you can use my little handle to threaten me again one day." Su Feifei's smile froze for a moment. "You make me sound like a stingy person." She picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and put it in her mouth. After chewing for a few times, she suddenly put down her chopsticks and said in a serious tone, "By the way, Bai Muan's agent called me today and said that they can cooperate with my company, but there is a condition: they want you to help shoot Bai Muan's new song MV." Xiaofeng was stunned. He put down the beer can and looked up at Su Feifei. "What's your answer?" "I agree." Su Feifei looked straight into his eyes, her tone calm but with a hint of temptation. Xiaofeng was silent for a few seconds. "Oh." Then he replied calmly and picked up the beer can and started drinking again. Su Feifei stared at his profile and sneered. "Xiaofeng, you are actually very happy in your heart, right?" "No." Xiaofeng denied it immediately. "Are you lying to me?" Su Feifei's voice suddenly rose, her eyes became sharp. "I think your heart has already flown to Bai Muan, right?" Xiaofeng stood up suddenly, and the beer can was slightly deformed by his grip. He suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, "Su Feifei, that's enough. It was you who didn't let me talk to Bai Muan, and now it's you who asked me to shoot the MV. What do you want? Is this all written in the contract?" Su Feifei was not to be outdone. She stood up and looked him in the eye. "I just said a few words. Why are you so excited? Are you feeling guilty?" "Who is guilty?" Xiao Feng's voice rose 8 octaves, his eyes full of anger. You've gone too far. You've been making up stories and pressuring me with contracts, threatening me at every turn. I've had enough. Su Feifei's face turned pale instantly, but she still held on, her tone cold. Xiao Feng, don't forget, our contract still has 1 year left. During this year, you must behave yourself and don't do anything with other women, otherwise. What else? Xiao Feng interrupted her, his eyes cold. Are you going to sue me? Or are you going to destroy me? Su Feifei, do you think I'm really afraid of you? Su Feifei clenched her fists tightly, her nails almost digging into her palms. Her voice was trembling, but still firm. Xiao Feng, don't force me. You know how far I can go. Xiao Feng stared at her, his eyes filled with anger. He took a deep breath and cursed in a low voice, psycho. After saying that, he turned around, strode to the door, slammed it and left. Bang. There was a loud bang, and the villa fell into silence instantly. Su Feifei stood there, looking at the table full of food, and suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. Su Feifei sat down slowly, her fingers unconsciously stroking the edge of the bowl, her eyes gradually becoming empty. Xiao Feng walked on the street, the cool night breeze blew away the irritability in his heart. He wandered aimlessly, replaying the dispute with Su Feifei in his mind. He patted his forehead and whispered to himself, I was impulsive. I can't do this again next time, otherwise I won't get the money. Wouldn't it be a big loss? He thought about it carefully. This fake husband and wife relationship was complicated. He was just an actor hired by her. It was normal for him to be a little angry. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng smiled bitterly. Why bother to be serious with her? As he walked, Xiao Feng remembered that he had run out of stomach medicine at home, so he turned into a 24-hour pharmacy and bought a bunch of common medicines. It was already 12 o'clock in the evening when he returned to the villa with the medicine bag. When he opened the door, a strong smell of alcohol hit him in the face. In the living room, broken red wine bottles and glasses were scattered on the floor, and the red wine had spread a dark red on the carpet. Su Feifei was wearing a thin silk pajamas, lying on the floor drunk, holding an unfinished bottle of red wine in her hand. Her long hair was messy, her cheeks were flushed, and she looked both embarrassed and vulnerable. Xiao Feng walked over quickly, pulled her up, and said in a reproachful tone, Don't you know that your stomach is not good? You drank so much alcohol, are you going to die? Su Feifei opened her eyes dazedly, her pajamas on her left shoulder slipped halfway down, revealing her fair skin. She looked at Xiao Feng with drunken eyes and said vaguely, Xiao Feng, don't worry about me. Didn't you go out? Why did you come back? After that, she fell into Xiao Feng's arms. Xiao Feng's body stiffened. Just as he was about to steady her, Su Feifei suddenly pushed him away. After stumbling 2 steps, she turned around and hugged his neck, her red lips slightly parted. Xiao Feng, am I beautiful? Xiao Feng did not answer, knowing that she was very drunk and what she said was just nonsense. He tried to pull her away, but Su Feifei refused to let go. Instead, she pinched his nose and said aggrievedly, Can't you just make me happy? You are drunk. I didn't. Su Feifei pressed closer to him, and the soft touch made Xiao Feng's heart beat faster. She lowered her voice, Xiao Feng, I want you to be my real husband, so that you won't leave me. Xiao Feng's breathing stagnated, but he quickly suppressed the fluctuations in his heart and whispered, You are drunk, don't talk nonsense, I will take you back to your room. After saying that, he directly picked up Su Feifei horizontally, ignored her struggle, and strode towards the bedroom. Su Feifei twisted in his arms and muttered, Xiao Feng, you bastard, can't you be gentler? Xiao Feng ignored her, put her on the bed, and pulled a thin blanket over her. Su Feifei lay on the bed, staring at him with drunken eyes, and her voice gradually became lower. Xiao Feng stood by the bed, looked at her for a few seconds, turned around and walked out of the room, gently closing the door. He returned to the living room and cleaned up the broken glass and wine bottles on the floor. When everything was cleaned up, he sat on the sofa, exhaled a long breath, and rubbed his temples. It was late at night, and the villa was quiet again. Xiao Feng leaned on the sofa and closed his eyes, but Su Feifei's words and the soft touch at that moment kept replaying in his mind. He shook his head and whispered to himself, I can't go on like this. I have to stay awake, otherwise something will go wrong sooner or later. He knew that this fake husband and wife relationship was fragile, and if they were not careful, they would fall into an irreversible situation. And he would never let himself fall into such a situation. Chapter 20 Su Feifei's Little Thoughts. The next morning, Su Feifei woke up with a splitting headache. She walked out of the living room and saw Xiao Feng busy in the kitchen, with breakfast already set on the table. She thought of last night's incident, her face turned red, and she quickly washed up and sat down to eat breakfast. After cleaning up the kitchen, Xiaofeng sat on the sofa and watched TV. I didn't say anything nonsense last night, did I? Su Feifei asked while drinking porridge. No, it's normal to talk a little more when you're drunk. I have forgotten what I said. Just forget it. Do you take what I said seriously? How can you take it seriously? You are not in your right mind. Why do I feel like you are scolding me? You think too much, but if you really want to, it's fine. Humph, considering your performance last night, I won't bother with you. Drive me to the company later. Okay. You haven't added me back on WeChat yet, so I'll transfer the money you spent on shopping these days and your living expenses for next month to you. You're finally doing something serious. I've sent you an invitation, please confirm it. Xiaofeng swiped the screen of his phone a few times. Yeah, it's turned around. Su Feifei picked up her phone and tapped a few times. Xiaofeng received a transfer of 4,000 yuan from Su Feifei on WeChat. Don't you have anything else to say? No. I feel like you've changed. You used to be so cheerful, but now you've become much more unfamiliar. Who told you not to keep your word? No, I'm just afraid that you'll run away. After all, you've already run away once. Su Feifei originally wanted to pay him 2 years' salary, but she was afraid that after the settlement, Xiaofeng would probably not sign a contract with her, given his personality. So she decided to settle the payment together just in case. You talk as if I'm a scoundrel. Xiaofeng felt that if she paid him the clear balance at that time and then discussed the rest with him, he would be easy to talk to and might even give her a 20% discount. After all, 2 million was not a lot and she wouldn't have to lie around for the rest of her life. It was because Su Feifei broke her promise that he had to resort to this desperate measure. Anyway, he would not believe her big promises now. As long as there is a chance to make money, he will stay away from this female devil. Isn't it? TSK, what do you know as a rich girl? Xiaofeng, let me tell you that everything I have now is the result of my own hard work. I didn't rely on any help from my family. Don't think of me as the same as other rich second generations. I didn't say anything, why are you so excited? Xiaofeng knew that Su Feifei was indeed more hardworking than other rich second generations. Her family had many resources, but she made a name for herself on her own. But what does it matter if he makes a lot of money? No matter if it belongs to the family or to him, Xiaofeng doesn't care about it. If he doesn't like it, he will start to complain. Xiaofeng, do you hate me? I don't hate you, you're the sponsor. Yeah, I'm done eating, let me go drive. Xiaofeng nodded, stood up, put on the light blue shirt next to him, took the car keys and walked to the garage. After a while, he drove the Mercedes to the door of the villa. Xiaofeng got out, opened the passenger door, put his hand on Su Feifei's head, and let her sit in. Then Xiaofeng drove towards the company. On the way, Su Feifei glanced at Xiaofeng from time to time. In the morning light, his profile was clearly outlined, and his eyes were focused on the front. She felt a little throbbing in her heart. The car was completely silent, with only the low roar of the engine and the occasional navigation prompt. Su Feifei broke the silence. Xiaofeng, have you been worried about something recently? I feel like you've been talking less. Xiaofeng looked ahead and responded calmly, nothing, I just think there is no need to say more about some things. Su Feifei frowned, feeling a little unhappy, but she didn't show it. If you have any ideas, you can tell me directly. There is no need to be so distant between us, right? Xiaofeng glanced at her, with a faint smile on his face. Strange? When have we ever been familiar with each other? Su Feifei was choked by his words and was speechless for a moment. She bit her lower lip, feeling a little dissatisfied, but she didn't know how to refute. She knew that the relationship between her and Xiaofeng had always been delicate, neither a pure cooperative relationship nor as close as friends. But recently, she found herself paying more and more attention to him, and even began to care about his attitude and emotions. I just thought we could try to get to know each other a little better. Xiaofeng said disapprovingly, knowing too much may not be a good thing. For some things, it is better to keep a distance. Su Feifei sensed the alienation in his words and felt lost. She turned her head and looked at the scenery passing by quickly outside the window, trying to calm her inner fluctuations. She didn't understand why Xiaofeng was always so distant from her recently, as if there was always an invisible barrier between them. This attitude made her even begin to doubt herself. Was she not good enough? But the next second, Su Feifei immediately denied this idea. She was rich and pretty, and people were lining up to pursue her. How could it be because of her? The car slowly drove into the company's underground parking lot. Xiaofeng parked the car, unbuckled his seatbelt, and turned to look at Su Feifei. "We're here." Su Feifei came back to her senses, nodded, picked up her bag and prepared to get out of the car. Just as she opened the car door, Xiaofeng suddenly said, "Mr. Su." She stopped and looked back at him. "What's wrong?" "I have something to do today. If it's nothing important, don't call me." Su Feifei was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Well, I understand." She got out of the car, closed the door, and stood beside the car, watching Xiaofeng drive away. She didn't turn around and walk towards the elevator until the car disappeared from her sight. Walking into the elevator, Su Feifei leaned against the cold metal wall, replaying the previous conversation in her mind. She felt powerless, and no matter what method she used, she couldn't really get close to Xiaofeng. She felt sad in her heart. "Is it true that there is only money between us?" Su Feifei smiled bitterly. She had considered introducing Xiaofeng into her own company and letting him get involved in the field of live streaming and selling goods. However, this thought flashed through her mind only briefly. She was afraid that once he became really popular, he would become too powerful and difficult to control. Xiaofeng is tall and handsome, all he needs is an opportunity. If the opportunity comes, it will be very easy for him to stand out under the spotlight. Su Feifei doesn't want to see him succeed, she just wants to tie Xiaofeng firmly to her side and serve her. It's still unclear where their relationship will go in the future. The elevator door opened, Su Feifei took a deep breath, adjusted her mood, and walked towards the office. She knew that no matter how she felt, she had to continue working. After all, this was the foundation on which she had always relied for survival. The inexplicable restlessness in her heart could not be calmed down. Perhaps, she needed to think carefully about what her feelings for Xiaofeng meant. Chapter 21 I Don't Eat Bread. Xiaofeng walked into a welfare lottery store and bought a 10 yuan lottery ticket as usual. He randomly selected a few numbers and the boss handed him the printed ticket. He wanted to spend a little money to try his luck, just in case he won the jackpot someday. Although the chances were very low, he still had to give himself some hope. Xiaofeng walked out of the lottery shop and passed by a 5-star hotel. He happened to meet two familiar faces on the roadside, Lin Haoyu and Lin Ruoxi. Lin Ruoxi and Lin Haoyu were seen getting out of the Bentley. Lin Ruoxi was surprised to see Xiaofeng standing not far away. Then her eyes turned and a sly smile appeared on her face. She walked forward quickly. "Xiaofeng? Why are you here?" Xiaofeng was stunned, looked at Lin Ruoxi and then glanced at Lin Haoyu beside him. What a coincidence. I thought to myself, am I so unlucky to encounter something like this? Lin Haoyu, who was standing aside, frowned. He looked at Xiaofeng coldly, with obvious dissatisfaction in his tone. "Ruoxi, is he the lifesaver you mentioned?" Lin Ruoxi nodded. "Yes, brother, if it wasn't for Xiaofeng last time, I would have died." "He is your brother?" Xiaofeng said in surprise. Lin Haoyu snorted coldly, and his eyes swept towards Xiaofeng sharply, with a mocking tone. "Oh? So it's you, the scumbag, Xiaofeng. I heard that you're idle all day long and don't do your job properly. I didn't expect you to be able to save my sister's life. It's really strange." Lin Haoyu felt particularly upset when he thought about Xiaofeng snatching Su Feifei away and now getting involved with his sister. Did he plan this long ago? Was he trying to blackmail her? When Xiaofeng heard this, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. "Mr. Lin, I saved Lin Ruoxi out of instinct and I don't need your approval. As for whether I am a scumbag or not, it is none of your business." Lin Haoyu was angered by Xiaofeng's attitude. "Fuck, who do you think you are? How dare you talk back? Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you saved Ruoxi once. I tell you, people like you are not worthy of having anything to do with our Lin family." Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was becoming increasingly tense, Lin Ruoxi was a little embarrassed. "Brother, this is where you are wrong. Xiaofeng is really a good person, don't misunderstand him." Lin Ruoxi thought to herself, she didn't expect Xiaofeng to have some personal grudges with her brother. Xiaofeng waved his hand, signaling Lin Ruoxi not to say more. "Silly, a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. I think your family is like this, you like to repay kindness with enmity." After saying that, Xiaofeng turned around and prepared to leave. However, Lin Haoyu refused to give up and stepped forward to stop him. "Stop. Do you think you can leave just by saying a few words? If you don't make things clear today, don't even think about leaving." Xiaofeng stopped walking, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. "Get out of the way, you damned rat, or I'll give you a slap in the face if you keep on making such noises." Who are you calling a dead rat? Lin Haoyu said excitedly. From childhood to adulthood, no one dared to give him a nickname. You dead rat is calling you, is there anyone else here? Xiao Feng looked around. You. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lin Ruoshi hurriedly grabbed Lin Haoyu's arm and said, Brother, stop making trouble. Xiao Feng really has no ill intentions, don't do this. Lin Haoyu shook off his sister's hand and said angrily, Ruoshi, don't be fooled by him. This kind of person is not worthy of you speaking for him. Just when the two sides were at a stalemate, there was a commotion at the entrance of the hotel. Several security guards came over and asked what happened. Lin Ruoshi took the opportunity to hold Lin Haoyu and whispered, Brother, don't make a scene here. There are so many people watching. It's not a good influence. Lin Haoyu calmed down and glared at Xiao Feng fiercely, You are lucky today, don't let me see you again next time. Brother, you go first, I have something to say to him. Lin Haoyu reminded, Ruoshi, don't be fooled by him. You don't understand how treacherous people are. Stay away from such people to avoid getting into trouble. Lin Ruoshi was slightly angry, knowing that nothing she said could change Lin Haoyu's mind. Go back first. Did you hear me? You're so nagging. Lin Haoyu was stunned and gritted his teeth. Ruoshi, be careful, call me if there is any situation. Lin Ruoshi nodded. Lin Haoyu was helpless. If he continued talking, his sister would get angry. He walked towards the hotel entrance and turned back to glare at Xiao Feng when he left. Xiao Feng was gloating beside him. He just glanced at Lin Haoyu indifferently, despising him in his heart. You idiot, why are you pretending to be so high and mighty in front of me? Lin Ruoshi walked over and held Xiao Feng. Let's find a place to sit down, my savior. Xiao Feng reluctantly shook off Lin Ruoshi's hand. I have feet. Lin Ruoshi was stunned. She didn't expect Xiao Feng to have more personality than her. Under normal circumstances, the men who wanted to lick her would line up for her, but he looked indifferent, which made her feel that Xiao Feng was much more interesting than other men. Then they went to a nearby coffee shop and sat down by the window. Xiao Feng crossed his legs and said impatiently, Lin Ruoshi, do you have anything to tell me? Lin Ruoshi smiled and said, When I saw you guys quarreling just now, I was very happy. Oh? You hate your brother? Xiao Feng became interested when he heard her say that. I can't say I hate them, but I just don't like their style of doing things. TSK, I don't want to hear about your family affairs, just say it directly. Xiao Feng, you are so straightforward. You saved me, don't you want me to repay you? From what you said, is there any benefit in saving you? Well, I can grant you 3 wishes. Allah's lamp? It's within my ability. That's what you said. Give me 5 million for your first wish and another 5 million for your second wish. And the third one? Give me 3 more wishes. But, you wish. Then help me fulfill my first wish first. No money. What the hell are you talking about if you don't have money? It makes me a little excited, thinking it will be realized soon. Just because there isn't one now doesn't mean there won't be one in the future. That's right. Your Lin family is so big, it wouldn't be easy for you to ask your father to give you 5 million. If I ask him, he will definitely give it to me, but I hate him and don't want to ask him. Don't worry, I will rely on myself and will earn it back soon in the future, and then I will give it to you. Lin Ruoshi, are you painting cakes for me? Or Indian flying cakes? I didn't, I'm serious, you have to believe in my ability. I believe you. I don't care. From now on, you owe me 5 million. You are really obsessed with money. My brother is right. You are a scumbag. Are you done yet? That's all. Then I'll slip away. We didn't even talk about anything, why are you leaving so soon? What else? Stay and talk about love with you? It's not wrong for you to say that. Fuck that bullshit love, I just want to make money. How about this, within 3 years, I will help you realize your first wish. Lin Ruoshi said seriously. She just didn't expect that Xiao Feng had no interest in her at all. After all, her appearance was about 80 points, and this seemed to become much more interesting. 3 years. After 3 years, the opportunity will be gone. Xiao Feng was too lazy to continue talking to her. He didn't even drink his coffee. He just got up and left. It was such a waste of his time. Chapter 22 Birthday Dinner. Xiao Feng. Lin Ruoshi shouted behind him. Anything else? Xiao Feng stopped and looked back. Thank you, Lin Ruoshi said sincerely. No need. As long as you're not going to die, just live well. Xiao Feng looked at Lin Ruoshi meaningfully. Can't you speak more gently? She curled her lips. That depends on who you're talking to. Let's go. Goodbye, Yu Yuan. He waved his hand and left the coffee shop. Looking at Xiao Feng's receding back, Lin Ruoshi subconsciously touched her face and muttered softly, "Am I really unattractive?" Lin Haoyu was anxiously waiting for his sister in the hall. After a while, Lin Ruoshi walked in. As soon as he saw her, he hurried forward and asked, "Ruoshi, how was your conversation with him? Did that guy blackmail you?" "No, brother, how do you know Xiao Feng?" Lin Ruoshi asked curiously. Lin Haoyu's face changed. "I don't know how that scumbag tricked Su Feifei into getting her." "What? Isn't Su Feifei your fiancée?" "Hey, we have been engaged since we were young, and both sides' parents have agreed. I don't know what Feifei is thinking. During the time I was abroad, I found this pretty boy to please my family." Lin Haoyu's face turned pale, and he felt like he was being cuckolded. "Brother, why do you keep calling Xiao Feng a scumbag? Is there some misunderstanding? It would be fine if you didn't mention this. I get angry as soon as you mention it. Some time ago, he asked me for money and said that he would leave Su Feifei if I gave him 8 million for a farewell dinner. Tell me, is he a scumbag?" Lin Haoyu's face turned red. He felt uncomfortable all over when he thought of Xiao Feng's rogue look. He is indeed a scumbag, huh? I didn't expect that he treats everyone the same. He just wants to make a quick buck and run away. Feifei was really blind to fall for this scumbag. Brother, are you jealous? Don't talk nonsense. I'm not jealous. I'm just angry. No one can stand it. I'm trying to find a way to make him give up and leave Feifei. Lin Ruoshi judged from her brother's words that the relationship between Xiao Feng and Su Feifei should not be so good. Considering Su Feifei's usually strong character, Lin Ruoshi secretly thought that the two of them must have reached a special agreement. Although Xiao Feng seems to be a casual person, his character can be guaranteed as he is willing to risk his own life to save others. He will never do anything that goes beyond his bottom line. As for what kind of complicated relationship there is between Xiao Feng and Su Feifei, Lin Ruoshi feels that only with further contact with Xiao Feng in the future can she slowly understand it clearly. Ruoshi, don't you go home to see your father? He is very worried about you. Lin Ruoshi's thoughts were pulled back, and she said coldly, "No, I don't want to see him now." Lin Haoyu shook his head. He only had this one sister. Although they were not born of the same mother, he still cherished the brother-sister relationship they had grown up with. After all, they had such a big family with more money than they could spend in 10 lifetimes, and the internal struggles were fierce. Only relatives were the most trustworthy. In 2 days, it will be my birthday. Ruoshi, come and join us and give me some face, okay? Well, I'll think about it. If you have nothing else to do, go back first. Okay, if you're not used to living here, just tell me. Okay, you're so nagging. After saying that, Lin Ruoshi walked towards the elevator. Lin Haoyu hesitated to speak, and seeing that Lin Ruoshi's patience had run out, he sighed and walked out of the hotel. 9 p.m. Su Feifei was sitting on the sofa and saw the invitation to Lin Haoyu's birthday party on her mobile phone. After thinking for a moment, he said to Xiao Feng, who was mopping the floor, "In 2 days, you will come with me to Lin Haoyu's birthday party." Xiao Feng looked up in surprise. "I'm going? This is not good. What if I get caught at the Lin family?" "It's okay. We have to face it sooner or later. If the time comes, then we can just turn against each other. Su Feifei can just let the Lin family completely give up the idea. As long as Lin Haoyu behaves himself at that time, she doesn't want to make it to the point of breaking up. This can be considered as leaving some face for her family." Xiao Feng shook his head. There were so many troubles here. He would be the first one to stand up and take the blame. There would be no peace for a while. 2 days later, Lin Haoyu's birthday party was held in the luxurious manor of the Lin family. Luxury cars gathered, guests were dressed in gorgeous dresses, chatting and laughing, and the whole manor was filled with a luxurious atmosphere. Lin Ruoshi didn't want to come at first, but when she thought that her brother would definitely invite Su Feifei, and Xiao Feng might also come, she made a decision. Lin Ruoshi carefully selected a lavender dress. She stood in front of the mirror, looking at her elegant reflection, but she felt a little nervous. She didn't know whether she would see Xiao Feng today. Ever since they last met in the coffee shop, Xiaofeng's half-smile would always appear in Lin Ruoxi's mind from time to time. Walking into the banquet hall, Lin Ruoxi saw Lin Haoyu standing in the crowd, chatting and laughing. He was wearing a light blue shirt today, looking particularly energetic, and the guests around him toasted and congratulated him. Lin Ruoxi was about to walk over, but at this moment she heard a familiar laugh. She turned around and saw Xiaofeng and Su Feifei walking in together. Xiaofeng was wearing a black Korean casual outfit, looking chic and uninhibited. Su Feifei was wearing a red evening dress, gorgeous and charming. She held Xiaofeng's arm with a confident smile on her face. Lin Ruoxi's heartbeat unconsciously quickened a few beats. She subconsciously adjusted the hem of her skirt and walked towards Xiaofeng and the others. Xiaofeng, Su Feifei, what a coincidence! Lin Ruoxi greeted with a smile. When Xiaofeng saw Lin Ruoxi, he was slightly startled, then the corners of his mouth turned up, revealing a faint smile. Ms. Lin, hello. Su Feifei looked at Lin Ruoxi, then at Xiaofeng, with a barely perceptible look of inquiry in her eyes, and then she smiled and said, Sister Ruoxi, you look so beautiful today. Su Feifei felt a little unhappy. When did Lin Ruoxi and Xiaofeng know each other? She had no idea. Thank you, Sister Fei. Lin Ruoxi responded politely, but her eyes couldn't help but look back and forth between Xiaofeng and Su Feifei, trying to see something from their interaction. At this time, Lin Haoyu saw the situation here, his face instantly turned gloomy, and he walked over quickly. Xiaofeng, what are you doing here? Who asked you to come? Lin Haoyu said bluntly. Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, Mr. Lin, the invitation letter didn't say that I can't come. Why, you don't welcome me? Su Feifei gently reminded, Ahem, today is your birthday, don't spoil the fun. Lin Haoyu looked at Su Feifei and finally suppressed his anger, you are sensible. It's better not to cause trouble here. Xiaofeng smiled and ignored Lin Haoyu, but took Su Feifei to the rest area. Lin Ruoxi looked at their backs, feeling somewhat puzzled. She always felt that the relationship between Xiaofeng and Su Feifei was strange, not like a normal couple. Chapter 23 There are so many dogs. At this moment, a young man walked up to Lin Ruoxi and said with a smile, Miss Lin, can I ask you to dance with me? Lin Ruoxi looked at the man in front of her and politely refused, sorry, I don't really want to dance. The man did not give up and continued, Ms. Lin, please do me a favor. I have admired you for a long time. Lin Ruoxi was a little annoyed and was about to refuse again when she suddenly heard a familiar voice, she doesn't want to dance, don't you understand? Lin Ruoxi turned her head and saw Xiaofeng standing behind her with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. The man looked at Xiaofeng, his face changed, and he left in a huff. Thank you. Lin Ruoxi said in a low voice. Xiaofeng shrugged, you're welcome. Seeing that you don't seem to like him very much, I'll help you out. Why did you come here suddenly? Where is Su Feifei? Lin Ruoxi asked. She went to chat with someone else. I came over to check on her because I felt bored. Xiaofeng said casually. Lin Ruoxi looked at Xiaofeng, hesitated for a moment, and asked, Xiaofeng, what is your relationship with Su Feifei? When Xiaofeng heard this question, his eyes narrowed slightly. After a moment of silence, he sighed softly, there are some things that you'd better not know. Tang Xiaoyan saw Xiaofeng from a distance, and was very angry when she thought of the embarrassing scene before. Now he actually appeared in such an occasion, this was a rare opportunity, she had to make things difficult for him and make him feel ashamed. Then Tang Xiaoyan walked over with a glass of red wine and looked at Xiaofeng with contempt, Su Feifei brought you out for such an occasion? Xiaofeng felt disgusted when he saw Tang Xiaoyan's stinky face, and said in a yin-yang voice, stepping on dog shit when going out? What's it got to do with you? Tang Xiaoyan was so angry that she was shaking, how dare you, a pretty boy, talk to me like that? Don't be ungrateful. Lin Ruoxi was very upset when she saw this woman coming over for no reason and interrupting her conversation with Xiaofeng. You are the one who doesn't know how to appreciate your honor. It's not your turn to speak here. Lin Ruoxi had long been fed up with Tang Xiaoyan, who always hung around her brother with a fawning look on her face. Tang Xiaoyan was shocked. She didn't expect Lin Ruoxi to speak for the pretty boy. Lin Ruoxi, you actually speak for a dog. Bang! Lin Ruoxi slapped Tang Xiaoyan in the face and said, who are you calling a dog? Who do you think you are? This is not the place for you to act like a spoiled child. Do you really want to climb up to our Lin family? A burst of heat came. Unexpectedly, Lin Ruoxi slapped her in the face in front of so many people. Tang Xiaoyan covered her face and said, you. Roll. Lin Ruoshi shouted loudly. Tang Xiaoyan was so humiliated that she could only walk away in disgrace. When she left, she glared at Lin Ruoshi fiercely. Lin Ruoshi, I will remember this slap in the face. When I become your sister-in-law one day, I will teach you a lesson. Xiao Feng looked at Lin Ruoshi with interest. He didn't expect that this little girl would actually help him out. He felt a little more favorable towards her. You slapped her like this, aren't you afraid that she will retaliate in the future? Humph, she's not worthy yet. Xiao Feng, didn't you feel relieved just now? Yeah, indeed, I've wanted to slap her for a long time. Just then, there was a sudden noise in the banquet hall. Everyone turned their heads and saw a short, bald middle-aged man with a gloomy face walking in with a few people. The originally lively and cheerful atmosphere froze instantly. Lin Haoyu's face changed, and he hurried forward and said respectfully, Second uncle, why are you here? The middle-aged man called Second uncle snorted coldly, glanced around the banquet hall, and finally landed on Xiao Feng and Lin Ruoshi, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. You're holding a birthday party, why do you invite all kinds of people? He said mercilessly, his words full of contempt. Lin Haoyu smiled awkwardly and explained, Second uncle, today is a festive day, as long as everyone is happy, don't worry about these things. The middle-aged man didn't buy it. He walked straight to Xiao Feng, looked him up and down, and said coldly, Are you the brat who was with Fei Fei? You don't even look at your own status, and you dare to come to our Lin family's banquet. Xiao Feng crossed his arms, still with that nonchalant smile on his face. Hey, Baldy, be polite, I didn't come here uninvited, it was Su Feifei who brought me here. Xiao Feng was not used to them, who would spray anyone who made him unhappy. Barefoot people were not afraid of those wearing shoes, they were all bluffing paper tigers. The middle-aged man was choked by Xiao Feng's words, his face flushed red, and just as he was about to explode, Su Feifei hurried over. She stood in front of Xiao Feng and said firmly, Second uncle, Xiao Feng is my friend, and I invited him here. Today is Haoyu's birthday, so don't embarrass him. The second uncle looked at Su Feifei, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes, but he didn't get angry after all. He snorted coldly, turned to Lin Haoyu and said, Haoyu, you are not a child anymore, you should pay more attention to some things. Feifei is the daughter-in-law of our Lin family, don't let some irrelevant people break the rules. Su Feifei was about to lose her temper, but when she saw that there were guests all around, she felt it was not appropriate to disrupt the Lin family's show, so she endured it. She always had to give them face. Lin Haoyu nodded quickly, but he felt a little helpless. The second uncle glanced at everyone again. He didn't want to make a big deal, so he took his entourage to greet other guests, and the atmosphere eased a little. Lin Ruoshi watched this scene and felt a little worried about Xiao Feng's situation. She pulled Xiao Feng aside and whispered, Xiao Feng, you should stay away from our Lin family in the future. My second uncle is not someone you want to mess with. Xiao Feng smiled and said indifferently, It's okay, I haven't done anything wrong, what can he do to me? But you, don't be implicated because of me. Lin Ruoshi felt warm in her heart and was about to say something when she suddenly heard the host's voice coming from the speakers in the banquet hall. Next, let's welcome today's birthday boy, Mr. Lin Haoyu, to the stage to speak. Lin Haoyu straightened his clothes and walked onto the stage. He looked at the guests below the stage with a sincere smile on his face. Thank you all for coming to my birthday party. Today is a special day for me. I hope that in the days to come, we will all be able to have smooth sailing and a harmonious family. There was applause from the audience, and Lin Haoyu continued, Here, I would like to thank someone in particular, that is my sister, Ruoshi. Although we are not born of the same mother, she has always been the person I cherish most since childhood. Ruoshi, I hope you can be happy in the future, and tell me if you encounter any difficulties. When Lin Ruoshi heard her brother's words, her eyes were slightly red, and her heart was full of emotion. Xiao Feng glanced at Lin Ruoshi and said lightly, You have a good brother. Lin Ruoshi nodded slightly, and at this moment, Lin Haoyu's voice sounded again. Finally, I announce an important decision. Chapter 24 Lin Ruoshi's Promise. Lin Haoyu followed his father's wishes and wanted to hand over part of the film and real estate to Lin Ruoshi. His father was afraid that Lin Ruoshi would not accept it if he came forward, so he could only let Lin Haoyu convey the message that the ideological work of other internal personnel had been cleared up by his father. Lin Haoyu paused, looked around the room, and with a smile on his face, he continued, I have decided to give part of the Lin family's assets to Ruoshi to manage. The whole audience was shocked when these words came out. The Lin family's assets have always been coveted by many relatives. Now Lin Haoyu is actually going to give part of it to Lin Ruoshi. This is undoubtedly a heavy bombshell within the Lin family. Lin Ruoshi's cousin Lin Yutong, who was standing in the corner, looked extremely ugly in an instant. She had always believed that she was the most qualified person to take over part of the Lin family's industry, but she didn't expect that Lin Haoyu would give it directly to Lin Ruoshi. She gritted her teeth, a trace of jealousy and resentment flashed in her eyes. She stood up suddenly and said loudly, "Cousin, your decision is too hasty. Lin Ruoshi is so young, what can she know about management? I have been struggling in business for so many years, it is more appropriate for you to hand over the industry to me to manage." Lin Haoyu frowned and was about to explain when Lin Ruoshi's second uncle came out of the crowd and sneered, "Haoyu, Yutong is right. Ruoshi is just a little girl, how can she be capable of managing an industry? Don't make a wrong decision just because of your brother-sister relationship, or else the Lin family's industry will be damaged." This second uncle starts to make trouble at critical moments. This is not the first time. It's because his father is the heir and he has been brooding over grandfather's distribution for so many years. If you want to blame someone, blame him for being ignorant. Originally, Lin Ruoshi didn't want to accept it, but when she heard her cousin looking down on others like that, she could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. She took a step forward, looked directly into Lin Yutong's eyes, and said word by word, "Lin Yutong, don't go too far. Time will prove whether I have the ability to manage the industry. It is not your turn to dictate our family's industry." Then she turned to her second uncle and made a promise, "Second uncle, give me 3 years. If I don't make more than 50% profit, I will automatically withdraw." The bald second uncle had a dark face. "Lin Ruoshi, you said this, don't blame your second uncle for being ruthless when the time comes." Then he said to Lin Haoyu, "You heard it too, Lin Haoyu, don't play any tricks when the time comes." Lin Haoyu didn't expect things to be so awkward. He looked at his sister's confident face and sighed, "Let's decide it this way." Xiao Feng was watching the fun from the sidelines. He was thinking that if Lin Ruoshi took over, wouldn't the Indian flying cakes be settled? His first wish would soon come true, and he was a little excited just thinking about it. Su Feifei has returned to Xiao Feng. "I didn't expect the competition within the Lin family to become so fierce. Why do you care? It's none of your business. Let them fight until they are bloody." Su Feifei snorted coldly, "You don't understand this. It would be nice if we could grab some resources while they are fighting each other. It's a bit unkind to rob your old lover on the way." "What are you talking about? Who is my old lover? Lin Haoyu? He is just my childhood playmate. The business world is like a battlefield. If I don't gain a firm foothold first, how can my company expand in the future? Su Feifei, you are the one who left the family business to run and decided to mess around with it. It's just like the old saying goes, we're not afraid of the second generation of rich people spending money, we're afraid of them starting their own businesses." "Xiao Feng, you don't understand me at all. Why should I understand you? You. I don't want to bother with a scoundrel like you. Hey, your old lover is here to see you." "Where are you going, Xiao Feng?" "I'll give you some time to argue with him, otherwise your trip would have been in vain." After saying that, Xiao Feng went to the side with a plate to find something to eat. Lin Haoyu saw Su Feifei and walked over. "There was a little incident just now, but it's been resolved. Feifei, I'm glad you can come tonight. What does this have to do with me? Lin Haoyu, didn't I tell you that I have a husband? Why don't you give up?" "You mean Xiao Feng?" "Yes. Feifei, I don't know what agreement you reached with him, but he sold you out and you are still in the dark. I advise you to stay away from him as soon as possible." "Oh, what do you say? He is a scumbag, you know that? He demanded 8 million from me last time and said that he would disappear from your site as long as I paid him the money." "Are you serious? Well, go ask him yourself." "Lin Haoyu, I will find out about his affairs, but don't waste your energy on me. There will be no result between us. I just regard you as a friend. Feifei, I know Xiao Feng is not sincere to you. I can wait. I am the one who cherishes you the most. Stop it, today is your birthday, don't say these spoilers, as a friend I sincerely hope you can find your other half soon." "But..." Xiao Feng came over and hugged Su Feifei's slender waist, grinning, "Mr. Lin, don't force me. Su Feifei likes my style. You have to think it over carefully." Su Feifei's face turned red instantly due to Xiao Feng's sudden action. Lin Haoyu saw Xiao Feng's hand sliding up and down dishonestly. He was so angry that his face turned blue. He had never been humiliated like this before. "Xiao Feng, you scumbag, remember this." After saying that, he left angrily. After Su Feifei saw Lin Haoyu leave, she pulled Xiao Feng's hand away and said, "You are so brave. Hey, isn't this helping you drive away the flies? Did you ask Lin Haoyu to give you money? Do you want to have the best of both worlds? Xiao Feng smiled awkwardly. This damn rat actually told Su Feifei about what happened before. Don't listen to his nonsense. You lied to me? Isn't it normal to lie once or twice now and then? Su Feifei twisted Xiao Feng's waist hard. I told you not to lie to me. Ouch, that hurts. Why are you using so much force? Xiao Feng said, holding his waist. Let's see if you dare to do it again in the future. Su Feifei looked unhappy. At this time, Lin Ruoshi came over, put her hands on her hips, and looked directly at Su Feifei. What are you doing, treating Xiao Feng like this? Su Feifei was surprised. Lin Ruoshi, this is my man. How I treat him is none of your business, right? Lin Ruoshi said dissatisfiedly, TSK, I don't think the relationship between you two is that good. Xiao Feng scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Su Feifei's face darkened. Could it be that she also liked Xiao Feng? She was about to continue talking when she was interrupted by Xiao Feng. Stop arguing, both of you. Is that interesting? Then he pulled Lin Ruoshi to the other side. Why are you arguing with her? I just don't like her, so I bully you all day long. Are you being forced? Xiao Feng waved his hand. There is no coercion, it's voluntary, don't worry about it, just do what you have to do. You masochist. You little brat, you know nothing. Why do you care about me? Forget it today, but if I see her again in the future, I will definitely forgive her. Lin Ruoshi pouted, and then reminded, Xiao Feng, you just offended my brother like that, you must be careful in the future, he holds a grudge. Xiao Feng didn't care, I have offended many people, and one more person won't make a difference. Chapter 25 Su Feifei's Reminder. Take out your cell phone. Lin Ruoshi said, stretching out her hand. What? Xiao Feng was stunned, then took out a cell phone from his pocket. Lin Ruoshi snatched it, entered her phone number on it, and dialed. This is my phone number. If you need any help in the future, just come to me. Lin Ruoshi threw the phone back to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng took the phone and smiled, just remember my wish. I know. You'll have to pay a coin. Lin Ruoshi rolled her eyes at him. Xiao Feng shrugged, nothing, I'm going back. After saying that, he returned to Su Feifei and said, this birthday party is so boring. Su Feifei said unhappily, what do you know? What were you two talking about just now? Nothing to talk about. She owes me money. Bragging, when did you first meet Lin Ruoshi? In a dream. Su Feifei glared at Xiao Feng, are you trying to trick a 3-year-old? Yes, you still understand me. You are looking for death. Xiao Feng dodged immediately. How could he possibly suffer a second loss? Hey, you can't catch me. Come back, why are you running? Su Feifei chased after him in her high heels. Lin Haoyu watched Su Feifei and Xiao Feng run out of the banquet hall with a dark face and clenched fists. Xiao Feng, one day you will pay the price. Tang Xiaoyan walked up to Lin Haoyu and comforted him, Haoyu, even if Su Feifei is not here, I am still by your side. As long as you are willing, I can be your woman at any time. Go away. Don't bother me. Lin Haoyu was still angry. Tang Xiaoyan was startled by his angry voice. She bit her lip and left unwillingly. On the other side, Lin Yutong and her second uncle gathered together, discussing with resentful eyes how to trip up Lin Ruoshi. Uncle, we have to hurry. Lin Yutong said in a low voice. The second uncle nodded, a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes, don't worry, I will make arrangements. Within 3 months, Lin Ruoshi will definitely have big problems when she takes over. Let everyone see that she is incompetent and unqualified to be in charge of the industry. Lin Yutong showed a smug smile, that's good. As long as she goes bankrupt, part of her industry will be under our management, and we will slowly eat away at it in the future. I want to take back everything I lost back then. Xiao Feng was running in front, and Su Feifei was so tired after running a short distance that she had to stop and stood there angrily. Seeing that she had stopped chasing him, Xiao Feng slowly walked back with a smug smile on his face. Don't go too far, I can't run anymore. Su Feifei said with her hands on her hips. Xiao Feng chuckled, okay, I won't tease you anymore. But this banquet is really boring, how about we find a place to eat something? Su Feifei thought about it and nodded, okay, but you have to let me change my shoes first. My feet hurt so much when I run in these high heels. Xiao Feng took Su Feifei to a nearby small restaurant. The lights in the restaurant were warm and the air was filled with the aroma of food, which formed a sharp contrast with the hustle and bustle of the banquet. Xiaofeng found a seat by the window and sat down. It hurts. Can't you find a better place? Su Feifei looked disgusted. Then she took off her high heels, rubbed her sore ankle, and let out a long sigh. Xiaofeng smiled and handed over the menu. The food here is delicious, order whatever you want, it's your treat. Are you ashamed to say it? I have no money. Xiaofeng shrugged. Su Feifei snorted, looked down at the menu, and ordered a few dishes she liked. Xiaofeng leaned back in his chair, his eyes casually sweeping around the corner of the restaurant, as if he was thinking about something. Hey, what were you talking about with Lin Ruoxi just now? Su Feifei suddenly looked up and stared at Xiaofeng sharply. Xiaofeng was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Didn't I tell you that she owes me money? Don't give me that." Su Feifei obviously didn't believe it. How could someone like Lin Ruoxi owe you money? Are you hiding something from me? Xiaofeng spread his hands, really not. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Su Feifei stared at him for a few seconds. I remind you, don't get too involved with the Lin family. Lin Ruoxi is not a simple person. Don't be fooled by her innocent appearance. She has a high IQ. Don't be fooled by her. Xiaofeng touched his chin. Are you jealous? Who said that? Su Feifei looked embarrassed and immediately changed the subject. It looks pretty shabby here. Ha, you're used to those high-end restaurants, so you must look down on these small places, but the food here is really good. Is that so? You'll know in a moment. It was the first time that Su Feifei sat with Xiaofeng so friendly. It was not awkward. She even felt that she was too harsh on him. If she treated him better, he would not leave her in the future. However, she immediately blocked this thought. How could she assimilate him? Xiaofeng saw Su Feifei's uncertain expression, so he stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her eyes. What's wrong? You look in pain. Su Feifei came back to her senses and said coldly, take your hand back. He was fine just now, why did his expression suddenly change? Xiaofeng was puzzled and muttered in a low voice, there is something wrong. The atmosphere between Xiaofeng and Su Feifei became a little subtle. The dishes were served. Xiaofeng lowered his head and took a few bites of the dishes. Suddenly he looked up and asked, by the way, you just told me not to get too involved with the Lin family. What did you mean? Is Lin Ruoxi that scary? Su Feifei put down her chopsticks and became serious. Lin Ruoxi is a top student at Beijing University. Her ability is definitely better than that loser brother. Don't just look at her harmless appearance, she is actually very thoughtful. The internal struggle of the Lin family is so fierce, she was able to stand firm in that environment, it was definitely not by luck. If you get too close to her, you might be dragged into it one day. Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows, it sounds like you know the Lin family very well. Su Feifei sighed, the Lin family has some business dealings with our Su family, I know a little bit about it. The cause of Lin Ruoxi's mother's death was very strange. Now she has become very extreme because of her mother's death, and she has a strong desire for revenge. The Lin family has been fighting for power. Although Lin Ruoxi has taken over part of the industry on the surface, there are many people watching her behind the scenes, including her relatives. If you get too close to her, it's easy to become someone else's target. Xiaofeng nodded thoughtfully, I see. However, I think Lin Ruoxi is quite interesting, at least she is much better than those hypocritical people. Su Feifei frowned, you don't really have any thoughts about her, do you? Xiaofeng laughed, you think too much, I just think she is interesting. Besides, I am not interested in getting involved in any family struggles. I am just an ordinary person who just wants to live a peaceful life. Su Feifei stared at him for a few seconds, as if trying to see some clues from his face, but in the end she just sighed, I hope what you said is true. However, I still say that, don't get too close to the Lin family, it's not good for you. Xiaofeng nodded, got it, thank you for the reminder. The struggle between the powerful and the wealthy is brutal, and Xiaofeng doesn't want to be dragged into it. The two continued to eat, and the atmosphere gradually eased. Although Su Feifei didn't say it, her concern for Xiaofeng became more and more obvious. She even began to doubt whether she had some special feelings for Xiaofeng. This feeling was mutually exclusive with her independent thoughts, making her feel very uncomfortable. Chapter 26 A Call from a Big Star. On the other side, Lin Haoyu's anger had not subsided. He stood on the balcony outside the banquet hall, holding a glass of wine in his hand, staring at the night view in the distance with cold eyes. Su Feifei, why do you treat me like this? Lin Haoyu whispered to himself, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Tang Xiaoyan stood not far away, looking at Lin Haoyu's back, bit her lip, and finally plucked up the courage to walk over. Haoyu, don't be angry. A woman like Su Feifei is not worthy of you doing this for her. Tang Xiaoyan said softly. Lin Haoyu glanced at her coldly, don't worry about my business. Tang Xiaoyan was hurt by his attitude, but she still insisted, I know you feel uncomfortable, but I really don't want to see you like this. That's enough. Lin Haoyu interrupted her with a cold tone, I said, don't bother me. Tang Xiaoyan's eyes instantly turned red, but she held back her tears, turned around and quickly left the party. Lin Haoyu looked at her back, but his heart was not moved at all. In his mind, there was only the scene of Su Feifei and Xiao Feng leaving together, and anger surged in his heart again. Xiao Feng, just wait for me. Lin Haoyu said in a low voice, with a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Call. I'm finally back. I felt uncomfortable in that kind of situation. Xiao Feng came back and lay down on the sofa and turned on the TV. Su Feifei took off her high heels at the door, walked to the sofa and threw her bag aside. Xiao Feng, come here and massage my feet. Su Feifei stretched out her feet. Her feet began to feel sore after standing for a whole night. Xiao Feng heard this helplessly, so he stood up, moved a small stool and sat in front of Su Feifei. He put her feet on his legs and began to knead them. Ah, it hurts, be gentle. Don't make those weird noises, making it seem like I did something to you. Su Feifei blushed, what are you thinking about? The party isn't over yet, and we're leaving like this. Your old lover won't hold a grudge against us, right? Humph, you've already earned his hatred, do you still care about adding one more time? That's true. Is it because I'm so handsome? That's not the case, it's just that you are too mean. Su Feifei rolled her eyes at Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, I find that you are sometimes quite thick-skinned. Oh? Is this an advantage? I think you are heartless, but there is still one good thing about you. You don't hold grudges. Su Feifei, I also find that you are very twisted sometimes. When you want to make up your mind to do something, you hesitate and end up giving in the end. You're the soft one. How do you know I'm soft if you haven't tried it? You. Su Feifei's face turned red to her ears and she kicked Xiao Feng away. Ah, it hurts. Xiao Feng imitated Su Feifei's scream just now. Su Feifei's face turned red from her ears to her neck. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. After all, no one had dared to tease her like this since she was a child. She picked up the pillow beside her and threw it over. You little rascal, I told you not to imitate me. Hee, I'm imitating a sow in heat. Xiao Feng took the pillow with a smile. You're going to die. No, I'm going to die, how are you going to give birth? Don't run. I'm going to tear your mouth apart tonight. Su Feifei was so angry. Xiao Feng circled around the sofa, hey, you can't catch me. After running a few laps without catching Xiao Feng, Su Feifei stomped her feet in anger and said, I'll beat you to death. She stopped panting, with her hands on her hips and her cheeks flushed. It was unclear whether she was tired from running or angry at Xiao Feng. Seeing her stop, Xiao Feng stopped running and stood at the other end of the sofa with a triumphant smirk on his face. Xiao Feng, don't go too far. Su Feifei said, gritting her teeth. Xiao Feng shrugged, put away his smile, and said seriously, okay, I won't tease you anymore. So why are you so serious? While Xiao Feng was sitting on the sofa, Su Feifei rushed over, grabbed his arm and bit it hard. Ouch, it hurts. Are you a dog? Xiao Feng pulled Su Feifei away with his hands, leaving a deep tooth mark on her arm. Humph, that's a relief. Who told you to be so dishonest? A gentleman takes action instead of talking. You are too immoral to talk. A serious word becomes a serious word once it comes out of your mouth. Isn't that what you mean? If I tell you again, you will lead me astray. Mine is not crooked, it's straight. You scoundrel. Su Feifei suddenly realized that she couldn't continue chatting with him because they were all dirty jokes. Hurry up and mop the floor. Stop wasting time and being lazy. Strike today. Be careful or I'll deduct your salary. It doesn't matter, it's not much money anyway. What about deducting it from the 8 million? When Xiaofeng heard that it was his life-saving money, he immediately behaved himself. Okay, I'll go right away. Su Feifei was tired after a night of work, so she took a set of pajamas and went into the bathroom to take a shower. 1 hour later. Squeak. The bathroom door opened and hot steam filled the air. Su Feifei walked out barefoot. Her long black hair swayed with her movements, and the water drops hanging on the ends of her hair were like little gems, dripping down her graceful neck. She was wearing a loose off-shoulder nightgown, which revealed her round shoulder and delicate collarbone. The material of the nightgown was light and soft, and her curvy figure was faintly visible under the translucent material. Her snow-white skin, slender waist, and soft hip line all made people imagine. Su Feifei stretched lazily, raised her hand to casually fiddle with her hair, and then leaned on the sofa with her legs closed. At this moment, Xiaofeng, who was dragging his feet, just happened to look up and saw the erotic scene in front of him. He swallowed his saliva and really wanted to commit a crime. Su Feifei, are you so casual? Su Feifei bit her fingers and smiled charmingly. Husband, I want it. She liked to tease Xiaofeng like this every day and make him unable to stop. Xiaofeng was trying his best to control his inner impulse, thinking how he was going to get through the day if it was like this every day. The ambiguous atmosphere was interrupted by the ringing of a phone. Xiaofeng walked to the balcony with his cell phone. He took a look and saw it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Are you Xiaofeng? A sweet voice came into my ears. Yes? Who are you? Guess? I guess you're a psychopath. Xiaofeng thought it was a prank and was about to hang up the phone. It's me, Bai Muwen. Can't you even recognize my voice? Bai Muwen? How do you have my phone number? Xiaofeng asked in surprise. Your company gave it to you. Have you agreed on the cooperation with Su Feifei? Xiaofeng turned around and glanced at Su Feifei in the room. Yes, I will come to her company to sign the contract on Saturday night. Xiaofeng, I remember I gave you my business card when we first met. How come you don't have my phone number? I accidentally dropped that one and I can't find it. Ha, is that really the case? There was a hint of doubt in Bai Muwen's sweet voice. Chapter 27 Mainly want to see you. Xiaofeng held the phone with a frown on his face. He turned his head and glanced at Su Feifei in the room. She was leaning lazily on the sofa with a cup of hot tea in her hand, and seemed to care nothing about the conversation here. You're coming to our company on Saturday? Isn't that in 2 days? Xiaofeng asked in a low voice, not wanting Su Feifei to hear. Yes, the cooperation talks went smoothly, so I came to sign the contract. Bai Muwen chuckled. Why, you seem nervous. Afraid that Su Feifei would know that we were on the phone. Xiaofeng laughed dryly twice. No, it's just a little unexpected. You called me suddenly, and I thought it was a prank. Ha, you're still the same, you haven't changed at all. Bai Muwen's tone was filled with nostalgia, but I'm serious this time. See you on Saturday, don't pretend not to know me then. Before Xiaofeng could respond, the other end of the phone had hung up. He stared at the screen of his phone, feeling a little complicated. Bai Muwen's appearance caught him off guard, especially when she mentioned the first time they met. The memory seemed to come flooding back. He took a deep breath and turned back into the house. Su Feifei raised her head with a questioning look in her eyes. Who's calling? Oh, an old friend. Xiaofeng answered casually, trying to make his tone seem relaxed. He didn't want to tell Su Feifei that it was Bai Muwen, otherwise she would start pestering him again. Su Feifei looked puzzled, as if she didn't completely believe it, but she didn't ask any more questions. She took a sip of tea and looked back at the TV screen, as if the conversation just now was just an insignificant episode. Xiaofeng continued to clean and finish his work. He felt a little restless. Bai Muwen's reappearance seemed to cause a ripple in his originally peaceful life. The next evening, Su Feifei called Xiaofeng and told him that he had a work event and he didn't need to prepare dinner for her. Xiaofeng breathed a sigh of relief. He finally had a free day. He went to the refrigerator and got a bottle of beer. The phone suddenly rang. Xiaofeng thought it was Su Feifei calling again. He picked up the phone without even looking at it and asked impatiently, "What's wrong again?" "What's wrong?" Xiaofeng checked his phone and saw that it was Bai Muwen's number. Ahem, sorry, I thought it was Su Feifei. It's so noisy over there. Xiaofeng, my mask fell off and I was recognized by fans on the street. I was surrounded. Please come and save me. Bai Muwen's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. What? You sneaked out again? Where are you? near the pedestrian street. Wait a minute. Xiao Feng immediately took a box of masks and hurriedly drove to the pedestrian street in the city center. Xiao Feng sped along, feeling anxious and helpless. Bai Muan was always like this. She was a public figure, but she always liked to sneak out, and ended up getting into trouble every time. He held the steering wheel, and her face with an innocent smile appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. When he got to the pedestrian street, Xiao Feng saw a group of people gathered together from a distance, with noisy voices coming one after another. He parked the car and ran over, and sure enough, he saw Bai Muan surrounded by several enthusiastic fans. She was wearing a shoulder-bearing khaki short-sleeved shirt, ultra-short jeans, and sunglasses, but her mask was gone, and she looked terrified. Make way, make way. Xiao Feng put on a mask and squeezed into the crowd. He walked straight to Bai Muan with the mask in his hand. He quickly handed the mask to her and whispered, "Put it on quickly, don't get photographed again." Bai Muan took the mask and put it on quickly, with a hint of gratitude in her eyes. She leaned close to Xiao Feng's ear and whispered, "Why did you come just now? I'm almost squeezed into a pancake." Xiao Feng looked at her helplessly. "Who told you to sneak out again? Hurry up and leave, or there will be more people around." He held Bai Muan's hand, apologized to the crowd, and led her to squeeze out. After finally rushing out of the crowd, Xiao Feng led her to the parking lot quickly. Bai Muan followed behind him and felt the warmth of his palm. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, as if she found this little adventure interesting. After getting in the car, Xiao Feng let out a long sigh and turned to look at Bai Muan. "Can you not be so willful next time? If the paparazzi take pictures of you, it will be on the headlines again." Bai Muan took off her mask, revealing a delicate face, and looked at him with a smile. "What are you afraid of? Don't I have you? You will always come to save me, right?" Xiao Feng shook his head helplessly, a little speechless. He knew that Bai Muan was like this, always making people angry and helpless, but he couldn't really be angry with her. "Okay, I'll take you home. Don't do this again next time." Xiao Feng started the car, with a hint of blame in his tone. Bai Muan leaned back in her chair, looked out the window, and said softly, "Xiao Feng, I came out today because I wanted to see you. I'm going to Su Feifei's company tomorrow, and I'm a little nervous." Xiao Feng was stunned for a moment, and his hands tightened slightly on the steering wheel. He was silent for a moment, and then he slowly said, "Why are you, a big star, nervous? She is the one who should be nervous. Although Su Feifei is sometimes strong, she is still very professional at work." Bai Muan smiled and didn't answer. The car fell into silence for a while. Only the neon lights outside the car window kept flashing, reflecting on the faces of the two people, looking a little hazy. After a while, Bai Muan suddenly turned her head, looked at Xiao Feng, and said softly, "Xiao Feng, do you still remember the first time we met?" Xiao Feng's hand trembled slightly, and the car slightly deviated from the lane. He quickly adjusted the direction, took a deep breath, and said casually, "It happened so long ago, who would remember it?" Bai Muan looked lonely and didn't ask any more questions. Xiao Feng glanced at her, but he felt a little complicated. He sighed, "You are a star now, and your every move is under scrutiny. You can't be so willful in the future." I know. Bai Muan stuck out her tongue like a naughty little girl. The two of them fell into silence for a while, and the atmosphere was a little subtle. Xiao Feng was thinking about where to send Bai Muan back, and Bai Muan suddenly said, "Xiao Feng, I'm a little hungry, can you accompany me to eat something?" Xiao Feng hesitated for a moment, thinking that Su Feifei didn't know he was out yet, and felt a little conflicted. But looking at Bai Muan's expectant eyes, he nodded, "Okay, but you can't stay too long." Bai Muan smiled happily, "Don't worry, I will be quick." Xiao Feng found a relatively secluded small restaurant, and the two walked in. After ordering the dishes, Bai Muan enthusiastically talked to Xiao Feng about her work and the interesting things that happened on the set. Xiao Feng listened and occasionally interjected a few words, and the atmosphere gradually became relaxed. Bai Muan smiled from the bottom of her heart at this time. She was with Xiao Feng, and the tension and embarrassment just now were all thrown behind her. You know what? Facing the media and fans every day, having to keep smiling every day, you are no longer your true self. It looks glamorous on the surface, but it's actually quite tiring. Bai Muan stroked her long hair, with a hint of helplessness in her tone. You've chosen this path, so you have to endure this. You've done very well. Many people want to live a life like yours but can't. Chapter 28. I am very happy tonight. Bai Muan smiled bitterly. What others want may not be what I want. Her words were full of helplessness. As a big star, she was exposed to the spotlight every day. She had no privacy in her life, and her every move was watched by countless eyes. In fact, deep down in her heart, she longs to have a living space like ordinary people, to be free and not have to worry about her image all the time. After eating, they chatted for a while. It's about time for you to go back. Xiao Feng looked at the time. I don't want to go back yet. Bai Muwen said with a pout. If you don't go back, where else do you want to go? Let's go to the amusement park. I haven't been there for a long time. Don't you think it's childish? You're a big star. It depends on who you go with. Take me out to play. It's rare for me to get out. Aren't you afraid of being recognized by fans? I'm not afraid. Who would notice us with so many people around? Besides, even if they recognize us, you're still here, right? Bai Muwen blinked mischievously. Okay, let's get in the car quickly. There happens to be a large amusement park nearby. Yes, yes. Not long after, Xiao Feng brought Bai Muwen to the amusement park. The amusement park in front of them was very large, with all kinds of amusement facilities. The colorful lights decorated it like a dream world. Xiao Feng ran to buy 2 ice creams, trotted to Bai Muwen, and handed one to her. Seeing Xiao Feng's grinning face, at that moment, Bai Muwen's thoughts suddenly drifted back to 2 years ago. At that time, Xiao Ran was the same. He secretly brought her to the amusement park for the first time. He also ran to her with 2 ice creams and a smile on his face. The scene kept flashing through her mind, catching her off guard. Bai Muwen shook her head violently, trying her best to forget the past. The person standing in front of her was Xiao Feng, not Xiao Ran. What's wrong? Don't you want to eat? Xiao Feng was a little surprised to see Bai Muwen standing there in a daze and shaking her head. Bai Muwen's thoughts were pulled back, her eyes were red, and a feeling of bitterness surged in her heart. She held back her tears, sniffed and said, No, it's just that no one has bought me ice cream for a long time. I'm so touched. After saying that, she reached out and happily grabbed the ice cream. You can only eat one of these, they're very expensive. Xiao Feng immediately stuffed another ice cream into his mouth. With a thump, Bai Muwen was amused by him. You are really good at comforting people. What are you talking about? I have no idea what you are talking about. It's so confusing. Xiao Feng definitely didn't know what Bai Muwen was thinking. He just wanted to coax this troublemaker back as soon as possible. Let's go, let's do something exciting. Bai Muwen smiled. Exciting? Are you sure? Don't freak out. We don't know who will pee first. After saying that, Bai Muwen pulled Xiao Feng and ran towards the roller coaster. The amusement park was brightly lit at night, and the lights reflected on Bai Muwen's face, making her look more lively like a girl. Xiao Feng looked at her and suddenly felt a little emotional. It turned out that she also had this side, and now she was no longer the high-ranking star, but an ordinary girl. Xiao Feng looked at the long and high track of the roller coaster in front of him and swallowed his saliva. He felt that he would lose his soul after playing this ride. He glanced at Bai Muwen, who was standing beside him with an excited look on her face, and said, How about we switch to other games? Are you scared? Bai Muwen covered her mouth and smiled. Who said I'm scared? Whoever doesn't go up and play is a puppy. Xiao Feng said, pretending to be calm. Okay, let's go up now. While waiting in line, Bai Muwen seemed a little excited, constantly standing on tiptoe to look forward. Xiao Feng's eyelids twitched. It's not too late for you to regret now. Who would regret it? Why did your face turn pale? Bai Muwen asked curiously. My face is pale. Xiao Feng was still being stubborn, and now he was a little nervous. When it was their turn, when the roller coaster slowly rose to the highest point, Xiao Feng's face changed significantly. He tightly grasped the handrail, closed his eyes tightly, and whispered, I am the best, I am the best. Bai Muwen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Don't be nervous. Who is nervous? Xiao Feng said stubbornly, but his voice was obviously trembling. As the roller coaster suddenly dived down, Xiao Feng's scream instantly pierced the night sky. Bai Muwen was excited. It had been a long time since she had indulged herself like this. Xiao Feng tightly grasped Bai Muwen's hand and screamed all the way, almost peeing in fear. A few minutes later, the roller coaster slowly stopped. Xiao Feng's face turned pale, as if he was fainting. But Bai Muwen's eyes were shining with excitement. It's so exciting. Let's play it again. Xiao Feng waved his hand. No, let's change the project. Then what are we going to play? Bai Muan asked curiously. Xiaofeng pointed to the carousel not far away, that one. Xiaofeng's heart was beating fast and hadn't slowed down yet. Bai Muan was stunned for a moment, then laughed. You still say I'm childish, aren't you the same? This is called romance, do you understand? Xiaofeng said seriously. The two walked to the carousel. Bai Muan chose a white horse, and Xiaofeng stood beside her. The music started, the carousel slowly turned, and the surrounding lights looked particularly dreamy in the night. Bai Muan raised her head, looked at the stars in the sky, and said softly, actually, this feels really good. I don't have to think about work, I don't have to think about those annoying things, I can just have some fun. Xiaofeng looked at her sideways and smiled. If you like, you can come by yourself when you are free in the future. Bai Muan turned her head and met his gaze, with a hint of complex emotions flashing in her eyes. She opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she just smiled. Can you accompany me then? Xiaofeng was stunned. Let's talk about it later, but next time don't let me ride the roller coaster again. That won't work. This is a must-have item in the amusement park. Please spare me, I'm afraid of heights. Who just now swore that he wasn't afraid? Whoever is afraid is a puppy. Go on, go on. Bai Muan said with a smile. Afterwards, Xiaofeng was reluctantly forced by Bai Muan to play some exciting games. Help! Screams echoed in the air again and again. At this time, the amusement park's broadcast sounded, reminding tourists that the park was about to close. Bai Muan sighed with regret. Time flies so fast. Xiaofeng's face turned pale. He checked his phone and it was almost 11 o'clock. It's finally over. Go back. You still have work to do tomorrow. Bai Muan nodded, but with a hint of reluctance on her face. I'm really happy today, thank you. What are you thanking me for? I had a lot of fun too. Haha, really? Ahem, don't come next time. The two walked out of the amusement park. The night wind brushed across Bai Muan's cheeks. She looked up at the starry sky. What beautiful stars. Xiaofeng handed over the mask. They are just broken stones, what's so good about them? Put them on, big star. Bai Muan was stunned for a moment, then lowered her head and said softly, thank you. A moment later. The car slowly drove away from the amusement park. Bai Muan leaned against the car window, watching the night scene passing by quickly outside the window, but she felt an indescribable peace in her heart. She suddenly felt that perhaps life was not only about the hustle and bustle under the spotlight, but also about such simple and warm moments. Xiaofeng. She suddenly spoke. Can what happened today be kept secret? Bai Muan turned her head and looked at him. Of course I do. I don't want to be chased all over the street by your fans. Bai Muan smiled, with a hint of cunning in her eyes. This is a little secret between us. Next time, we will secretly come out to play. It depends. The car drove away in the night, and the laughter of the two people gradually disappeared in the wind. This night, for Bai Muan, was perhaps the most relaxing and happiest night she had in a long time. And Xiaofeng also became a special existence in her heart. Chapter 29. You're jealous. After sending Bai Muan back, Xiaofeng's cell phone suddenly rang. He took a look and saw that it was Su Feifei calling. Xiaofeng hesitated for a moment and picked up the phone. Hello, Su Feifei, what's the matter? He tried his best to make his tone sound natural. Xiaofeng, where are you? I'm done with my social events, why is no one at home? Su Feifei's voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of confusion. Oh, I'm going out to buy some things and will be back soon. Xiaofeng lied subconsciously. He didn't want her to know that he and Bai Muan were going out, otherwise he knew Su Feifei's temper. Buying things? What to buy so late at night? Su Feifei was obviously a little unconvinced, and there was a hint of doubt in her tone. It's just that the house is short of some daily necessities, so I went to buy some. Xiaofeng explained. Okay, come back soon. Su Feifei said and simply hung up the phone. Xiaofeng breathed a sigh of relief, but felt a little uneasy. He hurriedly bought some daily necessities at a nearby supermarket and then drove home. When he opened the door, Su Feifei was sitting on the sofa with her arms folded across her chest, looking at him with an unhappy expression. Why does it take so long to buy something? She asked. There was a traffic jam on the road, so I came back late. Xiaofeng explained while putting the things he bought on the table, trying to cover up his guilty conscience with his actions. Su Feifei stood up and looked him up and down, her eyes full of suspicion. Really? Why do I feel like you are hiding something from me? No, don't think too much about it. Xiaofeng avoided her gaze and walked straight into the bedroom, but his heart felt heavy as if a stone was pressing on it. Xiaofeng walked into the bedroom, closed the door, leaned against it, and let out a long breath. His heartbeat hadn't completely calmed down yet, but his mind was in a mess. He knew Su Feifei's temper, and once she became suspicious, things would become troublesome. Outside the door, Su Feifei's footsteps gradually approached. She stopped at the bedroom door and knocked on it, with a hint of tentativeness in her tone. Xiaofeng, are you okay? It's okay, I'm just a little tired. Xiaofeng responded casually, with a hint of fatigue in his voice. Su Feifei was puzzled. Tired? Didn't you just say you were going shopping? Why are you suddenly tired? Xiaofeng patted his forehead. Yeah, there was a traffic jam on the road, and I was a little tired after tossing around for a long time. Su Feifei was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly opened the door and walked in. Her eyes swept across Xiaofeng's face, as if she was trying to find some flaws. Xiaofeng, are you hiding something from me? She asked bluntly, her tone aggressive. Xiaofeng's heart tightened, but he still pretended to be calm on his face. No, don't think too much. No? Su Feifei sneered. Then why don't you dare to look at me? Xiaofeng subconsciously raised his head and met Su Feifei's gaze. Her eyes were full of suspicion and dissatisfaction, and even a hint of disappointment. Su Feifei, what exactly do you want to say? Xiaofeng finally couldn't help it and spoke with a somewhat impatient tone. What do I want to say? Su Feifei raised her voice a few degrees. Xiaofeng, do you think I'm stupid? You didn't go shopping just now, right? Xiaofeng's heart sank. Believe it or not, I have nothing to explain. Okay, very good. Su Feifei nodded, her eyes as cold as ice. Since you said so, I have nothing else to ask. She turned and walked out of the bedroom, shutting the door heavily. Xiaofeng stood there, feeling mixed emotions. He knew that this matter was not over yet. He knew Su Feifei's temper, and she would not let this matter go easily. Sure enough, not long after, Su Feifei's voice came from the living room. Xiaofeng, come out, let's talk. Xiaofeng sighed, knowing that he couldn't hide anymore. He walked out of the bedroom and saw Su Feifei sitting on the sofa, holding a cell phone in her hand with a gloomy face. Su Feifei, what exactly do you want? Xiaofeng asked helplessly. What do I want? Su Feifei sneered. Xiaofeng, do you think I'm easy to fool? You didn't go shopping just now, right? Did you go to see Bai Muwen? Xiaofeng was shocked, but he still pretended to be calm. What nonsense are you talking about? Really? Su Feifei handed the phone to him. There was a photo on the screen. It was the picture of him and Bai Muwen at the restaurant door. Xiaofeng was stunned, not knowing where Su Feifei got it from. Where did you get this photo? You are running around the streets with a big star in your arms. Do you think others are stupid? Xiaofeng, what else do you have to say? There was a slight tremor in Su Feifei's voice, and it was obvious that she was suppressing her anger. Xiaofeng was silent for a few seconds, and finally sighed. Su Feifei, things are not what you think. What's going on? Su Feifei's voice suddenly rose. Xiaofeng, do you think that I don't know anything and you can just lie to me? I didn't lie to you. Xiaofeng tried to explain. I just helped her out and had a meal. Nothing else. Nothing else? Su Feifei sneered. Xiaofeng, do you think I'm stupid? You just had a meal? Then what's the matter with this photo? The photo was taken when he and Bai Muwen were at the amusement park. Xiaofeng was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to explain. He knew that no matter what he said, Su Feifei would not believe it. Su Feifei, please listen to my explanation. Xiaofeng tried to ease the atmosphere, but Su Feifei interrupted him directly. Enough. Su Feifei stood up disappointedly. Xiaofeng, I don't want to hear your explanation anymore. Just wait to be on the news tomorrow. After that, she turned and walked into the bedroom and closed the door heavily. Xiaofeng stood there in a daze with a helpless look on his face. This female devil had such a strong desire for control that she treated him like a thief whenever they met. Su Feifei started to get crazy again. He knew that this problem might not be so easy to solve. Xiaofeng wanted to give up, but when he thought about the 8 million, he felt the pain in his heart. He shook his head, walked into the kitchen, put on an apron, and started to work. After a while, a bowl of fragrant yam and barley porridge was served. Knowing that she had a bad stomach, I would cook stomach-nourishing porridge for Su Feifei every night. Xiaofeng walked to Su Feifei's bedroom and knocked on the door. Are you angry? I just made some midnight snacks, do you want some? After waiting for a while, there was no response. If you don't want to eat it, I'll finish it myself. Wait, what did you cook for midnight snack? Yam and barley porridge. Who said I don't eat? Su Feifei opened the door with red eyes, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Okay, I've already served it to you. Su Feifei sniffed, walked barefoot to the dining table and sat on the stool, stirring the food constantly with a spoon. Don't go to see Bai Muwen next time. Su Feifei said in a hoarse voice. She didn't know why she cared more and more about Xiao Feng. She felt that Bai Muwen was a big threat. Are you jealous? I didn't. Why is that? You are not from the same world. You will destroy her. I advise you to give up as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, Su Feifei had the same idea as him. Xiao Feng also had this plan, but how could he let Su Feifei get her wish? This is my private matter, you can't ask me to do this, right? Didn't I tell you that you are not allowed to have close contact with other women under the contract? Are you sure you want to bind me to a contract? Su Feifei looked at Xiao Feng with resentment and did not respond. Xiao Feng couldn't stand her gaze, which was not like the usually domineering Su Feifei. He shrugged, we are just friends. Besides, a big star doesn't have that much time to care about me. Su Feifei finished her porridge and went back to the bedroom. Xiao Feng sighed and shook his head, saying that money is hard to earn and shit is hard to eat. Chapter 30, Rumored Boyfriend. The next morning, the headlines of all major entertainment news media were filled with photos of Xiao Feng wearing a mask and holding Bai Muwen's hand. The two people in the photo were frozen by the flash, triggering countless fantasies. Chen Ling's face was filled with anxiety, and her steps were hurried. She almost trotted all the way to Bai Muwen. Before she even caught her breath, she said anxiously, Muwen, who was that man you were with last night? Why did you run out without saying a word? Now you've caused so much trouble. Bai Muwen was slightly startled, and then responded softly, it's Xiao Feng, what happened? It's that brat again. Just check online, it's flooded with news about your mysterious rumored boyfriend. My phone is almost blown up by reporters. Chen Ling frowned, her eyes full of worry and helplessness. As she spoke, she shook the vibrating phone in her hand. Bai Muwen opened the news push on her mobile phone and was shocked to see that photos of herself and Xiao Feng occupied the headlines of major entertainment media. In the photo, Xiao Feng is wearing a mask and holding her hand tightly. The background is a dim street, which looks particularly ambiguous. How could this happen? Bai Muwen muttered to herself, her fingers trembling slightly. At this moment, the company's entrance was already blocked by a dense crowd of media reporters, holding cameras and microphones, just to dig up more explosive news as soon as possible. Bai Muwen looked at the scene at the door and asked with a little concern, then are we still going out? Chen Ling said firmly, go, of course you have to go. Today is an important day to officially sign the contract with Feifei Media, but you don't have to go. But when Bai Muwen thought about not being able to go to the scene and not being able to see Xiao Feng, she suddenly felt a sense of loss in her heart, and her voice unconsciously lowered. Don't go out casually during this period. Wait until this storm is over. Let our public relations team handle the rest. Don't worry about it. Chen Ling patted Bai Muwen's shoulder earnestly, and then advised earnestly, Muwen, you are still young, and now is the rising period of your career. You should put aside the matter of love for now. Bai Muwen bit her lip, her heart full of confusion, but she also understood that what Chen Ling said made sense. Her career was at a critical juncture and any slight mistake could result in all her efforts being wasted. She nodded silently, watched Chen Ling's busy back as she left, and sat alone in the lounge, holding the crystal necklace tightly in her hand, with a lot of thoughts in her mind. Su Feifei sat in the office, the photo on the computer screen seemed to freeze time in her thoughts. She had a gloomy face and moved the mouse, the comments section was already in an uproar. Is this true? Bai Muwen's mysterious boyfriend? Is this going to be officially announced? He's so handsome even with a mask on, he must be even more handsome in person. Isn't this hype? Her new drama is about to be aired soon? All kinds of speculations, doubts, and malicious comments. Su Feifei's brows furrowed more and more. She turned off the computer, leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes, and the image of Xiao Feng's smug face emerged in her mind. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She stood up suddenly. Bang! Su Feifei threw the water cup and documents on the table to the ground. Bai Muwen. You want to steal my man? No way. After a moment, Su Feifei calmed down. She was now in a dilemma. On the one hand, she needed to use Bai Muwen's popularity to enhance her company's influence. On the other hand, Su Feifei didn't want Xiaofeng to meet her. Su Feifei was very conflicted, as every decision she made at this moment might affect the company's future development. Dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Come in. The female secretary walked in and saw the mess on the ground. She walked tremblingly to Su Feifei and said respectfully, "Boss Su, Bai Muwen's agent is here." Su Feifei waved her hand, "Got it. Boss Su, I'll go and receive them first." The secretary wanted to turn around and leave. Etc. "Mr. Su, is there anything else you need me to do?" The female secretary's heart trembled, thinking that Su Feifei was angry and wanted to scold someone. "Clean up the garbage on the floor." After saying that, Su Feifei walked out of the office with firm steps. "Okay, President Su." The female secretary felt like her heart was about to jump out if she stayed with Su Feifei for one more second. During the conversation between Su Feifei and Chen Ling, they reached an agreement on all the details of the contract, including the appearance fee and sales commission. But there is one more thing. According to Bai Muwen's request, after the live broadcast, Su Feifei's personal assistant Xiaofeng will be the male lead in Bai Muwen's new song MV. Although Su Feifei was very unhappy, she had to agree for the company. After everything was over, Chen Ling walked out of the Feifei Media office building and breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Muwen had always insisted on shooting a new song MV with Xiaofeng. During this sensitive period, Chen Ling did not want Bai Muwen to meet Xiaofeng. But thinking back, there are still 2 months before the new song is released. During this time, she can leave these rumors to the public relations team to deal with. Anyway, fans don't know who the man who is holding Bai Muwen's hand is. As long as Bai Muwen goes to see Xiaofeng alone, it will be fine. Chen Ling picked up the phone and called Xiaofeng. "Hello, who is this?" Xiaofeng's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Are you Xiaofeng? Dry chicken feathers?" "I'm Bai Muwen's agent." Chen Ling was slightly displeased. "If you have something to say, say it now. Don't harass Bai Muwen during this period. Her original mobile number has been deactivated. If you want to contact her in the future, just call this number and I will convey the message." "You're crazy. Who's harassing whom? What did you say?" "I said you are seriously ill. Xiaofeng, please be polite. I'm giving you a piece of advice. Don't look for Bai Muwen if you don't have anything to do in the future. Who is it that is looking for whom? I'm warning you, if you do this again I will sue you for slander. You scoundrel. Don't bother me anymore. Beep beep." Chen Ling was so angry that she stamped her feet. This was the first time someone had dared to hang up on her. Xiaofeng looked like a gangster. She didn't know what Bai Muwen liked about him. Xiaofeng's image had already dropped to the freezing point in Chen Ling's heart. Xiaofeng threw the phone aside. What the hell was this? Day after day, he really took himself seriously. He made a phone call and said a bunch of inexplicable nonsense. He found that since he had come into contact with these so-called upper-class people, they were either narcissists or arrogant and unreasonable, acting as if others owed them 5 million. They were stupid and thought that they were just reborn in a better way. In fact, they were nothing. They were a bunch of people who looked down on others. Xiaofeng just wanted to make some money to retire early and didn't want to continue hanging out with these self-righteous idiots. Bai Muwen was sitting in the lounge, feeling restless. She knew Chen Ling was doing this for her own good, but she couldn't let go of Xiaofeng. She secretly sent a text message to Xiaofeng using her new number. "Xiaofeng, I'm sorry, this is all my fault. This is my new number." After Xiaofeng received the text message, his anger subsided a little. He thought for a while and made a decision. Text message reply: "It's not your fault. Don't come to me or call me in the future. I don't want to play house with you anymore. Find someone else. Bye." What's going on? Why are you suddenly saying these things? You were fine yesterday. Bai Muwen sent several messages in a row to Xiaofeng, but Xiaofeng didn't reply. He also called her, but she didn't answer. She stared at her phone in a daze, not knowing why he treated her like this. Was it because she affected his normal life? Chapter 31. We are from two different worlds. Chen Ling hurried back to Bai Muwen's side, only to see Bai Muwen sitting there in a daze, with empty eyes, as if her soul had been taken away. Chen gently comforted her. Muwan, I have already dealt with most of the things. Now we just need to wait patiently for the scandal to slowly die down. Bai Muwan seemed to come back to her senses suddenly, looked at Chen fiercely, and asked anxiously, Cousin, have you said anything to Xiaofeng? Chen frowned slightly, with a hint of disdain in her tone. What's wrong? He's still pestering me? Bai Muwan became very excited, and her voice became higher unconsciously. Have you gone to look for him? Chen admitted frankly, yes. I called him today to warn him to stay away from you. These words instantly ignited Bai Muwan's emotions. Her eyes turned red and her voice trembled. She almost shouted, Cousin, why do you have to meddle in other people's business? What right do you have to interfere in my private affairs? Now he ignores me and he doesn't reply to my messages. He wants to break up with me. It's all your fault. Bai Muwan became more and more excited as she spoke. Tears welled up in her eyes and her shoulders trembled slightly. Chen looked at Bai Muwan, who was out of control, feeling anxious. She raised her voice and retorted, Bai Muwan, do you know how hard it is to get everything you have now? Do you want to ruin your own future? Aren't you afraid of disappointing the fans who have always supported you? Who am I running around for? Is it for myself? It's all for you. With your talent and luck, you will definitely become a celebrity in the film, television, and music circles in the future. Not everyone can have such an opportunity. I don't care. Bai Muwan cried hysterically, I feel so sad. I don't want to be without love, time of my own, youth, and a normal life at such a beautiful age. Now even seeing him has become a luxury. I don't want all this. I really hate this kind of life that is arranged clearly by others. I don't want to wait until I am too old to walk before I can feel the beauty of life. Her voice echoed in the room with endless grievances and despair. Chen looked at the painful Bai Muwan and stepped forward to grab her shoulders and shook her. Muwan, wake up. He doesn't love you. Bai Muwan lowered her head and kept sniffling and sobbing, Cousin, but my heart hurts so much, so much. Chen felt sorry for her cousin. She let go of her hand and softened her tone a little. Xiaofeng is not worthy of you. You are just friends now, and it hasn't developed to that stage yet. Muwan, think about it carefully. This is all I can say. At this moment, Bai Muwan only had Xiaofeng in her heart. She just wanted to see Xiaofeng immediately and explain everything clearly, even if it was only one last chance. Cousin, I know you are doing this for my own good, but I really don't want to regret it. I've already missed it once, and I don't want to miss it a second time. Xiaofeng is more than just a friend to me. I don't want to give up all my own feelings just for my career. Muwan, I don't want you to give up on your relationship, I just hope you can see the reality clearly. You are now at a critical stage in your career, and any disturbance may make all your efforts go to waste. Xiaofeng may not understand your situation, and may not be able to accompany you further. Chen advised earnestly. But I don't want to not even have a chance to try. Bai Muwan raised her head with pleading eyes. Cousin, let me see him once, just once. I will talk to him properly and will not make things worse. I can't let it end like this without even a chance to explain. No. This is a critical moment. You should stay at home during this period of time, and don't sneak out and be photographed by the media. We can talk about it later when there is a chance. Now you should focus on your career and don't ruin yourself for your children's love affairs. Bai Muwan did not continue speaking. She turned her head away and ignored Chen. She simply could not listen to Chen advice. Chen shook her head inside, then went out to handle her work. At night, while Chen was not at home, Bai Muwan sneaked out wearing a mask. Night had fallen and the city was brightly lit, but Bai Muwan had no intention of appreciating them. She only wanted to see Xiaofeng as soon as possible. She took a taxi to Xiaofeng's residence. On the way, she kept editing what she wanted to say to Xiaofeng on her phone, but deleted it again and again, feeling uneasy. She was afraid that she would send it but no one would reply. When she arrived at Xiaofeng's villa, she was very worried. When she reached the door, she took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to press the doorbell. After a long time, the door slowly opened. Xiaofeng saw Bai Muwan wearing a mask, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. How did you find this place? Bai Muwan's eyes turned red. Xiaofeng, please listen to my explanation, my cousin has misunderstood. Xiaofeng immediately pulled Bai Muwan outside. Fortunately, Su Feifei had not come back from overtime, otherwise he would not be able to explain it clearly even if he opened his mouth 100 times. Xiaofeng smiled bitterly. Bai Muwan, why bother? The gap between you and me is too big. You are a star that everyone is paying attention to, and I am just an ordinary person. Your cousin is right, I am not worthy of you. We are not from the same world at all. That's not the case. Bai Muan took a step forward and grabbed Xiao Feng's arm. Identity and status are not important to me at all. I only care about you as a person. I don't want to lose you because of these external things, lose the person I really like. I can wait, but don't ignore me. At this time, Chen followed Bai Muan all the way and arrived. Seeing the scene of the two pulling each other, Chen quickly stepped forward and pulled Bai Muan behind her. Muan, don't be silly. Then she looked at Xiao Feng and said sharply, don't bother Bai Muan anymore. Her future is bright. Being with you will only ruin her. Bai Muan was angry and anxious, and shouted at Chen, cousin, stop interfering in my feelings. You always say that you are doing this for my own good, but you don't know what I really want. If there is no love, what is the point of me standing at the top of the world? Chen looked at the emotional Bai Muan, feeling mixed emotions. She knew that Bai Muan was really in love this time, but as her manager, she knew better what a devastating blow it would have on Muan's career if this relationship was exposed. Xiao Feng was in a dilemma. Although he hated Chen what she said was true. Xiao Feng shook his head and advised, Bai Muan, go back first. I understand your feelings. Don't be sad. I can't run away. I still have Su Feifei to take care of me here. I know that you two are not a real couple at all. Xiao Feng, if you have any difficulties, please tell me and I will help you solve them, okay? Bai Muan said sincerely. No need, I'm not in trouble. I rely on myself and I don't want to owe favors to anyone. Xiao Feng is just like that. He wants to rely on himself when working and won't accept charity. Besides, Bai Muan doesn't owe him anything, so there's no need. Go back. Don't see each other for a while. Stay out of the spotlight. I can go back, but please don't ignore my calls or messages in the future. Yeah. Xiao Feng nodded. Muan, get in the car first. The car is parked at the intersection. I have something to say to Xiao Feng. Chen pointed at the Toyota Alpha at the intersection and said softly. Chapter 32 A Big Fight. Bai Muan walked towards the intersection reluctantly. Wait until she leaves. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Xiao Feng, what do you want to do to completely leave Bai Muan? Hey, I never bothered her from the beginning to the end, are you blind? I'm talking about you disappearing into her world. Give me 10 million and I'll disappear immediately. I thought you were a gentleman, but I didn't expect you to be like this. What do you care about me? You are asking for too much. You two haven't had any substantial relationship yet. You've seen it, there's nothing I can do about her falling in love with me, being handsome is just like that. You bastard, you sold her out right after Bai Muan left. Oh my, you asked me to name a price, and now you're angry and embarrassed. What a joke. 2 million. Disappear immediately. 1,000, not a single one less. You're dreaming. Dream on? Then I'll do it while holding Bai Muan in my arms. Xiao Feng just couldn't stand Chen arrogant look. Let's wait and see. Sooner or later, you will disappear from her life. Chen turned around angrily and walked quickly towards the car parked at the intersection. Bai Muan was sitting in the car, her eyes still fixed on Xiao Feng's direction, her face full of disappointment and reluctance. After Chen got in the car, she closed the door forcefully. The driver tactfully started the car and slowly drove away. Along the way, Bai Muan remained silent, tears welling up in her eyes. Chen didn't know how to comfort her. The atmosphere in the car was depressing and suffocating. After returning home, Bai Muan walked straight into her room and slammed the door shut. Chen stood outside the door, listening to the faint sobbing coming from the room, and felt a sharp pain in her heart. She knew that she did this for Bai Muan's future, but seeing her in so much pain, she began to doubt whether her decision was correct. After Xiao Feng returned to the villa, he sat on the sofa, feeling restless for a long time. Bai Muan's deep affection made him feel at a loss, and Chen words were like a big stone pressing on his heart. He looked at the empty hall and felt confused about his life for the first time. After a while, Su Feifei opened the door, took off her high heels, stretched her body barefoot, walked into the living room and saw Xiao Feng sitting on the sofa in a daze. What are you staring at? I just finished work and I'm so tired. Come and give me a back massage. Not in the mood. What's wrong with you? You seem a little weird today? Su Feifei leaned over and smelled a fragrance on Xiao Feng's body. Her face darkened. It smells like a woman. Which woman are you fooling around with again? Seeing that Xiao Feng ignored her, Su Feifei was so angry that her teeth itched. Which woman did you go to find behind my back again? I have prepared the food. It's all your favorite food. It's already on the table. Xiao Feng was a little irritable tonight and didn't want to pay attention to Su Feifei. Su Feifei saw Xiao Feng acting out of character, and she was even more confused and angry. She walked quickly to the dining table and saw that it was indeed filled with her favorite dishes, but she had no appetite at the moment. She turned back to the living room, put her hands on her hips, and glared at Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, what's wrong with you today? Don't think you can get away with it by cooking a meal. What's with the smell of perfume on you? Also, who made you look so absent-minded just now? Su Feifei's voice was filled with obvious jealousy and dissatisfaction. Xiao Feng raised his head, his eyes a little tired, with a fake smile. Su Feifei, when did you become so sensitive? I'm just a little tired today and don't want to talk much. Tired? Why are you tired? Are you so tired that you don't even bother to explain to me? Su Feifei's voice rose octaves, and it was obvious that she was not going to let him go easily. Xiao Feng sighed and stood up. Stop making trouble, I'm really fine. If you're hungry, go eat first, it won't taste good if it gets cold. Su Feifei shook off his hand, a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in her eyes. Xiao Feng, don't think I don't know about these things about you. Your attitude today makes me very disappointed. Xiao Feng was entangled by Su Feifei like this, and his heart became more irritated, and his tone became stiff. Su Feifei, I don't want to quarrel with you. There is no need for you to get to the bottom of some things. Su Feifei was completely enraged by Xiao Feng's attitude. She bit her lip, a trace of anger flashed in her eyes. Xiao Feng, what's your attitude? Do you think I'm being unreasonable? The smell of perfume on you, and your abnormal behavior today, shouldn't I ask clearly? Su Feifei, there are some things that are not your business. Our relationship has not reached that point yet. These words were like a knife, piercing Su Feifei's heart. Her face turned pale instantly, and her voice trembled a little. Xiao Feng, what do you mean by this? What is the relationship between us? Am I just a dispensable person in your eyes? Xiao Feng did not answer, but turned around with his back to her. His silence made Su Feifei even more heartbroken. Su Feifei saw him holding a cell phone in his hand, so she stepped forward and snatched the phone away. Then she quickly checked and found many messages from an unfamiliar number. These were messages from Bai Muan to Xiao Feng, but Su Feifei didn't know which woman it was. She questioned, which woman sent this to you? Xiao Feng was also enraged and snatched back the phone. Su Feifei, this is none of your business, don't go too far. I went too far. You didn't abide by the contract and you still say I went too far? I want to ask what's wrong. Mom, I work so hard and still have to look at your face. Who do you think you are? I'm not in the mood to argue with you tonight. You can think whatever you want. Xiao Feng was really angered by Su Feifei's arrogance and unreasonableness tonight. Asshole, where are you going? You're not allowed to go out. Su Feifei stepped forward and grabbed Xiao Feng's arm. Let go. I won't let go. Su Feifei held on tightly with both hands. Don't force me. Where I go is none of your business. If you keep complaining, I won't come back. Xiao Feng waved his hand hard to break free and threw Su Feifei to the ground. Xiao Feng. If you dare to go out of this door tonight, don't ever come back. Su Feifei fell to the ground with disheveled hair and roared viciously. Fuck you, I'm going wherever I want to go, don't be so shameless, fuck. After saying that, Xiao Feng quickly walked to the gate. Bang! The door of the villa was shut heavily by Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng. You will die a horrible death. Su Feifei screamed hysterically. Woo 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 woo. She began to sob. She didn't expect that Xiao Feng, who was always docile, would disobey her and say such harsh words to her. He was completely a different person. Su Feifei got up from the ground and threw everything within reach around her like a mad beast. The vase was shattered with a crisp explosion, and the photo frame was twisted and deformed under the impact. With a series of crackling sounds, the whole room was instantly in a mess. After the commotion, Su Feifei squatted in the corner like a kitten with its spine removed, hugging her feet tightly with her hands, her body trembling and crying softly. Woo woo, Xiao Feng, you bastard, why do you treat me like this, woo woo? At this time, the ground was full of sharp glass fragments, clothes were scattered all over the ground, and stools were lying all over the place. Chapter 33 Beautiful Queen. When Xiaofeng came out of the villa, it was late at night and there were few pedestrians on the street. He was feeling depressed. He had just had a fierce quarrel and messed up everything. Maybe he was really not suitable for this job. Unconsciously, he reached the zebra crossing. He looked up and saw a pub on the corner of the opposite street. The sign read Dream Fulfillment. The font was crooked, but it had an inexplicable appeal. Make a dream come true? Xiaofeng smiled bitterly. The dream is shattered, what's the point of making it come true? He has completely offended Su Feifei now, and he probably can't go back tonight. He has endured for so long, but he didn't expect that it would all end up in vain. He pushed open the door of the pub and heard a crisp bell. The pub was small, the lights were dim, and the air was filled with a faint aroma of wine and wood. Behind the bar, a young bartender was wiping the wine glasses. The bartender noticed the tall, handsome but gloomy young man, smiled and asked, "Sir, what would you like to drink? Can I have a glass of wine that can make people drunk?" Xiaofeng's voice was hoarse and a little tired. The bartender was slightly startled, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he smiled and said, "Sir, have you been here before? Our signature dish is exactly drunkenness and dreams." "No, please make me a cup," Xiaofeng said absent-mindedly. "Okay, this drink has a strong aftertaste, so please drink it slowly," the bartender kindly reminded with a gentle smile on his face. "The stronger the after-effect, the better. It would be best if one glass can get me drunk." Xiaofeng muttered in a low voice, as if he was talking to the bartender, or as if he was talking to himself. After a while, the bartender skillfully mixed several kinds of foreign liquor with vodka, and tossed it up and down and left and right among various containers. Soon, a cup of charming blue-red drunkenness and dreaming was placed in front of Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng picked up the wineglass and took a sip. In an instant, a hot feeling went straight from the tip of his tongue to his throat, but he didn't feel any pain and drank it all in one gulp. "The wine is good, another glass." Xiaofeng placed the empty glass heavily on the bar, his eyes beginning to look a little dazed. "Sir, this drink is quite strong. Are you sure you want another drink? Stop talking nonsense and hurry up," Xiaofeng said impatiently. At this moment, he just wanted to forget all the pain by drinking. "Right away." The bartender shook his head and sighed secretly, thinking that this was another young man tormented by emotions. After the second cup. "Good wine, another glass." The bartender quickly prepared another drink for him. Just as Xiaofeng was about to reach for the third drink, a white and slender hand stopped him. "Handsome, would you like to buy me a drink?" The voice was soft but with a hint of teasing. Xiaofeng turned his head, his vision was a little blurry, but he could still see a graceful short-haired lady in front of him. She was wearing a black belly-bearing top, high-waisted jeans and marten boots, which perfectly outlined her curvaceous figure. "Who are you?" Xiaofeng squinted his eyes, trying hard to see her face clearly, but he could only vaguely see a pale face. "Brother, you've drunk too much. Drinking any more will harm your health," Su Ruoxue said, snatching the wineglass from his hand. She was about to leave, but when she passed by, she saw Xiaofeng drinking 2 glasses of drunkenness and dreaming in a row. This kind of wine would make most people drunk after one glass, and she couldn't help but become curious about him. She walked closer to the bar and found that he was quite handsome, so she stepped forward to stop him from drinking anymore. "Stinky sister, why do you care about me? Give me back the wine," Xiaofeng muttered impatiently. "Stinky brother, I won't give it to you." Su Ruoxue chuckled, poured the wine aside, and then said to the bartender, "His wine tonight, put it on my account." "Okay, madam." The bartender nodded respectfully. "What's the big deal about having a few dollars?" Xiaofeng was drunk, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Su Ruoxue smiled, knowing that it was useless to persuade her further, so she turned and walked out of the tavern. Xiaofeng thought about his wine being poured out, got angry and chased after him. "Don't leave! You poured my wine and you still want to run away?" Su Ruoxue walked to the red Ducati parked in front of the door, stepped onto the motorcycle gracefully, picked up the helmet hanging on the motorcycle and put it on. Xiaofeng stumbled over, jumped onto the car, and grabbed the corner of her clothes. "Get down! You want to run?" Su Ruoxue leaned over, smiled slightly, and then started the motorcycle. "Sit still, little brother." Xiaofeng was so scared that he quickly hugged her waist. With a roar, the Ducati instantly accelerated and disappeared into the night. The Ducati was speeding through the city streets, the wind whistling past, and the light and shadows of the street lamps quickly passed by the two of them. Xiaofeng's drunkenness was washed away a lot, and his heart beat faster, both because of the speeding motorcycle and because of the mysterious and bold woman in front of him. Where are you taking me?" Xiaofeng asked loudly, his voice a little blurred by the wind. Su Ruoxue didn't turn around, but just turned her face slightly. "Are you scared? Weren't you quite arrogant just now?" Xiaofeng was speechless for a moment, feeling a little unconvinced, but his hands couldn't help but hold her tighter. Su Ruoxue had a faint fragrance on her body, mixed with the night breeze, making him a little dazed. They crossed the street and finally stopped at the top parking lot of a high-rise building. Su Ruoxue turned off the engine, took off her helmet, shook her short hair, and turned to look at Xiaofeng. "We're here, let go." Xiaofeng smiled awkwardly, jumped out of the car and looked around, and found that this was a place with an excellent view, with a panoramic view of the night view of the entire city. The neon lights were flashing, the traffic was flowing, and the night breeze was blowing, making people feel relaxed and happy. "Where is this?" Xiaofeng asked. "My secret base." Su Ruoxue leaned on the motorcycle, crossed her arms, and looked into the night sky. "When I'm in a bad mood, I'll come here." Xiaofeng looked at her and suddenly felt that this woman was not as free and easy as she seemed. There was a hint of loneliness in her eyes, and although she concealed it well, he still caught it. Why did you bring me here?" "Because you remind me of my old self. Young and fearless, but also prone to losing yourself. Like you're really old now. 30, stinky brother, what do you think?" "Ha, there are very few women who say their age directly. You look like you are in your 20s, a bit like a friend of mine." He looked at the woman in front of him who looked a bit like Su Feifei. "All the men who often flirt with me say this, but I really enjoy it." Su Ruoxue smiled sweetly. Huff. Xiaofeng sneezed and the drunkenness instantly took over again. He shook his head vigorously and touched his forehead. "This wine has a strong aftereffect. I'm starting to feel dizzy again. Are you okay?" "I feel a little uncomfortable, so sleepy, and can't hold on any longer. I really want to sleep." Xiaofeng's body began to shake and he was a little unsteady. Su Ruoxue immediately walked over and supported Xiaofeng. "There is a hotel next to the downstairs, don't get too drunk. Just bear with it, I will help you over." "Well, hurry up, my eyelids can't hold up anymore." Su Ruoxue helped Xiaofeng into the elevator with difficulty. The small space was filled with the smell of alcohol and a faint scent of perfume. Su Ruoxue supported Xiaofeng with great effort. His entire weight almost fell on her, making her feel a little overwhelmed. "Hey, don't fall asleep." Su Ruoxue gently patted Xiaofeng's face, trying to keep him awake. Xiaofeng responded vaguely, but tilted his head and almost fell asleep again. Chapter 34, One Night in a Hotel. The elevator quickly reached the first floor. Su Ruoxue helped Xiaofeng out of the elevator and half dragged and half pulled him into the hotel next door. When the hotel receptionist saw the scene, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her professional smile. "Hello, do you need any help?" the receptionist asked politely. "Open a room, thank you." Su Ruoxue answered briefly, with a hint of fatigue in her tone. "Okay, please show me your ID." Su Ruoxue took out her ID card from her bag and handed it to the front desk. She glanced at Xiaofeng who was already half unconscious, feeling a little helpless. She had originally just wanted to take him out for some fresh air, but she didn't expect him to get drunk so quickly. The formalities were completed quickly, and Su Ruoxue helped Xiaofeng into the room. The room was not big, but it was decorated very cozy. She put Xiaofeng on the bed, took off his shoes for him, and covered him with a quilt. "I'm so tired, it's so troublesome." Su Ruoxue panted, adjusted herself, and prepared to leave. "Don't go." Xiaofeng suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist, his voice unclear. Su Ruoxue was stunned for a moment, then turned back to look at him. Xiaofeng's brows were furrowed, as if he was dreaming, and he was mumbling something. She sighed softly, sat on the edge of the bed, and let him hold her hand. "What on earth have you been through to make you so miserable?" Su Ruoxue asked softly, as if asking herself. Xiaofeng's hands gradually loosened and his breathing became steady. Su Ruoxue looked at his sleeping face, a complex emotion welling up in her heart. She stood up, walked to the window, opened the curtains, and the night view of the city came into view. "Perhaps, we are all looking for something," she whispered, with a hint of confusion in her eyes. The next morning, sunlight shone into the room through the gap in the curtains. Xiaofeng opened his eyes and felt a splitting headache. He looked around and found himself in an unfamiliar room. Why am I here? Xiaofeng touched the cell phone in his trouser pocket and took it out. Turned off? Then I turned on the phone and found dozens of missed calls from Su Feifei. No wonder the phone was so quiet last night. It turned out that it was turned off. Xiaofeng was a little confused, rubbing his temples, trying to sort out the fragments of his memory from last night. The motorcycle, the night wind, the neon lights of the city, and the mysterious woman, but the specific details were vague. He didn't expect that he would spend this chaotic night with the help of a strange woman. Xiaofeng turned over and got out of bed. He saw a stack of cash on the bedside table, with a note underneath that read, "Brother, I have something urgent to do, so I have to leave first. You take this money first. If you have any questions, call me." The signature read, Su Ruoxue, with 3 words and a phone number attached. Xiaofeng picked up the bill and counted it casually. It was exactly 1,000 yuan. "I just happened to be short of money, so I think you have some conscience." He crumpled the note into a ball and threw it into the trash can, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Su Ruoxue, I'll pay you back in my next life." Just after throwing the note into the trash can, Xiaofeng's phone suddenly rang again. It was Su Feifei calling. He was hesitating whether to answer it or not. They had a bad fight last night. After thinking for a while, he shook his head. "Anyway, let's listen to what she says first." Xiaofeng pressed the answer button. "Hello. Xiaofeng. Where did you go last night? Your phone was turned off all night." Su Feifei said anxiously on the other end of the phone. "Nowhere, what's up? My mother is here at the company, can you go back and clean up the house? What happened last night? Just let it go like that? Does the contract still count?" "It counts. Let's get through this first. You go back and pack up quickly, I'll try to delay time as much as possible." Su Feifei said in a low voice. "Okay, I'll be back right away." Xiaofeng hung up the phone and quickly left the hotel. On the other side, Su Feifei secretly put away her phone with a forced smile on her face. Su's mother was sitting at the coffee table, leisurely brewing tea. "Feifei, the company is doing pretty well." Su's mother smiled slightly. "I can make some money, Mom." "Why did you come here suddenly without telling me?" Su Feifei answered casually, but she felt a little uneasy in her heart. Mother Su sighed and said with a worried look on her face, "Alas, Feifei, your father's other company has recently run into trouble. It has signed a bet agreement with others and wants to go public within 2 years. Now it lacks some funds for turnover and needs financing. What should we do? Is there anything I can help you with?" Su Feifei frowned, having a bad feeling in her heart. "You should know that your Uncle Lin can help us solve the funding problem." Mother Su put down the teacup and looked directly at Su Feifei. "Then ask him for help." Su Feifei had a bad feeling in her heart. "Feifei, you should also understand that before you marry into the Lin family, they will not take the risk to help us." Su's mother said meaningfully. "Mom, what do you mean?" Su Feifei's face suddenly turned a little ugly. "Daughter, you are not a child anymore. It's time to think about your future," Su's mother advised. "Mom, don't you know that I already have a husband?" Su Feifei looked unhappy. "Xiaofeng? Isn't he no longer in Kyoto?" A hint of coldness flashed in Su's mother's eyes. "How do you know he is not in Kyoto?" Su Feifei frowned, feeling a little confused. "Ahem, I heard it from others. He's at home now." "What? He's still in Kyoto?" Su's mother's face turned pale. This Xiaofeng was making a fool of her. She didn't expect that he would dare to come back after taking the money. He really thought she didn't exist. "Mom, why are you so surprised? Did you do something shameful?" Su Feifei pretended to be ignorant. After all, it was her mother who used money to send Xiaofeng away. No, let's go back and have a meal and try his cooking." Mother Su forced a smile, but she was secretly thinking in her heart. She could only calm her daughter for the time being and go back to find out the situation first. When Xiaofeng returned to the villa, it was a mess. The floor was littered with garbage, glass fragments, and red wine bottles. Even the sofa was overturned by Su Feifei. He couldn't imagine how angry she was last night. Xiaofeng secretly thanked his luck that he stayed out last night, otherwise if he went back rashly, he didn't know what Su Feifei would do. But she was indeed calm enough today. Could she really just brush off what happened last night? He didn't care about anything else and just wanted to get through today safely. He didn't know how to face Su's mother when he thought about seeing her later. After all, he had taken the money and ran away, and now he was in front of her again. Xiaofeng shook his head, went into the bathroom to get a rag and a mop, and cleaned up the living room as quickly as possible, then mopped the floor again. After finishing all this, Xiaofeng went to clean up the room and noticed that all the medical boxes had been turned out. I thought, could it be that Su Feifei had a stomachache again last night? No wonder there were so many calls. Fortunately, she was fine, otherwise I would feel guilty. This was out of humanitarianism, and I couldn't just stand by and watch. After all, he had been taking care of her all these years and knew that her stomach problem was very serious. If no one rescued her in time, her life might be in danger. It took almost an hour to clean the house inside and out. Xiaofeng leaned on the sofa and waited quietly for Su Feifei and her mother to arrive. Chapter 35, Mother Su's Extreme Pressure. A Rolls-Royce Phantom was heading to the villa. Su's mother, who was sitting in the back seat, casually asked about Xiaofeng's recent situation. Su Feifei, who was standing by, understood her mother's thoughts and was very careful with every answer. She didn't want her mother to notice the subtle relationship between her and Xiaofeng, but she also didn't want her mother to have too much prejudice against Xiaofeng. When they arrived at the door of their house, they heard a knock. Xiaofeng took a deep breath and opened the door. The moment Su's mother saw Xiaofeng, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes, including surprise, dissatisfaction, and more of confusion. "Aunt, you're here." Xiaofeng greeted politely with a faint smile on his face, as if nothing had happened. "Humph, you still remember to come back? I thought you ran away with the money." Su's mother glared at Xiaofeng fiercely, her tone sharp and harsh. Xiaofeng frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy with Su's mother's attitude, but thinking that this was Su Feifei's mother, he held back. Seeing this, Su Feifei hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "Mom, what are you talking about? Let's go into the house first." The three of them sat down in the living room, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Mother Su looked around the room, as if looking for something. Suddenly, she said, "Xiaofeng, I heard that you don't have a proper job and have been relying on my daughter for support. Is that true?" Before Xiaofeng could answer, Su Feifei said anxiously, "Mom, don't talk nonsense, Xiaofeng." "Feifei, don't interrupt. I'm asking him." Mother Su interrupted Su Feifei and stared at Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng looked helpless and said calmly, "Aunt, I have my own plans, but you just don't understand." "Planning? I think you are useless and unworthy of my daughter." Mother Su's voice became louder and louder, and her emotions became more and more excited. "Feifei, why are you with such a traitor?" Xiaofeng's face darkened and he thought, why is this family all like this? Mother Su didn't want to hide it from Su Feifei anymore. She wanted to expose Xiaofeng in person. "Feifei, he took my 5 million and said he would disappear, but now he appears in front of you again. Do you still want to continue to be with him?" Xiaofeng retorted, "Aunt, you should understand clearly. Ask your daughter why I am here first. She has frozen my card." When Su's mother heard what Xiaofeng said, her eyes widened immediately. She turned to look at Su Feifei in disbelief. "Feifei, is what he said true? You froze his card? What's going on?" Su Feifei's face turned pale and red. After hesitating for a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, "Mom, I did it." "But it's not what you think. What is that like? Please explain it clearly." Su's mother's tone became more and more anxious, and her eyes shuttled back and forth between the two of them. Su Feifei took a deep breath and said slowly, "This is a matter between us. It has nothing to do with him taking your money. And I froze his card because I didn't want him to take the money and leave so easily. Although it was wrong for me to give him money, his character can be seen from this one point. For the sake of this scumbag, you would rather ignore the crisis of your father's company than let him leave?" Su's mother was so angry that her chest heaved violently. Xiaofeng also spoke at this time. "Aunt, don't get excited. I took your money, which was my fault, but I also have my difficulties. Besides, I don't plan to just leave." Xiaofeng calculated that this day of being scolded would come sooner or later, and he was fully prepared to continue acting with Su Feifei. "Stop your sweet talk." Mother Su didn't listen to his explanation at all. "I'm telling you, either return the money today or leave Feifei immediately, otherwise, I will never let you go." "Mom, don't push me. Su Feifei's eyes turned red and she became excited. Although Xiaofeng has not achieved much now, he is not the kind of person who will take the money and run away. I believe in him. Mother Su looked at her daughter's determined look and was angry and anxious. You silly child, you have been bewitched by him. Don't let him cheat you of your money and feelings. Seeing that she couldn't persuade her mother, Su Feifei stood up and said coldly, Mom, if you are here as a guest, Xiaofeng and I will treat you well. If you are here to humiliate Xiaofeng, please get out. Then she grabbed Xiaofeng and hugged his arm. Mom, if you insist on breaking up Xiaofeng and me, I think you are daydreaming. I tell you, I will not be with Lin Haoyu, neither now nor in the future. I love Xiaofeng, now and in the future. Su Feifei looked into Xiaofeng's eyes firmly. Xiaofeng felt a little uncomfortable with Su Feifei's burning eyes. Was she serious? Since the play had come to this point, he had to continue with her. Xiaofeng's eyes were deep, and he looked at Su Feifei affectionately. Aunt, don't worry, I will take good care of Feifei and won't let her down. Mother Su's lips trembled slightly. You. Feifei, are you going to give up your home for this liar? If you force me to choose between him and you, I will definitely choose Xiaofeng. Su Feifei's heart ached. She didn't want to make things like this, but her mother kept pressing her, leaving her no choice. She didn't want her life to be controlled by anyone, nor would she be anyone's appendage. Su's mother looked disappointed. Okay, you two are teaming up to piss me off, Su Feifei, you'd better take care of yourself. After saying that, she stood up, grabbed her bag and walked straight to the door. Mom, aren't you going to eat? I'm full. Bang. The door was slammed shut, and Su Feifei slumped on the sofa with a dim look in her eyes. Are you okay? It's okay. After this incident, my mother won't bother me anymore. Su Feifei rubbed her temples. Thank you for your cooperation just now. Su Feifei suddenly seemed like a different person. Her previous strength disappeared in an instant, making Xiaofeng a little uncomfortable. You're welcome. Just take the money and do the work. Su Feifei, you didn't take what you just said seriously, did you? It's just acting. Su Feifei's nose began to feel a little sour. She didn't want Xiaofeng to see it, so she turned her face away. At this point, the atmosphere began to become awkward. I'll go cook. Don't go, I have no appetite. I'll go clean up. Don't go, it's clean now. I'll go. Don't go, just sit here and keep me company. There was a hint of pleading in Su Feifei's voice. Xiaofeng was stunned for a moment, then nodded and sat next to her. The two of them were silent for a while. The room was so quiet that only the sound of each other's breathing could be heard. Occasionally, the noise of cars passing by outside the window only briefly broke the silence. After a long time, Su Feifei spoke softly. You know, I have always longed to be in control of my own life and don't want everything to be arranged by my family. I was with you at first to piss off my mother, but later, I couldn't tell what was acting and what was true. She began to become confused, her eyes staring straight ahead, lost in memories. Xiaofeng was slightly startled, with mixed emotions in his heart. He stared at Su Feifei's profile. Don't think too much. Although I don't like your mother very much, she is doing this for your own good. No matter what, no matter how much trouble she makes, at least you still have your mother's care, and I. Xiaofeng suddenly thought of his deceased mother and his eyes began to turn red. If he had to blame someone, he should blame himself for being incompetent and not having the money to save his mother. Su Feifei turned her head to look at him. She had touched Xiaofeng's sensitive nerves. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring that up. Xiaofeng rubbed the corners of his eyes, then stood up. It's okay, let's not talk about this, you pay and I work, I'll go cook a bowl of porridge to warm your stomach. Su Feifei nodded. She was exhausted tonight and didn't want to think about anything. After drinking the porridge cooked by Xiaofeng, she went back to her room to rest. Chapter 36 Lin Ruoxi's Past. The next afternoon. Lin Ruoxi sat on the office chair rubbing her temples, feeling upset. Ever since she took over part of the family business, she found that most of the people in the company, from senior management to finance, were called by her second uncle. The real estate material contractors all had more or less indirect relationships with him, and she didn't know how much kickbacks they had taken in the process. I didn't expect to take over a mess. I don't know how her family managed it before. The film and television industry was a mess and suffered losses every year. These companies were almost eaten up by relatives. Comprehensive reforms must be carried out and a mechanism of clear rewards and punishments must be established. First, replace the senior executives who are not doing their job, especially those from the second uncle's side, and then cut the unnecessary departments that are not making money. Since Lin Ruwashi has taken over, these parasites must be cleaned out so that the company can start to turn losses into profits. We can only take it step by step. There's no rush. Lin Ruwashi was thinking about suitable candidates for layoffs. Xiao Feng's mean look flashed through her mind and she smiled slightly. If he hadn't been tied up by Su Feifei, she really wanted to pull Xiao Feng over to be her right-hand man. There was a sudden knock on the office door. Come in. Lin Ruwashi collected her thoughts and returned to her indifferent expression. The person who came in was Zhao Bo, one of the company's veterans. He had been in the company for many years and had always been loyal. He was also one of the few people Lin Ruwashi could trust. Boss Lin, this is the financial report for last quarter that you requested. Uncle Zhao gently placed the document on the table and looked at Lin Ruwashi with concern. I know you are under a lot of pressure right now, and the company's problems are difficult to solve, but as long as you need me, I will fully support you. Lin Ruwashi said gratefully, Uncle Zhao, it's all thanks to you. I plan to start with the top management. Those people that second uncle has planted are just sitting there doing nothing and need to be dealt with as soon as possible. Uncle Zhao nodded and said, Boss Lin, I have also heard some rumors. They have noticed that you want to reform and seem to be making some small moves in secret. You must be careful. Lin Ruwashi's eyes were stern. I expected that they would not sit still and wait for death. Uncle Zhao, please help me keep an eye on what they are trying to do. After Zhao Bo agreed, he left. Lin Ruwashi opened the financial statement and looked at the glaring numbers on it with a frown. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that Lin Ruwashi stretched her body. The employees had already left. She was the last one. She turned off her computer and took the elevator out of the office building. Lin Ruwashi had been busy all day and was hungry, so she thought of finding something to eat on the street. She walked past a roadside pharmacy, glanced over, and saw a familiar figure. Xiao Feng? Lin Ruwashi called out. Xiao Feng was buying some bandages and gauze. When he heard someone calling him, he turned around and saw Lin Ruwashi standing not far away in a tight business suit with a capable look on her face. Lin Ruwashi? What are you doing? Lin Ruwashi asked curiously. Nothing, just buying some medical supplies. Why are you here? I just finished my work and came out of the company. Lin Ruwashi's eyes fell on the bandages and gauze in Xiao Feng's hand, and asked with concern, What did you buy these for? Are you injured? Xiao Feng scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Hey, I accidentally bumped into it. It's a minor injury, it's nothing serious, but why are you going back so late? Lin Ruwashi sighed. Yeah, there's a lot of mess left to deal with. Are you hungry? Lin Ruwashi's stomach began to rumble. You didn't eat? No, let's go get something to eat? Okay, but I don't have any money. Don't worry, you don't have to pay. A moment later, Lin Ruwashi led Xiao Feng into an elegantly decorated restaurant. Under the warm yellow light, Lin Ruwashi looked through the menu familiarly and ordered 2 steaks, along with a few exquisite desserts. Xiao Feng was sitting opposite, his eyes inadvertently falling on Lin Ruwashi's fair face. This was the first time he saw her with such a frown on her face. He couldn't help but ask, What's wrong? Have you encountered any difficulties after taking over the family business? Lin Ruwashi sighed, put down the menu in her hand, and whispered, Yes, I didn't expect that my second uncle had already planted many people in the company. Now the situation is much more complicated than I imagined. I am trying to find a way to solve it. Xiao Feng frowned and said disappointedly, I thought you would be able to fulfill my wish immediately after taking over. Now it seems that this wish seems to be far away. Lin Ruwashi glanced at him and said with a complicated expression, Your first 5 million will not be completed so quickly. Now the corruption problem of second uncle and his gang is very serious. If we want to solve it thoroughly, we have to uproot it, but this will hurt our bones. It will probably take some time to make a profit. Xiao Feng was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Lin Ruwashi, your working state is completely different from your usual state. Lin Ruwashi was slightly stunned. Really? Maybe you don't fully understand me yet. She paused, her eyes drifting away, as if lost in memories. I have been dependent on my mother since I was a child. My father took us home when I was 6 years old. My mother suffered a lot when I was a child, so I studied very hard. From elementary school to university, I was basically in the top 3 in my grade. Xiao Feng listened quietly, and suddenly asked, Do you hate your father? Lin Ruwashi's eyes instantly became sharp, her fists clenched, and there was a hint of suppressed anger in her tone. Yes. I hate him. Because my mother accidentally fell into the river, and he was powerless to do anything. He could have prevented this from happening. The car my mother was driving that night must have been tampered with. Her voice gradually became louder, and she became a little emotional. Xiaofeng looked at her and asked softly, "You hate your father so much, why are you willing to accept his inheritance?" Lin Ruoxi took a deep breath, her eyes determined. "I want to find out the cause of my mother's death. This matter must be related to someone in the company. Only by taking over the industry can I get to the core and find the truth." "Then why did you jump into the river?" Lin Ruoxi's eyes were slightly red and her voice was choked. "My beloved mother left me, and I felt that there was no meaning in living. That night, I got excited and wanted to end everything. If you hadn't saved me, maybe I would have been reunited with my mother now." Her tears were rolling in her eyes, but she tried hard not to let them fall. Xiaofeng handed over the tissue. "You have done very well." "Thank you." Lin Ruoxi took it and rubbed her eyes. Her emotions calmed down a little. At this time, the waiter brought the steak and dessert. Lin Ruoxi picked up the knife and fork, cut a small piece of steak, put it in her mouth, and chewed it slowly. She seemed to relax a little, and the expression on her face was no longer so tense. "Do you usually work this hard?" Lin Ruoxi nodded. "There is no other way. There are too many things going on in the company. Besides, I must take control of the company as soon as possible before I can start the investigation. Take care of yourself and don't get sick, otherwise I won't be able to find anyone to pay me." Xiaofeng cut a piece of steak and put it in his mouth. "Are you concerned about me?" "I'm concerned about my money. You say one thing and you mean another." After finishing his meal, Xiaofeng looked at the time. "Lin Ruoxi, it's getting late, go back and rest." "I don't want to go back yet, stay with me." "Where else do you want to go?" "Seaside." "You're not going to be upset again, are you?" "Don't worry, I've died once before, I won't do anything stupid again, I just want to go to the beach to relax." Chapter 37, Seaside Chat. Xiaofeng looked at Lin Ruoxi's pleading eyes, and finally nodded, agreeing to accompany her to the beach. The two walked out of the restaurant, drove straight to the beach, parked nearby, and after getting out of the car, they slowly walked along the road towards the beach. "How have you been lately?" Lin Ruoxi broke the silence and turned her head to look at Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng shrugged, "Same old, nothing special." "But you seem to be under a lot of pressure." Lin Ruoxi smiled bitterly. "Yes, the company's affairs are much more complicated than I thought. Second uncle's people are deeply rooted in the company. It will take time to completely clean them up." Xiaofeng nodded. "This kind of thing can't be rushed, take your time. But you have to be careful, they won't just sit there and wait for death." Lin Ruoxi's eyes were firm. "I know, I won't back down. I must find out the cause of my mother's death." Xiaofeng glanced at her, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. "You are stronger than I thought." Lin Ruoxi smiled but didn't respond. The two continued to walk forward, and the sea breeze gradually became stronger, blowing in with a salty and humid breath. Soon, they arrived at the seaside. The sea was pitch black at night, with only a faint light from the lighthouse in the distance. The waves gently hit the beach, making a low sound, as if telling something. Lin Ruoxi walked to the beach, took off her high heels, and stepped barefoot on the soft sand. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and walked forward tentatively step by step. "It's so quiet here," she said softly. Xiaofeng stood behind her, his hands in his pockets, looking towards the distant sea level. "Yes, sometimes silence can make people clear-headed." Lin Ruoxi was silent for a while, and suddenly said, "Xiaofeng, have you ever thought about what you would do if one day you found out that what you have always believed in is wrong?" Xiaofeng was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "I am a simple person and don't think too much. However, if it really happens, I will probably accept the reality. If I can't change it, I can only adapt to it. Keep moving forward." Lin Ruoxi repeated this sentence in a low voice, as if she was thinking about something. Xiaofeng glanced at her and said, "Don't think too much. There is always a way to solve the problem. What you need now is a rest. Don't push yourself too hard." Lin Ruoxi nodded, then turned and looked at Xiaofeng. "Xiaofeng, can you come over and help me?" Xiaofeng sighed. "I can't leave, I have a contract with Su Feifei." "Did you sign a contract to sell your body to her?" "That's about right." "Then can you give up?" "If you give up, won't the money be gone?" "I'll help you terminate the contract." "How much does it cost?" "I can find a way." "Come on, you still owe me 3 wishes. Besides, I'm about to get it." I don't want to pay so much and get nothing in the end. How long? 1 year. Xiaofeng picked up the stone at his feet and threw it into the sea with force. The stone created ripples on the sea surface. I don't know how many things will happen this year. Lin Ruoxi frowned slightly, her eyes full of worry. Seeing this, Xiaofeng felt something in his heart. Although he couldn't help her immediately, he didn't want her to worry so much. Don't worry yet. Maybe you can clean up the company's mess this year. Xiaofeng comforted her and then said, when the time comes, don't look down on me as a small role who can't help much. Lin Ruoxi shook her head gently, don't underestimate yourself. In my heart, your suggestions are much more useful than those flattering words. Xiaofeng was stunned. He didn't expect that he held such a position in Lin Ruoxi's heart. She bent down and picked up a shell, and looked at it in her palm. Tell me, how many storms did this shell go through in the sea before it was washed to our feet? Xiaofeng looked at the shell in her hand, his thoughts drifting away, just like you and me, struggling in life, maybe one day there will be light at the end of the tunnel. The sea breeze became stronger and stronger, ruffling Lin Ruoxi's hair. She raised her hand to smooth it, but her eyes were always fixed on the dark sea. Xiaofeng, I always feel that what happened to my mother back then is closely related to what my second uncle did in the company. Lin Ruoxi suddenly said, with a certainty in her voice, I asked someone to check some information these days and found that there were problems with several accounts of the company back then, and the time coincided with the time when my mother had the accident. Xiaofeng's heart trembled. He didn't expect that she would make such a significant discovery. Then you have to be careful. Since your second uncle has been able to stay in the company for so long, he must have his own methods. Don't alert the enemy. Lin Ruoxi nodded and held the shell tightly in her hand. The sea breeze is a bit cold and it's getting late. Let's go back. Xiaofeng reminded. She did not refuse, and the two of them walked slowly back along the beach. The night breeze was still gentle, and the sound of the waves gradually faded away, as if accompanying their footsteps. Back in the car, Lin Ruoxi leaned back in the seat and closed her eyes, seeming exhausted. Xiaofeng glanced at her, and without saying anything, he started the car. The car slowly drove away from the beach, and the lights of the city came into view again. Lin Ruoxi opened her eyes slightly, looking at the scenery passing by quickly outside the window, but her heart was still restless. Xiaofeng, thank you. She suddenly said softly. Xiaofeng smiled and said, thank me for what? Thank you for staying with me. Lin Ruoxi's voice was soft, but with a hint of sincerity. Xiaofeng did not respond, but just drove the car attentively. There was a brief silence in the car, but the atmosphere was not awkward. After a while, Xiaofeng turned his head and looked at her. We're here. Lin Ruoxi nodded, opened the car door, and was about to get out of the car when she suddenly stopped. She turned back to look at Xiaofeng, a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. Xiaofeng, if one day I need your help, will you help me? Of course, you still owe me money. Lin Ruoxi snatched Xiaofeng's phone, entered her own phone number on it, dialed the number, and then handed it back. Okay, the creditor can contact you anytime later. Lin Ruoxi laughed, shook her long hair and threw him a wink. Good night. Xiaofeng took the phone and his heart trembled. This little devil is so charming. After returning to the villa, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Xiaofeng gently opened the door, took off his shoes, and tiptoed back. He found Su Feifei lying on the sofa with her eyes closed, probably falling asleep. Xiaofeng was just about to go back to the bedroom. Are you back? Su Feifei's low voice came. You haven't slept yet? Xiaofeng was almost scared by her. Huh, you went to buy a bandage and it took you hours? You were going on a date, right? Xiaofeng smiled awkwardly. No way, don't talk nonsense. It's already so late. Honestly, who did you go with for so long? A friend. Who is it? Lin Ruoxi, we met by chance. And then? Where did you go? I didn't go anywhere. I just had a meal with her and listened to her complain about the company she had just taken over. Didn't I tell you not to get too involved with her, or you'll suffer a loss later? Su Feifei, aren't you meddling too much? She and I are just friends. Friends? How did you two know each other? Won't you explain? This is none of your business. There's no need to explain it to you so clearly. I don't want to argue with you. Go to bed early. After saying that, Xiaofeng went straight back to the bedroom and closed the door. Su Feifei picked up the teapot from the coffee table and threw it to the ground. Xiaofeng. you are becoming more and more outrageous, you know that. She walked to the bedroom door and shouted, if you dare to treat me like this again, don't even think about getting paid. Then she kicked the bedroom door a few more times. Su Feifei started to go crazy and threw things everywhere. She had waited for him for a whole night, but he treated her like this. Chapter 38 The Mrs. Temperance. Xiaofeng was in the bedroom, and he could hear Su Feifei's hoarse roar outside the door, accompanied by the sound of various objects being smashed, hitting his eardrums again and again. He frowned. He was already upset by Lin Ruoxi's affairs, and now Su Feifei's crazy and unreasonable behavior gave him a splitting headache. What's wrong with you? Xiaofeng cursed in a low voice, but he didn't want to open the door to anger Su Feifei, who was out of control. He sat on the bed, thinking about what to do next. After an unknown amount of time, the noise outside the door finally died down. Xiaofeng guessed that Su Feifei was probably tired, so he quietly opened the door and saw that the living room was in a mess, with items on the coffee table scattered all over the floor, and broken pieces of teapots and red wine glasses on the floor. He sighed, walked over, squatted down, and started to clean up. Su Feifei sat on the sofa, her arms folded across her chest, her face pale. Her eyes fell on the debris on the floor, and her heart was in chaos. Xiaofeng, what are you planning to do? Su Feifei looked helpless. Xiaofeng was silent, cleaning up, when he accidentally saw Su Feifei's hands and feet were cut by the debris, and blood was seeping out. He frowned, turned around and walked back to the room quickly, and took out the gauze, hemostatic patch, disinfectant and cotton swabs that he bought specially for tonight. He walked over to her again, sat down, gently took her hand, and poured disinfectant on it to rinse the wound. Su Feifei retracted her hand in pain, her eyes instantly turned red, and her voice choked. Why do you care about me? Don't you like that little vixen? Why don't you go find her? After that, she turned her head away in anger, not wanting to look at Xiaofeng again. Xiaofeng shook his head helplessly. Put your hand out. It's already this time, and you're still being stubborn. Seeing that Su Feifei was unmoved, he reached out and pulled her hand, ignoring her struggle. Don't move. He rinsed the wound with disinfectant while blowing it carefully. After rinsing the wound, he picked up a cotton swab, dipped it in the medicine, and carefully applied it around the wound. After treating the wound on his hand, Xiaofeng lifted Su Feifei's foot and placed it on his leg. Su Feifei's body stiffened and she turned her head away, but her eyes always fell on Xiaofeng. Looking at his serious and focused look, she felt mixed emotions, and the anger and grievance she had just felt disappeared at this moment. After bandaging the wound, Xiaofeng raised his head and met her gaze. There was a hint of fragility in her eyes, which was completely different from her usual strong expression. Xiaofeng's heart softened, and he squatted down and picked her up. What are you doing? Su Feifei struggled, her body touching Xiaofeng's strong chest, feeling the warmth coming from his body, her cheeks instantly flushed. She struggled for a few times, and finally gave up the resistance and buried her head in his arms. Xiaofeng let her twist in his arms. Her thin silk pajamas stuck to him. He felt her soft body and his heart trembled. The feeling of being just a thin line apart was a bit sour. When she calmed down, he said softly, "Stop making trouble and go back to your room to sleep." Su Feifei said in a low voice. At this moment, her heart beat faster and her cheeks became hot. She didn't know what Xiaofeng was going to do to her next, and she felt a little shy and expectant. Xiaofeng held her in his arms, walked into the bedroom, gently put her on the bed, and pulled the quilt over her. But Su Feifei suddenly reached out and grabbed his wrist, and said in a low voice with a hint of uneasiness, "Xiaofeng, don't leave." Xiaofeng was stunned for a moment, and when he saw her pleading eyes, his heart softened. He nodded and sat down on the bed. "I won't leave, you go to sleep." Su Feifei then let go of her hand and closed her eyes. Xiaofeng looked at her with mixed feelings. He knew that although Su Feifei looked strong on the surface, she was actually very fragile inside. The room became quiet, with only the sound of Su Feifei's gentle breathing. Xiaofeng. Su Feifei called softly, interrupting his thoughts. Xiaofeng came back to his senses and looked down at her. Su Feifei's voice was a little hoarse. "Do you think I'm annoying?" Xiaofeng was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "No, don't think too much." Su Feifei was silent for a while before she whispered, "I know I have a bad temper and I always make trouble for no reason, but I'm just afraid that you'll leave me." Xiaofeng's heart trembled. Seeing Su Feifei being so gentle now, he was a little uncomfortable. A complex emotion surged in his heart. He didn't know how to answer her. "Don't let your imagination run wild." Su Feifei didn't say anything else, but just nodded gently, as if she was finally relieved. Her breathing gradually became steady, and she soon fell into a deep sleep. Xiaofeng sat beside the bed, watching her sleeping, but his heart was restless. He knew that Su Feifei's concern for him had already gone beyond a simple contractual relationship, and he was very clear about his purpose. The next morning, Su Feifei woke up and found that Xiaofeng was no longer by her bed. She got up and stretched. She had a very comfortable sleep last night. She walked into the living room in her slippers. Xiaofeng had cleaned up the mess from last night, and a delicious breakfast was already on the table. Her appetite was whetted at the sight of it. Su Feifei glanced at Xiaofeng's bedroom, closed the door, and did not disturb him. She felt in a good mood today. After breakfast, she changed into a professional suit and drove to the company. In the blink of an eye, a month passed, and during this period, there were no more unpleasant incidents between Xiaofeng and Su Feifei. That night, Xiaofeng came to the dream-fulfilling tavern. This was his third time here this month. He had not seen Su Ruoxue since they last parted. Xiaofeng ordered a glass of Zui Shangmeng Si as usual. In the dim light, he saw a familiar figure sitting in the corner of the tavern. Huang Wei? Why are you in Kyoto? He walked over. Huang Wei turned around and looked at Xiaofeng in surprise. Madman? Why are you here? Xiaofeng immediately grabbed him and said, Last time, you just left me and ran away. Well, you stinky boy dared to show up in front of me. Hey, let go, let's talk it over. Xiaofeng dragged him out of the tavern. Tell me. Why did you come here? Alas, I was chased for debt, so I had no choice but to come to Kyoto to make a living. Huang Wei looked helpless. You're short of money? I won't believe it even if you kill me. It's a long story. Do you have any cigarettes? Huang Wei directly touched Xiaofeng's trouser pocket and actually took out a pack of cigarettes, which were Lotus cigarettes. Hey, this is something someone gave me and it's still unopened. Huang Wei just demolished it without thinking twice. It's noisy here, let's go somewhere else to talk. This time, it's your treat. I don't have a penny on me. Xiaofeng said cautiously. Don't try to take advantage of him this time. Huang Wei smiled evilly. Okay, you look so nervous, it's just the money for a meal. Xiaofeng was scared of being cheated by Huang Wei. 11 out of 10 words this shameless man said were lies. They came to a roadside food stall, and Huang Wei took out a box of beer from the store with a smile. After a while, a beer girl wearing an apron came out, and her eyes lit up when she saw Huang Wei and Xiaofeng. At this time, Huang Wei had blonde hair, a slightly shaved chin, and a face that looked like an appa. The beer girl said shyly, Brother Huang Wei, I haven't been here for a long time. I miss you so much. Ahem, Sister Buotao, I'll bring a handsome guy to cheer you up tonight. Sister Buotao? Xiaofeng looked at Huang Wei with a confused look on his face. Huang Wei leaned close to his ear and whispered, I don't know her name either. I can only tell her apart by her physical features. You know sisters all over the country. Hey, you don't understand this. Huang Wei pretended to be serious and said to the beer girl, Please pay for my meal first. I will find you when I am free tonight. The beer girl nodded happily. Chapter 39, Be a Good Person. Xiaofeng was speechless when he saw the interaction between Huang Wei and the beer girl. This guy was still the same as always, he could make connections wherever he went. As soon as the beer girl left, Xiaofeng mercilessly slapped Huang Wei on the back of his head. You are really amazing, buying things on credit everywhere, and you are not afraid of people coming to your door. Huang Wei rubbed his head and said with a playful smile, What are you afraid of? She is happy about it. Besides, who am I, Huang Wei? It is her blessing to be associated with me. Xiaofeng rolled his eyes at Huang Wei and said, You're cheating on little girls everywhere. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Huang Wei waved his hand nonchalantly, Life is long, enjoy it while you can. By the way, you haven't told me how you became so successful in Kyoto. Xiaofeng leaned back in his chair and briefly talked about his experiences during this period. Huang Wei's eyes widened when he heard it. You kid, you actually hooked up with a rich woman. You must introduce me to a few more, so that I can work less for decades. Xiaofeng angrily retorted to him, Go away, you think it's as simple as you think. The relationship between me and President Su is not that simple. As he was talking, the dishes were served one after another. Huang Wei picked up a skewer and ate it while mumbling, Anyway, it's okay as long as you live a good life now. As for me, I'm being chased by my creditors, so I can only hide in Kyoto for the time being. Where's your old baby? Won't he help you pay off your debt? Her company went bankrupt. In order not to implicate her, I can only leave quietly. You are so considerate. How much debt do you owe? Can you really hide in Kyoto and get away with it? Huang Wei took a big sip of beer and burped. The smile on his face gradually disappeared. Alas, I borrowed some money, and the interest is compounded. I owe those people hundreds of thousands of dollars. Did you gamble? Borrowed money from loan sharks? Did you owe so much? Where's the money you earned before? I didn't, lunatic, I didn't gamble, I can guarantee that. And the money? Huang Wei changed his usual carefree attitude and lit a cigarette with a worried look on his face. It cost a lot to see a doctor. What kind of medical treatment? Did you win the bid? No, why do you always think about that? It's my family who needs money. Xiaofeng looked at Huang Wei. Huang Wei never mentioned family matters. Xiaofeng had occasionally heard that there were patients in his family. He didn't know what the situation was like now. Seeing his expression, something bad must have happened. You look very serious, but in fact you used leverage because you failed in stock trading. Huang Wei's face was instantly filled with smiles again. Alpaca, I can't believe a single word you said. Don't be like this, I'm an honest young man. Xiaofeng rolled his eyes in anger, picked up an empty beer bottle on the table and pretended to hit Huang Wei. Huang Wei shrank his neck in fear, put his hands on his head, and shouted, No, it's okay if I was wrong, I will definitely tell the truth this time. Xiaofeng snorted coldly and put the bottle back on the table. You'd better keep talking nonsense or I will punish you. Huang Wei scratched his head and said, I really didn't lie to you. I was just speculating in stocks and using leverage to make a big profit. I didn't expect to lose it all. Xiaofeng sighed helplessly, when can you be more stable? You dare to do such a high-risk thing. Huang Wei smiled and said, What are you afraid of, lunatic? Don't take it so seriously. Life is just about you lying to me and me lying to you. Just be happy. Xiaofeng picked up a skewer and took a bite, then said vaguely, People like you will fall into your own hands sooner or later. Huang Wei didn't care, he raised the bottle and clinked it with Xiaofeng. It doesn't matter if I fail, anyway, I'm here with you, how can I starve to death? Xiaofeng rolled his eyes at him and said, Don't count on me. I don't have that much spare money to help you fill the hole. Huang Wei chuckled, leaned close to Xiaofeng and whispered, Actually, the reason I came to Kyoto this time, besides avoiding debt, is that I want to ask you for help with something. Xiaofeng looked at him warily. What do you want to do? I warn you, don't have any bad ideas. Huang Wei waved his hand, Don't worry, it's not a big deal. I just want you to find me a job, preferably one that pays well and requires little work. Xiaofeng almost spit out the beer in his mouth. Easy money and less trouble? Do you think pie will fall from the sky? Huang Wei shrugged. You know President Su, right? Her company is so big, can't you just assign me a position? Xiaofeng shook his head. You wish. She didn't even make arrangements for me. President Su is not that easy to fool. Besides, the relationship between her and me is not as simple as you think. Huang Wei curled his lips and said, Well, it seems that I can't rely on you. Then I will find a way myself. Xiaofeng didn't want Huang Wei to have any contact with Su Feifei. What if Huang Wei created a lot of trouble for him again, and then ran away? In the end, Xiaofeng would have to clean up his mess. It was like this every time, and it never failed. Xiaofeng suddenly remembered something. Huang Wei, I warn you to stay away from my sister in the future. Why? I'm very kind to your sister. I don't know if it's good or not, but your usual behavior will lead her astray. How is that possible? She learned this from you. Don't blame me. Although I am shameless, I still have my bottom line. Do you still have any bottom line? I don't know how many times your underwear has been taken off by others. I don't care what your reasons are. The next time you dare to get close to my sister, you will be whipped. Hey, you crazy guy, you are a bit unreasonable. I am so good to your sister and treat her like my own sister, but you bite me back. You treat her well, so next time you can just transfer the money to her and don't meet her in person. You're crazy. Just tell your sister not to come to me from now on. Don't worry, absolutely not. I will discipline her. Hey, don't say these things that will spoil the fun. It's a rare opportunity for us to meet each other, so let's have a drink first. Huang Wei directly handed a bottle of beer to Xiaofeng. The two drank until late at night. Huang Wei was a little drunk. He said hello to the beer girl and said he would take Xiaofeng home. The beer girl nodded, thinking that Huang Wei would come back to take her home soon, and she felt excited just thinking about it. Xiaofeng was a little drunk at this time, and Huang Wei dragged Xiaofeng around the streets. Xiaofeng v me 50 to get a room and sleep. No money, aren't you going back to live at beer girl's house soon? I lied to her. I'm not going back. I'm very valuable. Not just anyone can sleep with me. You're such a bitch. You didn't even give me a breakup sex. TSK, what do you know? Bullets are valuable. Do you think you can just fire them casually? My shells are worth 1 or 2 million. Then you'll have to sleep on the street tonight. That's fine. Don't even think about leaving tonight. Let's sleep on the street together. After saying that, Huang Wei grabbed Xiaofeng tightly and didn't let him run away. Hey, let go, or I'll do it. Transfer the money to me and I'll let you go. Suddenly Xiaofeng's cell phone rang. He glanced and saw that it was Su Feifei calling. He hesitated whether to answer the call. Huang Wei saw it and snatched the phone away, answering the call. When Xiaofeng saw it, he immediately took it back. Where are you? Why is it so noisy? Su Feifei's voice came from the other end of the phone. I was having a late-night snack with friends outside. Are you awake? Yeah, otherwise I wouldn't have known you sneaked out. I'll be back in a minute. Xiaofeng hung up the phone immediately. He was really afraid that Huang Wei would make trouble nearby. Chapter 40 Interview with a Big Star. Huang Wei watched Xiaofeng hang up the phone, and came over with a sly smile on his face. Hey, President Su came to check on you? How about I help you explain it to her? Just say that you and my good brother were washing feet outside. Xiaofeng glared at him fiercely. If you dare to talk nonsense, I will never let you go. Huang Wei, however, didn't care at all. He was still laughing, dragging Xiaofeng along as he staggered along, humming a tuneless little tune. Xiaofeng was really speechless because of Huang Wei, and now he had to go back immediately. I'm unlucky this time. 100 transfers have gone by. Check WeChat and pay double if you have money. Huang Wei glanced at his phone, his eyes lit up, and then he let go of his hand. You are indeed a good brother, then you go back first, I will take care of myself. Okay, come see me again when you have money. I won't send you off. Xiaofeng took a taxi and went straight back to the villa. When he returned, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Su Feifei curled up on the sofa and sleeping. It was a bit chilly at night, so Xiaofeng went back to his room and took a thin blanket to cover Su Feifei. He was now drunk and dizzy, so he went straight back to the bedroom and lay down. The next afternoon, Xiaofeng's eyes were awakened by the glare of sunlight. Oh no! I overslept. He immediately got up and walked out of the bedroom. He saw a thin quilt folded on the sofa. Su Feifei had already left. He looked at the time. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Drinking will cause trouble. Don't drink so much next time. Xiaofeng felt a little dizzy after just sobering up. He walked into the bathroom, washed up, and cleaned up. After cleaning, he took the remote control, walked straight to the sofa, lay down relaxedly, turned on the TV, and happened to see a celebrity interview program, which immediately aroused Xiaofeng's curiosity. Hello everyone, welcome to this episode of Heart Language and Wishes. I am the host Xiao Qian. Today we are very honored to invite a highly anticipated star. Not only has she achieved great success in her career, but her love life has also always been the focus of everyone's attention. Let us welcome her with warm applause by Muwen. The audience burst into applause. Bai Muwen slowly walked out from behind the scenes holding the hem of her skirt with both hands. She was wearing a white off-shoulder dress, revealing her charming collarbone. She wore a crystal necklace given to her by Xiaofeng around her neck. Her long hair was slightly curled and draped over her shoulders. She smiled at the camera and bowed. Thank you all for your support. Xiao Qian held the microphone in one hand and motioned Bai Muwen to sit on the opposite sofa with the other hand, and then handed her another microphone. Bai Muwen took the microphone and sat down with her legs closed. Bai Muwen, welcome to our show. It's a great honor to participate in Heart Language and Wishes and to face such an excellent host. Bai Muwen said politely. Recently your new drama, Your Future Self, has been very popular, and everyone is full of praise for your performance. But today, we want to talk about something different: relationships. When I heard that, I started to get a little nervous. Bai Muwen smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Xiaoqian continued, everyone knows that you have always kept a low profile on your love life, but your fans are very concerned about it. Can you share with us what your ideal relationship is like? Bai Muwen thought of the little things she had experienced with Xiao Feng before, and she smiled sweetly, thank you for your concern. In fact, I think that an ideal relationship is that two people can understand and support each other. Whether in career or life, they can rely on each other. There is no need for too much fanfare, and the companionship in ordinary times is the most precious. That's very well said. So in real life, how do you balance your career and relationships? After all, as a public figure, the boundaries between work and private life can sometimes be blurred. Bai Muwen nodded, this is indeed a challenge. I think the most important thing is communication and trust. If that day really comes, I will often communicate with my partner about our ideas and give each other enough space. After all, relationships need to be managed, and we can't ignore each other's feelings just because we are busy. The host Xiaoqian continued to ask, so in a relationship, what qualities do you value most in the other person? Bai Muwen thought for a moment, I think it is sincerity and kindness. No matter how the outside world changes, these two qualities can impress me the most. Because only sincerity can make the relationship last, and only kindness can make each other go hand in hand in times of difficulty. That's very well said. The last question, which is also what fans are most concerned about, is what are your expectations for your future love life? Xiaoqian looked at Bai Muwen with anticipation. Bai Muwen smiled, actually, I don't have too many plans, I just let things take their own course. If I meet true love, I hope that every day in the future, I can grow up with each other and face the ups and downs of life together. No matter how difficult it is, we can go through it together. Thunderous applause broke out from the audience again and lasted for a long time. Thank you Bai Muwen for sharing today. I also wish you more success in your relationship and career. Okay, audience friends, this is the end of our interview today. See you next time. Xiao Feng was lying on the sofa, watching Bai Muwen's interview on TV, feeling mixed emotions, especially when she mentioned sincerity and kindness. Xiao Feng sighed, turned off the TV, turned around and walked to the kitchen, preparing to pour himself a glass of water. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw an unfamiliar number on the screen. Hello? Xiao Feng answered the phone. Xiao Feng, it's me. A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. It was Bai Muwen. Xiao Feng was stunned, and the cup in his hand almost fell to the ground. He didn't expect Bai Muwen to call him at this time. Bai Muwen? Why are you? Xiao Feng was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. I just finished recording the show and suddenly wanted to hear your voice. Bai Muwen sounded a little tired, but her voice was very gentle. Xiao Feng was silent for a moment, with mixed feelings in his heart. I just watched your interview, you are right. Really? Bai Muwen smiled. You've been quite busy lately. Yes, I have to record shows every day and make guest appearances in various crews. Now I don't even have enough time to sleep. Forehead. I'll be able to relax after this busy period. I'll be recording the music video next week, so be sure to come then. So soon? Am I suitable for you? If not, you can find someone else. No, you are the most suitable one, don't slip away halfway. Haha, how is that possible? I'm just afraid of screwing up. It's okay for me to play a passerby, but I've never tried to play the leading actor. Believe in yourself, you can do it. Okay, since you are so sure, I can't back down. Xiao Feng took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner tension and anxiety. Bai Muwen heard his uneasiness and comforted him softly. Don't worry, I will help you when the time comes, and the filming of the MV is not difficult. The main thing is to present a beautiful atmosphere. Xiao Feng nodded slightly, even though he knew Bai Muwen couldn't see it. Well, I feel more at ease with your words. By the way, what is the general plot of the MV? Chapter 41 Acting with Bai Muwen. Bai Muwen said with a happy face, it's a story about reunion. We were lovers, but later separated for various reasons. Many years later, we met by chance in a place full of memories, and the feelings hidden in our hearts were instantly ignited. I think this plot fits our past experiences very well, so I decided on it when I saw the script. At the end of her speech, her voice unconsciously lowered, with a hint of anticipation that was difficult to conceal. Xiao Feng cleared his throat and pretended to be calm and said, I see. Then I have to think about the role carefully. The two chatted for a few more words about preparations for the shoot and then hung up the phone. On the other side, Bai Muwen sat in the dressing room, looking at herself in the mirror, with Xiao Feng's voice in her mind. She knew that this MV shooting might not only be a job, but also a reunion after a long absence. Muwen, it's time to touch up your makeup. The makeup artist's voice brought her back to reality. Bai Muwen opened her eyes, forced a smile, and nodded. She knew that she had to remain professional and not let her personal emotions affect her work. In the following days, Xiao Feng's mind was full of the MV shooting. He began to look up various acting tutorials on the internet, repeatedly practiced expressions and movements in front of the mirror, and even pondered the character's psychology while eating and walking. That day, Su Feifei noticed something was wrong with him and couldn't help asking, "Xiao Feng, why are you acting weird lately? You're always talking to yourself in the air." Xiao Feng was mopping the floor with a mop while indulging in his fantasy of being the hero, but was brought back to reality by Su Feifei's words. He was stunned. Isn't it almost time to make an appointment with Bai Muwen to shoot the MV? When Su Feifei heard him say this, she suddenly remembered that she had been too busy recently and forgot about the matter. Her face darkened. "It's just a crappy MV, is there any need to be so serious? You just go there for the formality." She didn't want Xiao Feng to have any chance of becoming famous, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance. It's a rare opportunity to film with a big star, so we have to do it well. It's okay to be sloppy at other times, but this is going to be on TV. "Humph, I usually see you being so careless, but now you're suddenly serious. I'm really not used to it." "Don't dream on, you're not destined for that." Su Feifei scolded him, feeling sour when she thought of the huge contrast between Xiao Feng's behavior before and after. "Su Feifei, you don't want me to be well, do you?" "Who said that? I just think you're not cut out for that. Just deal with Bai Muwen." Xiao Feng was speechless and didn't bother to pay attention to her. She was the one who asked him to go, and now she was sour and didn't want to stand out. She was really fickle. A few days later, the MV shooting officially began, and the shooting location was chosen in a small seaside town. Bai Muwen was wearing a simple floral dress, standing under the familiar lighthouse. The sea breeze gently blew her hair, and her eyes were full of anticipation and nervousness. Xiao Feng walked over wearing a simple white shirt and jeans. The moment his eyes met Bai Muwen's, time seemed to freeze. Bai Muwen was surprised. She didn't expect Xiao Feng to get into the mood so quickly. At the director's command, the two began to act out the scene in the script in which they imagined their reunion. Xiao Feng turned around and saw Bai Muwen coming over. He was stunned for a moment, his mouth began to move, his eyes became moist, and he said tremblingly, "Long time, no see." Bai Muwen looked at Xiao Feng with deep affection and trembled as she responded, "Long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you here. I've been waiting for you here for a long time." Xiao Feng looked at Bai Muwen affectionately. "How long?" 10 years. Every time I come to this place I think of every little thing we did in the past." Xiao Feng's voice faded away. "I am late, woo-woo." Bai Muwen fell down with tears in her eyes and reached out to grab Xiao Feng. His figure became blurred until it disappeared. Everything was just her fantasy. Click. Click. Past. Next scene. The director didn't expect that the partner Bai Muwen found was so professional. Xiao Feng helped Bai Muwen up and asked with a smile, "I passed it in one go. Am I very professional?" "Yes, Xiao Feng, you are very talented. I was almost moved by you just now." Bai Muwen said affirmatively. "Ha, really?" Hearing Bai Muwen praising him like this, he began to feel a little flattered. "Yeah, really." The next scene was a scene in the rain, with the rain pouring down and soaking their clothes. Bai Muwen broke down in the rain and asked Xiao Feng in tears, "Why did you leave in the first place?" "I was forced. I never thought of leaving you." Xiao Feng hugged her in his arms. At this moment, he couldn't tell whether the water on her face was rain or tears. At this moment, the two seemed to forget that they were filming and immersed in real emotions. The director did not call for a stop, allowing them to vent their inner emotions. Su Feifei happened to come over, and the scene in front of her made her feel like she was struck by lightning. Seeing Xiao Feng and Bai Muwen interacting intimately, her heart tightened instantly, and her eyes became red unconsciously. She stood in the corner, biting her lips tightly, and she regretted her original decision a little. Although Bai Muwen's appearance during this period has taken her sales to a higher level, allowing her company to make a lot of money and increase its influence, it has also given Bai Muwen the opportunity to come into contact with Xiao Feng. She is afraid that Xiao Feng will become popular because of Bai Muwen, and she is also afraid that he will be snatched away from her. But Su Feifei didn't get angry immediately. She had to endure it by herself. She didn't want to continue to see the sweet scene between the two of them. Su Feifei was afraid that if she continued to watch, she would not be able to help but step forward to stop them. She clenched her hands and turned to leave the scene. The filming came to a temporary end. Bai Muwen returned to the RV for rest, soaking wet. She wrapped herself in a blanket, thinking back to the hug just now, feeling sweet in her heart. Xiaofeng was also in the RV not far away. He lit a cigarette in the smoke. He seldom smoked and was quite nervous today. Although the filming had just been successfully completed, he was still a little nervous in his heart. After all, it was his first time as the leading actor. It was getting dark. After Bai Muwen changed her clothes, she picked up her phone and sent a message to Xiaofeng. "Let's go eat together later." "You don't have any other plans tonight?" "Yes, but I pushed it." "That's not good, because I turned down work." "It's okay, let's go somewhere less crowded." "Okay, you treat me, I don't have any money." "Well." Bai Muwen happily put away her phone. An hour later, Xiaofeng appeared at the place where they had agreed to meet. Bai Muwen had been waiting there for a long time wearing a mask. Seeing Xiaofeng, Bai Muwen stepped forward immediately. "It's so remote here, is there anything delicious?" "They are all home-cooked dishes. Most importantly, there aren't many people around and it's quiet. No one should recognize you." Xiaofeng took Bai Muwen and turned into the alley on the side of the street and came to the restaurant where he had brought Su Feifei last time. As soon as he entered the door, the boss saw that it was Xiaofeng, an old customer, and immediately stepped forward to greet him. "Hey, you brought your girlfriend to eat this time." When Bai Muwen heard this, she looked at Xiaofeng shyly. Xiaofeng smiled awkwardly. Friends. Then he found a seat by the window and sat down. There were not many people there tonight, so he picked up the menu and ordered some home-cooked dishes. "The boss here seems to be so familiar with you. Do you eat here often?" "Yes, I used to eat here when I didn't have much money. It tastes good, better than the big restaurants." "You don't mind, do you?" "Of course not. As long as I can be with you, I'm willing to eat at a roadside stall." Chapter 42, Parting on Bad Terms. Bai Muwen's words stunned Xiaofeng. He didn't know how to respond to her. Seeing Xiaofeng remaining silent, she immediately changed the subject. "Xiaofeng, you actually have a talent for acting. You know, I felt very relaxed acting with you today." "No, it's just that I have been practicing during that period, so I have the effect today." Bai Muwen shook her head gently, her eyes full of seriousness. "Practice is only one aspect. When it comes to acting, you can't just rely on practice without talent. You really understand the role thoroughly, your emotions and eyes are all in place, as if you have also experienced those stories." Xiaofeng scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. "Maybe the plot in the script is a bit similar to what I experienced before, so I feel more involved." Having said that, he paused, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. At this time, the boss came over with a steaming dish and broke the brief silence. "Enjoy your meal, both of you. Call me if you need anything." Bai Muwen took off her mask, picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it in her mouth. Her eyes lit up instantly. "Wow, it's really delicious. Your recommendation was right." Xiaofeng looked at her satisfied expression, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. "If it tastes good, eat more." The two of them ate and talked, and before they knew it, the atmosphere became relaxed and happy again. Bai Muwen shared her interesting stories in the entertainment industry, and Xiaofeng listened with great interest, occasionally interjecting a few words, making Bai Muwen laugh. Just when they were chatting happily, Xiaofeng's phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw that his face changed. It was a message from Su Feifei. "Where are you? Why aren't you back so late?" Xiaofeng hesitated for a moment, but still replied, "I'm eating outside and will be back later." Just after sending the message, his phone rang again. This time it was Su Feifei calling directly. Xiaofeng looked at Bai Muwen helplessly and said apologetically, "Sorry, I have to take a call." Then he got up and walked out of the restaurant. "Xiaofeng, what are you doing? Do you know that your current behavior is very irresponsible?" Su Feifei asked loudly on the other end of the phone. "Su Feifei, don't get excited. I'm just going to have a meal with Bai Muwen and we'll be back soon." Xiaofeng tried to explain. "Eat? What serious things can you two, a single man and a single woman, do? Your cooperation with Bai Muwen has ended. Don't forget that we still have a contract." Su Feifei's voice was full of anger and dissatisfaction. Xiao Feng frowned. Su Feifei, can you stop being unreasonable? I'm just having a meal, not doing anything bad. I'm being unreasonable? Okay, Xiao Feng, if you don't come back right now, don't even think about getting any reward in the future. Su Feifei said, and hung up the phone. Xiao Feng stood there, holding the phone in his hand, with an extremely ugly expression on his face. He knew Su Feifei's temper, and this time she was really angry. However, he didn't want to just abandon Bai Muwen and leave. After a long while, Xiao Feng returned to the restaurant. Bai Muwen saw that he looked unhappy and asked with concern, "What's wrong? What happened?" Xiao Feng forced a smile. "It's okay, it's just a little trouble, I may have to go back early to deal with it." Bai Muwen's eyes flashed with disappointment, but she still nodded understandingly. "Is it Su Feifei? How do you know? You almost have it written all over your face." Bai Muwen smiled slightly, but her eyes revealed a little disappointment. She put down her chopsticks and said softly, "Actually, I can understand. Su Feifei is your employer, and there is nothing you can do if she has high demands." Xiao Feng sighed and looked at her with some guilt. "I'm sorry, I wanted to have a good meal with you tonight, but she interrupted me." Bai Muwen shook her head and said gently, "It doesn't matter. I'm already very happy tonight. I'm already very satisfied to be able to have dinner and chat with you. Thank you for your understanding," Xiao Feng said in a low voice, with a hint of apology in his tone. Bai Muwen smiled and stood up. "Let's go, don't let Su Feifei wait anxiously." Xiao Feng nodded and followed her out of the restaurant. The night breeze was cool and the street was very quiet. The two walked side by side, no one spoke, and the atmosphere seemed a little dull. After walking for a while, Bai Muwen suddenly stopped and turned to face Xiao Feng, with a firm look in her eyes. "Xiao Feng, I actually have always wanted to ask you a question." Xiao Feng was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Ask." Bai Muwen took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to say, if there was no Su Feifei, without those contracts and constraints, would you feel differently about me?" Xiao Feng was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer. He was silent for a moment and said, "Bai Muwen, I don't know how to answer you. The situation is very complicated now. I don't want to affect you because of my own affairs, nor do I want you to get into unnecessary trouble." Bai Muwen's eyes flashed with disappointment, but she quickly adjusted her mood and forced a smile. "I understand. It's okay, you don't have to be embarrassed, I just want to ask." They came to a fork in the road, and Bai Muwen smiled at Xiao Feng. "Just drop me off here, you go back first." "Good." Bai Muwen looked at Xiao Feng's departing back, feeling somewhat reluctant to leave. At this time, Bai Muwen's phone rang. "Muwen, where have you been again?" "I was on the street and my cousin drove over to pick me up." "Wait, don't run around." Bai Muwen hung up the phone. After tonight, all her schedules were full. "I don't know when we will meet next time," Bai Muwen said to herself. Xiao Feng returned to the villa. Su Feifei was sitting on the sofa watching TV. The atmosphere at this time was so quiet that it was suffocating. "You're back?" Xiao Feng was confused. This was not like her usual self. If it were the past, the ground would have been a mess. Could it be the eve of a storm? Xiao Feng felt something was wrong. "Are you okay?" Su Feifei turned around and said with a half smile, "I'm fine, why are you so nervous?" She was yelling and screaming on the phone just now, but her attitude changed completely when she came back. It would be strange if she wasn't nervous. Xiao Feng didn't want to rashly anger Su Feifei, so he suppressed his curiosity and changed the subject. "Are you hungry? I'll go cook something for you." "Sit down." "Good." Xiao Feng immediately sat next to Su Feifei. "Xiao Feng, can you please not hide anything from me in the future?" "Can't." "What if I'm not angry?" "I can think about it." "Do you have anything else?" "There is none left." Su Feifei tried her best to remain calm. "I'm tired. I'll go back to my room and rest." Xiao Feng had been shooting for a whole day and felt a little tired. Su Feifei nodded. She knew that he had been acting for a whole day, so she didn't make things difficult for him. The main thing was that he listened to her and came back obediently. Xiao Feng walked back to the room and lay down on the bed without wanting to move. He didn't want to think about so many twists and turns and soon fell asleep. He was sleeping very soundly, and Xiao Feng had a dream, a very clear dream, as if he was there personally. He could control himself with his consciousness, and he knew he was in a dream. The scene around him suddenly became blurry and instantly switched to an intersection. He saw Lin Ruoshi walking towards him. She was holding a folder at the moment and passed directly through Xiao Feng's body. Chapter 43 Premonition of Crisis. Suddenly, a pickup truck came speeding over. Xiao Feng saw the driver of the pickup truck with a ferocious look on his face. He was about to hit Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi had no idea that there was a car behind her. Xiao Feng roared loudly, "Lin Ruoshi! Be careful! There is a car!" But no matter how loudly Xiao Feng shouted, Lin Ruoshi seemed not to hear him and kept walking forward. In an instant, bang! Lin Ruoshi's body was knocked into the air, and Xiao Feng shouted angrily, "No!" Just like that, Lin Ruoshi fell in a pool of blood, right in front of him. This isn't true. This isn't true. Xiao Feng knelt down and shouted madly, picked up his phone and prepared to call the police, but the screen showed Friday. And today was Monday. Is this a dream? Xiao Feng came back to his senses. Then he shouted loudly to the people around him, trying to use his consciousness to control himself and escape from the dream, struggling and shouting with all his strength. Ah! Xiao Feng woke up from his dream, his limbs shaking, his heartbeat accelerating, and his forehead covered in cold sweat. He sat up, trying to calm his breathing, and the scenes in his dream kept replaying in his mind. The dream was too real, as if he had really witnessed Lin Ruoshi's tragedy. The feeling of powerlessness and fear in the dream still lingered in his heart, making it difficult for him to distinguish between reality and dreams. He looked at the time and was relieved to find it was Tuesday, for in the morning, instead of Friday as his phone had shown in his dream. However, the scene in his dream still made him feel uneasy. He recalled the scene when Lin Ruoshi passed through his body holding the folder, and the moment when the pickup truck came speeding towards him, and he couldn't help feeling a sense of fear in his heart. Why is the dream so clear? Xiao Feng muttered to himself. He seldom had such clear dreams, especially the kind where he could be aware that he was in the dream. Xiao Feng couldn't help but start thinking whether this dream was hinting at something, and Lin Ruoshi's recent actions put her in a very dangerous situation. He stood up and walked to the window, drawing open the curtains. The night outside was still dark. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He knew that dreams were just an activity of the brain when it was resting and were not necessarily related to reality. Maybe I'm too tired recently, Xiao Feng thought. He had been shooting all day today, and his body and mind were in a state of high tension. In the evening, he had a subtle conversation with Su Feifei, and his mood was complicated. These factors may have contributed to the occurrence of this dream. He decided not to think about it anymore and went back to bed, trying to fall asleep again. The scene in the dream still lingered in his mind. He closed his eyes and tried to relax himself, telling himself that it was just a dream and that Lin Ruoshi was safe in reality. Let's call her tomorrow, Xiao Feng decided in his heart. Although he knew that the dream was just an illusion, he still wanted to confirm Lin Ruoshi's safety to eliminate the uneasiness in his heart. The next day, afternoon. Xiao Feng called Lin Ruoshi, but no one answered. Xiao Feng waited for a long time but still didn't get Lin Ruoshi's call, so he decided to try his luck at her company. An hour later, Xiao Feng arrived near the pharmacy where they met last time. Lin Ruoshi's company should be around here. He walked slowly along the avenue, walked to the traffic light, crossed the road, and came to the corner of the street. He looked around and felt his scalp tingling instantly. Everything here was exactly the same as the scene in his dream. This is the place. Xiao Feng felt a chill running up his spine from the soles of his feet. How could this be such a coincidence? He had never been to this place, but his dream and reality overlapped so much. Coincidentally, there was a road under construction nearby, and one side was completely blocked by a metal fence. Just when he was feeling uneasy, his cell phone suddenly rang, and Xiao Feng trembled all over with fright. He quickly took out his cell phone and saw that it was Lin Ruoshi calling. He was delighted and pressed the answer button. Hello? Lin Ruoshi, where are you? Xiao Feng calmed himself down. I'm at the company. What's wrong with Xiao Feng? It's rare for him to take the initiative to look for me like this. You won't allow your creditors to come after you? No way, I wish you would look for me every day. Lin Ruoshi said happily. I'm near your company. Are you busy now? No hurry, no hurry. It's a rare opportunity for you to come here. Wait for me, I'll be down soon. Then I'll wait for you at the pharmacy last time. Okay, wait for me. Xiao Feng hung up the phone, feeling a little relieved. He walked to the door of the pharmacy and glanced around unconsciously. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Dreams are just dreams. Lin Ruwashi in reality is safe. He told himself this over and over again in his heart, trying to dispel the uneasiness in his heart. A few minutes later, Lin Ruwashi walked out of the company building and waved to Xiaofeng from a distance. She was wearing a professional suit, with a smile on her face, and looked in good spirits. Xiaofeng. Lin Ruwashi walked quickly to him and said with a smile, "Why do you have time to come to see me today?" Xiaofeng looked at her, and the uneasiness in his heart eased a little. He forced a smile and said, "Nothing, I haven't seen you for a long time, I just suddenly wanted to come and see you." Lin Ruwashi reached out her hand and touched Xiaofeng's forehead. "Oh, this is not like you. You are not usually so proactive." Xiaofeng patted Lin Ruwashi's hand. "TSK, you make it sound like I'm being unkind." Lin Ruwashi walked around Xiaofeng and blinked. "Looks pretty normal." Xiaofeng tapped her head and then said, "Have you encountered anything strange recently? Or, do you feel something is wrong?" "Ouch, be gentle, why are you asking this suddenly?" "Everything is fine with me, nothing is wrong." Lin Ruwashi touched her forehead. Xiaofeng felt a little more relaxed. Perhaps he was really overthinking it. Dreams were just dreams and had nothing to do with reality. "By the way, have you eaten?" Lin Ruwashi asked. "How about we go eat something together? I know there's a good restaurant nearby." Xiaofeng looked at the time and nodded. "Okay, I'm hungry too." After a while, they walked into a high-end restaurant with elegant interior decoration. The interior was dominated by dark colors, and there were several modern art paintings hanging on the walls. It was simple yet stylish. Going up to the second floor, she found a seat by the window and sat down. Lin Ruwashi took the menu and asked, "Xiaofeng, what do you like to eat?" "Anything is fine." Lin Ruwashi ordered 2 steaks and a few signature dishes. "How is your company doing recently?" Xiaofeng asked tentatively. "I have made a major discovery in the past month. My second uncle and his colleagues cooked the accounts. They also leaked the company's confidential information to their peers, and I have obtained evidence. I am preparing to expose them. Aren't you afraid that your second uncle and the others will know?" "I don't know for now. I have already replaced some of the senior executives, and my cousin embezzled public funds." Xiaofeng took a deep breath. These were not trivial matters. Now he began to worry about Lin Ruwashi's safety. After all, this would cut off someone's retreat. If not handled properly, the situation would become desperate and he would easily be bitten back. "These are all your relatives." "So what?" "They are so corrupt. If we don't clean up these corrupt officials, the company won't be able to operate normally." "So when are you going to expose them?" "This Friday. I've got all the evidence sorted out." "What? Friday?" Xiaofeng suddenly became excited. "Huh? What's wrong? Why are you reacting so strongly?" Lin Ruwashi was shocked by Xiaofeng's actions. "Can you go another time?" "No, this day is the best time." Lin Ruwashi said affirmatively. "Aren't you afraid that your second uncle and his men will take revenge?" Chapter 44 Xiaofeng, you're worrying too much. Xiaofeng's voice was a little hurried, and there was a hint of uneasiness in his eyes. Lin Ruwashi's words instantly reminded him of the dream. The date displayed on the phone in the dream was Friday, and the tragedy in the dream also happened on this day. Is all this really just a coincidence? Lin Ruwashi noticed Xiaofeng's abnormality, put down the menu in her hand, and looked at him seriously. "Xiaofeng, what's wrong with you? There has been something wrong with you since just now. Are you hiding something from me?" Xiaofeng was silent for a moment, struggling in his heart whether to tell her about the dream. He knew that if he told her directly, Lin Ruwashi might think he was too sensitive, or even a little ridiculous. But if he didn't remind her, if the dream really foreshadowed something, the consequences would be disastrous. "Lin Ruwashi, Xiaofeng took a deep breath and decided to speak out. "I had a dream last night. I dreamed that you had an accident." Lin Ruwashi was stunned for a moment, then she started laughing. "What? So it's because of this?" "It's just a dream, don't take it too seriously." Xiaofeng shook his head, his expression serious. "No, this dream is too real, and the scene in the dream is exactly the same as what I saw today. Especially since you just said that you would expose your second uncle and others on Friday, this makes me even more uneasy." "The tragedy in the dream also happened on Friday." Lin Ruwashi's smile gradually faded. She looked at Xiaofeng with a hint of doubt in her eyes. You mean, what do you think this dream means? Xiaofeng nodded. I know this may sound a bit absurd, but I really think this dream is not simple. Since your second uncle dared to make false accounts, leak company secrets, and even embezzle public funds, they must have a backup plan. If you expose them so quickly, they may be desperate and attack you. Lin Ruoshi was silent for a while, lowering her head in thought. She knew that Xiaofeng was not the kind of person who was easily affected by dreams, and his worries were not groundless. Moreover, she herself knew that the actions of her second uncle and cousin had already touched the bottom line of the law, and there was indeed a certain risk in exposing them. Xiaofeng, I understand your concerns. Lin Ruoshi raised her head and said firmly, but I have been planning this for a long time and have prepared all the evidence. If I don't expose them as soon as possible, the company's situation will only get worse. I can't back down because I'm afraid of risks. Xiaofeng frowned, with a hint of urgency in his tone. I'm not asking you to back off, but I hope you'll be more cautious. You can change the time, or change the method, at least don't give them the opportunity to attack you. Lin Ruoshi shook her head. The time has been set, and Friday is the day of the company's senior management meeting. Only by exposing them on that day can we deter others and let them know the consequences of betraying the company. If we change the time, the effect will be greatly reduced. Xiaofeng looked at her determined eyes and knew that she had made up her mind, and he couldn't help but feel more worried. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Okay, since you have made up your mind, I won't say anything more. But you must promise me that you must be careful, especially on Friday. Try not to act alone, and keep in touch at any time. Lin Ruoshi nodded with a smile on her face. Don't worry, I will pay attention. Besides, there are people in the company that I trust, and they will help me. Xiaofeng forced a smile, but the uneasiness in his heart still did not dissipate. Lin Ruoshi's character has always been decisive, and she will not easily change her mind once she has made a decision. He can only hope that the dream is really just a coincidence, not a sign. The waiter brought them the steak and signature dishes they ordered. The aroma was fragrant, but Xiaofeng had no appetite. He picked up the knife and fork, mechanically cutting the steak, but the scene in the dream kept replaying in his mind. Lin Ruoshi saw what was on his mind and said softly, Xiaofeng, don't worry too much. Dreams are just dreams. I will be careful in reality. Xiaofeng nodded and forced a smile. Yeah, I know. But, you must pay attention to safety. Lin Ruoshi smiled and said, don't worry, I'm very capable. The two continued to eat, but the atmosphere was much heavier than before. Xiaofeng looked up at the window from time to time, as if he was alert to something. Lin Ruoshi tried to make the topic lighter, trying to ease Xiaofeng's tension. After the meal, Xiaofeng insisted on sending Lin Ruoshi back to the company. Lin Ruoshi did not refuse. Although Xiaofeng was concerned about her safety, she was very touched. No one had ever really cared about her. Walking downstairs of the company, Lin Ruoshi turned to Xiaofeng and said, okay, I'm here. You can go back and don't worry too much. Xiaofeng nodded, but still couldn't help but remind him, remember, be careful on Friday and keep in touch at any time. Lin Ruoshi smiled and nodded. I see, you are almost becoming my mother. Xiaofeng smiled helplessly and watched her walk into the building. He didn't turn around and leave until her figure disappeared in the elevator. On the way back, Xiaofeng still couldn't calm down. He took out his phone and looked at the calendar. There were still 3 days until Friday. He decided to pay as much attention to Lin Ruoshi's movements as possible during these 3 days to ensure her safety. I hope I'm just worrying too much. Xiaofeng prayed silently in his heart. However, the scene in the dream still lingered in his mind, like a thorn, deeply piercing his heart. He decided that on Friday, he would be near Lin Ruoshi no matter what, and would never let the tragedy in his dream happen again in reality. Somewhere, in a dim room, my second uncle's men were beating a man continuously. In the hall, second uncle was sitting cross-legged and sipping tea leisurely, while standing opposite him was Lin Yutong, who looked anxious. Second uncle, you are still in the mood to drink tea now. Don't you know that Lin Ruoshi is secretly investigating us? Yutong, don't be nervous. Even if she finds out, what can happen? I'm her second uncle. What kind of trouble can a wild girl who I picked up back then cause? Uncle, if the embezzlement of public funds is known, you and I will be in big trouble. You don't dare to make up the money quickly. If she continues to investigate like this, we will all be finished. What are you afraid of? Even if the sky falls, your uncle will support it, said the second uncle calmly. Half of our people have been replaced. Now, in order to please Lin Ruoshi, some people may have already rebelled. Lin Yutong continued to remind him. She didn't want to be dragged down by him. As long as her second uncle made up for the loss, she could make a perfect exit. Even if they had 10 courages, they wouldn't dare, said the second uncle, slamming the coffee table. After a while, second uncle's men came over and whispered something in his ear. When second uncle heard it, his face changed. Bang! He overturned the coffee table in front of him with both hands. Lin Ruoshi, I have treated you well, but you are unkind and I am unjust. The second uncle did not expect that Lin Ruoshi would come to his door before he could cause any trouble for her. Lin Yutong was startled when she saw her second uncle's sudden change of expression. What's wrong? What happened? The seriousness of the matter is beyond our imagination. Let's prepare a second plan, said the second uncle viciously. What? Uncle, are you crazy? Lin Yutong's face turned pale. She knew clearly what Uncle's second plan was, and she didn't want to get involved and get deeper and deeper. Second uncle saw a hint of fear on Lin Yutong's face. He said coldly, we are grasshoppers on the same line, you'd better cooperate with me, otherwise you can't escape. When Lin Yutong heard what he said, she collapsed to the ground, trembling, and began to regret getting on board with her second uncle. Chapter 45 On the Eve of Danger. The second uncle looked at the trembling Lin Yutong coldly. What a waste. He turned around and whispered to his men, find someone who was bold and in debt within 2 days, and then. The second uncle turned his back to her and walked to the window, looking at the darkness in front of him, muttering to himself, brother, you asked for this. No. No, no. Call. Xiaofeng suddenly sat up from the bed, his face pale, and last night's dream was repeating itself tonight. Xiaofeng took out his cell phone from the bedside and saw that it was 3 o'clock in the morning. He walked into the living room, lit a cigarette, took a deep breath and exhaled, feeling restless. Pop. The light in the other room came on, and Su Feifei came out in her pajamas with her eyes squinted. She was startled when she saw a dark figure on the sofa. Who? It's me. Xiaofeng replied indifferently. Why don't you turn on the light? Are you trying to scare me to death? It stinks. Are you smoking? Su Feifei went to turn on the light while complaining about her grievances. She walked to the sofa and sat down. What's wrong? Why aren't you sleeping so late? I had a nightmare and now I can't sleep. Xiaofeng took a puff of his cigarette. Huh, you are so brave, but you are still afraid of these? Su Feifei asked in confusion. Go to bed early. After Xiaofeng put out his cigarette, he returned to the bedroom. It's incomprehensible. Su Feifei was confused, yawned, and went back to the room. Xiaofeng knew that it was definitely not a good thing to do it again and again. He remembered that the man driving the pickup truck in his dream was a square-faced man. He decided to go to Lin Ruoshi's company tomorrow to have a look. The next morning, Xiaofeng drove to the entrance of Lin Ruoshi's company early. He pretended to wander around casually, but his eyes were always on the entrance and exit of the company. Lin Ruoshi came to work as usual. She was surprised and touched when she saw Xiaofeng. Why are you here again? Didn't I tell you not to worry? Xiaofeng asked cautiously, is there anyone in your company with a square face? Lin Ruoshi was helpless. There are so many people in the company, how can I remember everyone? Xiaofeng, you are too sensitive. Oh. He accompanied Lin Ruoshi into the company and carefully observed the movements of people in the company. He always felt that there were several pairs of eyes staring at Lin Ruoshi in the dark. Xiaofeng returned to the car and kept staring at the people coming and going at the entrance near Lin Ruoshi's company, but he didn't notice the man with the square face. However, he did not dare to take it lightly. In the evening, when Lin Ruoshi got off work, Xiaofeng insisted on sending her home. Along the way, he kept reminding Lin Ruoshi to be vigilant. Although Lin Ruoshi responded verbally, she felt that Xiaofeng was making a fuss. Because it's an illusion, there's no need to do this. But I'm still very happy to see him. It would be great if he could come every day. This went on until Thursday, and Xiaofeng still hadn't found the man. Am I worrying too much? Xiaofeng thought as he lay in bed that night. He did not have that dream last night. The next morning, today is Friday. Xiaofeng arrived near Lin Ruoshi's company early and found a milk tea shop where he could clearly see the company's gate and sat down. He stared at the entrance and exit of the company, not daring to relax for a moment. Lin Ruoshi came to the company early in the morning, holding tightly in her hands the evidence that could bring disgrace upon her second uncle and cousin. Although she tried to keep herself calm last night, she was still a little nervous deep down. She knew that today's revelation would be a tough battle. The atmosphere in the company was extremely depressing, and it seemed that everyone realized that something big was going to happen today. As soon as Lin Ruwashi walked into the office, other subordinates saw Lin Ruwashi and avoided her. She frowned, feeling that the atmosphere was a little wrong. She became more determined to eliminate her second uncle and cousin. The high-level meeting was about to begin. Lin Ruwashi took a deep breath, stood up with a folder and walked towards the meeting room. Lin Ruwashi walked into the conference room and saw her second uncle and cousin sitting there. They looked calm on the surface, but she still caught a hint of panic in their eyes. In the conference room, the lights were pale and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it made people feel suffocated. Lin Ruwashi, dressed in a neat business suit and with a stern look on her face, walked to the head of the conference table with firm steps. Around her, the company's senior executives were either sitting upright or looking panicked, their eyes all focused on her. Lin Ruwashi stood still, her eyes sharp as torches, scanning the entire room. Her voice was crisp but carried unquestionable majesty. Everyone should know the purpose of today's meeting. The corruption problem within the company has reached the point where it must be resolved. Her voice echoed in the conference room, and every word was like a heavy hammer. Among everyone here, some are company veterans, and some are management in important positions. They should set an example and contribute to the development of the company, but some people are doing shameful things behind the scenes. She looked at her second uncle, who had a gloomy face. He avoided her gaze, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the table. False accounts, leaks, embezzlement of public funds. These behaviors not only harm the interests of the company, but also make the hard work of countless employees go to waste and disappoint those customers who trust our company. Lin Ruwashi became more and more excited as she spoke, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lin Ruwashi tried hard to control her impulsive emotions. I hope that some people can confess to me on their own initiative. Taking into account our years of friendship, I will handle it appropriately and not embarrass everyone. Lin Ruwashi thought about it all night last night. She decided not to kill them all. The prerequisite is that if they can confess their crimes on their own initiative, she can forgive them. Otherwise, she will submit the evidence to the public security organs. The whole place was silent, and no one responded to Lin Ruwashi. 10 minutes passed. Seeing that the atmosphere was right, second uncle stood up and said sternly, I promise to General Manager Lin that I will never engage in corruption. Whoever dares to take the lead in corruption will be the first to be crushed to death. Then he glanced at the folder that Lin Ruwashi was holding in her hand, intentionally or unintentionally. Okay. Since second uncle has already made his statement, I won't say much. I already have the evidence and have given you the opportunity. Don't blame me for being ruthless from now on. Lin Ruwashi said coldly. The meeting is adjourned. Lin Ruwashi walked out of the meeting room with the folder. The other senior executives were all scared out of their wits. Some of them walked up to the second uncle and asked him, like frightened birds, what to do next. The second uncle comforted them, don't panic, everyone. You have to believe me and also believe in Mr. Lin. If I say it's okay, it's okay. On the other side, Xiaofeng was sitting restlessly in the cafe. He kept looking at his watch, and his uneasiness became more and more intense. Xiaofeng didn't want to wait any longer, so he walked to the traffic light. His eyelids began to twitch. After passing the traffic light intersection, his heart beat faster for no apparent reason. No. I have to make Lin Ruwashi leave the company immediately. Although Xiaofeng knew that today was the day Lin Ruwashi would hold a high-level criticism meeting. He walked quickly to the door of the company building and was about to enter when he was stopped by the security guard. Sir, who are you? Today is a meeting of the company's top management. No entry for outsiders. Xiaofeng immediately took out a pack of cigarettes and stuffed it in, smiling and saying, Please let me in, I know your CEO Lin well. The security guard rejected Xiaofeng's intention and warned him sternly, It's Mr. Lin's order that no one can enter today, not even acquaintances. Xiaofeng's face darkened. When will the meeting end? I don't know, I'll wait for notification. Xiaofeng had no choice but to walk around the surroundings. The wall was high and thick, so he had no choice but to wander around the door. After waiting for a few hours, Xiaofeng was already sweating profusely. At this moment, his phone rang and he saw it was Su Feifei. He picked up the phone impatiently. Hey, what's up? Xiaofeng. Why have you been acting so strange these days? Going out early and coming back late, what do you want to do? Su Feifei, I finished everything before I came out, and it will be the same when I go back. I have something to do, so I'll hang up now. You. Xiaofeng put away his phone, turned around and ran over to ask the security guard, isn't Mr. Lin finished the meeting yet? Boss Lin? She's gone. Didn't you notice? What? Xiaofeng was horrified and ran towards the direction where Lin Ruoxi left. Lin Ruoxi. Wait for me. Chapter 46, Xiaofeng's rescue failed, let's prepare for his death. Lin Ruoxi, please don't get into any trouble. Xiaofeng prayed silently in his heart and quickly ran to the intersection. At this time, Lin Ruoxi was standing by the roadside waiting for the traffic light. Xiaofeng ran closer and quickly scanned the surroundings. He found that there were no vehicles passing by, so he breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself that he was too nervous and thought too much. Not good. Xiaofeng heard the sound of a gas truck accelerating next to the iron fence where the road was being built. The pickup truck slammed through the iron fence. Xiaofeng smelled alcohol and glanced sideways, seeing a square-faced man. He instinctively rushed towards Lin Ruoxi. Lin Ruoxi. Be careful. Lin Ruoxi looked back and saw a pickup truck driving towards her quickly. She was terrified. The tragic scene in the dream flashed through Xiaofeng's mind. Don't want. Xiaofeng Ba used all his body's potential to rush towards Lin Ruoxi and pounced forward. He pushed Lin Ruoxi away with both hands. Lin Ruoxi's body tilted, and she rolled to the ground, fainting. The documents in her hands scattered all over the floor. Xiaofeng saw the pickup truck coming in front of him in an instant, and he closed his eyes. Is everything over? Bang! Xiaofeng was knocked several meters away, rolled on the ground, blood oozing from his head, and fell in a pool of blood. The square-faced man got out of the car in a panic to check. He walked drunkenly to Lin Ruoxi, picked up all the scattered documents and held them in his arms, then ran in another direction until his figure disappeared. A few minutes later, Lin Ruoxi woke up. She saw Xiaofeng lying on the bloody ground not far away. She stood up crying, then fell down again, and then crawled over. Xiaofeng! Xiaofeng! Wake up! Wake up! Lin Ruoxi dialed 120 while trembling. She hugged Xiaofeng tightly, her hands covered in blood. Why are you so stupid? Why? It's me who's damned. Woohoo! Xiaofeng, wake up! Lin Ruoxi screamed heartbreakingly. Kyoto Hospital. Lin Ruoxi sat outside the emergency room with her hair disheveled. She was pale, with 2 dried tear marks on her face. She held Xiaofeng's cell phone tightly, which kept ringing. It was Su Feifei calling. Hello. Xiaofeng. Do you want to die? Why didn't you answer the phone? Come to Kyoto Hospital. Lin Ruoxi's voice was so hoarse that it was almost inaudible. Xiaofeng. Please don't be in trouble, please don't. I beg you, woo-woo. Lin Ruoxi covered her nose and sobbed. Half an hour later, Su Feifei rushed to the hospital and saw Lin Ruoxi, covered in blood, slumped in the corner at the door of the emergency room, covering her face with her hands and sobbing softly. Su Feifei was surprised and had a bad feeling. Lin Ruoxi, why are you covered in blood? Where is Xiaofeng? Su Feifei stepped forward and squatted, holding Lin Ruoxi's shoulders with both hands and shaking her continuously. Woo-woo-woo-woo. Lin Ruoxi lowered her head and sobbed, without any response. Tell me. Tell me. Where is Xiaofeng? Su Feifei could sense from Lin Ruoxi's body language that she didn't want to face this fact. Her mind went blank. He saved me, woo-woo. Why? Everything was fine just now. At this time, the attending physician walked out of the emergency room. He sighed. Who are Xiaofeng's family members? Lin Ruoxi stood up immediately and wiped her tears. Su Feifei glared at Lin Ruoxi, then stepped forward. I am. The attending doctor pulled Su Feifei aside and shook his head. Prepare for the funeral. Bang! Su Feifei slapped the doctor hard in the face. She stepped forward and grabbed the attending doctor by the collar. What did you say? Say it again. You quack. You're a waste. The attending physician did not resist and let Su Feifei pull madly. She picked up the bag and threw it at the doctor, shouting frantically, hurry up and save him. Hurry up and save him. Then he took out a bunch of cash from his bag and threw it in the doctor's face. Don't you want money? Don't you want money? I'll give you any amount. Woo-woo. Woo woo. Please save him. Save Xiaofeng. Cash scattered all over the floor. Su Feifei's legs went limp and she fell to the ground crying. She couldn't believe this was real. Lin Ruoxi also rushed over. She grabbed the doctor's arm and pulled it hard, shouting at the top of her lungs, "This is not true. This is not true. Tell me now, this is not true. Oh, I've tried my best. Please accept my condolences. Notify Xiaofeng's other family members." The attending doctor's tone was a little sad. Later in the emergency room, 2 nurses pushed out a cart, and Xiaofeng lay quietly on it, covered with a white cloth. Su Feifei and Lin Ruoxi rushed to the cart, reaching out to the white cloth with trembling hands, but they were afraid to uncover it. They couldn't accept that Xiaofeng, who was once full of energy and always smiling, was now lying there quietly, no longer breathing. Lin Ruoxi's tears welled up again. She clutched the edge of the cart tightly, her voice hoarse and desperate. "Xiaofeng, wake up, you can't leave me like this, you can't." Her body slid down weakly, and she knelt on the ground, covering her face with her hands, sobbing. Su Feifei stood aside, her eyes empty, as if the whole world was collapsing before her eyes. Her fists were clenched tightly, her nails dug deep into her palms, but she didn't feel any pain. Her mind kept replaying every moment she had with Xiaofeng. The laughter, the arguments, the bickering, had now become untouchable memories. Why is this happening? Su Feifei murmured to herself, her voice filled with endless pain. I don't know how long it took. Where am I? Am I dead? Xiaofeng's body floated in the air. He saw Su Feifei and Lin Ruoxi lying in front of the bed, and a man covered with a white cloth lying quietly on the bed. Lin Ruoxi. Su Feifei. Didn't you see me? Xiaofeng's body sank and passed directly over their heads. Xiaofeng looked at his palms and said to himself, "What's going on? Am I really dead? But why can I still hear them crying?" At this time, Bai Muwen hurried to the door of the ward, and Shen Ling chased after her. "Muwen, wait for me." Bai Muwen couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the scene in front of her. Xiaofeng, who was full of energy a few days ago, was actually lying there quietly. Bai Muwen's lips trembled. She walked gently to Xiaofeng's side and completely ignored the 2 people beside the bed. She took off her mask, squatted down, gently took Xiaofeng's hand and put it against her face. Why didn't you wait for me? You were so selfish." Woo woo. After that, she lay down in front of the bed and cried loudly. Shen Ling stood at the door and felt sad watching everything happening in front of her. Although she didn't like Xiaofeng, she didn't want him to leave Bai Muwen in this way. "Bai Muwen, didn't you see me? Didn't you all see me?" Xiaofeng shouted loudly, and stretched out his hand to pierce her head directly. No matter how he shouted, it was useless. "It's all my fault, it's all my fault. I didn't listen to Xiaofeng. I shouldn't have lived in this world a long time ago." Lin Ruoxi stood up and talked to herself. She pulled out a knife from her body and was about to cut her wrist. "You're crazy." Shen Ling stepped forward to stop them immediately. Su Feifei came back to her senses and hugged Lin Ruoxi. "Call a doctor. Quick." Chapter 47 Miracle reappears. Lin Haoyu heard the news and came to the hospital. He heard shouting not far away and rushed in. Seeing Lin Ruoxi was about to commit suicide, he immediately took Lin Ruoxi out from Chen Ling and the others. "Let me go, brother. Let me go. I don't want to live anymore." Lin Ruoxi burst into tears. "What are you crazy about?" Lin Haoyu grabbed her hands tightly. Chen Ling panted, "Your sister is not in her right mind now, you have to take good care of her." Lin Haoyu nodded and forcibly carried the irrational Lin Ruoxi aside. Xiaofeng witnessed all this but was powerless. He closed his eyes and tried to use his only consciousness to crash into his original body. Crack! Crack! The surrounding scene disappeared instantly and switched to another room. Xiaofeng was floating in the air. He looked at the 3 people in front of him in confusion. It was his second uncle and his subordinate, the man in sunglasses. Lin Yutong. At this time, the man in sunglasses handed a folder to the second uncle. The second uncle's face darkened. "That bastard is not dead?" The man in sunglasses bent down and whispered, "Boss, the young man named Xiaofeng helped her block the fatal blow." "Xiaofeng? Is that the dog that Su Feifei raised?" The second uncle said with disdain. "Yes." "Where's the driver?" "Boss, he was drunk driving and hit someone, and he has already turned himself in." He owes a loan shark 1 million. We have already ordered someone to help him pay it off. Well done. You killed a wild boy without making him disappear. The second uncle took out the files and USB flash drive from the folder and sneered, Lin Ruwashi, your mother came to investigate me just like you did back then. It's a pity that I couldn't let you and your daughter be reunited as you wished. After that, the second uncle burned all the files with a lighter. Lin Yutong was terrified. What? Did you kill Lin Ruwashi's mother back then? The second uncle glanced at Lin Yutong coldly and said gloomily, yes, so what? You are a waste, how can you achieve anything with your womanly kindness? If Lin Yutong was not the financial director and still had some value, he would have wanted to get rid of her long ago. Lin Yutong was trembling with fear at the cold eyes of her second uncle. If she didn't obey him, this madman would do anything. Xiao Feng watched them all, anger burning in his heart, but he was just a soul at the moment and could do nothing. He was floating in the air, his heart full of resentment and anger. He was determined to find a way to reveal the truth and make his second uncle pay for what he had done. Xiao Feng tried to stay calm and began to wander around the room, looking for clues to expose his uncle's crime. He found that this was a closed room with a hidden safe in the corner. Although he couldn't open it directly, he penetrated into it with his soul state and saw several key documents and 2 USB flash drives in the safe. After a while, his uncle came over and entered the password. Crackling. 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 The scene around Xiao Feng shattered and instantly cut back to the hospital ward. At this time, Lin Ruwashi's emotions gradually stabilized under Lin Haoyu's comfort, but her eyes were still empty. Lin Haoyu looked at Lin Ruwashi distressed and decided to find out the truth behind it and let those who hurt his sister get the punishment they deserved. Lin Haoyu looked at Xiao Feng lying in the ward, his heart filled with joy. He never dreamed that Xiao Feng would leave in this way. Now he didn't have to plan how to deal with Xiao Feng. He was very satisfied with this ending. When Su Feifei got over the sadness, she would become his woman sooner or later. Xiao Feng just floated in the ward like this, he was anxious and didn't know how long he could maintain this state. Bai Muwen cried so much that her makeup was smudged off. When she was tired of crying, she lay down on the edge of the bed. Su Feifei sat on the other end, looking straight ahead with empty eyes and muttering to herself. At this time, Huang Wei and Xiaoya arrived at the scene with hurried footsteps. Xiaoya saw her brother lying quietly on the hospital bed, surrounded by some unfamiliar women. When Xiao Feng saw his sister at the door, his heart ached and he immediately rushed forward, but he went straight through her body. Xiaoya walked forward slowly and calmly. Brother, didn't you say that you would travel around the world with Xiaoya? Didn't you say that you would wait for me to finish my studies so that I could support you? Didn't you say that we would never be separated? As Xiaoya spoke, her face twitched slightly and tears kept rolling down the corners of her eyes. Xiaoya knelt in front of Xiao Feng. Say something? Brother, answer me? Brother! You scolded me. Brother! Why did you leave me like this and let me bear it all by myself? Why? Why on earth? Brother, wake up, okay? Xiaoya will not be naughty anymore and will listen to you, definitely. Xiaoya stood up and couldn't control her tears. Brother, let's go home, okay? Let's leave this place together. When Xiao Feng heard his sister say this, he felt very sad. All the promises he had made could not be fulfilled, and he did not want to abandon his sister to live alone. Xiaoya sniffed and wiped the corner of her eyes, then looked around and glared at everyone in the room. She said coldly, "It was you guys who killed my brother. Get out of here. Get out." Xiaoya roared at the top of her lungs. Chen Ling immediately pulled Bai Nuan out. Su Feifei wiped her eyes, lowered her head and walked out of the ward. Brother Huang Wei, close the door. Okay. Huang Wei immediately closed the door of the ward. Woo woo, woo woo. Xiaoya finally couldn't help but burst into tears. Huang Wei sighed, walked to Xiaoya and patted her shoulder. Then he sat on the ground with his back to Xiao Feng, leaning against the edge of the bed, and talked to himself. Crazy, do you remember? When we went swimming together before, I took off your underwear in the water, and you foolishly thought it was hooked off by a stone. Seeing how flustered you were, I wanted to laugh. Do you still remember? Every time I was chased and beaten, you were the first one to stand up and take the beating for me. Although sometimes it was because of some shameful things, every time, I was very grateful to you in my heart. Why did you leave us like this? Why did you leave so quietly? Huang Wei began to choke up as he spoke, sniffing his nose, and he didn't know whether he was laughing or crying. Xiao Feng looked at Huang Wei. You kid. Now I finally know why I was embarrassed back then. Xiaoya's hysterical cries touched Xiao Feng's heart again and again. He felt his body slowly dissipating and his consciousness began to blur, as if he was having a dream. Ahem. Xiao Feng opened his blurry eyes. Xiaoya's crying stopped abruptly. Brother Huang Wei, are you coughing? No. Xiaoya, you want to crush me to death. Huang Wei was so frightened that he jumped away. What the hell, who is talking? When Xiaoya heard his brother's voice, she immediately moved away. Brother? You're not dead? Help me up. Xiao Feng felt a splitting headache, and his head was tightly wrapped with white cloth. Chapter 48. Don't cry, I'll comfort you one by one. Xiaoya immediately pulled away the white cloth and was shocked to see Xiao Feng staring at her. Brother, are you dying with your eyes open? Are you hoping your brother will die soon? Xiao Feng looked around and pinched his cheeks hard. The pain made him sure that he was still alive. Pain! Xiao Feng exclaimed softly, and then turned his gaze to Huang Wei in the distance. Hey, Huang Wei, why are you hiding so far away? Huang Wei's nerves were tense. He looked at Xiao Feng in horror, his hands constantly grasping the wall, his voice trembling. Madman, I didn't kill you, don't look for me if you want to die with regrets. Fuck you, we'll talk about it later about you pulling my underwear. Xiao Feng grabbed the pillow behind him and threw it over. Madman, are you really not dead? Huang Wei walked forward and pinched Xiao Feng's face. Not deformed, warm? Roll. Xiaoya cried with joy. Brother, what happened? I don't know what's going on. Please don't talk nonsense. I'm going to adjust to it. I haven't figured out my physical condition yet. You are not my brother. My brother was so stupid, why did he become so cautious? Who are you? Xiaoya stepped back warily. Xiaoya, I'm going to hit you. Have you read too many novels and are you hallucinating? No, I thought someone had traveled through time and space into your body. Who told you to just get used to your body? It gave people the wrong impression. Are you stupid? Even if you travel through time, it's impossible for you to be born into the body of a poor bastard. Xiao Feng rolled his eyes at Xiaoya. Sister, come here. I won't. Come here. Do you really think I'm an alien? Xiaoya walked over with a wronged look on her face. Xiaoya, drive that idiot next to you out and ask Lin Ruoshi to come in. Which one is Lin Ruoshi? The clothes were stained with blood. Xiaoya walked over and grabbed Huang Wei, and Huang Wei was dragged out unwillingly. Xiaoya saw Lin Ruoshi covered in blood at the door and walked up to her. Come in with me. Lin Ruoshi was still immersed in sorrow. When she heard Xiaoya's words, she followed him in. Lin Haoyu could only stare blankly at the side, not knowing what to say, so he let his sister go and say goodbye. Returning to the ward, Xiaoya immediately closed the door. Lin Ruoshi lowered her head and sniffed. Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi raised her head when she heard the familiar voice and looked at Xiao Feng. She was stunned for a moment. Xiao Feng. You are not dead? Lin Ruoshi quickly rushed over and hugged Xiao Feng. Are you really okay? Whoa! Whoa! You scared me to death, I thought I would never see you again. Lin Ruoshi started crying again. Okay, stop crying. Xiao Feng smiled. Look, your face is swollen from crying. Xiao Feng lifted her head and wiped the tears from her face. It's all my fault for not listening to you. I wish it was me who got hit. I want to go down and accompany you. It's all right. It's all right. Lin Ruoshi touched Xiao Feng's head, then carefully checked Xiao Feng's body again, and confirmed that everything was correct. It's strange, the crack on your wound has become smaller. I don't know either. This is beyond my understanding. It's a supernatural phenomenon. Isn't this unscientific? Science can't explain it either. Lin Ruoshi, you have a wide network of contacts. Please help me find a way to silence the attending doctor. I don't want to be treated like a monster and studied. Okay. Only you and my sister know about this. Don't let anyone else know. Go back and study my situation slowly. Yeah, I won't tell anyone else. Xiao Feng was still hesitating whether to tell her about her mother, but seeing that Lin Ruoshi had not recovered yet, he could only find a time to explain it to her later. Lin Ruoshi, your clothes are dirty, you should go back first. Got it, I'll call you back when I get back. Lin Ruoshi returned the phone to Xiao Feng. Xiaoya opened the door tactfully. Lin Ruoshi walked out reluctantly. When Lin Haoyu saw his sister coming out, he immediately stepped forward and pretended, "Ruoshi, please accept my condolences. Don't be too sad. I am here with you. Stop talking. Let's go back, brother." Go back? Really? Seeing his sister acting so abnormally, Lin Haoyu was a little confused, but of course he would be happy to leave this damn place as soon as possible. Su Feifei and Bai Muan looked at Lin Ruoshi and Lin Haoyu in confusion as they left the hospital. Su Feifei began to feel indignant for Xiao Feng. In the ward. "Xiaoya, go out and call Bai Muan in." "Bai Muan? You mean the famous star Bai Muan?" "Yes, you just kicked me out, don't you know that?" "I didn't notice, but she's my idol." "How do you know her?" "Tell me now." "Go, call her in quickly, I'll explain it to you later." "Okay." Xiaoya walked out excitedly. She came to Bai Muan, looked at her carefully, suppressed her inner joy, and said calmly, "Bai Muan, come with me." Bai Muan hadn't recovered yet and followed Xiaoya in, thinking she was saying goodbye to Xiao Feng, but her tears couldn't stop flowing again. Xiaoya closed the door. Bai Muan saw Xiao Feng sitting at the head of the bed and couldn't believe her eyes. She rubbed her eyes vigorously, confirmed again, then rushed forward and hugged his neck tightly. "Ah, let go, you're strangling me so tightly, do you want me to die?" Xiao Feng was depressed why everyone was like this. Hearing Xiao Feng's cry, Bai Muan let go of his hand, her eyes reddened, and her voice was filled with tears. "Xiao Feng, you are really still alive, am I dreaming?" Xiao Feng smiled helplessly, "Of course it's not a dream, I'm just here for no reason." Bai Muan was so excited that she could hardly speak, and tears kept falling. She gently touched Xiao Feng's face with trembling hands, as if to confirm that all this was true. Xiao Feng was also a little touched when he saw this, but he still pretended to be relaxed and said, "Don't cry, if you cry again I will dislike you." Bai Muan burst into laughter and wiped her tears. "You are so silly, you are still joking at this time." She took a deep breath, tried to calm down, and then asked, "What's going on?" "The doctor clearly said that you have." Xiao Feng shrugged, "To be honest, I don't really know. I was like this when I woke up, and my wounds have healed a lot for unknown reasons. Maybe God thinks I can't die yet." Bai Muan didn't understand what he was talking about, but she didn't ask any more questions. She asked worriedly, "How do you feel now? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" Xiao Feng shook his head, "Except for being a little hungry, everything else is fine." Xiaoya was watching from the side, her heart filled with shock, and she couldn't help asking, "Brother, what is your relationship with Sister Muwan?" Bai Muan then noticed Xiaoya's presence and calmed down a bit embarrassedly. Xiao Feng scratched his head, "This is a long story, I will tell you later. It's always so mysterious." Xiaoya curled her lips. "Sister Muwan, can you give me an autograph? I'm your fan." Xiaoya could no longer suppress her inner impulse and looked at Bai Muan with anticipation. Chapter 49, Playing Tricks. Bai Muan was stunned for a moment, then she smiled gently and nodded, "Of course you can, you are Xiao Feng's sister, which means you are my sister." Xiaoya was so excited that she almost jumped up. She quickly took out a small notebook and pen from her bag and handed them to Bai Muan with both hands. "Sister Muan, I really like your performance in You Who Traveled to the Future. The heroine you played is so beautiful." Bai Muan walked over to her and took the book. She signed her name on it with a smile and wrote a sentence, "I wish Xiaoya happy every day and forever." She handed the book back to Xiaoya and said softly, "Thank you for liking my work. You can come and watch my new drama if you have the chance in the future." Xiaoya took the book, held it in her arms as if it were a treasure, and said excitedly, "I will definitely support you. Sister Muwan, you are so gentle, completely different from my brother." Xiao Feng rolled his eyes when he heard this and couldn't help but interrupt, "Hey, girl, why are you still praising someone? I'm your brother." Xiaoya stuck out her tongue and said mischievously, "What's wrong with my dear brother? My dear brother can't stop me from chasing stars. Besides, Sister Muwan is so good, you have to cherish her." Bai Muan was amused by Xiaoya's words, a blush appeared on her face, and she said softly, "Xiaoya, don't talk nonsense, your brother and I are just friends." Xiao Feng also coughed quickly and said in a serious tone, "That's right, kids, don't make trouble." "Friends, will friends hug each other?" Xiaoya muttered softly. "Xiaoya! Come here!" Xiao Feng shouted. "What's the matter, brother?" Xiaoya hurried over. Xiao Feng whispered in her ear, "You go out first, Bai Muan will go out later, call Su Feifei in." Xiaoya widened her eyes and gave him a thumbs up, "Brother, you are really amazing. After Xiaoya left, the ward became quiet again. Bai Muwen looked at Xiao Feng with a trace of concern in her eyes. Are you really okay? Does the wound still hurt? Xiao Feng shook his head and said with a smile, Don't worry, I'm fine. But you, don't worry too much, your eyes are swollen from crying. Bai Muwen lowered her head and said softly, I'm just too afraid of losing you. You know, when I heard that you were in trouble, I felt like the whole world collapsed. Xiao Feng felt warm in his heart. Don't think too much, I'm fine now, right? Besides, I'm an indestructible cockroach, it's not easy for me to get into trouble. Bai Muwen raised her head, a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. Xiao Feng, no matter what happens in the future, I will stay with you. Xiao Feng smiled awkwardly, okay, I get it. I appreciate your kindness, Bai Muwen, you should go back first. It's not advisable to stay here for long. Don't keep your cousin waiting for too long. Bai Muwen nodded, and a smile reappeared on her face. Then you have a good rest, I'll go back first. Feel free to contact me if you have anything. After Bai Muwen left, Xiao Feng sighed. There was still one female devil left. Why not take this opportunity to teach her a lesson? Xiao Feng smiled, lay down and covered himself with the white cloth. After Bai Muwen walked out of the ward, her complexion became much better. Seeing her, Chen Ling immediately stepped forward and began to comfort her. Cousin, I'm fine, let's go back. Chen Ling asked in confusion, Are we going back like this? Yeah, go back now. Okay, let's go. Chen Ling thought Bai Muwen was too sad. Bai Muwen left like that. Su Feifei was angry. You changed your attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. You were crying just now. Xiaoya saw that only Su Feifei was left, so she walked over and asked, Are you Su Feifei? Yes. Su Feifei turned around with a guilty look on her face. Then go in and see my brother. Aha! Su Feifei walked in with heavy steps. She saw Xiao Feng lying quietly on the hospital bed, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Xiao Feng, we still have a contract, why don't you keep your promise? Woo woo, why did you go to save people? Why did you go to save her? Isn't it better to live well? Xiao Feng thought, these crocodile tears, why didn't they treat me better before? They only learned to cherish me after I died. Xiao Feng smiled evilly, pretending to be deep, and his voice was drawn out. He. Su Feifei's pupils shrank. What sound? He. Su Feifei looked around. In the dim light, she felt a chill on her back and said in horror, Is he resurrecting? She looked back and saw that the door had been closed by Xiaoya. When she turned around, Xiao Feng was already standing in front of her, rolling his eyes, sticking out his tongue, grabbing his neck with both hands, and speaking in a deep voice. My life is coming. Ah, a ghost. When Su Feifei saw Xiao Feng's ferocious expression, his head wrapped in white cloth and his body tied with bandages, she was so scared that she kicked him. Ouch. That hurts. Xiao Feng covered his stomach and wailed. Su Feifei's face turned pale. She looked carefully and said, Xiao Feng. You're not dead? I was scared to death. I wasn't dead at first, but you almost kicked me to death. Su Feifei's nose was sour. You bastard, do you know how worried I am about you? You bastard, why don't you just die, woo-woo? Xiao Feng squatted down and comforted her, Okay, don't cry. We still have a contract. I haven't received the money yet. How can I bear to die? Su Feifei wiped her tears and beat Xiao Feng's chest repeatedly. I told you not to scare me, I will beat you to death. Then she pounced on him and bit his shoulder hard. Ah! Su Feifei, are you born in the year of the dog? Su Feifei opened her mouth, leaving a deep tooth mark. Xiao Feng covered his shoulder, grimacing in pain. Su Feifei, you are too cruel. I am a patient. Su Feifei glared at him, tears still welling up in her eyes, but her tone had returned to its usual strong tone. A patient? A patient pretending to be a ghost and scaring people? I think you are tired of living. Xiao Feng smiled and rubbed his shoulders. I just wanted to tease you, who knew you would react so strongly. Su Feifei snorted coldly and crossed her arms. Tease me? Do you know how worried I am about you? And you still have the mind to joke. Okay, I know you're worried about me. But look, I'm fine. Su Feifei turned her head away, her voice choked. Are you okay? Do you know how scared I was when I saw you lying on the hospital bed? If something really happened to you, I. Seeing her emotional, Xiao Feng comforted her. It's my fault for making you worry. I promise I won't do this again. Su Feifei turned around, her eyes red. You promise? Xiao Feng nodded solemnly. I promise. Su Feifei relaxed a little, but then glared at him again. Then don't scare me again. Okay, I won't scare you anymore. Chapter 50. Xiao Feng, you are the king. Su Feifei's nose felt sore and she threw herself into Xiao Feng's arms and hugged him tightly. Xiao Feng smelled a scent floating into his nostrils and began to enjoy it a little. This extra service is not included in the contract. What do you care about me? Su Feifei looked at Xiao Feng's shoulder and asked a little embarrassedly, did I bite too hard just now? Xiao Feng rubbed his shoulder in an exaggerated manner. That's right, you almost bit off a piece of my flesh. Su Feifei blushed and whispered, Then let me rub it for you. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. Okay, thank you for your help then. Su Feifei gently rubbed his shoulders. At this moment, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open. Xiaoya poked her head in and said with a smile, Brother, Sister Feifei, how was your chat? You girl, why are you here again? Xiao Feng said unhappily. You come out to cause trouble at this critical moment. Xiaoya stuck out her tongue. I am just concerned about you. By the way, Sister Feifei, did my brother bully you? Su Feifei blushed. No, how dare he bully me? Xiaoya walked in with a smile, her eyes flicking back and forth between Xiao Feng and Su Feifei, her face full of gossip. Oh, did I disturb you? How about I go out and wait for a while? Xiao Feng said helplessly, You girl, you are really becoming more and more unruly. Just come in and say something sarcastic. At this time, Huang Wei also poked his head in. Su Feifei felt even more embarrassed. She quickly stepped away from Xiao Feng and tidied her hair while pretending to be calm. Xiao Feng, I'm glad you're okay. I'll go back first and you guys chat. After saying that, he stood up and walked out of the ward. Huang Wei quickly opened the door and watched Su Feifei leave. He swallowed. Crazy, I didn't expect you to be so well hidden. It turns out you are the king. These three are all stunning beauties. Get lost. What are you talking about, you? How does it feel to have three beautiful women throwing themselves into your arms? Huang Wei chuckled. 1D and 2CS, Xiao Feng said seriously. A cultured person. Huang Wei gave a thumbs up. What do you mean? Xiaoya looked confused. Go away, kid, stop asking what adults say. Xiao Feng tapped Xiaoya's head. I'm not a kid anymore, I'm already 18. Why are you being so secretive? I'm hungry, Xiaoya, go down and buy me something to eat. Brother, are you really okay? It's really okay, go quickly. Okay, brother Huang Wei, keep an eye on my brother and don't let him scare others. Huang Wei nodded. After his sister left, Xiao Feng gave Huang Wei an evil smile. Huang Wei saw a horrified look on his face. Crazy, what do you want to do? I've wanted to beat you up for a long time. Xiao Feng clenched his fists with a wicked smile and approached him step by step. No, help! Huang Wei suddenly retreated to the corner of the wall and screamed. A moment later, Huang Wei, with panda eyes, patted the dust off his body and said, I'm warning you, don't fight anymore. Otherwise, I'll call the police and arrest you for research. Xiao Feng was very satisfied and smiled. You are lucky, that's enough for today. Xiao Feng felt that his body was much stronger than before, and he always had the illusion that he had endless strength. Huang Wei saw that Xiao Feng looked unsatisfied, so he immediately slipped out of the ward and closed the door. This kid runs so fast. Xiao Feng untied all the bandages on his body and checked his body. The bleeding had stopped and the wounds had scabbed over. Ah! He swayed his body from side to side, punching forward, then jumping up and kicking forward. Damn it, I feel a constant flow of power all over my body. Am I the legendary Super Saiyan? Xiao Feng didn't care about anything else and slammed his head against the wall. Bang! Suddenly, stars appeared in my head and I passed out. Oh my god, where is the promised explosive combat power? Xiao Feng fainted on the ground, and there was silence in the ward. After a while, the door was gently pushed open, and Xiaoya walked in with a plastic bag full of food. When she saw Xiao Feng lying on the ground, she was stunned. Brother? Xiaoya exclaimed and ran over quickly, dropping the bag in her hand to the ground. She squatted down and patted Xiao Feng's face. Brother, what's wrong with you? Wake up! Xiao Feng opened his eyes dazedly and saw Xiaoya's anxious face. His head was still a little dizzy. I'm fine, just a little dizzy. Xiaoya breathed a sigh of relief, then asked in confusion, Why did you faint? Did the wound open again? Xiao Feng smiled awkwardly. He couldn't say that he fainted after hitting his head against the wall. She quickly checked Xiaofeng's body and found that the bandage had been removed, but the wound had already scabbed over, and it seemed that he was recovering abnormally quickly. "Ha? Brother, how come your injury healed so quickly?" Xiaoya looked confused. Xiaofeng sat up and rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat puzzled. He remembered that he felt full of strength just now, and even a little out of control, and ended up hitting the wall on impulse. Although I still feel a little dizzy now, I don't feel any discomfort in my body. Instead, I feel more relaxed than before. I don't know either. Maybe the medicine used by the doctor is better. Xiaofeng said casually. Xiaoya looked at him suspiciously, obviously not believing him. "Brother, are you hiding something from me?" Xiaofeng laughed dryly twice, and was just thinking about how to change the subject when Huang Wei suddenly poked his head out of the door, with panda eyes on his face, and asked cautiously, "Madman, are you going to hit me again?" Seeing Huang Wei's cowardly look, Xiaofeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Okay, I won't beat you anymore, come in." Huang Wei was relieved and walked in. He saw Xiaofeng sitting on the ground. Xiaoya looked worried and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong with you? Crazy, you're not going to do anything weird again, are you?" Xiaofeng waved his hand. "It's okay, I just accidentally fell down just now." Huang Wei looked at Xiaofeng, then at Xiaoya, obviously not quite believing it, but he didn't ask any more questions. He just shrugged and said, "Okay, I won't get involved in your brother and sister's affairs. But crazy man, your punch just now was really fierce. I think my eye will be swollen for several days." Xiaoya then noticed Huang Wei's panda eyes and couldn't help laughing. "Brother Huang Wei, what happened to you? Were you beaten by my brother?" Huang Wei looked aggrieved. "That's right, your brother suddenly went crazy and insisted on beating me up. Who did I offend?" Xiaofeng smiled and patted Huang Wei on the shoulder. "Okay, I'll treat you to a meal another day." Huang Wei nodded in satisfaction. "That's pretty good." At this time, Xiaofeng's phone rang. He took a look and saw that it was Lin Ruoshi calling. Xiaofeng picked up the phone and put it to his ear. "Hey, Lin Ruoshi, what's going on now? I have already asked someone I know to arrange for the doctor who is in charge of your treatment. He will not say anything irresponsible about you, and his diagnosis has also been changed." Chapter 51, Smart Xiaoya. Xiaofeng felt a little relieved when he heard Lin Ruoshi's words. He knew that if the news of his resurrection got out, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Lin Ruoshi's ability to handle things has always been strong, and Xiaofeng felt relieved with her help. "Thank you for your help, Lin Ruoshi," Xiaofeng said sincerely. "It's not a problem. As long as you are safe and sound, that's all," Lin Ruoshi said with concern on the other end of the phone. "I'm fine now. You've been tired all day, so take a good rest." Lin Ruoshi didn't ask any more questions, but just reminded, "Okay, don't be stubborn, if you have any questions, feel free to contact me." "Okay, got it." Xiaofeng hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Xiaofeng finish the call, Xiaoya couldn't help but ask, "Brother, who called?" "It's Lin Ruoshi. She helped me deal with some things." Xiaoya curled her lips. "Lin Ruoshi? Why is she so interested in you?" "Brother, you are not." Xiaofeng quickly interrupted her. "Don't think too much, she and I are just friends." Xiaoya looked unconvinced. "Friend? I think she treats you more than just a friend." Xiaofeng shook his head helplessly, too lazy to explain further. Huang Wei interrupted and said, "Crazy, you are so lucky in love, aren't you? Su Feifei, Lin Ruoshi, and that big star by Muan. TSK, it's really enviable." Xiaofeng glared at him and said, "Say less, no one thinks you are dumb." Huang Wei chuckled and said no more. After Xiaofeng ate something. "Xiaoya, let's go back together." "What about brother Huang Wei?" Xiaoya pointed at Huang Wei. "Let him fend for himself." "Madman, you are so mean. How can you bear to abandon me like this? Get lost, you still owe me money, pay me back immediately. Just get out. I don't believe that there is no place for me, Huang Wei, to stay in such a big city like Kyoto." Huang Wei left the hospital with his head held high. "Where are we going, bro?" "Of course we're going back to Su Feifei's villa. Stay there for one night, and you have to go back to school tomorrow." "Ah? Brother finally got out, can't he stay one more day?" "No. You said you would listen to your brother." Although Xiaoya was reluctant, she had no choice but to obey when she thought of her previous promise. She followed Xiaofeng out of the hospital while mumbling, The two took a taxi to Su Feifei's villa. As soon as they arrived at the door, they saw Su Feifei standing on the steps looking around. When she saw Xiaofeng, surprise flashed in her eyes and she quickly came up to him. "Why are you back so soon?" "I don't want to stay in that place for too long." Xiaofeng nodded, and he walked to the sofa and sat down directly. After a day of hard work, he felt a little tired. Xiaoya looked around the villa curiously, exclaiming from time to time, "Wow, Sister Feifei, your house is so big and beautiful." Su Feifei smiled and said, "If you like, you can come and play often in the future." "Xiaoya, focus on studying and don't always think about playing." Xiaofeng didn't want his sister to come and see him being tortured. "TSK, what a bummer. Don't pay attention to him, he is just like that." "Sister Xiaoya, you can come whenever you want. Sister Feifei will take you out to play when she has time." Okay. Sister Feifei is so nice. I don't know how my brother got so lucky to be able to marry into your high position." Su Feifei was delighted to hear that Xiaoya was good at talking. "You guys keep chatting, I'm going to take a shower." After Xiaofeng finished speaking, he took a change of clothes and went into the bathroom. Xiaofeng entered the bathroom, and the warm water splashed on his body, and his fatigue seemed to be slowly washed away. While washing, he thought about the strange things that happened today. Maybe God didn't want him to die so soon, and gave him another chance to live. In the living room, Xiaoya and Su Feifei were chatting animatedly. Xiaoya rolled her eyes and approached Su Feifei with a gossipy look on her face. "Sister Feifei, tell me the truth. What is your relationship with my brother? How did you two know each other?" Su Feifei looked embarrassed. She didn't want Xiaoya to know so much, so she joked, "Your brother is my servant." "Ah, really? You have such a sweet mouth." Xiaoya's words touched Su Feifei's heart. The more she looked at Xiaoya, the more she liked her. She felt like her own sister. "Of course. Xiaoya, this is your first time at my house, and I haven't prepared any gifts for you. Please accept this little token of my appreciation." Su Feifei took out a red envelope and handed it to Xiaoya. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Xiaoya shouted happily. "Oh my, what are you talking about?" Su Feifei blushed. Xiaofeng walked out, wiping his hair. "What are you talking about?" Su Feifei turned her head and saw that Xiaofeng was shirtless, with only a scar left from his wound. She exclaimed, "Xiaofeng, where is the wound on your back?" "Ah. Has it healed? So miraculous?" After saying that, Xiaofeng walked into the bedroom and looked at himself in the mirror. Sure enough, the wound on his body only left a very shallow scar. Xiaofeng took a deep breath and walked out of the bedroom. He didn't know if there would be any sequelae in the future. Su Feifei didn't know what the exact cause was, but she didn't want to delve into it. As long as Xiaofeng was safe and sound, that was enough. "Xiaofeng, do you want to come to my company to sell goods?" "Hey, Mr. Su, are you becoming more generous now? You would never let me work in your company before." "Ahem, are you coming?" "No." Xiaofeng looked at me disdainfully. "You asked me to go, but I won't go." "Humph, forget it. I gave you the chance but you didn't make any use of it. What a lousy opportunity. I don't want it." "What did you say?" Su Feifei was about to lose her temper, but when she saw Xiaoya next to her, she held back her anger. "This bastard, he's already pissing me off right after he's recovered from his illness." "Brother, you just recovered from this illness and you're already mad at Sister Feifei. That's wrong of you. People kindly invited you to work in the company, but you put on a sour face." Xiaofeng shook his head. His sister had just arrived, but she turned her arm away. He didn't know what kind of sweet talk Su Feifei had given her. "Did you see that? Even your sister said this to you, and you still don't reflect on it." "Humph, I don't want to bother with you." Xiaofeng went straight back to the bedroom and closed the door. Xiaofeng was lying on the bed, thinking back to another scene today, the secret safe of his second uncle. If he wanted to bring down his second uncle, he had to find a way to swap out the files and USB flash drive inside. The most important problem now was to determine the exact location of his second uncle's closed room. It seemed that he had to find Lin Ruoshi tomorrow to find out the situation. Chapter 52: Xiaofeng's Revenge Plan. The next morning, the sun shone through the gaps in the curtains onto Xiaofeng's face. He woke up from his sleep and felt stronger than before, and he felt like he could knock down 2 or 3 people with one punch. The plan he had thought of last night became clearer in his mind. After a quick wash, he walked out of the bedroom and found Xiaoya and Su Feifei already in the restaurant, chatting and laughing while eating breakfast. "Hey, brother, the sun is shining on your butt, and you finally get up," Xiaoya teased with a smile. Xiaofeng rolled his eyes at her and walked straight to the dining table and sat down. Su Feifei handed over a glass of milk. "Did you sleep well? How are you recovering?" "Almost done. You'll be fully recovered after a day or two of rest." Xiaofeng took the milk, took a sip, and then looked at Xiaoya. "Pack up your things after you finish eating. I'll take you back to class later." Xiaoya curled her lips, looking reluctant, but she didn't dare to refute. Then Xiaoya looked at Su Feifei reluctantly. "Sister Feifei, I will go back to class. I will come to see you when I have time." Su Feifei smiled and nodded. After spending last night together, Su Feifei liked Xiaofeng as her sister even more. After breakfast, Xiaofeng sent his sister to the airport and then called Lin Ruoshi. "Hello, Lin Ruoshi, it's me, Xiaofeng. Are you free today? I have something I want to talk to you about." "I'm free. Tell me what's the matter." Lin Ruoshi's sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. "It's hard to explain over the phone, let's find a place to meet and talk." "Okay, see you at the usual place." After hanging up the phone, Xiaofeng took a taxi to the coffee shop they often went to. Not long after, Lin Ruoshi also arrived. She was wearing a capable professional suit, showing the charm of a mature woman. "What do you want from me? Why are you in such a hurry?" After sitting down, Lin Ruoshi went straight to the point. "Lin Ruoshi, the driver of the pickup truck was hired by your second uncle." Lin Ruoshi was surprised. "Really?" "The driver has already turned himself in, and he also took the initiative to plead guilty to drunk driving." "If it was really done by second uncle, then he went too far." Lin Ruoshi slammed the table. Lin Ruoshi knew that second uncle had always been very dissatisfied with them mother and daughter coming back, but because his father was the head of the family, he didn't say anything. She just didn't expect that he would be so bold as to harm his relatives. The more Lin Ruoshi thought about it, the angrier she became. She stood up and immediately wanted to find trouble with her second uncle. "Don't get excited, sit down," Xiaofeng said as he pulled Lin Ruoshi up. "We need to take a long-term view and get his evidence first. Do you have a backup of the evidence you got from him?" "No, I originally wanted to take it home as a backup that day, but I didn't expect that he would actually hire someone to hit me to death. Fortunately, you are okay now, otherwise I will never forgive myself in this life." Lin Ruoshi became more and more excited as she spoke, and her eyes began to redden. Seeing Lin Ruoshi so excited, Xiaofeng thought about the matter of her mother being murdered, which was still weighing on his mind. He decided to solve the matter himself and tell Lin Ruoshi later. He didn't want to involve her now. Xiaofeng made a decision. "Lin Ruoshi, do you know where your second uncle often lives?" Xiaofeng told Lin Ruoshi that he wanted to bring down his second uncle and that he needed to know the specific location of his second uncle's closed room, and that the safe in the room contained evidence of his second uncle's crimes. Lin Ruoshi frowned, and after thinking for a moment, she said, "I do know something about the layout of my second uncle's industry, but I don't know the exact location of that closed room. However, I have a way that may be able to help you." "What method?" Xiaofeng asked anxiously. "I know a man who used to work for my second uncle, but they parted ways unhappily for some reason. As far as I know, he holds a grudge against my second uncle because his wife cheated on him. He knows the places my second uncle often goes to. I can contact him and maybe he can help you. See if you can get some useful information from him." "That's great, Lin Ruoshi, then I'll trouble you." "What's his name?" A glimmer of hope flashed in Xiaofeng's eyes. "Scar." Lin Ruoshi said affirmatively. "Lin Ruoshi, you shouldn't get involved in this matter. You should be careful about your second uncle's gang. Now that the evidence in your hand has been destroyed by him, he won't do anything to you for the time being. I will dig out every dirty thing he has done in the past." There was a hint of ferocity in Xiaofeng's eyes. He had died once, and he would not give his second uncle a second chance. "But, Xiaofeng, can you handle him by yourself?" "Don't worry, you just need to cooperate with me and provide some extra help. You don't need to worry about anything else." Xiaofeng's eyes were calm, and he was obviously fully prepared. He knew that facing an opponent like Lin Ruoshi's second uncle, passion alone was not enough, and he must have a thorough plan and sufficient evidence to completely bring him down. Seeing Xiaofeng's firm attitude, Lin Ruoshi's eyes were filled with worry. She knew that it was useless to persuade him. "Okay, I will try my best to help, but you must be careful." Second uncle is not so easy to deal with. He has many people under his command, and his methods are ruthless. Xiao Feng smiled, don't worry, I know my limits. You just need to help me contact that Scar, and leave the rest to me. Then I'll go back first and help you contact Scar so that you two can meet. Okay, call me if you have any news. After the chat, they both left the cafe and went back to their own places. In the past 2 days, Lin Ruoshi has been actively contacting Scar. However, after making several calls in a row, no one answered, which made her a little anxious. She also used her network to ask around for Scar's whereabouts and finally learned that he was working as a bartender in a pub on the outskirts of the city. Lin Ruoshi didn't dare to delay and immediately drove to the outskirts of the city. When she found the tavern and walked in, it was dimly lit and filled with a strong smell of alcohol. She saw a middle-aged man with a scar on his face in the corner, wiping a wineglass skillfully. She thought it must be Scar. Lin Ruoshi walked forward and said softly, Scar, long time no see. Scar raised his head, a trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes. After seeing that it was Lin Ruoshi, his expression eased a little. Miss Lin? What do you want from me? Lin Ruoshi did not beat around the bush and directly told Scar about his second uncle's evil deeds and Xiao Feng's plan to bring him down. After hearing this, Scar's face turned gloomy, and he placed the wineglass heavily on the bar. I've been looking for a chance to deal with this old man for a long time. Not only did he steal my woman, he also framed me and forced me to hide from place to place. I've always remembered this. Then are you willing to help us? Lin Ruoshi asked expectantly. Scar pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth and said, okay, I'll help you. I know a few of his secret bases, maybe I can find some useful clues. Chapter 53, Scar. In the room, Xiao Feng repeatedly studied the industrial layout map of his second uncle that Lin Ruoshi had provided him with, trying to find clues about the closed room. Suddenly, he received a message from Lin Ruoshi on his phone. Xiao Feng was delighted to learn that Scar was willing to help. He immediately replied, let's make an appointment to meet and discuss in detail. You decide the location. Today. Soon, Lin Ruoshi replied with the time and place of the meeting. Xiao Feng looked at the time. There were still a few hours before the meeting, so he decided to use this time to investigate his second uncle's recent whereabouts. He changed into inconspicuous clothes, put on a hat and a mask, and came to the building where his second uncle's company was located, secretly observing the people coming in and out. Just as Xiao Feng was concentrating on the entrance of the building, a black Mercedes slowly drove up and stopped at the entrance of the building. The door opened, and the second uncle got out of the car, followed by several men. Xiao Feng hid aside and secretly took a photo of the scene with his mobile phone. He noticed that his second uncle looked very serious, as if he was planning something important. A few hours later, Xiao Feng arrived at the place he had agreed to meet with Scar. It was an abandoned warehouse, very remote and suitable for a secret meeting. Xiao Feng walked into the warehouse and saw Scar and Lin Ruoshi already waiting inside. When Scar saw Xiao Feng, he got straight to the point and said, I know that my second uncle has a private villa in the north of the suburbs. He often entertains important guests there. Maybe the closed room is in the villa. Where is the exact location? Xiao Feng asked anxiously. Scar took out a map and circled the location of the villa on it. Here, but the villa is heavily guarded, it's not easy to get in. Xiao Feng looked at the map, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. No matter how difficult it is, I will find a way to get in. Scar, do you have any way to get the internal layout of the villa? Scar frowned and thought for a while. I have a friend who used to do villa decoration. I will contact him to see if I can get it. You wait a moment. Then I'll leave it to you, Scar. Okay. Scar left the warehouse to contact his friend. At this time, Lin Ruoshi said worriedly, Xiao Feng, even if we get the internal layout, we can't act rashly. Second uncle must have security personnel in the villa. Xiao Feng, forget it, I'm thinking of other ways. This is too risky for you, I don't want you to get into trouble. Xiao Feng waved his hand, if you don't deal with your second uncle, he will always cling to you like a loach. I'm afraid you will be framed by him in the future. This time I must cut off all his escape routes and make him spend the rest of his life in prison. Lin Ruoshi's nose began to feel a little sour. Xiao Feng, why are you trying so hard to help me? Xiao Feng smiled and said, I am your creditor. If something happens to you, who will I ask for my money from? Don't do stupid things again. Okay, I'll listen to you. I won't be impulsive in the future and live a good life. When you start making money, you can realize your wish. Lin Ruoshi was very moved. Xiaofeng risked his life to save her twice. If she didn't cherish her own life, she would be so sorry for Xiaofeng's efforts. Xiaofeng looked at Lin Ruoxi's slightly red eyes, and his heart softened, but he quickly regained his composure. He knew that now was not the time to act on emotion. The threat from his second uncle was like a sword hanging over Lin Ruoxi's head, which could fall at any time. He had to act as soon as possible. Lin Ruoxi walked up to Xiaofeng and whispered, "Xiaofeng, I know you've done a lot for me, but I really don't want you to take any more risks. Second uncle's methods are too cruel. If anything happens to you, Xiaofeng interrupted her and patted her shoulder gently. "Don't worry about me, I'm helping you after careful consideration. Besides, this time it's not just for you, but also for myself. If second uncle knew that I'm not dead yet, he would definitely find a way to mess with us." "Yeah." Lin Ruoxi nodded. Xiaofeng and Lin Ruoxi were silent for a while, waiting quietly. The warehouse was filled with a damp smell, and occasionally a mouse ran by, making a slight noise. Lin Ruoxi was so scared that she threw herself into Xiaofeng's arms. She raised her head and saw Xiaofeng's perfect jawline touching his strong chest, and her heart beat faster. "It's just a little mouse, don't be afraid." Xiaofeng smiled. Lin Ruoxi blushed and lowered her head. Time passes by every second. Finally, footsteps were heard outside the warehouse, and Scar pushed the door open, his face tired but his eyes full of excitement. Hearing the door open, Lin Ruoxi immediately separated. "Done." He raised a piece of paper in his hand. "My friend took a lot of effort to find this picture, but he finally got it." Xiaofeng took the blueprint, spread it out on the ground, and the three of them gathered around it. The blueprint detailed the locations of the villa's rooms, passages, and security facilities. "Look." Scar pointed to an area on the blueprint. "This is the basement of the villa. There is a hidden passage leading to a secret room. Maybe it's the closed room you are looking for." Xiaofeng studied the drawings carefully and began to conceive a plan to enter the villa in his mind. "From here, we can climb over the wall behind the villa and avoid the security at the main entrance. Then follow this passage and you will enter the basement." After some discussion, Xiaofeng decided to act with Scar the day after tomorrow night. When Lin Ruoxi heard that she was not involved, she became particularly anxious. "Xiaofeng, don't you need me to meet you outside? It's too dangerous for the two of you to go." "Lin Ruoxi, tomorrow you find a way to get second uncle's fingerprints. You don't have to go to the scene. Scar and I will be able to get the contents out quickly. Your involvement will only hold us back." "Yes, miss, just stay at home and wait for our good news. After sending your second uncle to prison, Scar, you can go back to work at the Lin Group and assist Lin Ruoxi." Xiaofeng smiled and looked at Lin Ruoxi. He knew that Lin Ruoxi was in need of trustworthy people to help her develop the company. Lin Ruoxi nodded in agreement. Scar immediately thanked Xiaofeng upon hearing this, then moved to walk to Lin Ruoxi and kneel down. "Thank you for your trust, miss. Please stand up, you're welcome, I'm just in need of someone I can trust." Lin Ruoxi quickly helped Scar stand up. "Work hard, Scar. When the company develops, you will be one of the veterans." "Okay." Scar didn't expect to get such an important task from Lin Ruoxi with just a little effort. He decided to work hard for the Lin family in the future. After they finished their discussion, they each went back home. When Xiaofeng returned to the villa, the sun had already set. As soon as he entered the door, he smelled a burnt smell coming from the kitchen. Chapter 54 Dark Cuisine. "Ahem, Su Feifei, what are you doing in the kitchen?" Su Feifei poked her head out, her face covered in dirt. She took a spatula and brushed the dust off her nose. "I'm cooking. You haven't fully recovered yet, so I have to cook and prepare the meal." "Su Feifei, have you never cooked before?" "Yes, I have never cooked since I was a child." Xiaofeng walked over and saw the dark food in the pot. He swallowed and thought, "Is Su Feifei trying to murder me? Would you like to try it? This is the first time I cooked it. You are so lucky to eat what I cooked," Su Feifei said proudly after wiping the dirt off her face. The corners of Xiaofeng's mouth twitched, and he looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. "Xiaofeng, why are you crying? Is it because I cooked for you for the first time and you are very touched?" Su Feifei said seriously. "I feel like I'm about to see my grandma, I'm a little excited. Would you like to try it?" Su Feifei looked expectant. Hee, Su Feifei, let me do it. Don't do this kind of menial work anymore." Xiao Feng tried to snatch the spatula from Su Feifei's hand, but was rejected by Su Feifei. No. You're not fully recovered yet. I can't let you go to work. What if you accuse me of abusing my employees? Don't you like the food I cook? Su Feifei looked unhappy. It's not that I don't like it, but your taste is a bit strong. I like lighter tastes. Do you want to eat it or not? Su Feifei suddenly became tough. It was the first time she cooked and she didn't want the food to be wasted. Eat, eat. Xiao Feng looked at the black mass of burnt meat in the pot, picked up a piece with trembling chopsticks and put it into his mouth to chew. Damn, this tastes like shit. Xiao Feng held back. His expression was sublimated, and he gave a thumbs up and praised repeatedly, delicious, delicious. Then he picked up another piece and put it in his mouth to chew. He turned his head away from Su Feifei with an extremely painful expression, and then turned back. Delicious, Su Feifei, you are really a great chef. Although the dishes don't look good, they are very delicious. After saying that, he picked up another piece and put it in his mouth and chewed it hard. Su Feifei looked at Xiao Feng's enjoyable expression with doubt, and then looked at the burnt black mass in the pot. Even she herself couldn't believe it. Is it really that delicious? Then I'll try it. Finally I fell for it. Xiao Feng was overjoyed. Su Feifei picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece, put it in her mouth, and chewed a few bites. Puff. Xiao Feng, you're looking for death. Su Feifei was almost poisoned by her own food. She picked up the spatula and chased after Xiao Feng angrily. Ha, who told you to make such terrible dark cuisine? I'm risking my life to praise you. Xiao Feng spat out everything in his mouth. Xiao Feng looked back while running and saw Su Feifei chasing after him with a spatula in hand. He couldn't help but laugh even more happily. He nimbly dodged the coffee table in the living room and did not forget to tease, Su Feifei, your cooking skills are truly unrivaled. I almost thought you were going to send me to heaven. Su Feifei was so angry that her face turned red, and she waved the spatula in her hand. You dare to laugh? I'll teach you a lesson today. She quickened her pace and was about to catch up with Xiao Feng. Seeing this, Xiao Feng quickly hid behind the sofa and raised his hands in surrender. Okay, I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied to you. But your dish is really scary. Su Feifei stopped, put her hands on her hips, panted, and stared at him. And you said it was delicious just now? You pretended to be real. I had to eat a few bites too. Xiao Feng scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Who told you to force me to eat it? In order not to discourage your enthusiasm, I must say something positive. Besides, it's your first time cooking, and it's amazing that you have the courage to cook. Su Feifei snorted, put down the spatula, walked to the sofa and sat down, muttering, I just wanted to make something delicious for you. Who knew it would turn out like this? Okay, miss, I will do this kind of work from now on. Xiao Feng said with a smile. Hearing Xiao Feng's teasing, Su Feifei felt even more incompetent, as she couldn't even cook. Then she got angry when she saw Xiao Feng's smug look, which instantly aroused her competitive spirit. No. Eat what I cook every day from now on. Until I cook it until it tastes good. No, not even dogs will eat it. You. Su Feifei found Xiao Feng's words a bit harsh. She walked back to her room angrily and slammed the door. Xiao Feng shrugged helplessly. Only one day had passed and Su Feifei's true colors were revealed. This young lady was really hard to please. The kitchen was a mess because of Su Feifei's mess, with dirt and oil stains everywhere. Xiao Feng sighed, rolled up his sleeves, cleaned the kitchen and mopped the floor. Then he began to skillfully cut the vegetables, heat the pot, and heat the oil, cooking in an orderly manner. Before long, the kitchen was filled with the tempting aroma of food. Xiao Feng came to the dining table with a steaming plate and laid out the dishes neatly. Xiao Feng walked to the door of Su Feifei's room and knocked. It's time to eat, he said in a low voice. Hearing no movement, he continued, No, I'll throw it all away later. Then he turned to the other side of the door. At this time, Su Feifei's door creaked and opened a tiny gap, which then opened wider and wider. Su Feifei poked her head out, looked around, and seeing that there was no one around, she tiptoed out. When she turned around, Xiao Feng was standing in front of her. Ah! You want to scare me to death. Su Feifei hit Xiao Feng's chest hard. Haha, why are you doing this secretly? Why don't you just go eat openly? Xiao Feng dodged and said with a smile. What do you care about me? This is my home, I can do whatever I want. Su Feifei blushed, but she was being stubborn and couldn't bring herself to say it. Su Feifei smelled the fragrance and came to the dining table, sat down and saw that all of them were her favorite dishes. She suddenly wondered what she had been doing for so long. Xiaofeng, don't you want to eat? No, I'm full from you just now. Humph, if you don't want to eat it, forget it. I'm just hungry, so I won't leave any for you. Su Feifei finished the food made by Xiaofeng in no time and her stomach was full. She burped in satisfaction but still pretended to be cool on her face and refused to praise Xiaofeng's cooking skills. I'm going to vent my anger by buying some daily necessities, Xiaofeng said to Su Feifei. Su Feifei was about to say something when she heard the door close heavily. Humph, since you just cooked and I like the food, I won't bother with you this time. If it were in the past, if Xiaofeng dared to leave without waiting for her to finish speaking, he would definitely be scolded. Xiaofeng wandered aimlessly on the street and unknowingly came to the dream-fulfilling tavern. He walked in, sat at the bar, and asked the bartender to make him a drunk as usual. The bartender smiled and said to Xiaofeng, "Why don't you order something else? You only drink this kind of wine." Chapter 55 Su Ruoxue's Reluctance. This wine is strong enough, with a long aftertaste, and the color is just like my current life, bright and colorful. Xiaofeng chuckled. The bartender smiled and handed over the prepared drink. This time, Xiaofeng didn't drink it all in one gulp like before. He began to savor it slowly, listening to the lyrical music in the bar and taking a sip of the liquor. He felt how good it was to be alive. Su Ruoxue saw Xiaofeng arriving early in the corner of the bar. The lights were dim and Xiaofeng did not notice Su Ruoxue sitting inside. "My stinky little brother, I finally caught you. I gave you money and your phone number, but you didn't even bother to return my call." Su Ruoxue muttered, picked up the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. It was the first time she met such a weirdo. If it were any other man, he would want to get her phone number even if it meant paying for it. Is she not attractive at all in front of him? Su Ruoxue waved to the bartender next to her, and the bartender immediately ran over and nodded and bowed. "Boss, what can I do for you?" "Find some friends and wait for me at the door." "Madam Boss, can you give me some instructions on what to do?" "Act with me in a play, and I'll give you 500 yuan each after the performance." "Okay. I'll go find someone right now." The bartender happily changed his clothes and left the pub. At this time, Su Ruoxue was wearing a pair of exquisite black-framed glasses, a black silk hip-wrapped outfit, and a white shirt with a slightly open collar, revealing a touch of fair skin, which was both capable and charming. She stood up, took an elegant step, and walked out of the back door swayingly. Xiaofeng left the pub after finishing his drink. He didn't dare to drink too much, as one drink would only make things worse. He walked to the corner of the street and heard a woman shouting for help. A group of burly men surrounded the beautiful woman with black stockings and grinned, saying vicious words to her. Xiaofeng thought that the surrounding area was so safe. How could such a thing happen? It must be cosplay. I should just mind my own business. Just like that, Xiaofeng walked past them with his hands in his trouser pockets and whistling. "Madam Boss?" He walked away. The bartender scratched his head awkwardly. Su Ruoxue was angry. Didn't this guy see that I was surrounded by a group of people? Anyone would be curious to see what was going on, or help call the police, but he just walked by as if nothing had happened? "Hey, I'm talking about the handsome guy in black clothes," Su Ruoxue shouted. Xiaofeng stopped and looked around to see if there was anyone else, then turned around and pointed at himself. "Are you calling me?" "I'm not calling you. Is there someone else here?" Su Ruoxue suppressed the anger in her heart. "What's up? Didn't you see that I was surrounded by a group of people? Why didn't you react at all? Why don't you come and rescue me? Oh, we know each other well? Take a closer look at who I am. She looks a little familiar, but I forgot where I've seen her." Xiaofeng thought she was a debt collector. Su Ruoxue's appearance really made him unable to remember her. Besides, it had been such a long time since they had only met once, so Xiaofeng had no memory of her. Su Ruoxue was so angry at him that she was a little crazy. She had taken so much initiative, but Xiaofeng was still acting like a fool. "Go and drag him over here." "Okay, Madam Boss." "Don't run, little bastard." "Damn it, if you tell me not to run, I won't run." Xiaofeng saw a group of people chasing him and immediately turned around and ran. "Fuck, huh? I'm so tired." He ran so fast and disappeared in a flash. The bartender returned to Su Ruoxue with a few friends. What a bunch of losers. There are so many of you, but you can't even catch one of them. Madam Boss, it's not that we can't catch him, it's that guy runs super fast. Su Ruoxue was so angry that she stamped her feet and secretly swore in her heart that she would teach Xiaofeng a lesson next time she saw him. She gave each of them 100 yuan, and if the task could not be done, there would only be 100 yuan left. After Su Ruoxue thought for a moment, she said to the bartender, "Go check where he lives." "I don't believe you can't find him." "Okay, Madam Boss." The bartender thought, who knows where Xiaofeng came from, how can I check? He just perfunctorily answered Su Ruoxue and asked again if Xiaofeng showed up next time. Xiaofeng finally got rid of the group of people and returned to the villa panting. Fortunately, he ran fast, otherwise he would have been beaten up. He sat on the sofa, thinking about the scene just now, and always felt that something was wrong. Why does that beautiful lady in black stockings look familiar? Also, how does she know me? Xiaofeng frowned and tried hard to recall, but he just couldn't remember. He drank until he was drunk and the alcohol began to take effect. He staggered back to the bedroom and fell asleep. The next day, in the afternoon, Xiaofeng woke up. He hadn't had such a comfortable sleep for a long time. He took out his mobile phone from the bedside and saw several missed calls, all from Lin Ruoxi. He immediately called Lin Ruoxi. "Hello. Xiaofeng, I have obtained second uncle's fingerprints." "Okay, we'll meet up later and ask Scar to come out." After Xiaofeng and Lin Ruoxi agreed on a meeting place, he packed up and went out. On the way, he was still thinking about the strange scene last night. Who was that beautiful woman in black silk stockings? Arriving at the agreed coffee shop, Lin Ruoxi and Scar were already sitting in the corner. When Lin Ruoxi saw Xiaofeng coming in, she quickly waved. Xiaofeng walked over and sat down. "Xiaofeng, the fingerprint is here. What should we do next?" Lin Ruoxi said, carefully taking out a sealed bag from her bag, which contained tools for obtaining fingerprints. Xiaofeng took it, examined it carefully and said, "With this, it will be much easier to enter second uncle's secret room." "Scar, how are your preparations going?" Scar scratched his head and smiled. "Everything is ready, brothers can go in at any time, the security inside is tight, can we really get the thing smoothly?" "Don't worry, I've already figured out the general layout. As long as you attract the attention of the security personnel there will be no problem." Xiaofeng's eyes were firm, giving Scar peace of mind. "If there is no problem, I will go back and prepare to contact my former brothers." "Okay, Scar, you go back and prepare first. We'll meet up tomorrow night." Scar nodded and left the cafe. Lin Ruoxi was always inexplicably worried. "Xiaofeng, if there is any problem, you must call me immediately, okay? I will meet you outside. It'll be fine. I'm very familiar with the secret room. There are no other protective measures inside." Xiaofeng recalled the scene at that time. Suddenly, he had another idea. Lin Yutong and his second uncle were not on the same page at all. "Lin Ruoxi, go and see if you can persuade your cousin to rebel?" Chapter 56: Stealing Key Documents. When Lin Ruoxi heard Xiaofeng's proposal, she frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, she said, "Incite Lin Yutong to rebel? She has such a good relationship with second uncle, how could she be willing to help us deal with second uncle?" Xiaofeng smiled, with a sly look in his eyes. The conflict between Lin Yutong and second uncle has been going on for a long time. She has always felt that second uncle suppressed her in the family and used her to do things that violate her job duties. Now Lin Yutong is in a dilemma. If we can give her a chance to get rid of second uncle's control and even get something that is beneficial to her, she may be tempted. Lin Ruoxi nodded. She completely believed Xiaofeng this time and felt that what he said made sense. "Then I'll give it a try. However, she is a very cautious person and may not trust us easily. You just need to give her a chance to choose, and let her decide the rest." Xiaofeng said calmly, "We don't need her to stand on our side completely, as long as she is willing to assist us at the critical moment, it is enough." Lin Ruoxi nodded. "Okay, I'll give it a try in the near future." "Xiaofeng, you have to be careful, the people on second uncle's side have been keeping an eye on my movements these days." Xiaofeng smiled and waved his hand. "Don't worry, I know what's going on." Lin Ruoxi looked at Xiaofeng, a hint of worry flashed in her eyes, but in the end she didn't say anything more. She still had things to deal with at the company. After saying goodbye to Xiaofeng, she picked up her bag, stood up and left the cafe. With his current physique, he should have no problem fighting three at the same time, but if there are more, it will be too much for him. So, just in case, Scar and the others need to lure most of the security guards away. Xiaofeng sat where he was, picked up his coffee and took a sip, the image of the beautiful woman in black stockings last night reappearing in his mind. He always felt that the woman was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her. Shaking his head, Xiaofeng decided not to think about it for the time being. The most important thing at the moment was to deal with his second uncle's matter. After he left the cafe, he prepared several identical documents and USB drives based on his memory. The next day, when night fell, Xiaofeng and Scar brought a few helpers to the vicinity of his second uncle's private villa. As planned, Scar's men created a small riot near the main entrance of the villa, attracting the attention of most of the security personnel. Xiaofeng took the opportunity to climb over the wall and carefully walked towards the basement along the secret passage in the blueprint. Along the way, he avoided the patrolling security personnel and finally came to the entrance of the basement. There was a gloomy atmosphere in the basement, and the dim lights flickered. He walked forward along the passage and soon found the secret room. The door of the secret room was closed tightly, and it was equipped with a complex combination lock. Xiaofeng frowned, thinking about how to crack the password. After constant exploration, he found a secret compartment on the wall next to him. He pressed it lightly, and the secret compartment opened, revealing a fingerprint reader. It seems that preparing fingerprints is really useful. Xiaofeng took out a special fingerprint film from his pocket. This was made by Lin Ruoshi secretly collecting the fingerprints of her second uncle. He pressed the fingerprint film onto the identifier, and with a beep sound, the door of the secret room slowly opened. Xiaofeng walked into the secret room carefully. He recalled the location of the safe. He vaguely remembered that his second uncle opened it with fingerprint and password that day. He entered the password and used his fingerprint to open the safe, which was filled with various documents and USB flash drives. Xiaofeng quickly flipped through the documents, hoping to find evidence of his second uncle's crime. Suddenly, he found a key document, which recorded the evidence of his second uncle's collusion with some gangster forces and his illegal dealings with local departments. Found it! Xiaofeng shouted excitedly, with this file, second uncle won't be able to escape this time. Xiaofeng quickly swapped the file he had prepared with the USB flash drive. Xiaofeng had just finished swapping the files in the USB drive when he heard a noisy sound of footsteps coming from outside. Oh no! The security must have discovered that the commotion was fake and rushed back to investigate. Xiaofeng's heart suddenly tightened. He quickly closed the safe and was about to turn around and leave when the door of the secret room was suddenly pushed open by someone. The leader was the second uncle's trusted confidant, the man in sunglasses, who brought two strong men with iron rods in their hands. They looked at Xiaofeng with cold eyes. "Humph, it turns out to be you, Xiaofeng. You are not dead yet. You are really brave. You dare to come to a place like this. You are looking for death." Xiaofeng said calmly, "I have the evidence of the illegal things you have done. It is not too late to stop now. Don't follow your uncle into the dark." The man in sunglasses sneered, "Do you think I will believe your nonsense? Second uncle's safe, no one can open it without his exclusive fingerprint and password. Don't think of leaving alive today." As he said that, he waved his hand, and two of his men surrounded Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng was just trying out his skills when two strong men holding iron rods attacked Xiaofeng from two directions, one hitting his head and the other hitting his legs. At that moment, Xiaofeng felt that their stick swings were a little slow, so he immediately kicked both of them. The two strong men knelt down in pain, shocked, and their minds were filled with, "How is this possible?" Another strong man said cautiously, "This kid has practiced. Be careful." The two strong men adjusted their defensive posture and slowly moved closer to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng snorted coldly, "You two idiots. Who wants to fight with you?" Then he suddenly ran towards the man in sunglasses and jumped into the air. The man in sunglasses was so scared that he held his head, thinking that Xiaofeng was going to kick him. Xiaofeng jumped over the head of the man in sunglasses. "Bye, idiots." After landing, Xiaofeng quickly ran out of the secret room and climbed over the side wall of the villa. While running, Xiaofeng took out his cell phone and called Scar to ask them to retreat. The man in sunglasses was furious, "You two losers, hurry up and call others to chase after you." When Scar received the call, he immediately told his brothers to stop the farce, get in the car and leave the villa quickly. Xiaofeng did not run in the planned direction. He ran in the direction that was closer. He kept running along the path, and after an unknown amount of time, he ran to the road. "Damn it, how many rounds have I reached?" Xiaofeng wiped the sweat from his forehead. Xiaofeng checked the location of his phone and found that he was walking in a very far direction. He would need to go around a long way to get back to the city center. He touched the files and USB flash drive on his body and found that they were still there. He was relieved. Xiaofeng sat by the road and rested for a while. Suddenly, I heard the sound of a motorcycle flying towards me at high speed. Fuck, there's help. Xiaofeng stood up excitedly and walked to the middle of the road. I saw a red Ducati rushing towards me at high speed. Su Ruoxue saw that there was a person blocking the road in front of her, and she immediately made a dragon-like tail swing. Xiaofeng was so frightened that he dodged to the side. Chapter 57 Su Ruoxue, give me a ride. Su Ruoxue angrily took off her helmet, her short black hair flying in the wind. She was wearing a black tight motorcycle suit. Her delicate face was full of anger at the moment. Her almond eyes were wide open, and she stared at Xiaofeng and shouted, "You are asking for your life. Standing in the middle of the road, don't drag me with you if you want to die." At this time, Xiaofeng was standing with his back to the light, and Su Ruoxue couldn't see Xiaofeng's appearance clearly. Xiaofeng lowered his head with an embarrassed look on his face, and quickly apologized with a smile, "Beauty, I'm so sorry. I was just in a hurry. I just escaped from a group of bad guys. When I saw a car, I wanted to stop it and ask for help. I really didn't notice the danger." As he said that, he subconsciously touched the pocket where the documents and USB flash drive were hidden. Su Ruoxue was stunned and looked at Xiaofeng carefully. "Stinky brother?" Xiaofeng was sweating profusely, and his clothes were a little messy. Hearing the voice, he subconsciously replied, "Stinky sister?" Xiaofeng's mind flashed back to the beautiful woman with black stockings on the street last night. She looked a bit like Su Ruoxue. Could that person last night really be her? Su Ruoxue thought to herself, "You didn't help me last night, just wait and see how I'm going to deal with you." "Huh, you still remember me? I took care of you in the hotel for one night, and I thought you had forgotten me? How dare I forget you, Su Ruoxue?" Xiaofeng felt a little guilty. He finally remembered now. "Stinky brother, what's your name?" "I don't know it yet." "Xiaofeng." Xiaofeng responded awkwardly. "You didn't help me last night. Didn't you recognize it was me? No one would recognize you in that makeup. Besides, you're not dead, why don't you just stand in front of me now?" "Oomph, you're just being stubborn. You can just stay here. I'm leaving now." Su Ruoxue lifted the bike and stepped on it, preparing to start the scooter and return to the city. Xiaofeng rarely saw an opportunity, so how could he let Su Ruoxue run away by herself? He jumped onto the back seat of the Ducati. "What are you doing? Get off the bus. You came in without even asking anything. Don't you think it's shameless?" "I am shameless. Do you want to abandon me and run away? It's a rare opportunity to get a ride, so give me a ride." Xiaofeng was afraid that Su Ruoxue would suddenly start the car and throw him out, so he immediately hugged her waist. "Let go, you rascal." "I won't let go." Su Ruoxue struggled violently, but suddenly, she lost her grip on the scooter and fell to the other side. Xiaofeng saw her hands and quickly hugged her and rolled her to the side to prevent her from being crushed by the motorcycle. "Where are you putting your hands?" Su Ruoxue blushed. Xiaofeng was stunned and immediately let go of his hand. He had accidentally touched a place he shouldn't have touched, and it was soft. "I'm sorry." Su Ruoxue's pretty face turned red, she felt embarrassed and annoyed, and she reached out to slap Xiaofeng. The sound of pa was particularly clear on the quiet roadside. Xiaofeng blocked it with his arm, and a clear palm print quickly appeared on his arm. He covered his arm and looked at Su Ruoxue helplessly. You hooligan." Su Ruoxue's chest heaved violently, she gasped heavily, and the anger in her eyes seemed to burn Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng waved his hands and said anxiously, "I really didn't mean it. The situation just now was too urgent. I just wanted to protect you from being run over by the car." Su Ruoxue snorted coldly and turned her head away from him, but she felt something strange in her heart. When she felt just now, Xiaofeng held her in his arms. His strong arms and warm embrace made her feel a little safe. "Okay, Su Ruoxue, don't be angry. Just drop me off on the way back to the city. I really have something important to do. When this is over, you can ask me to apologize in any way you want." Su Ruoxue rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, "What important matter can you have? But seeing that you look so pitiful, I will help you once more. But you better behave yourself. If you dare to make a move again, I won't let you go." Xiao Feng nodded quickly, showing a well-behaved expression. Don't worry, I promise to behave myself. Su Ruoxue got on the motorcycle and motioned Xiao Feng to get on. Xiao Feng learned his lesson this time and carefully sat on the back seat, gently holding Su Ruoxue's waist with both hands, trying to keep a distance. Su Ruoxue felt his movements, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and her impression of him was slightly better. The motorcycle started, the wind whistled past, and Su Ruoxue's short hair spread out in the wind. Xiao Feng sat in the back seat, feeling the excitement brought by the speed, but his heart was a little complicated. He didn't expect to meet Su Ruoxue in this situation. Hello, Xiao Feng. Su Ruoxue suddenly spoke, her voice sounding a little vague in the wind. What's wrong? Xiao Feng responded. You really didn't recognize me last night? There was a hint of temptation in Su Ruoxue's tone. Xiao Feng was silent for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, To be honest, you were wearing something so special last night, I definitely wouldn't have recognized you. Su Ruoxue snorted, seemingly dissatisfied with the answer, but did not ask any more questions. The two of them said nothing along the way, and the motorcycle quickly drove into the city. Where are you going? Su Ruoxue asked. Xiao Feng thought for a moment and said, Take me to the city center. I have some things to take care of. Su Ruoxue nodded and sped up. Soon after, the motorcycle stopped at a busy area in the city center. Xiao Feng jumped off the motorcycle and said to Su Ruoxue, Thank you, today is all thanks to you. Su Ruoxue took off her helmet and shook her hair. Don't thank me, I just did it for fun. But next time, if I see you standing on the street, I won't be polite. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. Don't worry, there won't be a next time. Take out your phone. Xiao Feng took out his cell phone and handed it over. Su Ruoxue dialed her cell phone and threw it back to Xiao Feng. Remember what you said just now? Yes, I will definitely do what I promised to others. Xiao Feng said seriously. Su Ruoxue felt a little more comfortable. She smiled slightly, put on her helmet, and started the motorcycle immediately. See you next time. Su Ruoxue waved at Xiao Feng, and with the whistle of the motorcycle, she disappeared from the street in an instant. When Xiao Feng's phone rang, he found that there were more than a dozen missed calls. It was from Lin Ruoxi. Xiao Feng. Where are you? Are you okay? You didn't answer the phone. Lin Ruoxi's anxious voice came from the other side. I escaped, I'm fine, don't worry. Xiao Feng comforted. I was so worried about you. Scar has returned, and we are all waiting for you to come back safely. I've got the things. I'm hungry. Let's find a place to eat something before we talk. Xiao Feng touched the document again to confirm. Okay, let's go to the seafood city in the west of the city. Okay. You guys go first, I'll be there soon. He hung up the phone. Xiao Feng hailed a ride on the roadside and headed towards the location sent by Lin Ruoxi. Half an hour later, Lin Ruoxi and Scar were already selecting various seafood in the seafood city. Scar, didn't you meet Xiao Feng when you came back just now? Lin Ruoxi asked curiously. If it was according to the original plan, the two of them would have run away together. Chapter 58 Key Evidence in Hand. Scar frowned and replied in a low voice, I didn't see it. Logically, we were walking on the same road. I don't know if Xiao Feng took a detour again. Lin Ruoxi was extremely anxious. She paced back and forth in the seafood city, looking at the door from time to time, muttering, What happened to Xiao Feng? He hasn't arrived for such a long time. Could he have run into those bad guys again? Scar comforted her, Miss, don't worry, Xiao Feng is very smart and will definitely come over. At this time, the ride Xiao Feng was riding and slowly stopped at the entrance of the seafood city. He paid the fare and hurriedly jumped off the car. As soon as he stepped into the gate of the seafood city, he was surrounded by noisy voices. He searched the crowd eagerly and soon found Lin Ruoxi and Scar in the corner. Lin Ruoxi. Scar. Xiao Feng shouted at the top of his voice, walking towards them quickly while shouting. When Lin Ruoxi heard the voice, she turned her head sharply, her eyes flashing with surprise, and she hurriedly went up to him. You're finally here, I was so worried. Scar also walked forward, looked Xiao Feng up and down, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a rare smile. Xiao Feng, it's okay, I hope you come back safely. The three of them had just sat down at the dining table, and before Xiao Feng had time to catch his breath, Lin Ruoxi couldn't wait to ask, Where's the stuff? Did you get it? Xiao Feng carefully took out the documents and USB drive from his arms and gently placed them on the table. They are all here. It took a lot of effort this time. Lin Ruoshi picked up the document and looked through it, her expression gradually becoming serious. This information is too important. These are all the power for sex transactions between my second uncle and some senior officials. There are also criminal records of our company's senior executives. I guess my second uncle is using these to threaten them to stand on the same front with him. There is also a USB flash drive. Go back and take a good look at it. Remember to make several copies of all of these. Xiao Feng smiled. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Yeah, with these evidences, second uncle will never have a chance to turn things around. Lin Ruoshi breathed a sigh of relief. After getting rid of second uncle, she would slowly get the company back on track. Scar had been feeling aggrieved for so long and finally got his revenge. He said excitedly, "That's great. I didn't expect this bald guy would end up like this. He has done too many wicked things and finally got his retribution. Lin Ruoshi, pick out the parts of the documents that are unfavorable to your cousin, and then go find her. I think she will definitely agree to your terms, plus your cousin's testimony." Lin Ruoshi nodded. "Xiao Feng, I found that you seem to have become much smarter recently. Is it my illusion?" Xiao Feng scratched his head and smiled. My IQ has always been online, but I just don't want to use it normally." Xiao Feng also felt that after escaping death, his thoughts in his mind became much clearer. At this time, the waiter from the seafood restaurant came over with steaming hot seafood and placed the delicious dishes on the table. Lin Ruoshi asked everyone to eat first. After all, they had been running around for a long time and were already hungry. The three of them picked up their chopsticks and began to feast. At this time, my second uncle had already returned to the villa. "Waste. Is that wild boy not dead yet?" Second uncle looked solemn. "Boss, that brat Xiao Feng is very skilled. We can't catch him with just a few of us," the man in sunglasses said with a trembling voice. The second uncle ignored his men. He walked straight to the safe, opened it with his fingerprint, took out the documents and USB drive, glanced at them and found nothing unusual, then put them back in. "Humph, you still want to steal my things? You're looking for death." The second uncle glanced coldly at the man in sunglasses and said, "You have been with me for so long, you know my temper." The man in sunglasses knelt down and trembled all over. "Second uncle, I was wrong. It was my negligence. Please let me go." The man in sunglasses kept slapping himself. The second uncle squatted down, with a ferocious look on his face, and said grimly, "This is your last chance. Either he dies or you die." Then he patted the man in sunglasses on the shoulder. The man in sunglasses broke out in a cold sweat. He swallowed and said, "Yes. Boss, I will not let you down this time." Then he stood up and straightened his clothes. The man in sunglasses waved his hand, and the two strong men beside him followed him out of the secret room. Second uncle walked to another corner of the secret room. He touched the secret door in the corner and pulled out a small box. He opened the box and found a silver revolver inside. "I wonder who dares to stop me." The second uncle took out the revolver, stroked it in his hand and muttered to himself. Then he put it back into the box and pushed it back into the corner. After Xiao Feng and the others finished their meal, Scar chose to go back first. Just as he stood up to leave, Lin Ruoshi grabbed his hand and said, "Xiao Feng, don't go back yet. Walk with me." Xiao Feng was stunned for a moment, then nodded, "Okay, let's go out for a walk." Aha! Soon they came to the street. "Xiao Feng, after my second uncle has dealt with this matter, how about you come to the company to help me, and I will let you be the general manager." Lin Ruoshi walked in front of him and put her hands behind her back. She didn't want to be rejected by Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng looked at Lin Ruoshi's back and smiled bitterly. "Lin Ruoshi, thank you for your kindness, but I can't get out of this situation yet." "Actually, you can completely ignore Su Feifei and just walk out. If there are any contract disputes, I can help you settle them." Lin Ruoshi turned around, stopped and looked at Xiao Feng. "How can that be? I've already endured it for so long, I don't mind enduring it for another year. Besides, I've worked so hard to get through this, I don't want the fruits of my labor to go to waste." "You are worried about Su Feifei?" "No." Really not?" "Aha! You are lying to me. My eyes can see into other people's hearts." "No way, what you said is not true. I am the honest little wolf." Xiao Feng was embarrassed. Okay, I'm just teasing you, don't be so nervous." Lin Ruoshi laughed. Then she said, "Then I'll wait for you for a year, and then you don't have to make excuses." Hey, how is that possible? There's no reason not to make money. The more the better. Then it's a deal. You come to my company 1 year later. Lin Ruwashi suddenly said seriously, and she stretched out her little finger. Why, you're so serious all of a sudden? Let's make a pinky promise. Don't you think that's childish? Xiao Feng stretched out his little finger helplessly. I don't think so. Pinky promise, nothing will change for 100 years. Lin Ruwashi said, hooking her pinky with Xiao Feng's pinky. After making a pinky promise, the two smiled at each other, and a different kind of tacit understanding quietly grew between them. Walking slowly along the street lights stretched their shadows into long ones, sometimes overlapping and sometimes separating. Suddenly, a sharp brake sound broke the silence. Chapter 59 Street Chase. A black commercial vehicle rushed towards them recklessly. Xiao Feng reacted quickly, pulling Lin Ruwashi behind him to protect him, and stared at the car vigilantly. The car door opened quickly, and 6 men in black holding iron bars rushed out of the car, led by the man in sunglasses. Xiao Feng, today is the day you die. The man in sunglasses shouted viciously, with no disguising the hatred on his face. He waved his hand, and the men in black surrounded Xiao Feng and Lin Ruwashi in a fan shape. Xiao Feng looked stern and whispered to Lin Ruwashi, "Don't be afraid, hide behind me and find a chance to run." Although Lin Ruwashi was afraid in her heart, she still nodded firmly. The battle broke out instantly, and Xiao Feng relied on his agility to fight the man in black. He cleverly dodged the attack of the iron rod and counterattacked from time to time. Every move was accurate and powerful, and the man in black retreated again and again. However, there were so many men in black that Xiao Feng gradually found it difficult. At this moment, a man in black seized the opportunity and attacked Xiao Feng from behind. Lin Ruwashi screamed in fear, "Be careful!" In a flash, she got the courage from somewhere, picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at the man in black. The stone hit the man in black right on the head, and he staggered and fell to the ground. Xiao Feng took this opportunity to increase the intensity of his attack and finally tore a hole in the encirclement. He grabbed Lin Ruwashi's hand and shouted, "Run!" The two men ran desperately towards the crowded area, and the man in black chased them closely. In a panic, Xiao Feng found an alley and pulled Lin Ruwashi into it. The alley was dark and narrow, filled with a damp smell. They shuttled through the intricate alleys, trying to get rid of the man in black. After running for an unknown amount of time, the footsteps behind them gradually faded away. The two of them leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. Lin Ruwashi's hand was still tightly holding Xiao Feng's hand, and her palms were full of sweat. "Xiao Feng, thank you," Lin Ruwashi said with a trembling voice. "You're welcome. We have to find a way to leave here as soon as possible. They must still be nearby," Xiao Feng said, looking around vigilantly. Just as they were about to move forward, a figure suddenly appeared at the other end of the alley. Xiao Feng instantly tensed up and prepared for a fight. When the figure came closer, he realized it was Scar. "Scar, why are you here?" Xiao Feng asked in surprise and joy. "I was only halfway there when I felt worried about you guys, so I came back to check on you. I didn't expect that I would run into trouble," Scar said, looking at the two people's embarrassed appearance. "Come with me first, I know a safe place." Under Scar's leadership, the three successfully got rid of the men in black and came to a small hidden warehouse. Scar closed the warehouse door and turned on the light, and the warehouse was filled with a stale smell. "Hide here for now. I'll go out and take a look," Scar said, then turned and left. Only Xiao Feng and Lin Ruwashi were left in the warehouse. They looked at each other, and Lin Ruwashi began to worry. Lin Ruwashi suddenly hugged Xiao Feng and sobbed softly, "Xiao Feng, do you think we will end up like this?" Xiao Feng patted her back gently and comforted her, "It's okay, I'm here, nothing will happen to you." Half an hour later, Xiao Feng felt uneasy. Scar had been out for so long and had not returned yet. He wondered if something had happened to him. Xiao Feng saw a wooden stick in the corner of the warehouse. He walked over, picked it up, and swung it a few times. He found it very handy. Lin Ruwashi walked over. "Xiao Feng, what do you want to do?" "Scar, you haven't come back for so long. I'll go out and take a look. If you don't see me back in half an hour, call the police." Xiao Feng's eyes became sharp. With weapons in hand, he should be able to deal with the opposite side. Just now, it was because Lin Ruwashi was beside him, and he couldn't take action to protect her. "Then you have to be careful, don't be reckless, and protect yourself." "Yeah, don't worry, if you can't beat me, just run away." Xiaofeng walked out of the warehouse with a wooden stick and heard the voice of the man in sunglasses at the corner of the alley. Scar, the boss has been very kind to you, but you betrayed him and helped outsiders to gang up on him. Tell me where they are hiding now, and I can spare your life. Bah! I hope all the women in your family sleep in second uncle's bed. Scar curled up on the ground and spit at the man in sunglasses. Fuck, you're still talking tough. Beat him. Beat him until he talks. The man in sunglasses said viciously. Xiaofeng followed the sound and tiptoed behind them. He raised a big wooden stick and hit a man in black on the head. I'm going to the uncle's. Ah! One of the men in black fell to the ground, and now there were only 5 left. The man in sunglasses reacted immediately and organized people to surround them. Scar saw his chance, picked up a brick, stood up and threw it at the other man in black. Fuck, did you feel good when you beat me just now? 2 of them fell in an instant. Now it was 2 versus 4. Xiaofeng chuckled, second uncle's running dog, there's a road to heaven but you don't take it, there's no door to hell but you come here, you're looking for death. After a while, Xiaofeng knocked all the remaining men in black to the ground. The man in sunglasses lay on the ground and laughed deeply. Boss, I won't let you go. If you want to run, run far away and don't show up again, ha ha ha. Idiot, laugh at your mother. Scar hit the man in sunglasses on the forehead with a brick, and the man in sunglasses fainted instantly. Scar held his arm and looked at Xiaofeng gratefully. Thank you, if you hadn't come, I wouldn't be able to see the sun tomorrow. No need, Scar. I respect you as a man. You didn't betray your friends until the end. Xiaofeng said admiringly. Scar smiled sheepishly. Where's the young lady? Oh, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. I'll go back to pick up Lin Ruoshi, and I'll leave the rest here to you. Okay. Scar became furious when he thought about the beating he had just received. He picked up a wooden stick and started beating the black man on the ground again. Xiaofeng returned to the warehouse. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a stick falling from the sky. Xiaofeng was quick to grab it with one hand. It's me! Lin Ruoshi was stunned, and instantly let go of the wooden stick, then threw herself into Xiaofeng's arms with tears in her eyes. I thought something happened to you. You didn't come back for so long. I was scared to death. I have called the police. Xiaofeng patted her shoulder and comforted her. It's okay, it's okay. I almost got hit by your stick, luckily I was quick. Lin Ruoshi looked up at Xiaofeng and blushed. I thought it was a man in black. Then let's go. You've already called the police. We shouldn't stay here for long. Go back and back up the data. Lin Ruoshi nodded and immediately left the warehouse with Xiaofeng. When Xiaofeng was going back, he called Scar and told him to leave quickly. When Xiaofeng and Lin Ruoshi separated, Xiaofeng repeatedly reminded Lin Ruoshi to be careful during this period and to call him immediately if there was any emergency. Chapter 60 Su Ruoshiu's Invitation. When Xiaofeng pushed open the door of the villa, his whole body was covered in dirt and stains, and the sleeve of his right arm was torn, with red abrasions faintly visible underneath. The clock pointed to 12 o'clock midnight, and in the entire villa, only the living room had a dim wall lamp still on. Are you willing to come back? A cold voice came from the direction of the sofa. Su Feifei sat there with her back to the door. Even though Xiaofeng couldn't see her expression, he could imagine her furrowed brows and lips pursed into a line. Aha! Xiaofeng responded weakly and closed the door casually. His legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and every step he took was very difficult. Fatigue suddenly came over him, and the scene before his eyes began to blur. Look at you, where have you been playing in the mud? You're all covered in dirt. Su Feifei stood up suddenly, and her silk pajamas glistened with her movements. She turned around, put her hands on her hips, and said angrily, I've only let you run around for 2 days, you. Xiaofeng suddenly felt dizzy. Su Feifei's voice became distant. He tried to grab something to steady himself, but his fingers only grasped air. In his last consciousness, he felt himself falling into a warm embrace. Xiaofeng! Xiaofeng! What's wrong with you? Wake up! Su Feifei shouted anxiously. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaofeng opened his eyes and felt much more comfortable. He tried to move his fingers and found that his right hand was being held tightly by someone. Turning his head, Su Feifei was curled up on the wool carpet beside the sofa, one hand still holding his hand, the other hand under her cheek. There were still tears hanging on her long eyelashes, and her brows were not completely relaxed even in her sleep. Xiaofeng gently pulled his hand away, trying to sit up and find a blanket to cover her, but accidentally knocked over the medicine box on the coffee table. Are you awake? Su Feifei was awakened by the noise, and sat up abruptly, and with sleepy eyes she hurriedly touched Xiao Feng's forehead. You scared me to death, I thought something happened to you again. There was a fragility in her voice that Xiao Feng had never heard before. Hey, why are you crying? I'm not dead. Xiao Feng touched his forehead. If you hadn't been snoring just now, I would have really called an ambulance. Su Feifei turned her face away, quickly wiped the moisture from the corners of her eyes, and when she turned back, she had returned to her usual cold self. Xiao Feng sat up and looked at Su Feifei, who was concerned, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Thank you, I was a little too tired just now. He scratched his head, trying to ease the atmosphere. Su Feifei rolled her eyes at him and said, Stop talking nonsense and go take a shower. You are so dirty and smelly. Don't make the sofa dirty. Although his tone was still firm, he couldn't hide the worry in his eyes. Xiao Feng stood up and walked to the bathroom. The hot water washed over his body and his tiredness gradually dissipated, but his mind was filled with today's thrilling experience. After taking a shower, Xiao Feng mopped the living room. Su Feifei had already returned to her room to rest. After Xiao Feng finished cleaning, he went back to the bedroom and lay down on the bed, hoping to have a good sleep. Just as he closed his eyes, his cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and answered it without even looking at it. Hello, who is this? Xiao Feng asked weakly. Stinky brother, are you asleep? Su Ruoshue's voice came from the other side. Not yet. I'm already in bed. What do you want? I'm drinking in the pub, would you like to come and keep me company? I don't want to go anymore. I'm so tired today. Oh, what bad things have you done today? You look so nervous. I didn't do anything. I was just helping a friend get something back. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Wait. Xiao Feng, do you still remember what you promised me? Remember. Is there anything you can help me with? Next Monday is my birthday and my parents are urging me to get married. I hope you can pretend to be my boyfriend for one night. Meeting your parents is no joke. Can you change your request? No, I can pay you extra. Just one night, just deal with it for one night, and cooperate with the performance. How much? You tell me a number. 1. Xiao Feng was hesitating about how much. 10,000, okay. No. Xiao Feng was surprised, he originally only wanted to say 1,000. No? How about 20,000? Su Ruoshue thought Xiao Feng thought the amount was too little, so she gave him another 10,000. Okay. It's settled. Xiao Feng instantly perked up. Afraid that Su Ruoshue would go back on her word, he immediately agreed to her request. Only a fool would not make money. Then don't stand me up. Don't worry, I'm the honest little wolf. Xiao Feng said with a smile. He didn't feel so tired anymore. He had already begun to imagine how to distribute the 20,000 yuan reasonably. After all, it was a huge sum of money considering his current financial situation. Xiao Feng hung up the phone after exchanging a few words with Su Ruoshue. He turned over and was thinking about what excuse he should use to fool her parents. He was a professional actor. He had to do a good job with Su Ruoshue's matter. As he was thinking, Xiao Feng fell asleep. Ever since he saved Lin Ruoshi that time, he slept particularly comfortably every night. The next morning, Xiao Feng opened his hazy eyes, picked up the mobile phone beside his pillow and looked at the time. It was 9 o'clock, Friday. He immediately got up and walked to the living room to check, and found that Su Feifei had already left. He patted his forehead and thought that he had overslept again today and forgot to prepare breakfast for Su Feifei. He wondered if she would write it down in her little notebook again. Suddenly, the cell phone rang, and it was Su Feifei calling. Hello? Xiao Feng, are you up? Yeah, just woke up. Have you fully recovered? That's about right. In that case, go buy a cup of coffee and bring it to my office. Okay, right away. Hurry up. Got it, we'll be there in half an hour. After Su Feifei hung up the phone, she leaned back in her office chair and rubbed her temples with both hands. Recent company affairs had given her a headache. Now that Xiao Feng was in good health, she didn't have to worry so much and could focus most of her energy on work. Because of the unprofessional speech of her anchor, who posted the wrong price of the product, the company lost some money in vain. The profit was not enough to cover the losses, and this month's work was in vain. Live streaming is not easy to do now. The market competition is fierce and the profit is low. The upper limit is just like that. Su Feifei wants to make a transformation. Half an hour later, Xiaofeng walked in with a smile, holding the coffee that Su Feifei liked. Come in without even knocking. Hey, we are so familiar with each other, why are you knocking? Xiaofeng put the coffee on Su Feifei's desk, then walked to the coffee table next to him skillfully, picked up the teapot and started to make tea. Su Feifei, why do you only like to drink coffee and not tea? Xiaofeng asked curiously. I don't like green tea. Chapter 61 I can do the Waldon. When Xiaofeng heard this, he smiled awkwardly, feeling that he had said something wrong. He paused, fiddling with the tea set with his hands. You're saying this a bit far-fetched. Su Feifei rolled her eyes at him, took a sip of the coffee, frowned and said, tea is too troublesome, and you have to sip it slowly. Coffee is convenient and can quickly refresh you, but I don't have the time for that right now. After she finished speaking, she sighed again. There's been a lot of trouble at the company lately, so I don't have the mood to drink tea. Xiaofeng sat down at the side, poured himself a cup of tea, and asked leisurely, what's going on? Tell me, maybe I can give you some advice. Su Feifei didn't want to pay attention to him, but the words still came out of her mouth. It's all about the live broadcast of goods. The anchor is not professional, the price is wrong, and I lost a lot of money. The competition in this industry is too fierce now, and the profit is getting thinner and thinner. I am considering changing my job. Then change someone more professional. Then Su Feifei glanced at Xiaofeng and said, how about you come to my place and be the anchor to promote the products? You should be quite photogenic, and maybe you can sell more products. Xiaofeng waved his hands. He didn't want to face the camera all day. He couldn't earn that much money. Please forgive me. I don't want to be stared at by a bunch of people. That would be so unnatural. If you don't try, how do you know you can't do it? I don't want to try, I don't want to show my face. Humph, why are you pretending? You think you are a big star and you are showing up in public, but who will pay attention to you? Fuck, you sound like I'm cheap. Su Feifei, if it really doesn't work out, you should go home and inherit the property. It's better than working hard out there. No, if I go back, my mom will keep nagging me all day long. It's so annoying. She also wants to force me to Lin Haoyu. I finally escaped, and I'd rather die than go back. Why bother? You have such a good life, but you have to go out and suffer. If I had a family like yours, I wouldn't want to work hard. I would just think about how to spend money every day. After Xiaofeng finished speaking, he picked up the teacup, blew away the hot steam, and took a sip, as if he was savoring the fragrance of the tea, or as if he was thinking about something. Su Feifei heard his words, and although she felt helpless, she couldn't help but laugh and scold. You are so useless, you only know how to enjoy yourself. Xiaofeng put down the teacup and said seriously, how can this be called a failure? Life is short, enjoy it while you can. But then again, if you really don't want to go back, changing your career is not a bad idea. Aren't short plays very popular now? Why don't you try this? Su Feifei heard this and a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. A short play? I've thought about it, but if I can't do it well, it will be a waste of time. I can't afford to do that. How do you know if you don't try? Just try one or two, find some explosive content to shoot, and slowly accumulate fans. And you have experience in live streaming sales, so you must have a lot of connections and resources. As long as you work hard, you will definitely succeed. Su Feifei pondered for a moment and nodded. What you said seems to make sense, but how to do it specifically still needs to be considered in the long run. Xiaofeng? I noticed that you have the ability to think recently. What do you mean I've become able to think lately? As if I was stupid before? That's because I didn't want to care about so many things before. I'm a top student at Kyoto University. Ha ha. This is the funniest thing I've heard this year. Aren't you just a graduate from a fake college? You can get a diploma for money without even having to take an exam. Ahem, Su Feifei, you're going too far. You'll never understand my brother's talent. How can I understand you, a street urchin? Street slut? Then I'll show you what a yellow-haired guy is. Xiaofeng strode forward, stretched out his long arm, grabbed Su Feifei's wrist, and with a little force, he gently pressed her against the corner of the wall. In an instant, the two were so close that they could hear each other's heartbeats. At this moment, Xiaofeng's face was only a millimeter away from Su Feifei's. Su Feifei could even feel the warmth of his breath. Her heartbeat quickened and her cheeks instantly turned red to her ears. Now, do you know how powerful I am? Xiao Feng spoke in a low voice. His breath was soft and seductive, lingering in her ears, causing a tingling sensation in her ears. Su Feifei responded in a low voice. She slowly closed her eyes, looking forward to Xiao Feng's next move. Her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Xiao Feng looked at Su Feifei in front of him, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, his sexy red lips trembling slightly, and his Adam's apple unconsciously rolled up and down. Reason was pulling wildly in his mind, but his body slowly moved closer uncontrollably. Just when their lips were about to touch. Dong dong. A knock on the door broke the ambiguous atmosphere. Xiao Feng's mind suddenly came to his senses and he stopped moving forward. Someone's coming, I'll go open the door. After saying that, he walked towards the door. Su Feifei was left standing there in a daze, looking disappointed. Then Su Feifei straightened her clothes and sat back in her office chair. Xiao Feng opened the door and saw the female secretary holding a stack of documents and looking at him in surprise. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? Xiao Feng said jokingly. Humph, stop being so cocky. After saying that, the female secretary raised her head and walked in with a proud look on her face. After a while, the sound of things being smashed and Su Feifei's angry roar were heard through the door. At this time, Xiao Feng had already left the office building. He was thinking, fortunately, someone showed up in time to break the ambiguous atmosphere, otherwise if the atmosphere continued like that, it would be a disaster. After all, I don't want my patience for so long to go to waste. I have to make sure I can get the money smoothly in the future. During this period, I don't want to have any emotional entanglement with Su Feifei, which would be a tangled mess. Be restrained in the future. 3 days passed like this. During this period, Lin Ruoshi slowly sorted out the evidence she had collected. She joined forces with veteran Zhao Bo to persuade the executives around her second uncle to defect one by one, in order to overthrow him in the future and avoid any accidents. That afternoon, Xiao Feng was lying on the sofa watching a stupid drama. The phone rang. Xiao Feng picked up the phone and saw that it was Su Ruoshue calling. Hello? Xiao Feng, have you forgotten? Today is the time we agreed on. Look at what you said. Of course I haven't forgotten it. Then hurry up and come out. I'm on the street now. I'll take you to buy some clothes and meet my parents in the evening. Okay, is the money ready? Huh, is money all you care about? You don't even care about me and don't even take the initiative to call me. Don't say that. I'm just short of money. Don't worry, you won't lose a cent. No more talking, I'll be out soon, see you later. Xiao Feng hung up the phone, changed into a white t-shirt, and drove to the place where he had agreed to meet Su Ruoshue. Chapter 62 Su Ruoshue's birthday. Xiao Feng arrived at the agreed place and saw Su Ruoshue standing by the zebra crossing from afar. She was wearing a low-cut suspender skirt, had fair skin and beautiful looks, and a black bag slung across her body. She stood out in the crowd. He parked the car aside, got out and walked towards her. Have you been waiting for a long time? Xiao Feng smiled. Su Ruoshue rolled her eyes at him and said, You know it, but you're still asking. If you don't come, I'll be tan like a roasted suckling pig. Then the two of them came to the mall side by side. Su Ruoshue took Xiao Feng's arm and was about to go into the luxury LV store to try on clothes. When Xiao Feng saw the prices of the clothes in the window, he was startled and stopped immediately. You are not planning to deduct the money from my salary to buy clothes? Don't worry, your $20,000 is not enough to buy a few clothes. Come in, what are you standing there for? No, it's a waste to wear such expensive clothes only once, let's choose other brands. Xiao Feng didn't want to get so deeply involved with Su Ruoshue. He didn't want to owe her too many favors, he just wanted to get his share of the reward. Okay, then we can go next door. Su Ruoshue was helpless. She wanted Xiao Feng to dress appropriately and not lower her status. She didn't want to give her parents an excuse. Su Ruoshue saw a well-known Italian brand next to her, which Xiao Feng probably didn't recognize, so she quickly pulled him in to try on clothes. After a while, Xiao Feng stood in front of the mirror, adjusting the collar of his shirt. The dark blue suit that Su Ruoshue picked for him was surprisingly well-fitting, making his shoulders look broad and his waist narrow. Even the saleslady couldn't help but steal glances at him. What are you daydreaming about? Su Ruoshue came out of the fitting room, wearing a champagne-colored dress that outlined her slender waistline. She reached out to help Xiaofeng adjust his tie, and her fingertips accidentally brushed his Adam's apple. Nervous? How could that be? Xiaofeng laughed dryly twice and took a half step back calmly. The faint jasmine scent on Su Ruoxue reminded him of the unfinished kiss in the office 3 days ago. Su Feifei had her eyes closed at that time, as if ready to be picked. Su Ruoxue narrowed her eyes sharply. You are not going to regret it, are you? Do I look like someone who would go back on my word? As long as the money is in place, everything will be fine. Xiaofeng tugged at his tie, which made him breathless. I'm just curious, why does it have to be me? With Miss Su's conditions, it shouldn't be difficult to find a fake fiancé who is well matched. Su Ruoxue took out a black card from her handbag and handed it to the clerk. She snorted and said, because you are poor enough, need money enough, and smart enough to know what to say and what not to say. She turned to face Xiaofeng, a smile on her face. The most important thing is that you are good at fighting and can handle emergencies. Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows. It sounds like tonight is not just a simple family dinner? My mother arranged for the young master of the Zhao group. Su Ruoxue's eyes flashed with disgust. That guy has been pursuing me for 3 months. I don't like him, and I don't want to listen to my parents' arrangements. Xiaofeng suddenly realized, so I, the fake boyfriend, was going to take the bullet? Of course. 20,000 is just a deposit. Su Ruoxue leaned close to his ear, her warm breath brushing his earlobe. If you perform well, the balance will be doubled. Xiaofeng's Adam's apple rolled. This money is so easy to make. He held out his hand. Deal. Su Ruoxue did not shake his hand, but suddenly raised her hand to smooth out the non-existent wrinkles on his shoulders. Remember, from now on, we are a couple who have been in love for 2 years. You are the technical director of a network security company, and we met at an industry summit. So detailed? My mother will check. Su Ruoxue's eyes darkened. Don't let it get away. Xiaofeng nodded, silently memorizing these details in his mind. He followed Su Ruoxue out of the store, and his well-dressed appearance attracted many sidelong glances. Su Ruoxue naturally took his arm, and Xiaofeng instantly tensed his muscles. Relax, you feel like you're being kidnapped by me. Su Ruoxue said in a low voice. Xiaofeng smiled bitterly. Su Ruoxue, the last time I wore formal clothes was at my college graduation ceremony. Su Ruoxue suddenly stopped and reached out to play with his hair. Call me Ruoxue. Ruoxue. He tried to call out, but his voice was a little dry. Su Ruoxue smiled with satisfaction, then took out 2 stacks of bills from her bag and handed them over. That's right, remember, tonight at 8 o'clock, 5-star, Imperial Hotel, don't make a mistake, and don't be late. Aren't you going with me? Xiaofeng took the ticket and put it in his trouser pocket with a smile. I have to go home and deal with my mother first. Su Ruoxue let go of his arm. You should go back and prepare first. After Su Ruoxue finished speaking, she turned and walked towards the other side of the street. Xiaofeng looked at her back as she walked away and touched his nose. The scent of jasmine still lingered around him. He touched the money in his trouser pocket, reminding him that everything that had just happened was not an illusion. Xiaofeng did not return to the villa. He deposited the money into the bank card and sat in a cafe nearby. He did not want to be disturbed by Su Feifei tonight. At 7:50 in the evening, Xiaofeng drove to the Emperor Hotel. The road in front of the hotel was filled with various luxury cars, and the entrance was filled with various high-quality men. Xiaofeng, dressed in a suit and tie, looking like an elite, walked into the hotel lobby. The gorgeous crystal chandelier in the lobby made Xiaofeng's eyes hurt. This place is indeed not for ordinary people. When I have money in the future, I will rent a presidential suite here for a month and have some fun. Xiaofeng was in endless fantasy. At this time, a lobby manager in hotel uniform approached. Are you Mr. Xiao? Yes? Miss Su is already waiting for you in the Baya Hall. Please follow me. The lobby manager complimented. Okay, then you lead the way. Xiaofeng smiled. Xiaofeng followed the lobby manager through the corridor, where valuable oil paintings hung on the walls on both sides. Arriving at the door of the Baya Hall, he took a deep breath and pushed open the carved wooden door. There were at least 30 people drinking and chatting in the hall. Xiaofeng saw Su Ruoxue at a glance. She was standing under the crystal chandelier, her champagne-colored dress glittering, and was being harassed by a young man in a suit. The man had his back to the door, but his body language spoke volumes about his intentions. Su Ruoxue looked up and saw Xiaofeng. A trace of relief flashed in her eyes. She raised her hand. Dear, here. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Xiaofeng. He walked over with his back straight, putting on a proper smile that he had practiced all afternoon. Sorry, I'm late. He naturally put his arms around Su Ruwashua's waist and kissed her lightly on the cheek. This was the bottom line of contact they had agreed upon in advance. Su Ruwashua leaned into his arms and introduced the livid man opposite her. Mr. Zhao, this is my boyfriend Xiao Feng. She turned to Xiao Feng and said, this is Zhao Mingyuan, President Zhao of the Zhao Group. Xiao Feng stretched out his hand. I've heard a lot about you. Chapter 63 Shura Field. Zhao Mingyuan glanced at her with disdain, his eyes sinister. I haven't heard that Ruwashua has a boyfriend? We've been dating for 2 years, but we've been keeping a low profile. Ruwashua doesn't like to show off. Xiao Feng smiled and tightened his arms to hold Su Ruwashua tighter. At this time, a graceful middle-aged woman came over. Her features were similar to Su Ruwashua's. Is this Xiao Feng? Su Ruwashua saw her mother's voice soften a bit. Mom, Xiao Feng just came back from a business trip, so I haven't had the chance to bring him to see you. Xiao Feng immediately understood and bowed slightly to Su Ruwashua's mother Qinlan. Hello, Auntie. I should have visited you earlier. I was rude. Qinlan looked him up and down, her eyes as sharp as an X-ray machine. I heard from Ruwashua that you work in the field of network security? Yes, mainly for financial system protection. Xiao Feng fluently recited the lines that Su Ruwashua prepared for him. He had just completed a project for the National Bank recently. Zhao Mingyuan suddenly interrupted. Which company? I know all the big names in this industry. New technology, startup company, Mr. Zhao may not have heard of it. Xiao Feng remained calm. Su Ruwashua added at the right time, Xiao Feng is a technical partner and doesn't participate in business entertainment very much. Zhao Mingyuan sneered, no wonder. I was wondering why I had never seen such a person in the circle. The atmosphere was a little stagnant for a moment. Qinlan looked at Xiao Feng thoughtfully, then turned to her daughter. Ruwashua, your father is looking for you. He said he wants to introduce a few uncles to you. Su Ruwashua squeezed Xiao Feng's hand and said, I'll be back soon. When Su Ruwashua and Qinlan walked away, Zhao Mingyuan's expression immediately changed. Name a price. Xiao Feng frowned. What do you mean? Don't pretend. Zhao Mingyuan lowered his voice. I know you were hired by her. Security guard? Driver? Or a male model from a club? Xiao Feng shook the champagne in his hand and smiled. Boss Zhao, Ruwashua and I are truly in love. Bullshit. Zhao Mingyuan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. What kind of background does the Su family have? Would they allow their daughter to marry a nobody? He took out a check and a pen and handed it over. No matter how much Su Ruwashua gives you, fill in the amount and get out immediately. Xiao Feng thought there was such a good thing, so he immediately took the check and filled in 100 million, then waved the check in front of Zhao Mingyuan. Can this really be cashed? The corner of Zhao Mingyuan's mouth twitched. Are you sick? Didn't you tell me to fill it in casually? Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty when you don't have money? Are you crazy about money? Zhao Mingyuan said angrily. Xiao Feng was about to respond when the door of the banquet hall suddenly opened and he saw two familiar figures, Su Feifei and her mother. Su Feifei, wearing a white evening gown, followed her mother towards Qinlan. How did they come here? Xiao Feng immediately took out a mask from his pocket and put it on. Fortunately, he was prepared in advance. This distraction gave Zhao Mingyuan an opportunity. He suddenly raised his voice and made up a story. Everyone. This Mr. Xiao claims to be Ruwashua's boyfriend, but I checked and found that he is not an executive of a technology company, but a security guard. He pointed at Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng's heart tightened. Damn, I'm done for this time. The banquet hall suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. Xiao Feng felt as if a thorn in his back was stabbed. In the distance, Su Ruwashua's face turned pale, while Qinlan frowned. Su Feifei and her mother's attention were also drawn over. Su Feifei felt that the masked man standing next to Zhao Mingyuan looked familiar, and just as she was about to go over to see what was going on. At this time, the banquet door was opened forcefully again, making a sharp squeak. Lin Ruwashi was wearing a black evening gown and walked in with Lin Haoyu and a few subordinates. Lin Haoyu was arrogant and looked down on everyone. Xiao Feng patted his forehead. Oh, now it's good, everything is complete. Su Ruwashua was furious. She didn't expect Zhao Mingyuan to destroy her in front of so many people. If the family business wasn't so deeply involved with the Zhao family, Su Ruwashua would have wanted to scold Zhao Mingyuan on the spot. She adjusted her mood. Su Ruwashua came to Xiao Feng and took his hand. She suppressed her anger and put on a fake smile. Sorry, Mr. Zhao, there are too many people tonight. Let's go and entertain others. After that, she pulled Xiaofeng aside. Xiaofeng, why are you wearing a mask? Su Ruoxue asked curiously. Su Ruoxue, what is your relationship with Su Feifei? Do you know Feifei? She's my cousin. What? Damn. Are you relatives? Xiaofeng's face was full of shock. What's wrong with you? Why are you so surprised? Su Ruoxue, let's call it a night. I've already met your parents. I'm leaving now. Stop. What's the matter with you? What are you afraid of? Afraid? I'm not afraid. I'm a real man, what should I be afraid of? I don't care. You're my boyfriend tonight, no one else can do that. Su Ruoxue clearly felt that the relationship between Xiaofeng and Su Feifei was unusual, but she didn't care. Tonight Xiaofeng belonged to her alone. On the other side, Lin Haoyu was like a dog seeing shit when he saw Su Feifei. He was about to go up to greet her, but was stopped by Lin Ruoxi, who was standing beside him. Brother, why do you always behave like this when you see Su Feifei? Hey, Ruoxi, you don't understand. Feifei and I have been friends since we were little. No one knows her better than me. I see that your mind is full of Su Feifei. Your brain is full of water and you have lost your ability to think. How can you say that? Feifei may be your future sister-in-law. Lin Haoyu began to fantasize. Lin Ruoxi rolled her eyes at him. I think you are daydreaming. Lin Ruoxi doesn't want Su Feifei and her brother to become a couple, and she doesn't want Su Feifei to be entangled with Xiaofeng. For her, the best ending is that Su Feifei has nothing to do with either of them. Lin Ruoxi then looked at the young man in a suit and tie who was wearing a mask and was arm in arm with Su Ruoxue not far away, and felt that he looked a little familiar. The figure, the physique, and the standing posture were so similar. Xiaofeng had no choice but to be dragged around by Su Ruoxue to entertain guests. While dealing with the interrogations of various business leaders, he observed the movements of Su Feifei and Lin Ruoxi out of the corner of his eye, feeling like a mouse surrounded by cats. Just as Xiaofeng was dragged around by Su Ruoxue for social events, Lin Ruoxi's doubts became stronger and stronger. She ignored her brother's attempts to stop him and walked straight towards Su Ruoxue and Xiaofeng. Sister Ruoxue, who is this? Lin Ruoxi pretended to be intimate and took Su Ruoxue's arm, but her eyes were fixed on Xiaofeng, trying to find a familiar shadow in his eyes. Su Ruoxue noticed that Xiaofeng's body tensed up instantly, and she couldn't help but feel a little curious, but she still smiled and introduced him. This is my boyfriend, Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, this is Lin Ruoxi. Xiaofeng gritted his teeth and nodded slightly, his voice deliberately becoming hoarse. Hello. Chapter 64 Identity Revealed. Lin Ruoxi didn't intend to let him go easily. She covered her mouth and pretended surprise. Xiaofeng? This name sounds so familiar. Have we met him somewhere before? Lin Ruoxi narrowed her eyes slightly, like a cat that found its prey. She took a step forward, almost getting in front of Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng. Her voice suddenly became louder, and Lin Ruoxi recognized that the person in front of her was Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng subconsciously took a half step back, but was firmly held in place by Su Ruoxue's arm. He could feel Su Ruoxue's suspicious gaze, like a thorn in his back. Lin Ruoxi wanted to reach out to pull Xiaofeng's mask, but he slapped her with his hand. Ms. Lin, it's good to know. It's not convenient to explain to you now. I knew it was you. She looked puzzled. What, you've changed your career to become a professional boyfriend now? Xiaofeng felt his face burning as if it were on fire, and Su Ruoxue's fingers tightened unconsciously in his arms. Ruoxi, do you know each other? Su Ruoxue's voice carried a hint of coldness that Xiaofeng had never heard before. Lin Ruoxi bit her lip tightly. More than knowing each other, we are friends of life and death. Lin Ruoxi, stop making trouble, there are other people here. Xiaofeng suddenly interrupted her in a low voice. Lin Ruoxi was stunned, turned her head to look in the direction of Su Feifei, and instantly understood what Xiaofeng meant. Su Ruoxue looked displeased. She could feel that there was an unspeakable secret between Xiaofeng and Lin Ruoxi, which instantly aroused her possessiveness. Su Ruoxue directly pulled Xiaofeng away. Ruoxi, let's talk later. I'm going to entertain other people first. Then she whispered to Xiaofeng beside her and blamed him. You have so many acquaintances. How did I know it was such a coincidence? I don't want to encounter this situation. Xiaofeng wanted to cry but had no tears. Fortunately, Lin Ruoshi was smart and sensible. Lin Ruoshi stood there in a daze. She thought for a moment and then returned to Lin Haoyu. Lin Haoyu looked curious. Ruoshi, why did you take the initiative to strike up a conversation tonight? Don't you usually hate this kind of occasion? I saw someone I know. An acquaintance? Who? Lin Haoyu looked at Xiao Feng, who was wearing a mask, with confusion, and felt that this person looked a little familiar. Lin Ruoshi did not respond, but walked to the table and picked up a glass of red wine. A moment later, just as Xiao Feng and Su Ruoshue were greeting other distinguished guests, a clear voice sounded behind them. Cousin, who is this? Xiao Feng felt a chill on his back. It was Su Feifei. He subconsciously wanted to hide, but Su Ruoshue held his arm tightly. Feifei, this is my boyfriend Xiao Feng. Su Ruoshue said with a smile, then turned to Xiao Feng. Dear, this is my cousin Su Feifei. Xiao Feng turned around and looked at Su Feifei from above the mask. He could see the shock and the gradually growing anger in Su Feifei's eyes. Xiao Feng? Su Feifei said word by word, her voice cold. What a coincidence, my man's name is also Xiao Feng. The banquet hall fell silent again. Everyone's attention was focused on this wonderful show. Xiao Feng knew he couldn't hide it any longer, so he took off his mask. Feifei, this is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Su Feifei sneered. Okay, Xiao Feng, you're still working part-time. How much money did my cousin give you? You really know how to run a business. You can make money from both ends. Xiao Feng closed his eyes and took a deep breath. It's all over now. When he opened his eyes, he found Su Ruoshue holding his arm tightly and standing straight. Feifei, let's talk about any problem in private. Su Ruoshue's voice was calm and powerful. Tonight is my birthday. I don't want anything unpleasant to happen. Let's talk about it later. She turned to Xiao Feng with a complicated look in her eyes. As for Xiao Feng, we'll have a good talk later. Xiao Feng looked at Su Ruoshue in surprise, who remained calm in the face of danger, and suddenly felt that she was calmer than she appeared. At this moment, the atmosphere in the banquet hall was frozen to the extreme. Lin Haoyu saw Xiao Feng not far away and was surprised. This scumbag is not dead? He frowned and looked at his sister Lin Ruoshi. Could it be that she already knew about it? She didn't even tell him. Lin Ruoshi kept staring in the direction of Xiao Feng. She was very worried about Xiao Feng. With Su Feifei's personality, if she really fell out with him, it would embarrass everyone. She knew that if she went up now, things would become even more chaotic. She could only wait and see for the time being. Su's mother also noticed Xiao Feng at this time. She originally wanted to go up and humiliate him, but after careful consideration, she was afraid that going up would have a counterproductive effect, so she immediately suppressed the idea. Now it was just right for her daughter to see his true face, and it would be much easier to separate them in the future. Su Feifei became instantly furious when she saw Su Ruoshue hugging Xiao Feng's arm tightly. Let him go. Why? Let him go. Cousin, what bad habits did you learn abroad that you actually came back to steal your sister's man? Su Feifei, I don't care what your relationship with Xiao Feng was in the past, and I don't want to know about your past, but tonight, he must follow me. Su Ruoshue said firmly. Tonight is her birthday, and she will confront anyone who doesn't give her face, and her relatives are no exception. Xiao Feng, how much money did my cousin give you to pretend to be her boyfriend? Go back right now and I'll give you double the amount. Su Feifei, stop making trouble. After tonight, you can do whatever you want. Xiao Feng said helplessly. When Su Feifei heard what Xiao Feng said, her face turned pale and her eyes instantly turned red. Xiao Feng, do you really want to help her? Are you willing to give up your dignity for money? Su Ruoshue looked at Su Feifei's excitement. Although she felt a little guilty, her dignity as the protagonist of the banquet made her unwilling to compromise easily. She hugged Xiao Feng's arm tightly, raised her chin slightly, and said coldly, Feifei, have you had enough of making trouble? This is not the place for you to be willful and lose your temper. Xiao Feng is now feeling overwhelmed and in a dilemma. He did not expect something like this to happen. At this time, the guests around began to talk in low voices, and their pointing eyes were like thorns piercing several people. Su Feifei's best friend Tang Xiaoyan rushed over and tried to mediate. She held Su Feifei's hand and said softly, Feifei, calm down. Let's talk it over. There are so many people watching us. Su Feifei shook off her best friend's hand, becoming increasingly agitated. Leave me alone. Su Ruoxue, you know the relationship between Xiao Feng and I, you did this on purpose. Xiao Feng looked at the out-of-control situation in front of him, his heart full of helplessness and regret. If he had known that Su Ruoxue and Su Feifei had such a relationship, he would not have agreed to let Su Ruoxue pretend to be her boyfriend. He knew that he couldn't let the situation go on like this, so he took a deep breath and said loudly, "Stop arguing." Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on him, and the noise in the banquet hall stopped temporarily. Chapter 65 Destroy It, I'm tired. Su Feifei, it's all coincidence. Please stop making a fuss. As it's Ruoxue's birthday tonight, please calm down first. After the party, I will explain everything to you, okay? Xiao Feng explained. Ruoxue? You've only known each other for a few days, and you're already calling her by her name like this? Aren't you going to sleep with her after a while? Su Feifei's eyes began to turn red. Bang! The crisp sound of slapping echoed in the banquet hall, and everyone was shocked by this sudden change. Su Feifei covered her face and looked at Xiao Feng in disbelief, tears silently falling. Xiao Feng, you hit me? Her voice trembled. Xiao Feng's hand was still hanging in the air, his palm burning with pain. He didn't expect that he would lose control on the spot. Go away, I don't want to see you. Xiao Feng said with a hard heart, his voice trembling, which he himself did not even notice. Su Feifei's lips trembled, and tears fell like beads from a broken string. Good, very good. She turned suddenly, pushed through the crowd and rushed out. Feifei. Su Ruoxue subconsciously wanted to chase after him, but was pulled back by Xiao Feng. Let her calm down. Xiao Feng said in a low voice, looking at the direction where Su Feifei left with complicated eyes. Su Ruoxue shook off his hand, her eyes full of reproach. How could you hit her? Xiao Feng opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to explain. He couldn't say that the slap was to stop Su Feifei from saying more unpleasant words. The atmosphere in the banquet hall was frozen to the extreme. The guests were whispering, pointing, and looking at each other like countless sharp arrows shooting at Xiao Feng. He could feel the angry gaze of Su's mother, and he could also see the surprise flashing in Lin Ruoxi's eyes. Su Jinguo witnessed this farce in front of him. If they continued to do this, the Su family would lose face. After thinking for a moment, he made preparations to clear the scene. Everyone, I'm so sorry. Su Jinguo raised his voice, and his steady voice echoed in every corner of the banquet hall. Tonight's banquet ends here. Thank you all for coming. This was a euphemism for the guests to leave. The guests began to leave tactfully, but Xiao Feng knew that tomorrow the entire business community would be told about tonight's farce. The two sisters of the Su family were jealous of each other for a man, and this man actually slapped one of them in public. Before leaving, Zhao Mingyuan deliberately passed by Xiao Feng and said in a low voice, "Security is security, rude." There was a malicious gleam in his eyes. Wait for the lawyer's letter. Xiao Feng looked at him coldly and did not respond. Soon, only the core members of the Su family and Xiao Feng were left in the banquet hall. The air was so heavy that it was almost suffocating. Su Jinguo said in a deep voice, "Your name is Xiao Feng, right? Can you explain?" Xiao Feng took a deep breath. Director Su, Dad. Su Ruoxue suddenly interrupted him. This is not entirely Xiao Feng's fault. Feifei's words were too harsh. Ruoxue. Xinlan shouted, "You still want to protect this outsider? He beat your cousin in public." Su Ruoxue bit her lip and stood stubbornly beside Xiao Feng. Feifei provoked me first. Xiao Feng looked at Su Ruoxue in surprise. He didn't expect her to speak for him. He gently pulled her sleeve and said, "Ruoxue, you don't have to do this." Su Ruoxue turned back and whispered, "Don't talk." Su Jinguo looked at Xiao Feng, his eyes sharp as a knife. "Mr. Xiao, no matter what the reason, hitting someone is unacceptable. Especially hitting a woman." Xiao Feng lowered his head. "I know I was wrong, and I am willing to bear all the consequences." "Dad, Xiao Feng." Su Ruoxue was anxious. "Ruoxue, go back with your mother first." Su Jinguo's voice left no room for doubt. "I want to talk to Mr. Xiao alone." Su Ruoxue wanted to argue, but Xinlan had already stepped forward and grabbed her arm. "Listen to your father." Looking at Su Ruoxue's reluctant back, Xiao Feng felt mixed emotions. He turned to Su Jinguo and said, "Chairman Su, I caused the misunderstanding tonight. I am willing to accept any punishment. But please believe me, that slap was to prevent the situation from getting worse." Su Jinguo thought for a moment and asked, "What is your relationship with Feifei?" "Employment relationship." Xiao Feng said frankly. "Is it that simple?" Xiaofeng nodded, it's that simple. Su Jinghua thought thoughtfully, what about you and Ruoxue? We've met a few times, we're just friends. Xiaofeng smiled bitterly, she hired me as her boyfriend temporarily to fight against the marriage with the Zhao family. Su Jinghua's eyes flashed with surprise, then he regained his composure. Interesting, we've met a few times, why does she protect you so much? Xiaofeng shook his head, I don't understand either. Su Jinghua said meaningfully, I don't understand. Ruoxue has always been arrogant since she was a child. She has never lowered herself for any man, but tonight she made an exception for you. Xiaofeng shook his head, that's just because she doesn't want to embarrass herself in front of everyone. You don't know my daughter well enough. Su Jinghua drank the wine in the glass. Su Jinghua smiled bitterly, I didn't expect that Ruoxue would start wanting to fall in love. Xiaofeng was stunned, Director Su. Su Jinghua waved his hand, you don't have to explain. I can't interfere in young people's affairs. I only have one request, don't hurt my daughter's feelings. After that, Su Jinghua stepped forward, patted Xiaofeng on the shoulder, turned and left. Leave a harsh word before leaving. If you can't do it, I will make you live a life worse than death. Xiaofeng was still confused. What was going on? Xiaofeng walked out of the banquet hall reluctantly and found Su Ruoxue leaning against the wall in the corridor waiting for him. She had changed out of her evening gown and was wearing a simple white shirt and black trousers, but she was still stunningly beautiful. My dad didn't do anything to you, did he? Xiaofeng smiled bitterly, no, your father is quite open-minded. Su Ruoxue was puzzled, what did he say to you? I didn't say anything, just chatting about family matters. I'm really sorry for ruining your birthday party tonight. Xiaofeng said guiltily. Su Ruoxue blamed herself and said, alas, I am also responsible. I shouldn't have failed to explain the banquet situation clearly in advance. She suddenly looked up at Xiaofeng, I'm curious. What? Xiaofeng replied. What is your relationship with Su Feifei? Couple. You lied to me. I can see the clues from your eyes. You're so awesome? Yes, women's sixth sense is very accurate. Let me put it this way. I'm just a wage earner. Because of this slap tonight, I might lose my job. Oh? What about Lin Ruoxi? Friends of life and death. Well, I don't know you very well yet. But I will get to know you slowly. Well, I'm leaving first. Xiaofeng ignored Su Ruoxue. He was not in the mood to talk anymore. With that slap, he lost 8 million and was left homeless. He had to find a place to rest. Su Ruoxue looked at Xiaofeng's departing back and fell into deep thought. Chapter 66 You are unkind and I am unjust. When Xiaofeng walked out of the hotel, he saw Lin Ruoxi waiting for him not far away. Xiaofeng came to Lin Ruoxi, why, aren't you going back yet? Where are you going tonight? Lin Ruoxi knew that Xiaofeng was homeless tonight. I don't know where to go, so let's just find a place to live. Su Feifei can't go back anyway. Xiaofeng shrugged. Seeing Xiaofeng about to turn around and leave, Lin Ruoxi anxiously grabbed his arm with a shy look on her face. Can you come to my place tonight? When Xiaofeng heard this, his first reaction was to decline politely. But when he turned around and met Lin Ruoxi's watery, pleading eyes, he couldn't utter the words of refusal. As soon as the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. Lin Ruoxi seemed to sense that Xiaofeng's attitude had softened, and quickly added, I'll only disturb you for one night, really. Xiaofeng thought for a moment and said, well, let's just stay here for one night. I'll look for a place tomorrow. Lin Ruoxi nodded happily. Afterwards, Lin Ruoxi took Xiaofeng and drove all the way towards the south of Kyoto. Soon, they arrived at a high-end residential area, Yuxianfu. The area was shaded by green trees, with a quiet environment and complete security facilities, showing high-end in privacy. After parking the car steadily, they walked into the elevator side by side and pressed the button for the 20th floor. The elevator door slowly opened. Lin Ruoxi walked to the door and skillfully entered her fingerprint on the fingerprint lock. With a click, the door opened. Xiaofeng stepped into the house and was instantly shocked by the scene in front of him. The house was a spacious and imposing 500 square meters of flat floor, with luxurious yet stylish decoration style, and every detail showed the owner's taste. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the vast sea view came into view without any obstruction. Xiaofeng was full of amazement, and he praised sincerely, this house is amazing. Lin Ruoxi, do you live here alone? Lin Ruoshi gently lifted the hair beside her ear and said casually, "Yes, this property was jointly developed by our Lin family and the Su family. This is just one of my houses." Xiao Feng asked curiously, "How much does this set cost?" 30 million. Lin Ruoshi took out a bottle of vintage Lafite from the wine cabinet. Xiao Feng heard this and took a deep breath. It's great to have money. Lin Ruoshi curled her lips. Money is just external things, you can't take it with you when you die. Health is the most important thing. Xiao Feng laughed. The most painful thing in this world is that you have no money but only a person. You're such a talker. No way, that's just how it is. You rich people can't understand the hardships we have to endure living at the bottom of society. Lin Ruoshi poured the red wine into the crystal goblet. The dark red liquid glowed attractively under the light. She walked to Xiao Feng and handed him the wineglass. Try this 1982 Lafite. Xiao Feng took the wineglass, and his fingertips accidentally touched her cold fingertips. He took a sip, and the mellow aroma of the wine immediately spread in his mouth. Good wine. He admired sincerely, but his eyes unconsciously fell on Lin Ruoshi's lips moistened by wine. By the way, if you treat Su Feifei like this, does the contract between you still count? Lin Ruoshi gently shook the red wineglass in her hand. Oh, I don't know either. I was too excited just now. I can only take one step at a time. At worst, I'll have worked for 2 years in vain. Xiao Feng began to regret his behavior at the banquet just now. He slapped Su Feifei. With her personality, she would definitely not let him go easily. It's okay. No matter how she troubles you, you still have me. I will always support you behind your back. Lin Ruoshi smiled and put the red wineglass on the table. Then she walked into the room and took out a set of pajamas. I'm going to take a shower first. Okay, go ahead. Xiao Feng fell into deep thought. He didn't know what his relationship with Su Feifei would be like in the future. On the other side, Tang Xiaoyan slowly drove the luxury car into the courtyard of the villa and parked it steadily. Along the way, she looked at Su Feifei, whose eyes were swollen from crying, and her mother, who looked worried, in the rearview mirror from time to time. We're here, Auntie Feifei. Tang Xiaoyan said softly, her voice full of concern. She got out of the car first, walked around to the back seat, gently opened the door, helped Su's mother get out of the car, and extended her hand to Su Feifei. Su Feifei, supported by Tang Xiaoyan, walked into the villa with a shaky step. The villa was silent, which matched their heavy mood at the moment. Su's mother walked straight to the sofa in the living room, sat down, covered her face with her hands, and let out a suppressed sigh. Su Feifei stood in the middle of the living room, her eyes empty and tears flowing uncontrollably. Tang Xiaoyan walked over to her, hugged her gently, patted her on the back and comforted her. Feifei, don't cry anymore. Xiao Feng is a bastard and doesn't deserve you to do this. Xiaoyan, what should I do? Xiao Feng actually hit me. Su Feifei choked, her voice full of helplessness. Before Tang Xiaoyan could answer, Su's mother suddenly raised her head and said viciously, Feifei, we can't just let it go. Xiao Feng is such a scumbag. He is always thinking about the big pot while eating from the bowl. Su Feifei and Tang Xiaoyan both looked at Su's mother. Su's mother took a deep breath and said slowly, Feifei, now you see clearly what he really is. You didn't listen to what I said before. Mom didn't want you to get hurt. Now it seems that only when you have experienced it yourself can you learn from the pain. Some people just push it further. Su's mother was secretly delighted. She didn't have to think too much. As the two of them lived together for a long time, they would start to have conflicts. She took this opportunity to make that brat Xiao Feng disappear completely from her daughter's life. Mom! Su Feifei felt even more aggrieved when she heard her mother say this. We must fight back. Su's mother's eyes flashed with determination. We can't let him think that we are easy to bully. Tang Xiaoyan listened and nodded. Auntie is right, Feifei, you are just too easy to talk to. We have to think of a way to deal with this pretty boy. Su Feifei bit her lip and said, okay, I'll listen to you. I can't be so weak anymore. Su Feifei didn't know whether her decision was right or wrong. Xiao Feng was wrong to hit her in front of so many people. She had never suffered such a big injustice since she was a child. Why did he treat her like this? She had to teach Xiao Feng a lesson. Tang Xiaoyan said with a sinister look in her eyes, Feifei, since he is unkind, you are unjust. Su Feifei was shocked when she saw that Tang Xiaoyan's whole demeanor had changed. She had never seen her best friend like this before. Tang Xiaoyan noticed that Su Feifei was still looking at her, and immediately returned to normal, saying with a smile on her face, "Feifei, if you want to take revenge on Xiao Feng, we can start with his friends." "Then what?" Su Feifei was listening carefully to Tang Xiaoyan's advice. "Then, we cut off his source of income and used our connections to freeze all his bank cards so that he couldn't withdraw a single cent." Tang Xiaoyan had some experience in dealing with these pretty boys. After all, she did this all the time. Chapter 67: Lin Ruoxi's Temptation. This is not good. Won't this force him into a desperate situation? Su Feifei still felt a little reluctant. Tang Xiaoyan continued to add insult to injury. "Feifei, why are you becoming more and more soft-hearted now? Only by forcing him into a desperate situation will he crawl to you and beg for your forgiveness." Although I felt that it was a little inappropriate, what Tang Xiaoyan said did make sense. Su Feifei thought about it carefully, bit her lower lip, and made a decision. On the one hand, she felt that Tang Xiaoyan's idea could indeed teach Xiao Feng a lesson and make him pay the price for what he did today. On the other hand, she felt that this was too much. After all, they had had a good time before. But driven by her pride and anger, she finally nodded. Just like that, with Su Feifei's consent, Tang Xiaoyan and Su's mother planned a revenge against Xiao Feng. There was a sound of dripping water coming from the bathroom, and a hazy mist was floating on the frosted glass. Xiao Feng stood in front of the French window. The red wine in his hand was almost empty, but he was unaware. The lights of the cruise ship on the sea were reflected in the water, and were broken into dots of golden light by the waves. Lin Ruoxi's phone on the sofa suddenly vibrated. Xiao Feng walked over and took a look. The screen showed an incoming call from Lin Haoyu. He ignored it and put the red wine glass on the coffee table. "Why don't you answer the phone?" Lin Ruoxi came out wiping her wet hair. The curves faintly visible under her silk nightgown made Xiao Feng look away unnaturally. "If your brother calls, I'll just get scolded if I answer the phone." "A call from my brother? I'd better not answer it. He'll start nagging for a long time soon." Lin Ruoxi took a look at the phone and threw it aside. Lin Ruoxi tilted her head slightly, with a cunning light flashing in her eyes. She slowly approached Xiao Feng, and her silk nightgown slipped down a little due to her movement, revealing her white shoulders, with a hint of subtle temptation. "Xiao Feng, I like you. From the first time you saved me, you have been indelible in my heart." Lin Ruoxi's voice was soft and gentle. Xiao Feng's heart suddenly tightened, and his eyes were unconsciously attracted by Lin Ruoxi's sexy red lips and clear eyes. He tried to calm himself down, and just as he was about to respond, Lin Ruoxi spoke again. "Tell me, am I more special than all the girls you have ever met?" Lin Ruoxi gently stood on tiptoe, and her slender fingers playfully drew circles on Xiao Feng's chest. The feather-soft touch made Xiao Feng's body tense instantly. "Of course you are special, Lin Ruoxi, you are the most special girl I have ever met." Xiao Feng's voice was a little hoarse, his eyes were fixed on Lin Ruoxi, as if he wanted to engrave her every look and every movement in his heart. Lin Ruoxi raised her head slightly, smiled at Xiao Feng's flustered expression, and felt an inexplicable joy in her heart. She leaned close to Xiao Feng, her breath brushing against his ear. "Tonight, you can do anything to me." Xiao Feng only felt a burst of heat in his ears. He subconsciously reached out and gently grasped Lin Ruoxi's slender wrist, wanting to stop her heart-pounding teasing, but he was reluctant to let go of the warm touch. "Lin Ruoxi, don't be like this." He tried to make his voice sound calmer. Lin Ruoxi refused to give in. She fell into Xiao Feng's arms, raised her head and blushed to her ears. She closed her eyes gently, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, as if waiting for something. Xiao Feng only felt that his breathing became rapid. He struggled and hesitated for a while, but finally held it back. He gently pushed Lin Ruoxi away. "Lin Ruoxi, we still need some time to buffer." Lin Ruoxi was stunned, stopped the next action, and smiled slightly. "I was right about you, Xiao Feng, you won't take advantage of others in distress." Lin Ruoxi then turned around, her eyes dim and her face lost. Xiao Feng breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Ruoxi continued like this, he would accidentally fire his gun. Xiao Feng noticed her expression change, feeling a little sorry, and then pulled her to the French window and pointed at the sea in the distance. "Lin Ruoxi, look at how beautiful the sea view is. We still have a lot of things to deal with. Once we have sorted out all these troubles, maybe then we can." "Yeah, I know. I'm willing to wait." Lin Ruoxi leaned her head lightly on his shoulder, gazing at the sea in the distance. "By the way, how's your cousin doing?" Xiao Feng changed the subject. "She is a little uncertain. She feels that my cousin is very afraid of my second uncle." If she is not absolutely sure, she will not come out to identify him. But she said that as long as we can deal with the people around my second uncle, she is willing to stand up. Then you should test and persuade them one by one. After all, there are too many people involved in this document, and some of them were forced to participate. If you check all of them, your company will be completely paralyzed. The most headache now is that my second uncle and these senior executives hold a portion of the Lin Group's shares. If we handle it too high profile, the Lin Group's shares will plummet. I'm afraid it will cause panic and lead to a collective sell-off by shareholders. Lin Ruoshi sighed. Things are more complicated than she thought. We can only take it step by step. Now they have the upper hand over you, and they won't dare to do anything. Also, don't get angry with your uncle unless you are absolutely sure. Yeah, I understand this. Before you bring down your second uncle, don't let Scar show up for the time being. This will also protect his current situation. Xiaofeng reminded. I have arranged for Scar to move to another residence. It won't be easy for second uncle and his people to find him. That's best. I'm going to take a shower. I'm all stinky and sweaty. Wait, I'll get you some clothes. Lin Ruoshi said gently. Good. Lin Ruoshi went into the house and took out a set of casual clothes and threw it to Xiaofeng. She had prepared men's clothes like this a long time ago because she knew that Xiaofeng would come to her place one day. These clothes were all prepared according to his size, but she didn't expect it to arrive so soon. Xiaofeng didn't think too much about it. He took the clothes and went straight into the bathroom. Not long after, Xiaofeng walked out of the bathroom, wiping his head with a towel. He was wearing the clothes Lin Ruoshi had given him, a light blue casual top that fit him quite well. He walked up to Lin Ruoshi and teased, Did you prepare this dress specially for me? Lin Ruoshi blushed and denied it. No, don't I have a brother? Oh, really? I see your brother has never been to your place. Xiaofeng chuckled. Lin Ruoshi felt so embarrassed. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Xiaofeng smiled. Lin Ruoshi also had a cute side. To avoid embarrassment, he picked up the remote control and turned on the TV. I'm tired. I'm going to rest first. Lin Ruoshi yawned and walked slowly towards the bedroom. Chapter 68 All bank cards are frozen. Xiaofeng looked at her slightly lazy back, and a ripple appeared in his heart. He said softly, Good night, Lin Ruoshi, sleep well. Lin Ruoshi turned around and smiled at him. That smile was particularly charming. Then she went into the bedroom and closed the door. Xiaofeng sat on the sofa in the living room, watching the screen on TV, but his thoughts drifted away. He thought of Su Feifei and all the things that happened in the past, and he felt bad. He could only take one step at a time and put Su Feifei's matter aside for the time being. The most important thing now is to solve Lin Ruoshi's troubles. Toppling her second uncle requires careful planning, and every step cannot go wrong. That night, Xiaofeng lay on the sofa and did not fall asleep immediately. He repeatedly thought about the next plan. The complicated disputes within the Lin Group and the people and things hidden in the dark made him frown. It would be difficult for Lin Ruoshi to handle it alone. Lin Ruoshi in the bedroom was not asleep. She lay quietly on the bed, with Xiaofeng's smile and his gentle tone constantly appearing in her mind. She found that she had gradually fallen in love with Xiaofeng. The next morning, sunlight shone into the room through the gaps in the curtains, waking them up. Lin Ruoshi got up first, and after a simple wash, she prepared a hearty breakfast for Xiaofeng. When Xiaofeng came over, he saw the delicious breakfast on the table and couldn't help showing a hint of surprise. Can you cook? Lin Ruoshi raised her head proudly. Of course, I won't lose to you. This is the first time I've eaten breakfast made by a woman. Xiaofeng smiled and sat down. As long as you are willing to be with me, I will make delicious food for you every day. Lin Ruoshi smiled sweetly. He. Xiaofeng smiled awkwardly and took a mouthful of the porridge that Lin Ruoshi served him. It tastes good, not just for show. Of course. I learned to cook by myself when I was very young. My mother was not available at that time, so I had to rely on myself. I'm so sorry for reminding you of Mom again. Xiaofeng scratched his head and said apologetically. It's okay. Since my mother passed away, I have rarely felt the warmth of the world. Until you appeared, I felt that life began to have meaning. Lin Ruoshi, you can't rely on just one person for your life. Everyone lives for themselves, and so do you. I hope you can understand that it's not others who can make you happy, but yourself. Yeah, I understand. So, I am cherishing every day of my life. Okay, after eating, I'm going to find a place to stay. Actually, you don't have to look for a place, can't you just live here? Lin Ruoshi blinked at Xiaofeng. Thank you for your hospitality last night. How can I, a grown man with hands and feet, live under someone else's control? Xiaofeng's words dimmed the light in Lin Ruoshi's eyes for a moment, but she soon smiled again. Well, if you encounter any difficulties, you must tell me. After Xiaofeng finished his breakfast, he said goodbye to Lin Ruoshi and stepped into the bustling street. Xiaofeng's phone kept ringing. It was Su Ruoshue calling. He didn't answer the phone and pressed the mute button. He didn't want to get involved in the Su family's mess anymore. But what surprised him was that Su Feifei didn't call him at all. It was a bit unexpected. Did she just let it go? Xiaofeng walked onto the street and happened to pass by a 5-star hotel, Solid International Hotel. He paused at the door. I have never enjoyed myself in my life. Anyway, I have Su Ruoshue's 20,000 yuan, so why not go in and stay for a few days? After Xiaofeng made up his mind, he walked into the magnificent hotel lobby. Xiaofeng asked the front desk and learned that the price of a deluxe single room was 2,500 per night. He took a deep breath and made up his mind, come for 2 nights. Sir, I'll check you in. Please choose your payment method. He took out a bank card and threw it in front of the front desk, swiped the card. The front desk took the card and scanned it through the card machine. Sir, your card is abnormal and cannot be used for payment. What? How is that possible? Xiaofeng clearly remembered that he was using it yesterday, but it can't be used today? An ominous premonition rushed to his head. Xiaofeng smiled awkwardly and found an excuse to leave the hotel. He went to a nearby ATM and tried every card, but all the bank cards were abnormal. Su Feifei. It must be her doing. Xiaofeng immediately took out his cell phone and was about to call Su Feifei, his fingers hovering in the air, then he thought about it and stopped. Su Feifei must be taking revenge on me, trying to make me surrender and go home to beg for her forgiveness. Xiaofeng thought about it and realized that the more she pushed him, the more he would not accept it. Humph, without you, Su Feifei, it seems like I don't need to live anymore. I still have good brothers. Xiaofeng immediately called Huang Wei. Hello, is this Huang Wei? Hey, you lunatic, why are you calling me so proactively? Do you have any way to make money? Ha, you think too much. Hey, what are we? Brothers. You're not willing to help me with the chance to make a fortune? Borrow some money. Hello, why is there no signal all of a sudden? Beep. Xiaofeng's face turned black. Damn it, Huang Wei is such a bastard. He hung up the phone as soon as I mentioned borrowing money. Xiaofeng searched his trouser pockets and found only a crumpled 50 yuan note. I should have known not to deposit all the money into the bank card. Do I have to sleep under the bridge tonight? Going back to Lin Ruoshi's house is impossible. I can't pretend to be so arrogant last night and then get slapped in the face today. That would be so embarrassing. Xiaofeng hesitated for a moment. After a while, I came to a nearby bridge tunnel and took a look. The bottom of the bridge tunnel was full of beds. When he saw an empty space, he was immediately hit from behind. I saw this first. A homeless man hurried over with a mat and occupied the empty space. Fuck, is the competition so fierce? Xiaofeng was speechless for a moment. Xiaofeng was shocked when he saw 2 floating corpses floating in the water. Then the floating corpses swam a bit. Xiaofeng was almost scared. It turned out that it was a homeless person swimming here. Xiaofeng stood under the bridge, looking at every inch of space occupied by homeless people, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. $50 is not enough to stay in even the cheapest hotel in this city. He touched the phone in his pocket and found that there were more than 20 missed calls from Su Ruoshue. It's like a tiger in dire straits being bullied by a dog. Xiaofeng shook his head in self-mockery, turned around and left the bridge tunnel. Looks like I have to sleep on the street tonight. Xiaofeng muttered to himself as he walked on the street. I looked at the 50 yuan in my hand. At least I could fill my meal with it and get through the night. When it was time for dinner, Xiaofeng found a fast food restaurant on the street and ordered some pork trotter rice, which he had for a quick meal. Chapter 69, Living on the Streets and Sleeping in the Park. As night fell, the neon lights of the city began to flicker. Xiaofeng wandered aimlessly on the street and finally sat down on a bench in a park. The night wind in early autumn was a little chilly. He tightened his thin shirt and for the first time felt what it meant to be unable to make a hero fall for a penny. "Young man, is this seat occupied?" A hoarse voice suddenly sounded. Xiao Feng looked up and saw an old man in plain but neat clothes standing in front of him, holding a plastic bag in his hand. The old man was about 60 years old, with gray hair, but his eyes were bright. "No one's here, please take a seat." Xiao Feng moved to the side. After the old man sat down, he took out 2 steaming buns from a plastic bag and said, "Have you eaten?" "I bought too many." "I'll give you one." Xiao Feng's stomach growled. He hesitated for a moment, but still took the bun. "Thank you." "How come young people have fallen to the point of sleeping in the park?" The old man took a bite of his bun and spoke in a casual tone as if he was chatting about the weather. Xiao Feng smiled bitterly. "It's a long story. I have plenty of time." The old man smiled. "Just think of it as listening to a story." Perhaps it was because no one had listened for too long, or perhaps it was because the old man had a reassuring aura. Xiao Feng actually recounted his experiences in brief, of course, concealing their true identities. After listening to this, the old man nodded thoughtfully. "So now you have no money and no place to live, and you don't want to ask Miss Lin for help?" "It's not that I don't want to." Xiao Feng sighed. "I just think it's too pathetic for a grown man to always rely on a woman for help." "Ha ha." The old man suddenly laughed. "Young man, can you eat with face? The real success is to be able to bend and stretch, and know when to accept help. I think Miss Lin really wants to help you. You refuse like this, but hurt her heart." Xiao Feng was stunned. This old man wanted to make him live off of his wealth. He had never thought about this problem before. The old man took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Feng. "I was as stubborn as you when I was young. Take this business card and call the number on it if you need help." Xiao Feng took the business card, which only had a name, Zhao Shanyun, and a phone number printed on it, without any company or position information. "Old man Zhao, what are you doing? Don't think too much. I just think you are a young man with backbone." Zhao Shanyun stood up and said, "Remember, accepting help is not weakness, and refusing the help you should accept is stupidity." After the old man left, Xiao Feng stared at the business card for a long time, finally crumpled it into a ball and flicked it with his fingers. "Old man, I'm sorry, I don't need you to teach me how to do things." He lay on the bench, looking at the starry sky, and at that moment all his worries seemed to disappear. The next morning, Xiao Feng was awakened by a rapid ringing of his cell phone. He answered the phone in a daze, and heard Lin Ruoshi's anxious voice in the receiver. "Xiao Feng. Where are you? I've been looking for you all night." Xiao Feng was speechless for a moment. "Stop talking, send me the location, I'll be there right away." Half an hour later, Lin Ruoshi drove a red sports car and stopped at the entrance of the park. When she got out of the car, Xiao Feng saw that she had obvious dark circles under her eyes, and it was obvious that she had not slept all night. "Why are you?" Lin Ruoshi choked up when she saw Xiao Feng's miserable appearance. "Why would you rather sleep in the park than come back?" Xiao Feng laughed. "It was really cool last night. I haven't been so relaxed for a long time." "Stop talking." Lin Ruoshi interrupted him and took out a paper bag from the car. "Change your clothes first, and then come home with me." Inside the paper bag was a brand new set of casual clothes, even underwear and socks. Xiao Feng felt warm in his heart, and silently took the paper bag and found a place where no one was. After changing his clothes, Xiao Feng got into the sports car. Lin Ruoshi immediately handed him a thermos box. "Eat it while it's hot." The insulated box contained carefully prepared steamed dumplings, buns, and hot milk. Xiao Feng ate them ravenously, and then he realized how hungry he was. "Eat slowly." Lin Ruoshi's voice softened. "Xiao Feng, I want to discuss something with you." "What's up?" "I need a bodyguard and assistant." Lin Ruoshi looked straight ahead and said seriously, "The job is to protect my safety and help me handle some company affairs. Food and accommodation are provided, and the monthly salary is 20,000. What do you think?" Xiao Feng stopped chewing. He knew that Lin Ruoshi was giving him a way out, which would not hurt his self-esteem and would solve his dilemma. "Lin Ruoshi, thank you. You know I'm your creditor. I don't even care about that little bit of money, but I can guarantee your safety." "You're still so stubborn." Lin Ruoshi really couldn't convince him. Seeing Lin Ruoshi's nervous expression, Xiao Feng remembered what the old man said last night, and his heart softened. "Do you have any cash on you?" Yes. Lin Ruoshi was stunned and quickly took out a wad of cash from her bag. Xiao Feng took it and counted it. "It's exactly 10,000, enough for me to use for a while." From now on, you still owe me 4.99 million. Take me to the city center. Lin Ruoshi wanted to say something but stopped herself. She did not force it any further because she knew Xiaofeng was used to freedom. Lin Ruoshi shook her head helplessly. Okay, but you have to promise me that you will notify me immediately if you have any difficulties. Aha! After arriving at the city center, Xiaofeng got out of the car, closed the door, and waved to Lin Ruoshi who was in the car. Lin Ruoshi stared at Xiaofeng's departing back in the car, lost in thought. After a while, she adjusted her mood and without time to feel sad, she immediately turned around and drove back to the company, as there were still many things waiting for her to deal with. Xiaofeng went to the ATM in the city center and sent 5,000 of the money to his sister. He used the remaining 5,000 to book a room in a nearby hotel for 2 days. After opening it, Xiaofeng went back to his room and took a shower immediately. After he came out, he fell straight into bed and fell asleep. I don't know how long it had been. Xiaofeng was half asleep and heard the phone ringing. He reached out from the pillow and took out his phone. Hello, who is this? Xiaofeng. You bastard, you finally answered the phone. I've been calling you for 2 days, why didn't you answer? Su Ruoshua's intermittent voice came from the other side. Xiaofeng shuddered and sat up. Su Ruoshua, are you drinking? Yes, yeah, you ignore me, why don't you ignore me? Su Ruoshua, I have fulfilled the agreement between us. Because of you, Su Feifei and I broke up. Now I don't want to get involved in your Su family's affairs. You can take care of yourself. I want to see you, I feel dizzy. Beep. Su Ruoshua hung up the phone for unknown reasons. Xiaofeng shook his head helplessly and sighed. I don't know where she got drunk and went crazy. Forget it, I don't want to pay attention to her. Xiaofeng continued to lie in bed, tossing and turning, but couldn't fall asleep. Damn, it's really worrying. Xiaofeng immediately got up and washed up quickly. He planned to go to Su Ruoshua's tavern to have a look. After all, he was drunk. What if he encountered any accidents? Chapter 70. See you again. After a while, Xiaofeng arrived at the dream-fulfilling tavern. When he got closer, he saw Su Ruoshua lying on the bar with a half-drunk bottle of Zhuai Shangmeng Si. She was wearing a black off-shoulder dress and kept yelling at the bartender to continue mixing her drinks. The bartender at the side tried to persuade her and stop her from drinking anymore. Xiaofeng walked over, snatched the wine glass from her hand and poured it out. Su Ruoshua raised her head with drunken eyes. When she saw the person in front of her clearly, she suddenly giggled. Huh? Am I hallucinating? She reached out to pinch Xiaofeng's face, but ended up sliding off the high chair. Xiaofeng quickly grabbed her waist, and Su Ruoshua hung on him. Xiaofeng. She leaned close to his ear and breathed on his neck with the smell of alcohol. Do you know, you've drunk too much. Xiaofeng frowned and turned to ask the bartender, how long has she been drinking? The boss lady has been here since 4 p.m. and has been drinking till now. The bartender said helplessly, I couldn't stop her. She said she was waiting for someone. Xiaofeng sighed. I don't want you to care about me. Su Ruoshua suddenly struggled, don't you want to ignore me? As she struggled, one strap of her skirt slipped down, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. Xiaofeng quickly took off his coat, wrapped her in it, and then carried her horizontally. Ah! Su Ruoshua screamed and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. What are you doing? Put me down. Shut up. Xiaofeng whispered, if you make any more noise, I'll throw you out on the street. This sentence seemed to work. Su Ruoshua calmed down and buried her face in his chest. Xiaofeng carried her out of the tavern, and the night wind blew, and the person in his arms trembled slightly. Cold, she muttered softly. Xiaofeng stopped and lifted her up so that the coat could wrap around her better. You know it's cold, but why are you wearing so little? Su Ruoshua didn't answer, but just shrank into his arms. Walked for a while. She suddenly raised her head, her face changed, and she covered her mouth. When Xiaofeng saw that something was wrong, he quickly put her down and helped her to the side of the road. Su Ruoshua bent over and vomited. After she finished vomiting, Xiaofeng took out a tissue from his pocket and handed it to her. Su Ruoshua took the tissue, wiped her mouth, raised her head, and looked straight at Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng. I find that I like you a little bit. Xiaofeng's heart trembled suddenly. Looking at Su Ruoshua's eyes full of drunkenness but extremely serious, he didn't know how to respond for a moment. He was silent for a moment, and whispered, You are drunk, don't talk nonsense, where is your home? I'm not drunk. After saying that, Su Ruoshua's eyes turned dark and her body tilted. Xiao Feng immediately went over to support her. "You're obviously drunk, why are you still pretending?" Xiao Feng had no choice but to stop a taxi on the side of the road and tell the taxi the address of his hotel. In the car, Su Ruoshua leaned on his shoulder and seemed to have fallen asleep. The light from the street lamp shone through the car window, casting a flickering shadow on her face. Xiao Feng lowered his head to look at her slightly furrowed brows, and recalled the first time they met. She looked so heroic and dashing, and she was completely different from now. Arriving at the hotel entrance, Xiao Feng paid the fare and gently patted her face. "Wake up, we're here." Su Ruoshua opened her eyes dazedly, and seeing Xiao Feng standing close to her, she suddenly reached out and held his face. Why, are you hiding from me?" Her fingertips were cold, with a faint scent of wine. Xiao Feng pulled her hand away. "You are drunk." "I'm not drunk." Su Ruoshua suddenly became excited. "I know, you are angry with me, because I used you." After saying that, she fell on Xiao Feng again. "Go up first, and talk later." Xiao Feng shook his head helplessly and helped her into the elevator. Su Ruoshua leaned on him. After helping her to the door of the room with difficulty, Xiao Feng took out the room card and swiped it to open the door. "I finally inserted the room card and turned on the lights in the room." Xiao Feng helped her stagger towards the bed, but she accidentally tripped over the carpet. As a result, they both fell to the ground. Su Ruoshua is on top and Xiao Feng is on the bottom. She fell into his arms, her short hair brushing his face, making him feel itchy. The two were so close that they could feel each other's breath. "Xiao Feng, I." Su Ruoshua muttered to herself while lying on Xiao Feng's chest. Xiao Feng's heart beat faster, and Su Ruoshua's weak body pressed down on him, making him unable to move. Xiao Feng adjusted himself, turned her aside, got up, carried Su Ruoshua to the bed, then took off her shoes, covered her with a quilt, and prepared to leave. Su Ruoshua subconsciously grabbed his hand and said incoherently, "Xiao Feng, you don't leave." "I won't leave, just sleep peacefully." He sat down beside the bed. Xiao Feng thought about the first day he met Su Ruoshua, and she took care of him for the whole night. Drunk Su Ruoshua seemed to hear what he said. She loosened her grip on his hand and fell asleep. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Su Ruoshua woke up and found that Xiao Feng had left. Her head was splitting. Thinking of the drunken scene last night, her face turned red. Thinking of her loss of composure last night, she wondered how she could be like this. She picked up the phone and was about to call Xiao Feng, but her fingers paused in the air. She thought that Xiao Feng had taken care of her all night last night and must be very tired. He definitely needed a rest, and she had indeed disturbed him during this period of time. Her current way of doing things is not in line with her personality. She has always longed for freedom and doesn't like being bound. Su Ruoshua thought for a moment and decided not to disturb Xiao Feng for the time being. She decided to suspend the business of the tavern and go out to travel around the beautiful motherland to adjust her mood. She would have the chance to meet him again in the future. Su Ruoshua returned to the pub and explained work matters to the staff. She decided to suspend business temporarily, allowing them to take paid leave and resume business when she returned. After going home to pack her things, she rode her Ducati to the end of the city, stopped, took off her helmet, looked back at the skyscrapers of Kyoto, and waved her hand casually. "Goodbye, Kyoto." "Goodbye, Xiao Feng." He put on a helmet, started the motorcycle, and instantly sped up to 200 km/h along the road, leaving only a shadow that disappeared on the road. Su Feifei was restless in the office. She thought that after freezing all of Xiao Feng's bank cards, Xiao Feng would come back and beg for her forgiveness. But there hasn't been even a phone call in the past 2 days, and Su's mother even wanted to instigate her to sue Xiao Feng and then completely cut off ties with Xiao Feng. But Su Feifei eventually rejected her mother's suggestion. After all, she just wanted to teach Xiao Feng a lesson and didn't want to make such a big fuss. Su Feifei began to panic. In fact, after she calmed down in the past 2 days, her anger had almost dissipated. She thought, did I push him too hard and make him not want to come back? Su Feifei didn't want to call Xiao Feng on her own initiative. Chapter 71, Gym Encounter. Seeing a pile of documents on the table in front of me, I lost all mood. Su Feifei stared blankly at the pile of documents, her eyes empty and her thoughts drifting away. The humming sound of the air conditioner in the office was particularly annoying at the moment. She tugged at her collar irritably, trying to relieve the stuffiness in her chest. At this moment, the phone screen suddenly lit up, and it was a call from her best friend Tang Xiaoyan. Su Feifei wanted to hang up, but after hesitating for a moment, she picked up the phone. Fei Fei, what's wrong with you these days? You don't reply to messages or answer calls. Are you missing? Tang Xiaoyan's chattering voice came from the phone. Su Feifei smiled bitterly and said, I'm so fed up with that guy Xiaofeng. I froze his bank card, but he didn't react at all. Tang Xiaoyan comforted him, it's only been a few days. Why are you in such a hurry? Don't take the initiative to contact him. When he runs out of money, he will come to you. Xiaoyan, I regret it now and want to contact him actively. What do you think I should do? Su Feifei's voice was full of helplessness. Su Feifei, you have finally made up your mind, don't give up. We must take the initiative in our hands. Su Feifei held the phone tightly, bit her lower lip, and said in a tangled manner, but I'm really worried about him. What if something happens to him outside and he has no money? Tang Xiaoyan interrupted her, what could possibly happen? He's a grown man and can't he take care of himself? If you contact him now, it would mean you admit defeat. Listen to me and wait a little longer. Su Feifei sighed helplessly, okay, then I'll bear with it. By the way, Xiaoyan, what are you busy with recently? Tang Xiaoyan became interested, let me tell you, I recently found a great gym. The coaches there are handsome and professional. Why don't you also apply for a membership card? We can go to the gym together and relax at the same time. How can I have the mood to work out? I'm already busy with work, and now I'm upset about Xiao Feng's matter. Su Feifei rubbed her temples and looked at the mountain of documents in front of her. She felt her head hurt even more. No matter how busy you are at work, you have to take care of your health. And you are so anxious now, maybe some exercise will make you feel better. Just think of it as accompanying me, okay? Tang Xiaoyan said coquettishly. Su Feifei hesitated for a moment, thinking that it would be good to go out and relax, so she agreed, okay, let's go and have a look after get off work. After hanging up the phone, Su Feifei forced herself to concentrate and started to deal with the documents on the desk. But after reading a few lines, her thoughts drifted to Xiaofeng again. She wondered where he was and how he was doing. After finishing her work, Su Feifei came to the agreed gym. Tang Xiaoyan had been waiting at the door for a long time. As soon as she saw her, she pulled Su Feifei inside and said, hurry up, come on, let's see if there's any handsome guy with 8-pack abs inside. Tang Xiaoyan was looking around for a handsome guy. At this moment, Su Feifei caught a glimpse of a familiar figure lifting a 1-kilogram dumbbell from the corner of her eye. Isn't this Xiao Feng's friend? Huang Wei was depressed. He heard from others that this gym was the place where most rich women hang out. He had been there for half a month, lifting dumbbells every day. All the women who came there were those who wanted to get something for free. He thought to himself, how long will it take for a rich woman to come and cling to me? Tang Xiaoyan followed Su Feifei's gaze. Is it a handsome guy? Feifei, you have a sharp eye. At this time, Huang Wei was dressed like a pretty boy, with a Korean hairstyle and a white vest. His muscles were slightly bulging, which was just right. Su Feifei said awkwardly, this is Xiao Feng's friend. What? Really? The law is vast and long, and nothing can escape it. I was just planning to target his friends. And I happen to like this thin dog. Feifei, please don't snatch it from me. Tang Xiaoyan looked excited. Who's going to snatch it from you? Just enjoy it slowly. Su Feifei shook her head helplessly. Huang Wei was immersed in his own depressed thoughts and did not notice the gazes of Su Feifei and Tang Xiaoyan at all. Suddenly, Tang Xiaoyan broke free from Su Feifei's hand and walked quickly towards Huang Wei. Hi, handsome guy. Your muscles are really well developed. You must be very self-disciplined, right? Tang Xiaoyan greeted him with a familiar smile, her face full of enthusiasm. Huang Wei was a little overwhelmed by this sudden approach. He raised his head, glanced at Tang Xiaoyan, and smiled politely, thank you for the compliment, I'm just practicing casually. Su Feifei saw this and could only follow him helplessly. She was still thinking about Xiaofeng, and she felt both amused and helpless about Tang Xiaoyan's behavior at the moment. My name is Tang Xiaoyan, and this is my friend Su Feifei. Tang Xiaoyan said as she pulled Su Feifei, motioning her to say hello as well. Huang Wei didn't want to pay attention to Tang Xiaoyan, but he found Su Feifei next to him. Damn, isn't this Xiao Feng's cash cow? Then Tang Xiaoyan must be very rich, Huang Wei thought to himself, he must perform well to get this rich woman. Huang Wei smiled and nodded to Tang Xiaoyan, pretending to be calm. My name is Huang Wei. Hello, Huang Wei, we have met before, do you remember? Su Feifei tried her best to make her tone sound natural, while carefully observing Huang Wei's reaction. Huang Wei pretended to be surprised and looked at Su Feifei. "It's you? President Su? What a coincidence, I often hear Xiaofeng mention you." "Oh? Really? What did Xiaofeng say about me in front of you?" Su Feifei asked curiously. "Well, what else can he say? He said you are the best woman he has ever met in his life." Huang Wei said all kinds of things that went against his conscience in order to get close to a rich woman. He first used Xiaofeng to flatter Su Feifei to make her have a good impression of him. Later, he took this opportunity to slowly get her best friend Tang Xiaoyan to achieve his goal of living off her. Smooth talk. Tang Xiaoyan had seen a lot of things, so of course she wouldn't be fooled by his few words. Huang Wei smiled awkwardly. He had met his match. However, Su Feifei was still very happy when she heard him say this. After all, it came from his friend's mouth. "Xiaofeng, did you really say that?" Su Feifei confirmed again. "Really? There was a time when he often went out drinking with me. While we were drinking, he would cry about how he couldn't get the love he wanted, and he would wipe his snot in tears on me." Su Feifei thought about the past. Xiaofeng did go out often at night for a period of time. She didn't expect that he was drinking with his friends. "Feifei, don't listen to his nonsense. Xiaofeng's friends are of course speaking well of him. Let me deal with him slowly." Tang Xiaoyan whispered in her ear. Su Feifei didn't know whether Huang Wei was telling the truth or a lie, but she had already accepted what Huang Wei said in her heart. Chapter 72 Gold Medal Sales. Tang Xiaoyan would not let this prey go easily. She raised her lips, a sly look flashed in her eyes, and continued to attack Huang Wei. "Huang Wei, looking at your figure, you must be a frequent visitor to the gym. Do you have any exclusive fitness secrets? Share them with us." When Huang Wei heard this, he was very excited and immediately became excited. He began to talk incessantly about his fitness experience, and while he was talking he also demonstrated various movements, trying to show his professionalism. Tang Xiaoyan, on the other hand, would exclaim in amazement from time to time, her eyes full of admiration, but in fact she was secretly observing Huang Wei's every move. Huang Wei spoke fluently, not noticing that the cunning look in Tang Xiaoyan's eyes was actually filled with scrutiny and mockery. Su Feifei stood aside, but her mind was not on their conversation at all. Her mind was still full of Xiaofeng, wondering how much of what Huang Wei said was true and how much was false. "Huang Wei, you are so professional, why don't you give me some guidance in the future?" Tang Xiaoyan said in a sweet voice, her eyes smiling into crescent moons. "Okay, if you have any questions in the future, just ask me." Huang Wei puffed out his chest and immediately nodded in agreement. He was so happy that he felt he was one step closer to his dream of living off his wife. As he was talking, there was a commotion in the gym. It turned out that a novice was using the equipment improperly and was almost injured. Everyone's attention was drawn to it, and Huang Wei took the opportunity to stop his lengthy fitness lecture. Tang Xiaoyan rolled her eyes, pulled Su Feifei and walked towards the crowd, whispering as she walked, "Feifei, let's ignore him for now and go watch the fun. Maybe we can find some new fun from this." Su Feifei was dragged by her helplessly, but she secretly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, as it was just the right time to temporarily get rid of this slightly embarrassing situation. The two of them finally squeezed to the front and saw the coach comforting the pale-faced novice, and people around them were talking about it. Tang Xiaoyan looked at the troublesome machine and suddenly had an idea. "Feifei, why don't we try this thing too? Maybe we can get a better body shape and then piss Xiaofeng off to death." Before Su Feifei could respond, Tang Xiaoyan had already pulled her to the equipment and started studying it. At this moment, Huang Wei also followed. Seeing that Tang Xiaoyan was interested in the equipment, he began to use his professional expertise again and gave instructions from the side. While listening to Huang Wei's explanation, Tang Xiaoyan secretly observed his expression and movements. She found that although Huang Wei spoke very logically, there was a hint of panic in his eyes occasionally, and it seemed that he was not so confident about the equipment. Tang Xiaoyan raised the corners of her mouth and had an idea in her mind. "Huang Wei, you talk so powerfully, why don't you demonstrate it to us first?" Tang Xiaoyan said to Huang Wei provocatively. "Can." A hint of hesitation flashed across Huang Wei's face, but in order not to lose face in front of the two beauties, he still stepped forward. Huang Wei took a deep breath, adjusted the equipment, and started doing the exercises. It went smoothly at the beginning, but after a few times, he felt that he was not able to do it and his movements became more and more stiff. The people around him began to chuckle, Huang Wei's face turned red, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Tang Xiaoyan and Su Feifei looked at each other and couldn't help laughing out loud. Just when Huang Wei was embarrassed and at a loss, the manager of the gym came over. He looked at Huang Wei, then looked at the situation around him, frowned and said, "Sir, you should use the equipment within your ability. Safety comes first. If you need professional guidance, you can find our coach." Huang Wei nodded as if he had been granted amnesty, then stepped aside dejectedly. Tang Xiaoyan looked at his embarrassed appearance and laughed even harder. "You said you were a fitness expert, but it turns out you only have this much ability." "Well, I have a purpose for working out. I'm not like those big guys with strong limbs and a simple mind," Huang Wei explained. "What's the purpose? Then tell me." Tang Xiaoyan wanted to see how Huang Wei would show off. Fitness must be sustained, day after day. "Oh? Are you that awesome? Whether I have it or not, you will know if you try it." I really don't believe you're that awesome. How many men have fallen at my feet, kneeling down and calling me aunt? I know all the twists and turns in the alley, and not everyone can compare to me." "Really? Now that you put it that way, I'm really moved." Tang Xiaoyan began to become interested. "Hey, not everyone can try this. I'm very expensive." "Expensive? Money is not a problem for me. I'll give you whatever you can to make me happy. This is a must. My service is second to none in Kyoto," Huang Wei said confidently. He felt that better days were not far away. "Your mouth looks like it's covered with honey. So do you like my style?" "Well, it feels so-so. Do you want to choose short-term rental or monthly subscription?" "Well, we need to inspect the goods first before making a decision." After that, Tang Xiaoyan took out a wad of cash from her bag and a business card and handed it to Huang Wei. "This is a meeting gift." "Boss, you're so generous. See you later." Huang Wei took the bill and business card with a smile, and weighed them with his hands, which should be around 3,000 yuan. He glanced at the business card and put it directly into his pocket. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, he said hello to Su Feifei and left the gym. Su Feifei stared at everything that was happening before her eyes in amazement, as if she didn't exist. "What are you daydreaming about?" Tang Xiaoyan put her arm around Su Feifei. "You guys just started chatting like this?" Su Feifei hadn't come back to her senses yet. "What else? Do we still need to be affectionate with each other? This development is too fast. Time is money, just make sure you see eye to eye." Tang Xiaoyan pulled Su Feifei and was about to leave the gym. "We just arrived and we're leaving?" Su Feifei asked puzzledly. "Hey, there's nothing fun about this gym. It's full of the stinky smell of men's sweat," Tang Xiaoyan argued. "I see you are thirsty. I am spying on military intelligence for you." After walking out of the gym, Tang Xiaoyan took out her mobile phone and saw Huang Wei's WeChat friend request. A smile appeared on her face and she turned to say goodbye to Su Feifei. "Feifei, I won't play with you today. I have something urgent to do." Su Feifei gave her a helpless look, and it was almost written on her face. "Just go away, don't play around with exhaustion." "Feifei, look at what you said, I really have something to do." "Okay, got it, go ahead and get busy." Watching Tang Xiaoyan leaving, Su Feifei shook her head helplessly. In the end, she was the only one left. She should have known not to come with her. It would have been a waste of her time. She might as well have worked overtime in the company. She didn't want to go back home. It would be empty there. Xiaofeng wasn't there, making her feel lonely again. Chapter 73, Bridge Blockade. Tang Xiaoyan returned home, changed into a sexy outfit, and couldn't wait to accept Huang Wei's friend request. The two of them exchanged messages on WeChat, and their words were full of ambiguity and temptation. Huang Wei tried his best to use all his skills and boasted about himself to the skies, from his unique fitness skills to various cooking experiences, and even a secret recipe specially prepared for her, in order to build up anticipation for their subsequent meeting. Tang Xiaoyan was so delighted and intoxicated by what she heard that she was looking forward to the meeting soon. Meanwhile, Su Feifei was wandering alone on the street. The city was brightly lit and bustling at night, but she felt out of tune with all this hustle and bustle. Xiaofeng's figure kept appearing in my mind, and the sweetness and quarrels of the past flashed before my eyes like a kaleidoscope. Unconsciously, Su Feifei walked to the door of her favorite coffee shop. Xiaofeng often came here to buy coffee for her. When she was not busy, she often came here to drink with him. Looking through the glass window at the familiar scene inside, she couldn't help but walk in. After ordering a cup of her favorite latte and sitting in the seat they used to sit in, Su Feifei's tears flowed uncontrollably. She took out her phone and looked through the chat history with Xiao Feng. Those warm words now seemed like sharp knives, piercing her heart. Su Feifei picked up the phone and wanted to call Xiao Feng, but her fingers were shaking so much that she couldn't press the button. After a while, she regained her composure and put her phone into her bag. She was drinking coffee alone, surrounded by couples, and she looked very lonely sitting alone in the store. A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean look was kneeling in front of his second uncle. "Second uncle, please forgive me, I didn't betray you." The second uncle crossed his legs and threw a stack of photos in his hand. "Old Xiao, you are also a veteran of the company and have been with me for so long. Look for yourself, these are all photos of you and Uncle Zhao meeting privately. Do you want to stab me from behind? Second uncle, you have to believe me. Lin Ruoshi instructed Uncle Zhao to come to me, and I didn't say anything." "Humph, you wouldn't dare to do that. I have the evidence against you. Don't forget that I have recorded clearly the things you smuggled and had affairs with other people's wives. You have to think clearly. If you go in, who will take care of you, your wife, and your children?" "Yes, second uncle, I understand. Please rest assured, I won't betray you." Lao Qiu was already trembling with fear. "It's good to know. We are all in the same boat. Go back and tell the other senior executives to keep their mouths shut and not be deceived by Lin Ruoshi. Otherwise, if I get upset one day, I might accidentally let your secrets out." "Okay. I will definitely tell them. Drag him out and throw him at the door." The second uncle gestured to his henchman, the man in sunglasses. "Yes." The man in sunglasses immediately dragged Mediterranean out. The second uncle tried every possible way to get his hands on all the leverage over the company's top executives and other high-ranking officials, just to leave himself a way out in the future. If anything went wrong, either he would be kept safe, or both of them would perish. The second uncle walked into the secret room, opened the safe, and took out the USB drive and files inside. He checked them every week. He went to the computer and plugged in the USB drive, just wanting to slowly appreciate their criminal behavior. Unexpectedly, the computer screen showed the scene of Hulua saving his grandfather. The second uncle was shocked and felt a chill on his back. He immediately opened the file and looked through it. The file was full of drawings of various alpacas spitting. "Fuck you, Xiao Feng." Second uncle tore up all the documents in anger. The man in sunglasses just came back and saw his second uncle walking out with a gloomy face. Second uncle was trembling all over. "I don't care what method you use, go and get someone to tie up this wild boy Xiao Feng and bring him to me. Go now." "Yes." After the man in sunglasses stepped down, he immediately gathered his men and started searching the whole city for Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng was walking on the bridge at this time. After Su Ruoshi's trouble, he changed hotels. Suddenly, 3 black commercial vehicles drove up to him quickly, and then a dozen masked men with machetes got out, led by a man in sunglasses. "Xiao Feng, long time no see. Hey, it's you again? You weren't beaten last time? You still dare to come out? Humph, you won't be able to laugh anymore soon, tie him up for me." A disdainful sneer appeared on Xiao Feng's lips. Facing a dozen masked men rushing towards him, he calmly moved his wrist. At a command from the leader, the man in sunglasses, everyone rushed towards Xiao Feng waving machetes. Xiao Feng's figure flashed, and he shuttled through the crowd like a ghost. With a few sharp punches and kicks, he knocked down the masked men who were in the front to the ground, causing them to groan in pain. The man in sunglasses was shocked when he saw this. He didn't expect Xiao Feng's skills to be so powerful. But he was unwilling to give up and shouted, "Come on, whoever doesn't take him back today will have no chance of survival." After hearing this, the masked men gathered their courage and attacked again. Xiao Feng dodged the attacks of the machetes while looking for the enemy's weakness. He seized the opportunity, rushed towards the man in sunglasses, and punched him in the abdomen with a heavy punch. "Fuck you." The man in sunglasses widened his eyes in horror and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! The man in sunglasses was hit hard by Xiao Feng and flew several meters away. Taking advantage of the gap, Xiao Feng ran out fiercely. The man in sunglasses was tough enough. He covered his abdomen and trembled as he shouted, "Chase him! Don't let him run away!" Xiao Feng kept running, with a dozen people chasing him. These guys are just idiots. They can't be shaken off. At this moment, a black Toyota Alphard sped past. Chen Ling glanced out the window casually. Xiaofeng? Chen Ling realized that Xiaofeng was in a bad situation and immediately asked the driver to turn the car around. After a while, Alpha drove to a place not far in front of Xiaofeng and opened the door. Chen Ling stuck her head out and shouted, Xiaofeng, get in the car. Seeing this, Xiaofeng immediately accelerated, jumped into the car and closed the door. Whoosh! Xiaofeng kept gasping for breath in the back row. Driver, drive! Chen Ling shouted. After a while, Alpha turned around and drove past the man in sunglasses, with a group of people chasing after the car. When the man in sunglasses saw the license plate of the Alphard, his face suddenly changed and he shouted, Stop chasing them! You are a bunch of rubbish. The man in sunglasses has recognized that this is the private car of a big star, and he doesn't want to make too much noise. Inside the car, Chen Ling was surprised. Xiaofeng, you were so lucky. Last time in the hospital, you were fine, and this time you escaped again. Xiaofeng laughed, thank you. No need to thank me. If it weren't for Bai Muan, I wouldn't bother to pay attention to you. Chen Ling snorted coldly. Xiaofeng shrugged helplessly and spread his hands. Chen Ling pressed the issue, tell me, what happened? Why were you being chased and hacked by so many people? Who did you offend? Chapter 74 Yacht Reunion. Ha, this is a long story. I will handle it. Don't worry. Xiaofeng smiled. Ha, who's worried about you? Bai Muan, how are you doing recently? She's been busy with announcements lately and doesn't have much free time. Do you want to see her? Ha, let's not do that. I haven't finished my own business yet. I think you are just saying one thing and thinking another. Driver, drive to the port. Chen Ling looked at Xiaofeng with contempt. It happened that Bai Muan was not busy with work tonight, so it would be good for them to meet. Otherwise, Bai Muan would yell at her every day. They arrived at the port and after getting off the car, Xiaofeng was shocked to see a luxury yacht docked on the beach. This luxury yacht was like a floating palace on the sea, 80 meters long, 12 meters wide, and had 4 decks. What are you doing? Go ahead. Chen Ling smiled. I haven't seen a big scene before. Xiaofeng took a deep breath and followed Chen Ling to the boat without any obstruction. Bai Muan was wearing a flowing chiffon dress, leaning against the railing of the yacht, the sea breeze gently ruffling her hair. Her eyes were looking at the sparkling sea, but her mind was wandering somewhere else. Hearing the footsteps behind her, her body stiffened and she slowly turned around, her eyes meeting Xiaofeng's. Xiaofeng? Why are you here with my cousin? Bai Muan was stunned, then smiled sweetly. She didn't expect Xiaofeng to suddenly appear in front of her. Xiaofeng's Adam's apple moved, as if he wanted to say something, but he was speechless for a moment, and finally just replied dryly, Long time no see, Bai Muan. At this time, Chen Ling said, he was being chased by someone, and I happened to meet him. You two can chat slowly about whatever you want. I'll go prepare something for you to drink. After saying that, she turned around and walked into the cabin tactfully. Bai Muan walked quickly to Xiaofeng and carefully checked him from head to toe. Are you okay? Fine. Who is so bold as to chase you? I'll ask my cousin to help you deal with it. It's just some disputes, a small matter, I will handle it. Xiaofeng said lightly, he didn't want Bai Muan to worry too much. Yeah, I'm glad you're okay. At this time, the yacht has left the port and come to the sea. The stars are twinkling in the night sky, reflecting the lights on the sea. Bai Muan walked to the railing and took a deep breath. I like nights like this the most, feeling the sea breeze and the tranquility. Amid the hustle and bustle of the entertainment industry, such moments are particularly rare. She faced the sea, her hair flying freely, letting the sea breeze blow towards her face. Xiaofeng nodded, his eyes moved from the sea to Bai Muan's face. He was a little dazed for a moment, and murmured, yes, this kind of tranquility is so rare. These years must have been very difficult. Bai Muan turned around and looked into Xiaofeng's eyes. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, but she was also a little helpless. Life in the entertainment industry is glamorous on the surface, but only you know the ups and downs behind it. For countless days and nights, I have been rushing to make announcements, practicing acting, and rehearsing singing. When I am extremely tired, I will think of the little things we had before. Those were the few happy times I had. Xiaofeng, do you think I should continue? I don't have such high aspirations. I just want to live a simple life, find someone who loves me, and spend the rest of my life with the person I love. But I'm afraid of disappointing my family and fans, and I'm afraid of disappointing them. Bai Muwen is now confused. The high-intensity work has made her physically and mentally exhausted. Xiaofeng didn't know how to comfort Bai Muwen for a moment. He had no right to control other people's lives. Bai Muwen, in fact, each of us has our own reality that we don't want to face. You see, ordinary people like us think about how to solve the problem of 3 meals a day and whether we will have a job tomorrow as soon as we open our eyes. Sometimes it is difficult to even solve the problem of food and clothing, let alone other needs. So, don't worry, we are all the same. Yeah, hearing you say that, it's true that everyone's life is not easy. Maybe I'm thinking too much. Bai Muwen, you can be happier. Think about it, people are surrounding you every day, and your fans love you so much. Don't you feel happy? Xiaofeng, why don't you take me away, leave Kyoto, leave all the troubles here, and live together in a place where no one knows us and no one disturbs us? Bai Muwen wished that Xiaofeng would take her away from here and go to a place where she longed to live, although she knew that the idea was unrealistic. Don't be silly. If I really take you away, your cousin will strangle me to death and your fans will look for me all over the world. Bai Muwen's eyes dimmed, and then she regained her composure. Noticing the change in Bai Muwen's expression, Xiaofeng's heart softened. He took a step forward, gently held Bai Muwen's hand, and said seriously, Bai Muwen, although I can't take you away right now, but I promise you that when everything is settled, your wish will come true. Xiaofeng had to paint a big picture for her, otherwise if a person loses faith in his heart, it will be difficult to survive in the future. Bai Muwen raised her head, and the light of hope rekindled in her eyes. She held Xiaofeng's hand tightly and nodded vigorously. At this time, Chen Ling came out of the cabin with 2 cups of steaming coffee. Seeing the 2 people holding hands tightly, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she teased, "Oh, it seems that you two are having a good chat." The 2 of them finally reacted and quickly let go of their hands. Bai Muwen's face flushed. Chen Ling handed them the coffee and said with a smile, "The night is so beautiful tonight, you guys enjoy it, I won't disturb you." After that, she turned around and went back to the cabin. Suddenly, Bai Muwen seemed to remember something and said excitedly, "Xiaofeng, let's go to the deck and dance. Just like we used to do at concerts." "Okay, I haven't danced in a while." Xiaofeng smiled and nodded, took Bai Muwen's hand, and walked to the empty deck. There was no music, but they danced in perfect harmony. Bai Muwen, with light steps and graceful posture, kept watching him with her sincere eyes all the time with every frown and smile, making it impossible for Xiaofeng to dodge. Looking at Bai Muwen's burning gaze, Xiaofeng was somewhat touched. Bai Muwen's chiffon skirt danced with her movements, like a blooming flower. They danced happily on the deck. Tired of jumping, they just lay down on the deck. "Xiaofeng, look, there are so many stars tonight. I always hear you mention that you like meteorites in the sky very much?" "Yes, every time I look up at the stars in the sky, I hope to see a shooting star, because once I see a shooting star, as long as I make a wish when it passes by, my wish will come true." Bai Muwen clasped her hands together and silently prayed that she hoped to see a shooting star tonight. "Haha, you believe this? I don't know who said that to fool kids. Believe it, because it is something that is very rare to encounter. If you encounter this, what wish would you make? As for me, I won't tell you for now." Bai Muwen turned her head and looked at Xiaofeng's profile. Xiaofeng kept staring at the sky to see if there was really a meteor passing by. He didn't notice at all that Bai Muwen was looking at him tenderly. Chapter 75 Action begins. Xiaofeng was concentrating on searching for the meteor. "Actually, my wish is to be with you like this forever, away from all the troubles, and live an ordinary and happy life." Bai Muwen's voice was so soft that only she could hear it. Xiaofeng searched for a long time but didn't see even the shadow of the meteor. He turned his head and met Bai Muwen's eyes. Just as he was about to speak, a quick cell phone ring suddenly rang out. Bai Muwen frowned subconsciously and hesitated for a moment before standing up to pick up the mobile phone beside her. When she saw the caller ID, her expression instantly became serious. After answering the phone, Bai Muwen's expression became more serious after listening to a few words, and the hand holding the phone clenched unconsciously. After hanging up the phone, she looked at Xiaofeng with an apologetic look on her face. "The company has a public relations crisis. I have to go back with my cousin to deal with it." Xiaofeng nodded. "Work is important, go quickly." Bai Muwen quickly adjusted her skirt, and while Xiaofeng wasn't paying attention, she kissed him lightly on the cheek. "Wait for me, I'll come to you when I'm done with this." After that, she quickly ran to the cabin to call Chen Ling to ask the boat to dock. Xiaofeng was stunned, looking at Bai Muwen's departing back, and stood on the deck for a long time. The sea breeze blew, bringing a slight chill. He took a deep breath and shook his head. After a while, the yacht slowly started and headed for the port. Chen Ling and Bai Muan hurriedly got off the boat and drove to the company. Xiaofeng also got off the boat and walked alone along the empty dock. The port is exceptionally quiet at night, with only the sound of waves hitting the shore. Xiaofeng suddenly thought of something and slapped his forehead. He was so busy chatting with Bai Muan that he forgot to ask her for some cash. What a miscalculation. We just chatted nonsense for half a day. It was a waste of emotions and I didn't get anything out of it. Xiaofeng recalled the desperate looks of the masked men just now. He guessed that his second uncle had discovered that the USB flash drive and the files were swapped by him, otherwise why would so many people surround him so frantically? It seemed that he had to hurry up and get rid of his second uncle. He picked up his phone and called Scar. Hey, Scar, where are you? I'm in a rented house outside the northern suburbs of the city. Is there anything I can do for you, Xiaofeng? Scar's deep voice came from the other end of the line. Have you been in any situation recently? No, what's wrong? My second uncle has discovered that I have switched his things. I was almost kidnapped by them just now. It seems that we have to act in advance. Let's meet tomorrow and prepare a miniature camera and a car that is not often used. Okay, then you should be careful. Well, let's do this for now. See you at the same place tomorrow. After saying that, Xiaofeng hung up the phone, and soon he returned to the hotel. The next day, at dawn, Xiaofeng got up, washed, and after a simple packing, he went to the old place where he and Scar had agreed to meet, a cafe hidden in a small alley. Although this cafe was inconspicuous, it became a perfect place for them to discuss important matters. As soon as Xiaofeng stepped into the cafe, he saw Scar sitting in the corner with 2 cups of steaming coffee in front of him. Scar stood up and came over, looking concerned. Are you okay? Yesterday I heard you say you were almost kidnapped. Those bastards were too cruel. Xiaofeng waved his hand, sat down and said, It's okay, let's not talk about this for now. Did you bring your camera? Scar took out a miniature camera and car keys from his bag and placed them on the table. Bring it, it's absolutely high definition. In the next few days, I will monitor the people that second uncle has seen. He has already begun to take desperate measures. Scar, you must be careful when you go out these days. Second uncle's dog is looking for us all over the city. Can you do this on your own? Do you want my help? No, I can do it alone. If you are there, you will be a burden to me. Wait for my news. When I need you, you should be ready to summon your brothers at any time. What about the eldest lady? Isn't she dangerous? Second uncle has already lost the best opportunity last time. He won't take the risk again. Besides, Lin Ruoshi's father has noticed it and has arranged bodyguards. Most importantly, second uncle thinks the thing is with me, so there is no need for him to provoke Lin Ruoshi. Scar nodded slightly, but the worry on his face had not completely disappeared. That being said, it's better to be safe than sorry. We still need to send someone to keep a secret eye on the young lady. Xiaofeng took a sip of coffee, thought for a moment and said, Okay, you arrange a few trusted brothers to watch from a distance, and don't alert the enemy. Xiaofeng looked around and lowered his voice to Scar. I plan to start taking action today. First, I will find out the whereabouts of second uncle recently, see who he has been in contact with recently, and what he is planning. Scar nodded and took out a small tracker from his pocket. This is the latest model, you take it with you. If you are in danger, I can locate you in the first time. Xiaofeng took the tracker and put it in his pocket. Thanks, it's better to be prepared. After Xiaofeng discussed some details with Scar, they got up and left the cafe. Based on the clues he had previously obtained, he first went to a golf course that his second uncle often visited. Xiaofeng parked the car in a secluded corner outside the stadium and took out a telescope to observe the situation inside the stadium. Not long after, he saw his second uncle's conspicuous luxury car slowly driving in. Second uncle got out of the car, accompanied by a few men who looked like they were not easy to deal with. Xiaofeng closely watched his second uncle's every move, and saw him shaking hands and greeting a middle-aged man in the stadium enthusiastically. While playing ball, the two of them came together from time to talk, with very serious expressions. Although Xiaofeng couldn't hear what they were saying, judging from his second uncle's gloomy face and constant gestures, things were definitely not simple. In order to get more information, Xiaofeng decided to take the risk and get closer. He put on a baseball cap, lowered the brim, pretended to be a staff member of the stadium, and slowly walked towards the area where his second uncle was. At this moment, one of his uncle's men suddenly looked towards him with vigilance. Xiao Feng's heart tightened, and he immediately pretended to tidy up the lawn, bending down to fiddle with the grass on the ground. The man stared at him for a few seconds, seemed to find nothing unusual, and then looked away. Xiao Feng took the opportunity to use the miniature camera hidden in his sleeve to quickly take a few photos of his second uncle and the middle-aged man. Then, he left the danger zone as if nothing had happened. Back in the car, Xiao Feng immediately checked the photos in the camera. The face of the middle-aged man appeared clearly on the screen. Xiao Feng always felt that he looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. For several days in a row, Xiao Feng secretly followed his second uncle's whereabouts, recorded where he went with different people, and took photos to save them. That day, Xiao Feng decided to find Lin Ruoshi first to get some information, and by the way, see if the people involved in the USB flash drive were the same people he had photographed these days. Chapter 76 Your cooking skills are good. Xiao Feng called Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi, what are you doing? Xiao Feng, what's wrong? Lin Ruoshi's gentle and soft voice came from the other end of the phone. Are you busy? Yes, I'm busy now. I'll be free in the evening. Okay, I'll go to your house tonight. Okay, I'll wait for you at home. Lin Ruoshi's joyful voice came from the other end of the phone. After Xiao Feng hung up the phone, he sorted out the things on hand. At night, Xiao Feng came to Lin Ruoshi's residence and rang the doorbell. Lin Ruoshi saw that it was Xiao Feng through the peephole. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she hurriedly opened the door and said happily, "You're here." Yes. Xiao Feng walked into the house and spread out the photos he had taken while following his second uncle on the table. Lin Ruoshi, I want to see the information in the USB drive and compare it with the people I photographed. Lin Ruoshi quickly took out the USB drive and inserted it into the computer. As the files were opened one by one, Xiao Feng's expression became more and more solemn. Sure enough, several people who had frequent contact with second uncle in the photos also appeared in the confidential list of the USB flash drive. It seems that what second uncle and his men are planning is inseparable from these people. Xiao Feng muttered to himself. Lin Ruoshi looked at the photos and suddenly pointed at one of them and said, I remember this person. He is the owner of an investment company. He discussed cooperation with my father some time ago, but it didn't work out in the end. Xiao Feng's eyes suddenly became sharp. Investment company? Xiao Feng frowned. Investment company? There must be something fishy going on behind this. He failed to reach a cooperation agreement with your father, but now he has frequent contact with your second uncle. There must be something fishy going on. Lin Ruoshi frowned slightly, feeling uneasy. Could it be that their target is the project in my father's hands? My father was very sincere about the previous cooperation, but the other party made things difficult on the key terms, and it ended up in nothing. Xiao Feng pondered for a moment and said, It seems that we have to start the investigation from this investment company. Lin Ruoshi, in the next 2 days, ask someone to check the specific details of this boss's company and other companies he has cooperated with. Lin Ruoshi nodded seriously. Okay, I'll contact someone I trust and get the information as soon as possible. After saying that, she turned to the side, quickly made a call, and arranged the task in a low voice. Xiao Feng paced back and forth in the living room, his brain working rapidly. He had to think this matter over again and figure out how to minimize his second uncle's influence on the company. This is related to whether Lin Ruoshi can make the company run normally and start to turn losses into profits, so that her wish can be realized sooner. Now that there is no hope on Su Feifei's side, she must leave a way out for herself. After a while, Lin Ruoshi came back from the phone call, her face full of worry. I have already explained everything, but, Xiao Feng, if they find out that we are investigating, will second uncle take risks again? No, second uncle is not that stupid. He will create a second accident right away. We will boil the frog in warm water, remove all the people around him, and then take him in. Half of the people around my second uncle in the company have been persuaded by me and Uncle Zhao. That's great. By the way, have you and your father gotten along better recently? That's it. I've met him a few times recently. Did your father tell you about any unusual circumstances in the company recently? Lin Ruoshi tried to recall. Father didn't mention anything special, he just said that the market competition pressure has been high recently, and some cooperation projects have not been progressing smoothly. Lin Ruoshi, second uncle, has discovered that the things have been switched. You should keep a low profile recently. You should stay even more secretive with the people around second uncle. His attention is all on me now. Yeah, don't worry. I have several bodyguards around me at work. As for you, Xiao Feng, I am very worried about you. Can you handle so many people by yourself? Second uncle is ruthless. Why don't we submit the evidence to the law enforcement department in advance to arrest second uncle directly? No, there are too many people involved here, not only the top executives of your company, but also some senior officials who are protecting your second uncle. We are not completely sure about this, and it will only backfire. Xiaofeng explained patiently with a serious expression. Lin Rushi looked at Xiaofeng with worry. She was afraid that delaying any longer would be disadvantageous to Xiaofeng. Don't worry, ever since I woke up in the hospital last time, I found that my physical fitness is much better than ordinary people. They can't do anything to me, Xiaofeng said, patting his chest. Really? Really? If you don't believe me, take a look. Xiaofeng lifted up his shirt, revealing his 8-pack abs. The wound on his back was also completely healed. Lin Rushi was fascinated by it. Her figure was just right, not too fat or too thin. Then she blushed and said, I see, it has indeed improved a lot. It's really amazing. That's why I can have confidence in my body. Lin Ruoshi found that Xiaofeng was quite capable when he was serious. You must be hungry, I'll go cook something for you. Let me do it. Xiaofeng was about to stand up when Lin Ruoshi pushed him down on the chair. You, just sit there and wait for your food. After saying that, Lin Ruoshi walked into the kitchen and started to cook. Xiaofeng saw Lin Ruoshi busying herself, and then thought of Su Feifei. Why is there such a big difference between this person and others? Xiaofeng sat at the dining table in Lin Ruoshi's house, tapping the table unconsciously with his fingers. The crisp sound of spatulas colliding came from the kitchen, accompanied by the sizzling sound of food frying, and the aroma gradually filled the entire living room. His eyes fell on the photos spread out on the table, those faces that he frequently came into contact with. Let's eat something first. Lin Ruoshi's voice brought him back to reality. She came out with a plate of delicious fried rice, with golden egg flowers evenly distributed among the rice, dotted with chopped green onions and pink shrimps. Xiaofeng looked up and saw that Lin Ruoshi's hair was slightly wet with sweat and stuck to her fair skin. She took off the suit jacket she wore for work and was only wearing a light blue silk shirt with her cuffs rolled up to her elbows, revealing her slender wrists. It looks delicious. Xiaofeng took the plate and his fingertips accidentally touched Lin Ruoshi's hand. She quickly retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. Lin Ruoshi's ears turned slightly red, and she turned around and went to the kitchen to bring out 2 bowls of seaweed egg drop soup. Lin Ruoshi, you cooked well. Xiaofeng praised the fried rice as he ate. The moment it entered his mouth, the fresh and fragrant taste made him unable to help but take a few more bites. It was a world of difference compared to Su Feifei's dark dish. Lin Ruoshi sat opposite him, sipping her soup with a happy look on her face. Thank you for the compliment. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have cooked for you myself. Oh, is that so? Then I'm very honored. Xiaofeng chuckled. He didn't expect that Lin Ruoshi was so well-rounded, being able to both be a lady in the living room and cook in the kitchen. Chapter 77, Drunkenness. Lin Ruoshi nodded. She wished this heartwarming scene could be frozen forever. After dinner, Xiaofeng helped Lin Ruoshi clean up the dishes, and the two stood side by side in the small kitchen to wash the dishes. The unintentional physical contact made the atmosphere a little subtle. Ahem, I'm done. Xiaofeng suppressed his inner restlessness and took the lead in breaking the ambiguous atmosphere. Lin Ruoshi's face flushed and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Suddenly, Xiaofeng's cell phone rang. He glanced at Lin Ruoshi, pointed at the phone, and then left the kitchen to answer the call. Hello? Crazy, come out. Drink. Huang Wei, what's wrong? Why are you looking for me to drink all of a sudden? Are you rich? Hey, I'm rich now, come out for a drink, don't say I'm not nice enough. Where to drink? Come to the bridge. Okay, you go first, I'll be there in a minute. Xiaofeng hung up the phone. He said to Lin Ruoshi, who was cleaning the kitchen, Lin Ruoshi, I have something to go out for. Will you come back tonight? Lin Ruoshi wiped her forehead and walked out of the kitchen. If I come back, I'll send you a message. Okay. A trace of loneliness flashed across Lin Ruoshi's face, but she quickly regained her composure. Xiaofeng walked out the door, leaving Lin Ruoshi standing there alone. She silently returned to the kitchen and finished the remaining cleaning, but she kept thinking about Xiaofeng in her heart, and even her hand movements slowed down unconsciously. At this time, the barbecue stall by the bridge was already filled with smoke. Huang Wei was sitting beside it, with skewers and beer on the table. Seeing Xiaofeng coming, he waved his hand and said, "Crazy, here you are." After Xiaofeng sat down, Huang Wei couldn't wait to fill up the glasses of wine for himself and Xiaofeng, and drank them all in one gulp, with an excitement on his face that was hard to conceal. "Crazy, let me tell you something. I bought a lottery ticket today and won a small prize. No more, no less, 100,000 yuan. Huang Wei patted Xiaofeng's shoulder and spoke with a liar. In fact, it was a reward from Tang Xiaoyan, and Huang Wei didn't want Xiaofeng to know. Xiaofeng widened his eyes in surprise. "Is this true? You never have this kind of luck. Could this be the money from selling your kidney?" As he said that, he also raised his glass and clinked it with Huang Wei, then tilted his head back and took a sip. "How is that possible? Xiaofeng, don't underestimate me. I'm very lucky." Huang Wei immediately took out 500 yuan and threw it to Xiaofeng. "Pay back double the money you borrowed." Xiaofeng took the money and put it in his trouser pocket, smiling. "This is the first time I see you pay back the money. You look like you made a lot of money." Xiaofeng would definitely not believe what he said, but he didn't want to expose him. After all, it was rare for him to be so generous, so he had to give him some face. The two of them ate skewers and chatted casually. Unconsciously, Huang Wei began to get a little drunk, lying on the table, mumbling, "Money, so much money." He raised his head, his face flushed, and began to talk nonsense. "Xiaofeng, I'm starting to get lucky. I'm going to get rich. I'll have a lot of money in the future. I don't have to worry about other people's expressions anymore. Huang Wei, drink less. Don't get drunk. Let me carry you back." Xiaofeng felt that Huang Wei's alcohol tolerance was a little poor tonight, but he had no idea that his alcohol tolerance had improved. "Leave me alone. I'm telling you, Xiaofeng, don't think that you are the only one who can find a rich woman in Kyoto. I can't." Huang Wei started to get drunk and crazy. Xiaofeng looked at his old classmate and snatched the beer bottle from him. "Huang Wei, you are drunk." "I'm not drunk." Huang Wei suddenly stood up, his eyes were dazed, but his body was extremely excited. He began to wave his hands randomly. "Crazy, let me tell you, do you know who I met in the gym a few days ago?" "Who?" Xiaofeng asked doubtfully. "Ha ha. I met the Ms. Su who supported you, and her best friend Tang Xiaoyan." Huang Wei has begun to lose track of east, west, south, and north. Xiaofeng frowned. "Su Feifei and Tang Xiaoyan? Tang Xiaoyan is really rich, no less rich than President Su. She gave me 3,000 yuan just after meeting me once." Huang Wei said proudly. "You lunatic, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you're really not nice enough to hide in bed and not share your resources with me." It turns out that the money Huang Wei received was from Tang Xiaoyan. Xiaofeng then reminded Huang Wei, "Tang Xiaoyan is a scheming bitch. You'd better stay away from her. You can't beat her. Don't get yourself into trouble later." "Crazy, are you jealous of me? Are you red in the face?" Xiaofeng looked at Huang Wei's stubborn look and sighed helplessly. "I'm doing this for your own good. Tang Xiaoyan's mind is unfathomable. You have no idea what she is planning." However, Huang Wei pushed Xiaofeng's hand away nonchalantly. "Are you just afraid that I will live better than you, and that you think it's a big deal to be able to hook up with President Su?" There was a hint of resentment in his eyes, and his words became more and more out of control. Xiaofeng knew that it was useless to talk to the drunk Huang Wei at this moment, so he stopped talking and just drank silently. Seeing that Xiaofeng didn't respond, Huang Wei became more excited and started bragging about what happened after he met Tang Xiaoyan, his words full of desire for money. Huang Wei was still talking nonstop, completely ignoring the fact that Xiaofeng had fallen silent. The owner of the barbecue stall cast curious glances at them from time to time, and the eyes of the surrounding diners also focused on their table, but Huang Wei was immersed in his own world and was completely unaware of all this. Xiaofeng drank a few more glasses of wine, and looked at the drunk Huang Wei, his heart full of worry. He knew that Huang Wei came from an ordinary family and had always wanted to change his fate. He could do anything for money. "Huang Wei, it's almost time, let's go," Xiaofeng spoke again. "I'm not going back." Huang Wei shook off Xiaofeng's hand and almost fell down. "I want to drink more and make more money. Tang Xiaoyan said that as long as I obey her, I will have plenty of money in the future." Xiaofeng was speechless. Now Huang Wei was just using the alcohol to vent his dissatisfaction, and when he sobered up he would have another excuse. Xiaofeng was used to it. This happened often when he was in school. Huang Wei behaved like this every time he was drunk. At this time, the cell phone rang. Xiaofeng took a look and saw that it was Lin Ruoshi calling, so he answered the call. "Xiaofeng, where are you?" I heard a noise outside my room. There's someone outside the door. Come back quickly. Lin Ruwashi's trembling voice came from the other end of the phone. Wait for me, I'll be back soon. Xiaofeng felt a chill on his back. Could it be that his second uncle and the others were targeting Lin Ruwashi again? Xiaofeng hung up the phone and saw that Huang Wei was still talking nonsense. It seemed that he was not completely drunk. Huang Wei, drink it yourself. I have something to do and I'm leaving first. What's wrong with you? I'm happy tonight, you can order whatever you want. You want to leave early, are you afraid that I'll run away without paying? Damn it, can't you trust me just once? Xiaofeng was too lazy to talk to him. A drunk man wouldn't listen to anything you said. He just thought that he was the most awesome person in the world. Chapter 78 Suspicious Person. Xiaofeng took out $100 and threw it to the barbecue stall owner, asking him to help take care of Huang Wei when the time comes. Xiaofeng quickly took a taxi back to Yutian Mansion. Don't let anything happen. He muttered to himself, and Lin Ruwashi's sad eyes flashed through his mind. 20 minutes later, Xiaofeng rushed into the first floor panting. The elevator was as slow as a snail. He couldn't wait and rushed directly to the stairwell, climbing up 2 steps at a time. When he reached his floor, his t-shirt was soaked with sweat and stuck to his back. The corridor was quiet, with only the emergency exit sign emitting a faint green light. Xiaofeng walked lightly, looked around vigilantly, and his right hand unconsciously reached for his waist. There was a folding knife there, which he had prepared in advance. As he approached the door, he saw light coming through the crack, indicating that the lights were still on in the house. Xiaofeng pressed against the door, listening carefully to the noise inside. No sound of fighting, no sound of strangers talking, only faint, intermittent sobbing. Lin Ruwashi? Xiaofeng knocked on the door in a low voice. It's me, Xiaofeng. There was a sound of hurried footsteps from inside the door, followed by the sound of the door lock turning. The door opened a crack, and Lin Ruwashi's pale face appeared in the gap. Her eyes were red and swollen, obviously she had just cried, and she was holding a fruit knife tightly in her hand. Are you okay? Xiaofeng quickly squeezed in, locked the door, and scanned the room vigilantly. Where are the people outside? Lin Ruwashi shook her head, the knife in her hand trembling slightly. I don't know. Someone was indeed wandering outside the door just now, and tried to push the door. After I called you, that person seemed to have left. Xiaofeng walked to the window, carefully opened the curtains a little and looked down. Occasionally, there were pedestrians passing by on the street, but no suspicious people stopped to watch. He checked the door lock again and found that there were indeed signs of prying. You did the right thing by calling me in time. Xiaofeng turned around and found Lin Ruwashi still standing there, with the fruit knife still in her hand, her knuckles turning white. He walked over gently and carefully took the knife from her hand. It's okay, I'm here now. Lin Ruwashi suddenly threw herself into Xiaofeng's arms, her body shaking uncontrollably. Xiaofeng froze for a moment, then gently hugged her, feeling her thin body trembling in his arms. I'm afraid. I'm so afraid that I won't be able to see you. Lin Ruwashi's voice was muffled in Xiaofeng's chest, with a heavy nasal tone. Xiaofeng's chin gently rubbed the top of her head and he smelled the faint scent of shampoo in her hair. At this moment, he suddenly realized how much he cared about Lin Ruwashi's safety. I won't let anyone hurt you. He whispered the promise, his voice firmer than he thought it would be. I promise. The two stood like this for a long time, until Lin Ruwashi's emotions gradually calmed down. She stepped back from Xiaofeng's arms embarrassedly and wiped her tears with the back of her hand. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Don't say that. Xiaofeng handed her a tissue. Anyone would be scared if they encountered such a situation. By the way, can you describe the characteristics of the person outside the door? Lin Ruwashi shook her head. I didn't dare to look out through the peephole. I only heard footsteps lingering at the door for a long time, and then someone gently pushed the door. Xiaofeng nodded thoughtfully. It could be someone sent by your second uncle, or it could be a thief who came to scout the place in advance. I'll go to the monitoring room to see who dares to be so blatant. I'll be up in a moment. Xiaofeng comforted Lin Ruwashi for a while. Well, then go and come back soon. Xiaofeng nodded, walked out of the door, and saw a lot of cigarette butts on the fire door. He estimated that this person had been squatting here for some time. He quickly pressed the elevator button and went down to the first floor. Xiaofeng had worked as a security guard before and was very familiar with the property management of the community. He went directly to the gate and told the security guard to ask their foreman to take Xiaofeng to the monitoring room to review the video. According to the rules, people outside the property monitoring room cannot come in to investigate the surveillance video at will. Only those who call the police have the right to enter. But who is Xiao Feng? The most handsome security guard back then. Just blow a few words, tell them the interests involved, and give them a pack of cigarettes, and it's done. The security captain took Xiao Feng back to the monitoring room. Xiao Feng directly instructed the monitor to investigate and replay the video. He saw that the man was wearing a mask, a gray suit and black sneakers. He was very familiar with the blind spots of surveillance in this community and basically avoided them. He went up to the 20th floor from the basement stairs to avoid the cameras at the elevator entrance. Xiao Feng wasn't sure who the person was, so he could only wait and see for a while. He left the monitoring room, returned to the door of Lin Ruoshi's room, and pressed the doorbell. Lin Ruoshi saw that it was Xiao Feng and opened the door directly. She asked anxiously, "How's the investigation going?" "It seems like he's a veteran. He's either a thief or my second uncle's man." Xiao Feng couldn't think of any other possibilities. Xiao Feng walked directly to the sofa and leaned against it. "For your safety during this period, I'll stay with you and see if I can catch that guy." Lin Ruoshi blushed slightly, subconsciously tugged at the corner of her clothes, and nodded gently. Then I'll trouble you." Xiao Feng raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a reassuring smile. "Why are you being so polite to me?" After saying that, he stood up and checked every window in the room to make sure they were all locked, and then put the items in the room that could be used as weapons within reach. At night, the hustle and bustle of the city gradually died down, and Lin Ruoshi lay on the bed in the bedroom, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. The frightening noise outside the door during the day kept appearing in her mind, and every slight sound could wake her up instantly. Xiao Feng sat on the sofa in the living room, resting with his eyes closed but always remaining alert. Suddenly, there was a slight sound of footsteps in the corridor. He opened his eyes instantly, quickly reached for the folding knife at his waist with his right hand, walked to the door quietly, and listened carefully with his ear close to the door. The footsteps paused briefly at the door. Xiao Feng's heart rose to his throat. He tensed all the muscles in his body, ready to respond to any emergency at any time. However, after a few seconds, the footsteps gradually faded away. Xiao Feng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he was too nervous. Xiao Feng sat back on the sofa. Lin Ruoshi walked out of the room and said with concern, "Xiao Feng, why don't you go to sleep in the house?" "It's okay. I can hear the noise outside from the living room," Xiao Feng said calmly. Lin Ruoshi wanted to say something, but swallowed the words back when they reached her lips. She just walked silently to the sofa and gently covered Xiao Feng with a thin blanket. "Thank you. It's late, Lin Ruoshi. Go and get some rest. You have to get up early tomorrow." "Okay, you should rest early too." Chapter 79 Perfect Body. In this way, Xiao Feng lay on the sofa and guarded, half asleep and half awake all night. It was 10 o'clock the next morning. Xiao Feng opened his hazy eyes, pierced by the sunlight outside the window. He jumped up subconsciously. Call. My nerves were too tense. Lin Ruoshi had already left, leaving a bowl of noodles, bread, milk and a note written by Lin Ruoshi on the table. There is neat font on it. Seeing you sleeping so soundly, I don't have the heart to wake you up. I've already prepared breakfast. When you wake up, you can eat if you're hungry. Xiao Feng smiled, that is quite thoughtful. He smelled the sweat on his body and realized that he hadn't taken a shower for a day and a night. Xiao Feng stood up and stretched, his joints making crackling sounds from curling up on the sofa all night. He picked up the note and read it again, the corners of his mouth rising unconsciously. He walked to the window, opened the curtains, and let the early morning sun shine into the room without reservation. Taking a deep breath and feeling the breath of a new day, my nerves that had been tense all night finally relaxed a little. But then, he remembered the thrilling situations last night, and his eyes became firm again. There must be no slackness in protecting Lin Ruoshi. Xiao Feng walked into the bathroom and turned on the shower. The warm water washed over his tired body and washed away the sleepiness of the night. He quickly finished washing up, put on his pants, wrapped himself in a towel and bare-chested, and walked towards the floor-length mirror. Xiao Feng took a full-body photo. TSK. With these perfect muscle lines, these extreme facial features, he is definitely the king of ducks and a favorite of rich women. Xiao Feng hadn't tested the limits of his body for a long time. He jumped hard on the spot and kicked upwards, and he actually kicked the crystal chandelier on the roof, and he only used 50% of his strength. Then he quickly did 200 push-ups, and he was not even out of breath after finishing them. Xiao Feng was still shocked. In his current state, several special forces soldiers might not be able to kill him. Xiao Feng looked at the folding knife beside him. What a piece of crap, do I need this with my skills? I can beat 10 men in sunglasses. Xiao Feng threw the folding knife into the trash can. He was too cowardly before, and he was so cautious because of the woman's burden. Fuck, if those idiots with sunglasses come and do this again, I'll give each of them a big asshole bag. Xiao Feng has never been so confident. He walked straight to the table, picked up his chopsticks and started eating. The noodles were just the right temperature. Since that night, the man in gray clothes and mask has not appeared for several days. Just in case, Xiao Feng went to the monitoring room to confirm again, took a picture of his appearance, and sent it to Scar, asking his people to take turns to guard to ensure Lin Ruoshi's safety, and report to Xiao Feng immediately if they find any suspicious people. That night, Lin Ruoshi told Xiao Feng that she had found out through Zhao Bo that the investment company's recent financial situation was abnormal, and a large amount of funds had flowed into some unknown accounts. It is understood that they have been involved in many illegal activities in recent years. They also have close ties with an underground money house, and the boss of this investment company has recently cooperated with the Zhao Group on some projects. Lin Ruoshi was puzzled. What on earth do they want to do? Xiao Feng stood up and paced back and forth. Zhao Group? Zhao Mingyuan's company? Lin Ruoshi nodded. Yes. The Zhao Group and our family are competitors. I still remember that there was friction when we were bidding for the land. Xiao Feng continued, I see. I suspect they used these shady means to destroy your father's company and then buy it out at a low price. Second uncle must have been bribed by them and provided inside information. Lin Ruoshi's eyes were red. I can't let them succeed. My father's hard-earned career can't be ruined like this. Xiao Feng put forward his own analysis to Lin Ruoshi. They should want to use the shares they have and the shares held by other senior executives of the company to lower the share price of Lin Group, causing shareholders to panic sell, and then buy back from the market at a very low price to expand their holdings. They are waiting for an opportunity, an internal crisis in Lin Group. At that time, they are likely to join forces with Zhao Group to severely damage the stock market of Lin Group and achieve high selling and low buying. Lin Ruoshi, you'd better convince your family to reduce investment and suspend the development of new projects in the near future so that the cash flow will be more sufficient. Now we just need to control the top management of your company. Without their support, your second uncle alone cannot make any big waves. Xiao Feng could only provide suggestions and ideas, and the specific implementation still depended on Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down, and said, Okay, I know what to do. I will go back to the company tomorrow and call a meeting of core executives to feel out their opinions, and then find a way to stabilize them. There was determination in her eyes. Although she was extremely anxious, she had to be strong for the sake of the Lin Group. That night, Lin Ruoshi tossed and turned in bed, constantly thinking about how to deal with this crisis. The next morning, Lin Ruoshi dressed up carefully and went to the company. As soon as she entered the office, Zhao Bo hurried in to report that his second uncle was in the conference room, discussing new investment projects with several senior executives. Lin Ruoshi's heart tightened, and she immediately realized that this might be a trap set by her second uncle and the investment company, with the aim of further depleting the company's funds. She walked into the meeting room calmly, sat down, and greeted everyone with a smile. Good morning, everyone. I heard you were discussing investment, so I came to listen too. When the second uncle saw Lin Ruoshi, a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes, but he soon returned to smiling. Ruoshi, you're here just in time. This is a rare investment opportunity, and you can make money without losing money. Lin Ruoshi looked through the documents calmly, but sneered in her heart. These so-called investment projects were full of loopholes, and it was obvious that they were trying to push the company's money into the fire pit. She put down the documents and said slowly, I think this project needs further study. The company's cash flow is tight at the moment, so it's better to be cautious. After hearing this, several senior executives looked at each other in bewilderment. Second uncle became anxious. Ruoshi, if you don't understand, don't get involved. If you miss such a good opportunity, it will be gone. Lin Ruoshi already had a plan in mind. Facing her second uncle's urgency, she raised her head calmly, looked straight into his eyes, and said calmly but without question, Second uncle, this is not a trivial matter. Every penny of the company's funds is related to the livelihoods of many employees and the future of the company. If we make such a hasty decision to invest and something goes wrong, none of us can bear the responsibility. Second uncle's face darkened instantly. He slammed the table heavily and said angrily, Ruoshi, you are just a young girl, What do you know? I have worked diligently for the company over the years, how could I harm the company? Now everyone thinks this project is feasible, but you are holding it back. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became tense, and the other senior executives all lowered their heads, not daring to express their opinions easily.